or should I say, benvenuti from Bologna, Italy. We are here for the Disney Lorcana Challenge, the first of season 2. I am here with Baker, our very own villain. What a day we had yesterday, and we are ready. I am ready for day 2. You're still recovering from day 1?
I think that final match with Emerald
Oh
Amethyst,
my goodness.
I'm still recovering from that. It's going to take a couple of weeks for me to get over that. But yeah, what an incredible day of Disney Lorcana. We were saying it all day yesterday. It's so good to be back in season, back in a humongous venue like this, just walking around, getting to meet so many players, passionate players, and of course seeing the top tier competition in the Disney Lorcana trading card game.
Absolutely. Do you have a favorite moment from yesterday, from day 1, a moment that stands out to you? Was it that final match?
I'm going to go to a specific moment in it.
Okay.
Where Lorcana Justice triggered 4 Amethyst. Opponent had an empty hand, 4 Amethyst Chromacons. Yeah, you can draw 4 cards.
Yep,
I'm going to play your welcome on your only character. You can have another 2 cards. And now I'm going to bend you to my will. That was a pretty epic moment. My least favorite moment was being destroyed, obliterated by your good self.
Yes. That might be one of my favorite moments from yesterday, for sure. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
It was a fun game.
It was fun for me. Yes, no. I was watching back the match, and we had some people in the chat rooting us both on.
Rooting you on. Rochelle, I saw that Instagram poll. To be honest, I'm surprised that I got like 45% of the vote. I thought you were going to be the clear favourite, but we were hanging in there. But no, it was good fun. My least favourite moment was when you ripped the playmats from my cold dead fingers.
Those playmats are
I was unsuccessful.
No, they are staying here, but they are gorgeous. We have this Elsa one here, which is so beautiful.
Really
and
is.
Of course, there's other amazing prizes. Today, we have day 2. As you all know, our players made it to 18 points yesterday. That's 6 match wins, made it to this day 2 cut. And today, we have a little bit different format from past Disney Lorcana challenges. So we have an additional 4 Swiss rounds of core constructed, best of 3, of course. And then from there, we are cutting to a top 32 single elimination bracket. Again, those best of 3 matches, and that top 32 is going to be 70 minutes until we get to the top 8, and then it is untimed, Baker.
We love an untimed round. We love it when these players get, like, you can take the pressure of the clock off of yourself a little bit. Again, these are the best players in the game. I'm expecting them to have a reasonable pace of play anyway, but we've all seen those games where it's like lightning fast, and then you'll find that one pivotal turn, which is clearly like, this is going to decide that. I mean, don't get me wrong, what you ink turn 1 can decide the match sometimes, but it's great to see these players like really get to utilize their skill, expression. Big fan of that. And then, of course, when we get all the way to the finals, best of 5. So that's definitely going to benefit from having no clock to worry about.
I can't wait. Yeah, the best of 5, I think, is really wonderful in the finals. And those players have a lot on the line. We, of course, have our top 8. We're getting that golden
Mickey, baby.
Serialized Mickey Mouse, brave little Taylor. Those cards are gorgeous. I've seen them in person, and the foiling, the design, the artwork, of course, by Nicholas Cole, one of my favorite artists.
Incredible artist.
Nicholas Cole is fantastic.
He's such a gentleman as well. I met him at the European Championships for the first time, and he was just wandering the hall, and I had to stop him and be like, I just need to say how much I mean, all the artists would say this too, but honestly, Nicholas Cole has done so many amazing cards. Like, my Chase Enchanted that I still never got was the Mickey Mouse Wayward Sorcerer, which I know doesn't sound very villainous, but Mama Villain loves Mickey Mouse, so I've got to get it for her. But like, Mickey Mouse is the classic. We're Disney fans, so what an incredible prize, that golden brave little Taylor. But not to mention, Rebecca, the top 32 players, not only will they get to keep playing, but they will earn themselves a one-way ticket to the European Championships. And of course, as you can see on the screen here, they will be going home with that foil Elsa Ice Maker Challenge foil promo, which is absolutely stunning. If they can get round one more round, that takes them into top 16 to get this beautiful play mat, which I tried to my dismay to take away. But fair enough, I think the top 16 deserve it a little more than me.
Fair, that's fair. And then, of course, once we get up to the finals, there's so much on the line there. Of course, that best of 5 that we talked about. But not only is our first place going to get that foil rare uncut sheet and the Disney Lorcana trophy, they are playing for an invite to go straight to the Disney Lorcana World Championships. So much on the line, Baker. These players are hungry for it.
They really are. Again, whether it's you were an established player last year that wants to make your way back to Worlds, maybe you were just within a hair's inch of getting there, or maybe, again, like players like Tiago, who we saw expertly pilot Amethyst Steel yesterday. And again, I'm sure there's many more in the room who are brand new to the game, keen to make their impact. So yeah, a one-way ticket to the World Championship certainly takes some pressure off of you for the rest of the season. Don't get me wrong. I imagine they will still play as many events as they can, win some more prizes. Again, just keeping your skills sharp and keeping up with the meta. But you got to think it takes that pressure off a little bit, knowing, okay, I've got my invite, whether it's to Euros or to Worlds. So now I'm just playing for prizes at this point.
Oh, of course. And the glory.
Oh, of course.
The
always the glory.
Always the title.
Always the glory. That goes without saying. But you go back to the question you asked me, is there a standout moment for you from yesterday's event?
You know, I think just being here, it's the magic of it all, seeing the players, the smiles on their faces, seeing everybody chat with each other, people connect that are, you know, interacting all the time online, but now being together in the same room. So for me, it really isn't one specific moment. It's just this entire weekend and everyone being here, so magical. You can't... It's hard I hope that people get to experience this at least once.
Absolutely.
You know, at least once if you can make it. Of course, there are 3 Disney Lorcana challenges here in Europe. We have the Bologna, and then we have Ghent, and that is in March. 4,000 players.
4,000. I'm so excited
when
for that,
they announced that, okay, so here in this room we have 2,000. It is going to be double the size in Ghent, and that is happening next March. And then next June here in Europe, we're going to have Dortmund, Germany. And then over in the North American region, we have Milwaukee is coming up. And that is just
I'm so excited.
3 weeks away, Baker. And you're going to be there
I'm
with
so
us?
excited. Again, Worlds was such an honor. But again, like you say, just getting to interact with the community and as a second shout out for a favorite moment, but non-gameplay related, just walking into the venue when all the players were queued up outside the door waiting to get in. Just getting to breathe in that atmosphere again and just see all these passionate players. So that was incredible, and I'm really looking forward to heading over to Milwaukee, meeting more of the American community. It's going to be such an honor.
It's really going to be fantastic, and we have a fantastic broadcast team there for North American DLC. And then, of course, there's 2 more happening in North America as well. In January of 2026, we will be in Richmond, Virginia for Disney Lorcana Challenge there. And then followed by in June, again, of 2026, we will be in Indianapolis. So
my birthday's in June. I'm going to have some birthday celebrations when we go over there. Although I am thinking when we're in Richmond, Virginia, I hear it's not too far from New York. And I, as a musical theatre, as a thespian.
Well, if you can make it there, you know you can make it anywhere.
Oh, did you see what she did there? But I've got to visit Broadway at some point in my life. So I'm hoping that I can double that up. And it's just going to be such an exciting season. And again, just looking forward to meeting more of the community. Again, maybe some people, there's only one specific event that they can travel to, whether it's work, family commitments, whatever it is. So we're looking forward to you coming out. If you've been, maybe you're a brand new player, maybe this is the weekend you discovered Lorcana for the first time. You were browsing Twitch and you were like, I like a bit of Disney. Let's check this out. So if we have caught your interest this weekend, please get involved. We've got set championships that have just started. Yeah, I'm already seeing people posting their Maleficent playmats, which if anyone would like to donate me a Maleficent playmat, then I'm just saying it will be well looked after. But it's great to see them winning their prizes. So if you're brand new, just getting into Lorcana, set championship is a great point to get into the game. Just for attending a set championship, you get a non-foil version of that Maleficent Monstrous Dragon promo. And again, could potentially get a foil one if you make it into top 8.
I've seen a few people sharing videos of that card with the foil treatment.
Oh, that's stunning,
it looks great. And if you are looking for a set championships, or if you're looking for a nearby local game store to play weekly with the community, please go on to the Ravensburger Play Hub, tcg.ravensburgerplay.com. Register, make your account, and then you can search and find a store near you. And another thing that is coming up that we haven't talked about is the Infinity Weekend that's happening in December.
Oh, I'm very aware of Infinity Weekend coming up.
Infinity Weekend is going to be something to keep your eyes on. Today, actually, we do have an Infinity event going on, and it's every time I talk to a player yesterday and this morning, I'm like, what are you playing? What are you playing in Infinity? There's been lots of Flavershims I've heard that are going to be making their way into Infinity play. Some Ruby Amethyst, of course.
Of course, and like people, I'm sure, will very keen to play their Fortispheres and their multiple items with the Tamatoas, going back to a whole new world, Cindy Storm, and of course, El Clasico. They'll be prepared.
They'll be prepared. So now going back to the main tournament, though, for a minute. Okay, I want to talk about this because
Let's do it. Let's chat.
I'm not sure how many players. I don't think we got a final number on how many players made it to
We're going to get confirmation on that and bring that back to you.
But we do have our all-important fantasy draft from the casters, and you can see here where the standings are. Baker, how are you feeling about your team there?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not that far behind the people in first place. Yeah, I got Zach Bivens, Pierre, the sailor of the Azure at Sea, Michelle, who was second place at the European Championship, Kendall Badette, who's joining us from over in America. Again, that's a player that really made an impact last year, but didn't quite get over the mountain to the World Championships. But I think he's absolutely going to put in the work this year to try and make it. And, of course, Adam Roger, also known as Harlan Sweet. So my guys did me very proud.
They
70 points is not bad, but I am by no means in the lead.
No, well, and you don't have anyone left going into day two. That's going to be... So our other teammates, our other broadcast teammates, we have Kawa and Spessy, both with one player left on their roster, as well as Erica with one person on her roster. I'm sitting here with one person, but 75 points. I am tied with Kim
You
in
are
the
cooking,
lead.
mate.
I was cooking. My fantasy draft team was doing fantastic. We are left with Melissa. Now, I thought that Din made it to day two. So
Mate,
that's
how you got first and second place at World Championships, I have no idea.
You know, my team was stacked, but I do believe that Din made it to day two. So we'll have to get confirmation of that. But Kim, 75 points and 3 players left here going into day two. A fantastic roster that she has. So it's going to be really exciting. Of course, if you are playing along with home, please share in the chat which team that you are rooting for to win. Or if there's another player that is not on our fantasy draft roster that you are hoping to see make it all the way to the finals, please let us know. I've been having fun with the fantasy draft. How about you?
I'm still frustrated that Spessy took Tiago from me purely to spite me, and he's on an incredible score. But shout out to all the players. If you're in the chat, which team would you have thought would have the most potential to win? Forget what you know about how well they've done and who's in day two.
Yeah, if go back to the beginning of day one, if you just saw those rosters, which team do you think would have come out on top?
I think a lot of people are going to pick you. Again, you got
so.
first and second at the World Championship. Like, I don't know how you got away with that. I really don't. But yeah, I'm very proud of my guys. I'm sure all the casters are as well. Have you been enjoying Fantasy League? Would you like to see that something that we do throughout the entire season? I've enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun.
I really enjoyed it. And we also were doing some other mini games yesterday. I hope that you
my incredible artistry. Absolutely stunning.
That power line
nailed it, mate. I've been in conversations with the art director since last night. We're negotiating a contract at the moment. I'm demanding a high fee to never draw again.
You know, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea.
I'll stick to what I know.
But speaking of art, we are going to have some new art coming into Disney Lorcana soon because Whispers in the Well. Whispers.
I'm so excited, man.
It's right around the corner.
It really is. And don't forget that this Tuesday will be the Lorecast over on the official Twitch channel.
Next Tuesday.
Next
Tuesday.
Yes, next Tuesday will be the Lorecast where we'll be talking about Whispers in the Well. I'm not sure exactly what they're going to be showing us. but it is indeed a mystery. But they have teased that they've got some surprises for us. I can't wait to get stuck into not only an entire set of new cards, but give me more of that story.
More of the story. October 14th, of course, on Twitch, twitch.tv/Disney Lorcana. That's going to be at 10 a.m. Pacific time. And while this art is up on the screen here, I don't know the last time that I was so excited about the set and the art. Ariel is one of my favorite Disney characters, and so seeing an Ariel glimmer, I used to have more red in my hair as a child, and so when I was growing up, Ariel was my girl. I was Ariel in my heart.
It's a good comparison. It's better than me and Rattigan.
But yeah, that Ariel art, gorgeous. We have that Mickey Mouse detective coming back.
Oh, I'm so
We're
excited.
getting gargoyles and Black Cauldron. And that movie is, I mean, the art that they're going to bring in from that game, I cannot wait to see what they do. Now, can I admit something to you?
I insist.
Until just a few weeks ago, a couple months ago, I had never seen gargoyles.
I can't judge you too much.
I had never seen it. I'm sorry, Twitch chat.
I can't judge you too much. I'm still to get to a couple of Disney films, and again, there are a couple that I only watched for the first time this year.
Same.
Like when they come out in the game, like I'm a caster. I need to know these characters and then the story. So I watched Bolt for the first time, which was like I was not ready for the emotional roller coaster that film took me on because again, I don't want to give too much of a spoiler if you haven't seen it, but the film. I don't know. I just saw Bolt and I was like, I feel like I know what the story's going to be. I just don't know if it's going to be for me. But then it came out. I was like, okay, well, I need to know what it is. I'll put it on. First 30 seconds, 60 seconds, I was like, yeah, this is kind of what I was expecting. And then there's the rug pull. If you've seen Bolt, you know what I mean by the rug pull. And it was like, okay, that's quite interesting. And then you meet all these wonderful characters like Mittens and, of course, Vinny and the pigeons.
Oh, the pigeons.
And, of course, the power hamster, the 1/16 wolf Rhino. Ring, ring. Who is it? Destiny. I've been expecting your call. It's such a fantastic cast of characters.
Really
and Big Hero 6, I genuinely, that's top 10 for me already. I think it's so good.
Baymax hanging out right behind you. Actually, can you pull this out for a minute? Because we have not talked about these before. Okay, these are the oversized.
As well. I've just noticed this. I didn't know.
Yeah, if you saw the prize wall prizes, one of the things that is on the prize wall for players to get with tickets that they can earn at side events are these oversized cards. We have there's an Yzma up here on display as well. But yeah, these are the cards that players can take home. They have a few different ones up on the prize wall. No, Baker, stop trying to steal things from the set.
It don't fit in my pocket.
It won't fit in your pocket. Trying to take the playmats, trying to take the oversized cards.
Let me live, Rebecca. Let me live.
Oh my goodness. The prize wall, though, there's some good stuff up there.
Amazing stuff on that. Again, these uncut. They've taken probably a good away.
Yes.
Probably a good idea to move it away from me. But man, we're seeing something like that makes me. I love my job. It is such a privilege to be a host, a caster. But that uncut sheet got me like, I need to play some games. I need to be one of those uncut sheets. Yo, we don't have one yet, but I'm praying that one day, first chapter uncut sheet, be prepared. In fact, just give me an uncut sheet of B-Preps. Come on, let's do it.
Can you imagine? That would be, talk about a collector's item.
Absolutely.
Yes, and so many wonderful things for collectors in Disney Lorcana. Of course, it is a trading card game, so we have the game part. We have Palace Heist, the Lumineer's Quest Palace Heist, but there's so much for collectors in Disney Lorcana. Not only do we have the different rarities, those new rarities, epics, and of course enchanted cards, and then the iconic cards.
Iconic cards, super hard to find, much rarer than Enchanted. And we got the Mickey and the Minnie from Fabled. So yeah, like it just really increasing the enjoyment of the pack opening experience.
Absolutely.
And it was great to see a lot of these epics being showcased yesterday on the stream. They again, it's such a small thing, just removing the border, but they do look absolutely stunning.
They are gorgeous.
There's not enough good things to say about the art and all those things like that. They've just nailed it as far as I'm concerned, and it's only going to get better.
One of the things I love to see personally, I know that there are some collectors at home watching that probably tense up when they see it, but when we are watching matches and we have enchanted cards on the table from these competitive players, I love a blinged out deck. I love a blinged out deck.
Have you ever had a game or watched a game played by one of the co-creators of the Disney Lorcana trading card game, Steve Warner?
I have. Mr. Warner.
Mr. Warner does like to bling out his deck. I remember we had a game at the European Championships in Disneyland Paris. Blurple, like more expensive than his car is probably quite realistic. I don't know if I could do that, man. Like when I get my it's lovely to play with pretty things, but I just want them to stay in the pristine condition. But
sure.
They're there to be played, right? Players like to foil out their decks. They like pretty things, and I can't hold that against them.
I love the pretty things. It does feel bad when you have to put one in your inkwell, though. I will say that. But speaking of Blurple, let's talk a little bit about today and what you kind of expect to see. We haven't seen the meta breakdown yet of all the players that made it to day 2, but we know there's a lot of Sapphire Amethyst in the room. We saw the meta breakdown from yesterday, but what do you think we're going to see today going into day 2?
Yeah, sure. So as you mentioned, we looked at the meta breakdown, and Blurple nearly twice as many pilots as the second place deck list, which was Amber Steel. And here it is on the screen. Thank you to our production team. And yeah, like no real surprises to see the top 5 decks here. We all knew that Blurple was going to be the front runner. Amber Steel, Emerald Sapphire still very strong, and then Amethyst Steel. Again, I think it's just the consistency of this deck list. Like if you're coming to a DLC, that's quite a big deal for a lot of people. Like maybe that's your one trip away. Maybe you can't do multiple. The idea of like traveling all the way to a DLC and then just like not getting to play the game, because like some of these decks can brick, right? Amber Steel can run a high amount of uninkables. Emerald Sapphire, you know, if you miss ramp or you miss Clarabelle too many times, it can seem to all fall apart at times. But unless you're a pilot like Tiago who just knows how to do it. But Amethyst Steel, it's consistent. You get to play the game, so it's not a huge surprise to see this at high numbers. I am very excited though. I'm going to go back to the last match that we watched last night.
That Emerald
Amethyst. I'm going to say it now. I think that deck is going to be the people's champion going in today. I was watching the chat. I was watching back some of the stream when I got back to the hotel last night, and man, the chat were really enjoying that green-purple Emerald Amethyst deck. Like, just so clever. Again, we saw Justice piloting it, but I understand that it's a bit of a collaboration between a lot of friends to find the right deck list and to optimize the plays. And again, I know that Lorcana Justice has worked very, very hard for a long time, so I think he's in a great position. Like, again, built a deck specifically to beat Blurple. So if you're running into a lot of them, then, you know, I think that's a pretty good strategy to take into a DLC. So I must admit, if I see some red purple, you're going to see me hype. You're going to see me happy. You're going to see me happy. You're going to see me screaming, crying. But like Emerald Amethyst for me at the moment is like that's the deck that I really want to see make it, because so that we can see why it's doing so well against Blurple, and maybe that has a knock-on effect into set championships and Milwaukee.
Yeah, I one of the things I was saying yesterday, well, for real quick, Emerald Amethyst, I think, has always been a fan favorite deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was doing really well for a really long time. A lot of players on that deck. And after set rotation happened, it kind of seemed like it wasn't playable. But have they cracked the code? Have they cracked the code on Emerald Amethyst? We will see. But the Sapphire Emerald, I wanted to go back to that for a minute, because until now, I don't know if you felt like there's really been a combo deck in the game, and I feel like that's what we have in the Emerald Sapphire deck, is maybe a true combo deck.
I think so. And
then if you can't get those combos off, though, that's where I think Emerald Sapphire kind of falls a little flat.
Yeah, 100%. Like, you think about the synergy between Under the Sea and Heads Held High, Clarabelle, and You're Welcome to remove pieces while drawing extra cards. So yeah, you want to see your combo pieces together, but you build the deck as consistently as you can, like mostly 4-obs and things like that. And again, ramping is the name of the game. I was playing Pleakleys, shout out to Pandemonium from over in the States, who's a bit of an Emerald Sapphire expert, has been dancing with Clarabelle since before she was the pretty girl, the pretty cow in the room.
The cow of the day.
Exactly. We got some players that are very loyal to their in combinations. So yeah, shout out to Pandemonium, who gave me a lot of advice I played it in the set championships the other week. Again, I knew it was going to be a popular deck this weekend, so I wanted to have a better better understanding of the play patterns and things like that. And the power level, it's the deck that can do some of the most unfair things, right?
But it can also beat itself.
It can also beat itself, whereas Blurpool can also do relatively unfair things, maybe not the equivalent of... maybe not the equivalent of like, oh, hey, I drew heads held high under the sea and wiped your entire board, but the power level of Blurple, and again, the agency it gives players over the game. The best players in the room want to know that their choices, their decisions, their skill expression is going to impact the gameplay.
And the top end of the Sapphire Amethyst deck is just insane. Your Hades, your Elsas, it's just got so much there.
Monstro, the big bag.
Monstro,
again, one of the best comeback cards in the game at the moment.
Really, and it feels like that deck is, when you get to the late game, it's all in Sapphire Amethyst corner, right?
100%, but it is for sure going to be an incredible day of Disney Lorcana trading card game. We're going to be throwing you over to the casters. I'm Baker, this is Rebecca. We are your hosts for the Disney Lorcana Challenge. It's an honor. We hope you have an incredible stream. Let's throw it to the casters.
Because he was round 1 and round 2, 2 losses.
Oh.
And then win. 6-2. So I'm very happy because if he didn't make it, I wouldn't have anybody still for the fancy draft. So I'm very, very happy.
Wow.
But it's really cool. It's really cool to follow along with even doing the fancy draft that we were all like picking names and going choosing in the order is really, really, really cool. So cool. I believe we are live. So hello, chat. I hope everybody is doing well.
Yes.
We are going to be playing some games for you guys right now. So this is going to be a little bit of core constructed. I guess we should. Yes, we can roll a dice. So you goes first. I got a 7. Okay, 7's not bad. 7's not bad. Come on, 6. Okay, I will be on the play. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I will alter a couple of cards. I am so happy I have a couple of cards in my deck that I got signed by the artists who are here. Signed.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm very, very happy. So I will put 4 back.
I put 5.
Okay, no problem. But yes, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. Day 1 was amazing to cast and watch all of these fantastic players. One of the last matches we saw yesterday was Emerald Amethyst.
Yes.
And it was amazing.
It was incredible deck.
Yes.
And unexpected for me.
Very unexpected.
Yes.
I was not expecting it. It's very unique deck. I think players done a lot of preparation, really tried to understand it. So it's super unique, super cool. But from what I saw, it takes very long to play. It's a very slow control deck.
Slow control.
Well, you said you love control, right? Maybe it's your deck. Maybe you should try it next.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes. And another deck unexpected that I saw yesterday was Ruby Amber.
Yes, Ruby Amber. Yeah, that was on stream.
With this double shift of Mulan.
In the most insane thing that happened yesterday, in my opinion.
Cinema.
What cinema. Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I am good to start when you are, so
go.
I will begin by inking a Vision of the Future, and I will play Clarabelle, Clumsy Guest, and pass the turn.
Draw the card, and now
let's have a look. I've loved playing Emerald Sapphire. Okay.
Friends. Chi trova tiene is in Italian. And pay 1 to
Basil. Very
yes.
nice. Okay, I will ready, set, draw. Let's see what we can do here. I have a few different options. Going to ink You're Welcome. I will play Sail the Azurite Sea, so I will draw a card. And now this is a little bit frustrating, but I think I will be thinking, a little bit of uninkables, in my hand right now. I believe we might be throwing it over to casters shortly. I believe it's going to be Spessy and Kim looking after you guys. We're going to be bringing a game as fast as possible. Of course, we wanted to just make sure you guys are looking at some core constructed in the meantime, but we really want to show the game to you as much as possible. The atmosphere in the room is absolutely electric. So yeah, let's throw it over to the casters.
Yes, welcome back everybody. Just to let you know, there has been a slight technical issue this morning, but we're working to bring you Feature Match 1 and 2 very, very soon. But we're going to be jumping in with Feature Match 1 and 2 shortly, but with game number 2. So we do apologize for that this morning. Slight technical issue, as we say, but we're working very hard to bring you the games as soon as possible. And we will have 2 feature matches for you, but we are unfortunately going to be starting our feature matches with game 2. Kim, how's it going?
It's going great. I welcome Lumineers. We are here in day 2 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge, Bologna.
How do I say that in Italian?
And in Italian, because we are in Italy. Benvenute Illuminatori.
Damn. Benvenuti Illuminatori.
Illuminatori to day 2 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. I'm so excited. Joe, at the end of today, we are going to have our first player qualifying to the World Championship.
Yeah, that is quite something. And I've also seen some of those uncut sheets in the building, and that is one of the prizes, many of the prizes up for grabs. There's also kicking off in the last 20 minutes a massive Infinity constructed event. So I'm very excited to see some of the deck lists from that tournament at the end of the day. But of course, all eyes for now on the main event here in Bologna. Core constructed, the first Disney Lorcana Challenge in Europe post-rotation. And there's a lot of interesting decks out there, Kim. We've got about 7 different decks, I think, still in contention for the tournament. 7 different color pairings, which is a really good amount. It's a healthy amount.
Yeah, one deck in particular I didn't expect to see do extremely well, but there's been quite a few making that top cut, and that's Amethyst Emerald.
Yep.
Did you expect to see that deck coming here and performing so well this weekend?
No, so I think we've got the top 4, haven't we? And it was, Sapphire Amethyst was the most represented by far. That's sort of the top don. Amber Steel Aggro. You've got, of course, Emerald Sapphire and Amethyst Steel. Those are the sort of top 4. 5th place, maybe the underdog. The underdog deck. The Under the Sea Amber Emerald. Maybe not even Under the Sea, but that Amber and Emerald Lady and the Tramp deck. You can build it in a lot of different ways. Then that was the 5th deck. Really a surprise then to see also that Amethyst and Emerald in the mix as well. I didn't expect it at all.
I expected to see quite a lot of, obviously, what we all thought was going to be here this weekend, and that's Amethyst Sapphire. And I'm not surprised to see that up the top. Then comes Amber Steel.
Yep.
I love that deck personally. So happy it's here. But I did not expect the amount of Emerald Amethyst to be in the room.
No, and it's interesting, isn't it? Because quite a few players from the UK seem to be playing that list, and I know it's something that they were working on and doing a lot of testing here in Bologna. They arrived a day early, and I've been told that there was quite a lot of testing going on amongst the UK players with this deck. They got a lot of really good testing and some advice from some of the UK community on some things you could change. One of the standout cards we've seen, certainly in the game I cast yesterday in that Amethyst and Emerald deck, was this Floodborn Cusco. It's a dual ink Emerald and Amethyst card. I've never seen it played before, but it put in so much work. It's almost similar to a Lady Tremaine mixed with a You're Welcome, because when you play this card, your opponent chooses one of their characters and puts that card to the bottom of their deck, but then they draw a card off the top. So it's a very, very fascinating card. Nice synergy with Clarabelle there as well.
Also a bit like a crossover of You're Welcome and a bit of Under the Sea, because you're sending that card away, but giving your opponent the chance to draw a card can synergize really nicely with the Clarabelle. It can also help you draw more cards if you're playing it against your opponent. And I'm really hoping we get to bring you guys some of those matches to see more of those games.
Yeah, I have actually just seen that on one of the feature match tables there is going to be an Amethyst and Emerald player. Of course, they're going into game 2 when we join them. But lots to look forward to today. Loads of Disney Lorcana TCG action. There is a bunch of rounds. We're going to be cutting to a top 32, but we are going to be starting with feature match 1 coming up very, very soon, and I am excited to be jumping into the action. It is going to be Cree casting, so I'm going to leave the booth and pass on over to Cree and Kim, but the players are sat down.
Yes, we're going to have David, who is our Amethyst Emerald player here, joining us. I'm not too sure what he's up against, but I'm really excited to see this deck, and I haven't seen a lot of it. Not something I expected to see a lot in the room here today. And he's going to be against Amber Steel.
Yes,
this is going to be a really interesting matchup.
Yes. So I just
welcome, Gawa, for joining me.
Thank you very much. I just spoke to David very, very briefly before he sat down, and yeah, he wasn't feeling too great. He came. I've already lost game 1, but you know, I was like, David, you got this. We believe. We actually know David very, very well. We were able to hang out with him quite a lot. David? This David?
This
indeed.
David? Oh my gosh! I know this David.
We hung out with him a lot at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Lille last year, the very first DLC within Europe. A very, very strong player, and as Joe was already mentioning, one of these players from the UK that has really been testing this Emerald Amethyst combination. So I am very excited to see how this deck will perform. However, I am a little bit worried about this matchup because it seems like this Emerald Amethyst deck has very much been built to tackle all of the Blurple in the room. It seems a little bit tricky against Emerald Sapphire, but yeah, there we see the classic handshake into a fist bump. But we're going to be getting into this game right now. David will be on the play, of course, because he lost game 1. And yeah, we'll be starting very soon. Players are just you know, altering their hands, getting ready to start. And I'm super, super excited to get in here.
And Joe mentioned earlier this Cusco card.
Yes.
The dual ink Cusco card, and I'm really excited to see it maybe get some play.
Yep.
Have you tested much with this card yourself? I know you haven't really tested this color combination, but you've played a bit with emeralds. Do you know any of what David is going to be looking to try and do here? Because we know Amber Steel is going to be playing that aggro play pattern.
Yes.
It's going to be trying to fill the board, get as many characters on as possible, and gain that lore as quickly as possible,
indeed,
that
yes.
aggro matchup.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. So for this 7-cost Cusco, I haven't played around with it too much in testing and core constructing myself. I have played it in sealed format, so I believe it came out in set 8, Reign of Jafar. And even in sealed, it seemed to be quite effective, especially if you could shift it. And I believe the main shift target for this Cusco is the Cusco Llama, the 2-cost inkable 1/2 that when the card is banished, it draws you a card. So that seems like a very, very solid shift line. Also have to mention, I hope we see some epic Cusco Llamas because that's one of the coolest epics from Fable in my opinion.
That would be pretty epic.
It would be pretty epic.
One of the cards, Cusco Wanted Llama, which I'm so happy that we got reprinted this set because, in my opinion, because Amethyst is so well known for drawing so many cards, I think this Cusco Wanted Llama, because you're able to play him to the board, and then next turn, if you challenge, but you're gonna get a card in return. You get to draw a card, and anything that draws you a card has to be a good card.
Yeah. I will say anything. If a card has...
I'm going to say I love card to draw.
If a card has draw a card, yes, that's a big benefit to it. But yeah, I'm really excited to see this deck. We saw it showcased at the final match yesterday. It was Justice piloting the deck. And yeah, as I said, the only concerns I have is it seems like it's a deck that can go quite long, if that makes sense. The games can be dragged out quite a bit, especially if it's against the likes of Emerald Sapphire against Amethyst Sapphire. So curious to see if David can hold up against this Amber Steel. So one of your favorite cards. The chat loved your enthusiasm yesterday about this card.
We are going straight into it. Game 2 here. Unfortunately, there's a bit of technical difficulties earlier, but we're bringing you straight into round 9 here. We're going to go straight into game 2. There's Bobby Zimmerowski on the board for David. And up against Bobby Zimmerowski, it is the Daisy Duck Donald State. And this Mother Gothel coming into play, Kawa.
Indeed, yeah. This Mother Gothel, another kind of disruption tool in the Emerald Amethyst box. It's, yeah, it allows you to, on play, you can pay an additional cost of 3 ink, I believe, and you can bounce an opposing character, or even maybe bounce one of your own characters back to your hand. So I really like a lot of these disruption tools, and just these general bounce effects seem to be quite good. We've seen the use of this within, for example, we've seen the Emerald Chromicon within a lot of the Amber Emerald decks, and against Blurple, that has been particularly strong. But we do see another Daisy Duck Donald's Date. That's going to be a lot of pressure coming down on Tony's side of the board against David here. David, staring into the abyss, wondering how am I going to deal with these daisies right now.
Yeah, because we know Daisy Duck, 4 willpower, that's going to be hard. He can't challenge into that very easily. But also to note that Tony did quest with this first Daisy Duck, which did trigger, and that was another Bobby Zimmerowski put into the hand for David.
Is this triple Daisy? It's not.
Oh,
okay.
It's not triple Daisy.
Okay.
But the 1-cost Rhino coming in, it's going to be able to give -1 strength to one of David's characters this turn.
Until the start of this next turn.
Meaning, even if he wanted to challenge and try to deal 2 damage to this Daisy, he won't be able to.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit rough. Again, like there's a lot of different options available for David. The thing against Amber Steel is like usually this Amethyst Chromicon, which when you exert it, both players may draw a card, is quite good again against a lot of these slower Blurple matchups, Emerald Sapphire matchups, because you can do stuff like Bend to My Will, which we've seen happen in the previous match yesterday. But against a deck like Amber Steel, you really don't want to just be giving them cards for free, if that makes sense. So we might be seeing the Mother Knows Best discarded here from the Bobby Zimmerowski, but let's see what it is. It is indeed the Mother Knows Best, kind of wants to get rid of one of those uninkables.
I can see how this Ursula Deceiver card can be really good against all of those decks which have many song cards like the Emerald Sapphire and possibly even Amethyst Sapphire. But here, we know Tony runs Strength of the Raging Fire, so yes, it can be used to maybe get rid of that if he did have it in hand, but unfortunately didn't have it in hand there. But for David, it's still great information to know his opponent's hand and what he has in his hand.
It looked like it was a very, very strong hand, though. There was like a Tiana, a 4-cost Rhino, there was Fire the Cannons and Dock for the refuel as well. So honestly, looking at Tony's hand, it's looking really, really good. Seems to be in a very, very comfortable position. Yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what David's going to be able to do to pull this one out of the bag. This is the interesting thing, right? Like, I do wonder, like, how many Amber Steels these Emerald Amethyst decks have faced in the lead up to making it into day 2. I'm very curious to chat to David, also to Justice. Like, I'm assuming by the looks of this, it looks like it's not a very good matchup for them. The Fire the Cannons coming out on the Bobby Zimmerowski and the Shift Rhino. This is so much pressure coming down here from Tony. Yeah,
and that Shift Rhino is definitely going to be a difficult glimmer for David to get rid of here, because when that Rhino has no damage on it, it has Resist 2.
Yeah, this is basically a 4 strength, 5 willpower in a sense. So, like, you know, David has to really buff up one of his characters to be able to take it out quite easily. We did see Mother Knows Best. We know that's a disruption tool. Obviously the Mother Gothel as well. But there's Shift Mother Gothel coming down. And this is going to be exactly what David needs to disrupt Tony's board a little bit. It's actually very, very important. The stat line of this Mother Gothel as well. It is a 4/6. So this card is very, very good at challenging into Daisy Duck, which is exactly what David's going to do here.
And being able to shift this Mother Gothel instead of just being able to pay the full amount and being able to play it, it would have to dry, but being able to shift it, meaning David is able to play it and challenge this Daisy as soon as she's played.
Indeed, Tiana coming down. Again, Tiana's going to be another card that's going to be difficult for David to deal with, but if enough of these Mother Gothels, Mother Knows Best, come down, these disruption bounce effects, maybe David can start to take control of the board, keep handling the pressure from Tony and stay in control of this game.
Yeah, because for David, if he's going to be able to challenge into this Tiana, having the 4 strength of Mother Gothel is really great. Yeah. It's so important. But will David ultimately have to pay the 3 ink toll to be able to challenge Tiana and not lose the 3 strength?
Yeah, this is super, super interesting here because Amethyst, Chromicon, this is what I was talking about. Like, it's really difficult because in the one sense, David needs to be getting more cards himself, needs to have that card draw, but also doesn't really want to be giving Tony cards himself.
No.
But going to ink a 4-cost Donald Duck, Establisher Rafiki. I do like how wide David's going here on the board. Needs to establish as many characters as possible to start dealing with this wide board. Is deciding to go on an Under the Sea!
What an amazing play here for David. But unfortunately, not going to get rid of that Rhino, as that Rhino has 4 strength. but super powerful in getting rid of this Tiana before she even has a chance to quest. Because if Tony was able to quest with both the Tiana and Rhino his next turn, that would have brought him up to 14 lore. Now this turn, Tony could possibly get up to 12, or maybe Tony's really going to need to do something now to get rid of David's board.
Yeah, I think the Under the Sea, like I think, you know, maybe some of the viewers watching this will say, is that really good value? You're only getting rid of one card. Let me tell you, yes, getting rid of a Tiana restaurant owner is incredibly crucial in this matchup. You know, if you can Under the Sea, if you can bounce it, all of these disruption effects are extremely, extremely important. So I'm very impressed with how David has managed to kind of regain control of this game. Yes, right now Tony does have that 10 lore advantage, but David is not out of this game by any means right now.
Nope. And I do like how he established that Rafiki, and it has Challenger. He would be able to possibly challenge into the Rhino first, get some damage on it. So then, being able to challenge in with the Mother Gothel would be able to get rid of the Rhino off the board and send it to the discard.
Yeah, I do like the idea of doing that. And you can do that kind of in either order, right? You could challenge with the Mother Gothel first, and then you can use the Rafiki to take out the Rhino.
It would end up the Rafiki also being banished in turn. But I think, you know, you're going to need to deal with this Rhino. It has such a high strength. Under the Sea is not going to do anything. But also, we have that Jafar coming in, and that is also has 3 strength.
Yeah, it's very, very important that this Jafar has 3 strength. So, for example, if David did have another Under the Sea, would only be able to get rid of that Daisy Duck. I don't believe there's so much like strength reduction within this Emerald Amethyst deck. So all of these characters that have 4 strength, 3 strength are extremely important and extremely resilient for Tony here.
Yeah. There's not too much strength reduction, I believe, in Emerald. We do have that Megara, which is able to reduce 2 strength, but I don't believe that David will be playing it.
Yeah, yeah. We see a Clarabelle inked here. Maybe David would have liked to play that. And Clarabelle really combos very nicely with this Amethyst Chromacon. So I can see where this deck's coming together, and I'm super curious, right? Like we saw it against the slower matchups. Against this Amber Steel deck, you kind of have to pilot the Emerald Amethyst deck slightly differently. It's a big challenge here. Like even if David's able to come out on top here, the You're Welcome does come down, able to disrupt the Rhino. Gonna shuffle the Rhino and the 1-cost Rhino into Tony's deck. The deck will be shuffled, and then 2 cards will be drawn.
Yeah, I love this play from David, being able to play the You're Welcome on the Rhino instead of challenging it, keeping his board state safe. He has so many more characters on his board than Tony, really just trying to take back board control here. Tony on 12 lore to 0, but David's really starting to take control of the board now. It's not over.
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, if David can win this game, he will still have to win on the draw versus Amber Steel, which of course, if that happens, we will get to it. There were a few other options available for David here too. For example, could have done those challenges that we mentioned and played You're Welcome on either this Daisy.
The Daisy Duck Donald's date. It was a big prize, the big prize effect, but it's going to be a big prize for Tony, sending that Bend to My Will to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, it's weird. Usually Bend to My Will is the card that you don't really like to see in this matchup because Amber Steel usually has quite an empty hand, but maybe in this situation it could have been exactly what David needed to get rid of so many cards in Tony's hand. But it also depends on how fast Tony can play all of the characters from their hand. Nala being established. This is going to represent 3 lore on the board with Nala's effect. And yeah, Tony getting up to 16. It's looking quite dire for David here. Maybe we'll have to see a potential Under the Sea come out again. But yeah, I mean, if Tony can establish another character, yes, still hasn't inked for turn, can play. Potential other 2-drop's going to do Dock. No effect here. Very, very interesting.
Still 2 cards in hand. Didn't need to do the Dock trigger. And this is where, even if David would have top-decked this Bend to My Will this turn, Tony already has many characters on the board. He has the story on board. He's going to be able to reach that 20 lore total this turn unless David is able to clear some of Tony's characters.
Indeed, yeah. David utilizing the Amethyst Chromacon, it's exerting it to draw a card, also allows Tony to draw a card. Really fishing for an answer to this board. It's looking like Under the Sea might be it, unless there's multiple bounce effects. Currently only up to 7 ink as well, so can't hardcast. But it does look like it's going to be Under the Sea being sung. This is absolutely huge.
Yes.
However, like I said, it would be very, very nice if somehow we can see that this Bobby is able to also take out this Jafar, because right now that Jafar is still representing 2 lore on the board. And the Cusco comes out. Joe talked about this card earlier. It means that this Jafar is going to go to the bottom of Tony's deck, and he's also able to draw a card. But very impressive by David, and he's on the board. Quests with the Bobby. This game is not over, but it's still going to be very, very close.
I was just thinking in my brain, and I didn't say it, and I was just like, I don't know if he's going to have a way out here, because I think his only way out is to sing Under the Sea and play the Cusco to shuffle the card in. But yes, he's going to give Tony one more card to play with, but that's exactly what he did. It's exactly what we saw. The Under the Sea into the Cusco, and this Cusco dual ink Glimmer was able to get rid of that Jafar.
Yeah, this is looking pretty interesting for Tony. Was able to establish 5 total lore on the board. However, this is still maybe okay for David. All David has to do, at least right now, is remove one of these characters. One of these glimmers, either the Daisy Duck or the Penny. If they're able to bounce it temporarily, remove it from the board, David will remain in the game. I was a little bit worried, I have to say, because if that Troubadour was maybe another Penny, a Nala, another Daisy, then suddenly, even if that is removed, there's still 4 lore represented on the board. So I think David has a little bit of a chance here. Again, not too sure what the cards in hand are, but surely if there's if there's a You're Welcome, if there's a Mother Knows Best, if there's simply another Cusco, David can remain in the game. But David has so much ground to make up, so far behind in this lore race at the moment. So I think on our Amber Steel player side, they're feeling quite comfortable still.
Yeah, I'd really love to see perhaps another Cusco coming in. Not going to be a Cusco, it's going to be the Monstro. Unfortunately, though, for David, that Monstro isn't going to be able to challenge right now.
But is
that stopped chaos in his tracks?
Absolutely insane here from David. People probably wondering, wow, the Mother Gothel being inked, that's like the perfect disruption tool that David needs. But establishing this Monstro is going to be absolutely huge. This Monstro can just keep challenging whatever is exerted on Tony's side of the board. And now David has the option to start questing, can start getting some more Lord on the board here.
Yeah, I'm a huge Hercules fan, and I'm so glad that this card is finally seeing play. We talked about how powerful the Sing Together mechanic is, and for people not familiar at home, Stops Chaos in his tracks can return up to 2 chosen characters with strength cost 3 or less back to their player's hands, meaning those 2 glimmers on Tony's board that we're going to quest for 2 were returned to his hand. And David being able to establish this Monstro on the board, yes, that Rhino's going to come down. Tony, of course, going to give that Monstro -1 strength. But if David has more cards in hand, he's able to discard a card and ready that Monstro again. But Tony really being able to build back up a strong board.
What a board indeed it is. This is a total of 7 lore represented quests up to 17. This means that David has to remove at least 3 characters right now. This is looking dire. I honestly think it has to be probably another Under the Sea. David does have the chance for an additional draw with the Amethyst Chromacon. It would be absolutely insane if he can pull out some way to deal with this massive board from Tony.
Yes, because even getting another Stopped Chaos in his tracks and bouncing the Daisy Duck and the Penny back to hand would still leave 3 lore on the board.
No, if he had another Stopped Chaos in his tracks, it would actually be enough, because you can bounce the Penny, you can bounce the Daisy, you can take out the Troubadour, and then there's only the Rhino left remaining on the board. So there are a few different outs, but it seems like it has to be Stop Chaos or it has to be Under the Sea.
Okay.
Let's hope. That's the game,
that
unfortunately.
Is the game, unfortunately.
It was a double hey hand from David, but I have to give huge props to him for staying in that game. It looked like at one stage he may have had the opportunity to come back, but I'm still very, very, very impressed with how that deck was able to hold up against Amber Steel. Unfortunately, not able to close it out and come back in the end. But after watching that game and see Emerald Amethyst in action once again, what are your thoughts on the deck?
I really love it. getting to use that Dual Ink Cusco, especially stopped chaos in his tracks. I've been wanting to see this card see play, and I thought maybe, it might be utilized in Amber Emerald, but I think the way for it to be used might be Emerald Amethyst, because we saw it. David was able to build up a wide board state, being able to use that Sing Together mechanic. So having Under the Sea and Stopped Chaos in his tracks, definitely using the Sing Together mechanics to its full potential.
Yeah, I actually really like the idea of Stopped Chaos in his tracks, and there's so many great things about the card, honestly. I think it's maybe a little bit under a lot of players' radars. Like, Under the Sea is like the main full board clear, board wipe. But the thing is, with Stop Chaos in his tracks, there's a couple of things, right? Number one, it's inkable, which is absolutely huge. A lot of those Sing Together songs are uninkable, and that's a huge toll and a huge cost that comes alongside playing them. However, with this card being inkable, it means in the situations where you don't need it, you can simply turn it into a resource, turn it into some ink. But also, like, the difference between 2 strength and 3 strength is also huge. But in a lot of these Emerald decks, the biggest thing, in my opinion, is it also just combos so well with Clarabelle.
Yes.
Think about how good Your Welcome is with Clarabelle, how good Mother Knows Best is with Clarabelle. I think the Stop Chaos in his tracks really works out quite well within that deck. Not only within this deck, also within, like, Emerald Amethyst. I've seen a couple of different... Emerald Sapphire, my bad. Yes. And I think that, that card has, like, a 1 or 2 of within that deck is honestly quite interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I really love also the use of the Amethyst Chromacon.
Yes.
Because that, I feel like being able to, you're going to give your opponent an extra card, but teaming that up with cards like Clarabelle, when if you were going to use Amethyst Chromacon and you were going to use cards like Mother Knows Best and You're Welcome to give you're giving your opponent back more cards, not great. But when you play something like Clarabelle, you're going to draw the same amount of cards that they have in their hand at the end of your turn, and then being able to use something like a Bend to My Will perhaps next turn to be able to discard their hands after you've gotten all of your nice card draw, extremely powerful in my opinion.
Indeed, yeah. So we're going to be bringing a feature match 2 to you guys as soon as possible. Don't you worry, we want to show as much Disney Lorcana TCG as possible today. We are here in Bologna. It's day 2, round 9. I do believe I was informed that a little under 300 players made it into day 2 with a score of at least 18 points. So that's kind of like six wins, 2 losses or better. They could get there as well if they had like enough draws as well. But it's mainly that 6-2 is like the minimum you need. And I'm super excited. Let's take a very quick moment, because I know that Rebecca and Baker were talking about this, to talk about the fantasy draft, because you must be feeling very, very happy right now, Kim.
I am ecstatic. I'm so excited, but I'm so excited for all of the players, in my opinion. They've all done phenomenal, and no matter what, whether they didn't make day 2 or just whether they just came out here and played and just supported each other. But my team, so me and Rebecca currently tied in first place. But I'm so proud of everyone, and I've been out on the floor and I've just been supporting them, and I'm so excited for everyone. I believe a majority of my team are still in the winning. You have 1 player left on your team, and that's Bennett, and I was so excited when I saw Bennett earlier today, because I had just had to congratulate him, because he had such a tough day yesterday. He started out with 2 losses and then went straight into having 6 wins, and that's phenomenal.
Absolutely insane, yeah. Huge shout out to Bennett. We've still got Rob Dahan in the team for Spessy, incredible player. We did see them on stream. We actually saw them lose on stream in the Emerald Sapphire Mirror match, but clearly was able to make up. I believe on stream they were 5-0, so was still able to secure the 6 wins in total to make day 2. For Team Erica, we have Frederico Makozzi, fantastic player, the previous winner of DLC Birmingham. And of course, Kim, you're chilling
stacked.
with 3 people
chilling.
still.
I still got Atlantis, I've got Zenon, and I've got Alphos or Harvey Parker. And you all stared at me and you all were like, what? You're picking Alphos? I said, you know what? Alphos is going to be my wild card, because I know he got knocked out, and like he just missed being able to make like top 16, and he got knocked out by Luke, who we know
Smith,
quite
right?
well.
Yep,
Luke Smith from Northern Ireland, who we know quite well. And I believe Alphos could do it. He's going to take back the thing.
He's a very strong player.
He's a very strong player.
Very strong player.
He's been practicing so hard, and so has Lantis, and so has Zenin. And I'm just so excited to just cheer everyone on. And I'm so happy that I get to bring you this to you guys, you Lumineers at home. I hope you're feeling how excited we are, how happy we are to bring you as much Lorcana as possible.
Indeed.
But right now, before we bring you feature match 2, I believe they're still getting organized. We are actually going to have an interview with the winner from our feature match 1.
Let's head
so
on
let's bring
over
you into that.
to the interview booth.
Hello, Lumineers. We are here in Bologna, Italy for day 2 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. And we are in the day 2 cut, first round of day 2. And we have our winner here on Amber Steel, Tony Slusha. How was that match for you?
Yeah, so the matchup was very surprising for me. I've never played against this deck before, so I wasn't too sure what he is playing exactly. But I saw 3 different shift lines, so the Under the Sea was very scary for me. And yeah, I just did what Amber Steel does, put character on the board and turn sideways.
Yeah.
Amazing. You're coming from Germany. Whereabouts in Germany are you coming from, and what's your local community like there?
I'm coming from near Leipzig. Yeah.
And do you have a nice local community in Leipzig?
Yeah, of course. Also, we have a nice team there. I'm playing in Team Incognito, and we were traveling here together. And yeah, big shout out.
Have you played at the other Disney Lorcana challenges last season, or is this your first Disney Lorcana challenge?
No, it's my second. I played in Bochum last year.
Great.
And yeah.
Well, good luck to you the rest of the day. You have 3 more rounds to hopefully make it to top 32 cut. Thanks for chatting with us, and good luck for day 2 here in Bologna.
Thank you.
Yes, huge congratulations to Tony for winning that game. Amber Steel also seems to be performing very, very well within day 2 so far. It was the second most represented deck within day 1. By the way, I'm super excited. As soon as we can show you the breakdown and the conversion rates from day 1 to day 2, we will be bringing you that data. However, we do have a feature match 2 to go to. I'm super excited to be casting another game alongside you,
Let's
Kim.
go.
Let's find out what the pairing is. It is a Ruby Amethyst versus an Emerald Sapphire. Where's Baker?
Where's Baker
is so
Does
jealous
Baker
right
know
now.
that a Ruby Amethyst has made it into
I don't know if he knows.
I'm super excited. I've seen a lot of these Ruby Amethyst decks, and I really I've been calling them a little bit of the fling-a-dingers because they have a lot of the moving damage usages.
Yes,
like the Bell Accomplished Mystic. But this Mulan coming in with 2 damage. Who cares if it comes in with 2 damage, because you can set up for that later shift.
Yeah, the later shift line, as you mentioned, you can also manipulate a lot of damage counters within this deck. Now, one thing to note, this is going to be Christoph versus Marius. Marius already 1 game up here on Emerald Sapphire. So I'm very, very curious to see. Okay, if we see a Tipo inked turn 1, you know what that always tells me, Kim?
They already have ramp.
They already have ramp on turn 2. But an Olaf,
Is this Olaf? I have not seen this card today.
This is simply a 1-cost inkable 2/1, and I believe when you play it, you give something -1 strength, which kind of makes sense because that would combo quite nicely with Under the Sea, right?
Yeah, it would indeed. And Olaf, a friendly snowman. He's a 2/1, so similar stats to Basil.
Yes.
Well, I can see how how great this Olaf could be, and obviously it's great. He's on Marius here on 6 wins, and being able to use cards like Olaf to be able to reduce lore. If you don't have a heads held high, reduce strength. Yes, of course. Reduce strength, and then team it up with an Under the Sea can definitely be very powerful.
I think it's also just like 2/1 stat line is just like super strong. It's also why Basil is a very, very, very good card. Of course, the support ability is a key reason why Basil is so good, but I like to see the spicy inclusions here. Unfortunately for Christoph, there was no 2-cost card. Lumiere only drawn this turn, so unable to establish anything on turn 2. Moving into turn 3, I'm not too sure if there's anything either. I can definitely see an Iago, there's a Dumbo, there's an Elsa 5th Spirit. Not too sure what that card on the far left is in the hand. We may still be seeing Lumiere developed alongside this Mulan here.
Yes, Pirate's Life went into the inkwell there. Could definitely just see a Lumiere honestly being played here. Marius did ink Olaf. Interesting that you chose to ink an Olaf instead of maybe inking a different card and establishing another 1-drop. But I think what Marius really wants to do here is try to get as much ink as possible to be able to do his under the sea tactic.
Yeah, I don't know how much establishing. I think establishing another 1-drop would be okay if you want, like, I don't know, a Baymax shift, but even then it's not enough total Singer to do like an under the sea. This Max Goof coming out though, quite nice. This is the Singer 5, I believe.
This seems like a really fun, spicy Sapphire Emerald deck.
Yeah.
They're playing, I believe that was Prince Philip that got
Was it?
inked.
I missed it. I missed it. Oh my god.
It was the Floodborn Prince
the 9
Philip.
cost.
The 9 cost.
This is very spicy
Floodborn
indeed.
Prince Philip. But they're still playing this Kida, and we've seen a lot of French players playing these Kida, and I've loved the use of this Kida because I do miss a lot of my 4-cost Sapphire
3/3s, right?
Glimmers. Yeah,
Yes.
we had Nonatala, because we're here in Italy, but Grammatala, and that was such a powerful Sapphire 4-drop. But I really love this Kida, particularly for the ward. But it's going to be King Undisputed being sung by that Max Goof singer.
Yeah, unfortunately, poor little Olaf is sent to the discard pile and banished. This Kida, though, is very important for multiple reasons. Like you mentioned, it has ward, which is really, really good. This means if there are cards like Bell, for example, Bell will not be able to move the damage counters over to the Kida here. Also, the Exert ability is extremely powerful. You can Exert, look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You can put one to your Inkwell face down and exert it and leave the other one on the top of your deck. So this effect, while it allows you to ramp, it also lets you kind of filter the top of your deck so that you know, okay, I'll be drawing some of my big bomb cards, such as the Hades. You've got like John Silver. In this case, the Prince Philip. We could see eventually when they get up to that 9 ink threshold, they could be playing some of these glimmers like Prince Philip.
Yeah, and I can see how it can be utilized, but there's another Prince Philip going into the Inkwell right there. And we know these Sapphire decks gain a lot of lore, so I love the usage of Prince Philip being used here, and it's going to be Clarabelle, Contented Wallflower coming in, and if Marius's opponent here had more cards in his hand than he did, he's going to be able to draw a card.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, honestly, the best thing about this Prince Philip is the fact that it's just inkable. Like, you know, in this situation, it's the early game. We're not quite at 9 ink yet. You can simply ink the card. And yes, as you mentioned, Sapphire can get a lot of ink into play. It's a very, very powerful ramp deck. So I'm just loving the spicy inclusions in here. This could be like a type of Emerald Sapphire that just has a lot more top end, perhaps, right? And it kind of makes sense with this Kida. If the Kida can somehow remain on the board, as I said, you can filter through a lot of the cards at the top of your deck and make sure you're drawing the highest value cards possible from the top of your deck.
Yeah, well, you do have this Illusion Iago, and I really want to ask your opinion on this Iago. He has such a strong strength and such a high strength and willpower, was able to challenge and get rid of that Kida. We're going to see the elephant in the room this weekend, the Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe coming in.
Indeed, yeah. Dumbo, an extremely, extremely powerful card, run in many different Amethyst decks, combos extremely well with all of these evasive characters. But yes, I do want to pull the viewers' attentions to this Iago, because we need to remember it does have that Vanish keyword, because it's a 4-cost inkable 4/6 that has evasive, but if Marius is able to target it with an action card, it will be banished. Now, the best card that you can do that with an Emerald Sapphire is indeed the Heads Held High. It's a little bit expensive, but if you can get to that stage, you can start to kind of pop a lot of these illusion characters quite nicely. There are some other cards that are sometimes included within these decks, such as Improvise, which is simply give chosen character +1 strength and draw a card. So if we expect like a heavy illusion meta, we could see a lot of these Emerald Sapphire decks start to include cards like that. But I'm curious, a Scar, this is a very, very spicy deck indeed. This Scar, 4-cost inkable 4/2 with ward. Talk to me about this Scar. I believe, by the way, Kim, I remember this Scar because we pulled an enchanted version of this Scar.
Yes, we did. When we were in the car opening packs, and I believe there's nothing like opening packs in a car for luck. Just a lucky car pack. But also, not to mention, this Scar having 4 strength.
Yes. Very, very, very important. I mean, yes, it has 4 strength, so against a lot of the like under the sea decks and stuff, it's powerful. But again, another card with ward. Marius really, really valuing the ward keyword, and it kind of makes sense. Like if this Scar can stick to the board, and then you can do a follow-up, like I don't know, like for example here, if you're able to establish a Clarabelle and sing your welcome with the Scar that's already on the board, that seems pretty powerful indeed.
Yeah, and we know these Amethyst decks are going to draw a lot of cards. if Marius is able to perhaps do a You're Welcome or something on one of Kristoff's cards, perhaps do a You're Welcome on this Dumbo. It's evasive. He's not going to have a lot of ways to deal with this evasive. It's going to need to be a Hades or perhaps Mother's Knows Best. So we're not sure if Marius is running it, but this is for sure a really spicy deck indeed. And this is going to be the Dual Ink Mother Gothel coming into play. A 3-cost inkable. I believe this was one of my reveal cards, and I do absolutely have to admire the artwork on this card. We're going to see Iago challenge that Clarabelle, Contented Wallflower, going to be getting Kristoff here going to be saying no, Clara, and I really like this play because Kristoff is really going to be having to get rid of this Clarabelle. He doesn't want Marius going to be able to shift the 7-drop Clarabelle on top of this 3-cost.
Yeah, it does mean, Marius, luckily right now, is on 6 ink, able to ink to 7, and we could do that play we've been talking about, right? Could play the Clarabelle light on her hooves and sing You're Welcome with this Scar. So just want to inform the viewers, if you're not familiar with this Scar, as we said, it's a 4/2, it has ward. It says whenever one of your characters challenges a damaged character, you may draw a card. I'm really curious to see what other cards are in Marius' deck to kind of combo with this whole damaged character synergy. The Hades coming down, taking out this Dumbo, absolutely crucial in this situation, but there does seem to be some type of theme to do with opposing damaged characters. We've seen the Prince Philip as well, right, Kim?
Yes, indeed. And like exactly what I talked about earlier, and the only way I wouldn't think that Marius is running a lot of evasive cards in his deck. The only great way for sure to get rid of this Dumbo is going to be able to use the Hades Infernal Schemer, and it's going to send the Dumbo into the inkwell.
Yes, indeed. I'm very, very curious. Like, this is like still a lot of the standard stuff you see within Emerald Sapphire, but I'm very glad. Like, we've basically got 2 very spicy decks. Of course, Ruby Amethyst is a deck that's quite underrepresented at the moment within the meta, so it's great to see this on stream. But also, this is an extremely, extremely spicy build.
Yeah, and being able to
Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah, being able to sing with Max Goof here, and not to mention he's a 4-strength. 3 willpower card as well. Not easy for Marius to be able to challenge in and get rid of straight away. There's only Hades left on the board. Be King Undisputed. Marius did have to choose one of his characters to get rid of, and it's going to be Scar going into the discard because, well, Kristoff couldn't play any cards like Mother Knows Best and stuff like that because it has ward. Now he's not going to have it, but there's Basil coming in. Marius is going to be able to bounce a character card back to Kristoff's hand.
No, you just missed it. Unfortunately, he bounced his own Hades back to his hand.
Yes. Oh, I love that play.
The Hades
even better.
had 5 damage on it after making the challenge into the Max Goof. Max Goof was buffed up by the Lumiere effect. Being able to bounce that Hades back to hand can really utilize that now. I do believe, though, I see a second star to the right coming down for Kristoff, able to sing together and draw 5 additional cards here.
Yeah, being able to sing this card instead of playing it, meaning Kristoff, well, he wasn't at that 10 ink point at all in his inkwell, but being able to sing this and still being able to use all of the ink in his inkwell to be able to utilize, play as many characters to the board, really setting himself up, because he knows that Marius has a Hades in hand, but that bouncing the Hades back to hand, Marius only going to be able to use that possibly to get rid of. He's going to want to get rid of one of these evasive cards because he's not going to have a lot of evasive glimmers of his own to be able to challenge into them.
For sure, yeah. We see the Dumbo picked up here for Kristoff. That could be established, but then that can kind of bait the Hades out again, potentially. But there is still the option for Marius if they have a little bit of a heads held high under the C combo to deal with this board too. So Kristoff has to kind of make this decision. Okay, do I start extending even more to the board? Do I go really, really wide here? And if that's the case, then maybe what's going to happen is he could get a little bit punished if Marius has the heads held high and under the C combo.
Yeah, and I really love the usage of this Lumiere, which gives all the other character cards +1 strength. So even if Marius doesn't have the heads held high and he does have the under the sea, it's not going to be able to target not even the Genie, because right now this Genie is a 3 strength character card.
Yep, indeed. We could see this Medusa come out and play. This Medusa, I do believe, is you may deal 2 damage to a character and then you can bounce a 2-cost character. It could be an opposing one or a friendly one. So This is quite. I think that might have been a slight error. I could have missed this. I was not too sure if that Lumiere quested already. But this would have been a great play to kind of quest with the Lumiere. You're able to bounce it back to your hand, replay it, and just protect it there. But yeah, this is like exactly what we talked about. It's this kind of wide board now, and not only the Genie being protected with this Lumiere from under the sea, but also the Mulan, this 2-1, very, very nice to see. And this Lumiere synergy might be quite frustrating for Marius to deal with here.
Yeah, and I really like the Mulan here being can be utilized with cards like maybe if you don't even run the shift line, maybe Christoph doesn't even run the Mulan shift line. I'm so intrigued, and I hope I get to have a chance to look at his list. But being used with cards like Mother Gothel, when something challenges, you can move damage, and then also, not to mention, we haven't seen a Bell Accomplished Mystic come in. This damage would be able to be just moved over to the Basil.
Yeah, while that would be really, really good, Basil, again, this is a very important break point. The 4 willpower rather than 3. Basil, an extremely, extremely strong card, and he's just been left on the board there. So, again, curious to see what Marius's plan is here, if they have access to a way to try and remove Christoph's board here, because turn by turn it's getting wider and wider, Kim.
Yes, and I believe, is that another second star to the right in hand? Unfortunately, he already sang one. He's not gonna he doesn't have enough characters that are dry to be able to sing another second star to the right, possibly find another B King Undisputed, because that for sure would be a great way of getting rid of this Basil.
Indeed, yep. Marius just taking his time, trying to figure out what is the best card to ink in this situation. It is going to be the Clarabelle Contented Wallflower.
Yeah, and we know he still has that Hades in hand. He bounced it back to his hand. We're not going to see the Hades come in. We're going to see John Silver, Alien Pirate, and John Silver on play. He's going to be able to give an opposing character Reckless. And not to mention, not only on play, but whenever John Silver quests, it's going to be able to give an opposing character Reckless. But Christoph already on 6 lore. So it's 6 lore to 0. So many characters on Christoph's board. Okay, if you're Marius here and you gave Genie Reckless, okay, but you didn't quest with Basil because you know your opponent has so many characters on the board. Giving it Reckless, yes, you stop the quest, but there's so many songs in Christoph's deck. He's going to be just able to sing with this Genie.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, and it's a perfect example, Kim. You called it. It's going to be the Genie, the Iago, and the Madame Medusa singing together a second star to the right coming down.
Second star to the right. Peter Pan would be so proud.
Would be so proud indeed, drawing 5 additional cards here. I'm not too sure if Marius has it in their deck, but imagine we saw something like a Bend to My Will come out, being able to get rid of all of those cards in hand. But now, Christoph, as you said, because that second star was sung for free, able to basically play as many characters to the board as possible here, but again, may still be fearing the potential under the sea.
Yeah, with such an abundance of characters in hand now. We see a Dumbo. I believe that's another Mother Gothel. We have another Lumiere coming in. Going to give... So all of his characters is going to have +1 strength from the first Lumiere. Going to have another strength and a Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe. But this Dumbo is not a 3-3 right now. This Dumbo is a 5-3. Meaning not even an Under the Sea could help Marius clear the board. He is going to need a Heads Held High also.
Yeah, and what's crazy is even if it's heads held... Okay, well, never mind. In this exact example, because Iago is an illusion, Heads Held High, Under the Sea will completely clear the board. But if Iago wasn't an illusion, that card would still remain because of the double Lumiere buff.
Yeah, because right now, Iago is a 6-6.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Kind of crazy indeed. It's a 6-4 with the damage right now, of course. But, I mean, I feel like this is exactly what Marius needs. You need the Under the Sea and the Heads Held High in hand right now. Like, at this stage, even Bent to My Will, sure, it's nice, but if you're not doing the board clear, it's going to be very, very tricky to come back from this game. So I would love to see Marius potentially play a Vision of the Future, if that's available, to search for some additional cards. But again, it's a very spicy deck, so maybe a lot of the core cards that are usually within these Emerald Sapphire decks have been cut in place for a little bit more of these spicy builds. I still very much expect that the Under the Sea is in the deck for sure, and I also think that the Heads Held High should be in there too.
Yeah, I think it would have to be, but even questing with this Basil, you're going to discard a card from your opponent's hand. Maybe you play You're Welcome, you'll be able to get rid of a card, but there's so many glimmers on Christoph's board.
Yeah, it's I mean, how many is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 glimmers represented. This is absolutely insane. And yeah, this double Lumiere is very, very cool indeed. So another Hades coming down, taking out Dumbo. It looks like, I think throughout day one, throughout this entire Fabled metagame, Dumbo seems to be Hades' favorite target.
Yeah, and we've seen this Hades being bounced back to the hand by the Basil. Yeah, he didn't chose not to play it the previous turn, gonna play it this turn, got the John Silver in place so that when he quests with John Silver, he's gonna be able to give a character, opposing character Reckless, being able to play a Hades, he's gonna be able to get rid of that Dumbo, but still, so many characters on the board here for Christoph. And is already on 7 lore to 0. He has already such an advantage, so many characters on board, but then again, on Marius' side of the board, these characters do have such quite high strength and willpower.
Yeah, they're big bodies, really, really sticky bodies, a 5-5, a 5-4, and a 3-6. So Christoph probably won't have too many ways to deal with a lot of these characters. And now, if Marius can keep continuously setting up a lot of these big characters, again, it might have to be like the perfect sequencing of cards, but could now actually do like just hard cast the Bend to My Will to get rid of a lot of the cards within Christoph's hand, and then also do like a Heads Held High Under the Sea by singing with all of the characters on the board. I don't know if that's exactly what Marius is looking for, just trying to deal with the Dumbo, take his time. Right now, there is a total of 9 lore represented. Have you seen something, Kim?
I'm looking at the Elsa, the 5th Spirit, in Christoph's hand, meaning he could play this Elsa and exert one of Marius' characters. We know this Iago is currently a 6-6. He would be able to take out any one of these characters on the other side of the board.
Yeah, actually there's a lot of different choices here for sure. Could take out the Hades, could choose to exert the Basil, the John Silver. I'm curious to see which card is chosen. It looks like it will be the Hades. It looks like the Iago will probably be challenging here. It's another Mother Gothel. Oh, and my word.
I think it's really important to note here why Marius didn't want to quest with his characters. And he didn't want to quest with John Silver to even give Reckless, because Mother Gothel, when one of your characters challenges an opposing character, you're going to be able to move damage counters. And with 2 Mother Gothels on the board, meaning he can move 2 damage counters every time something's challenged. Meaning, and this Basil, 4 willpower, he's going to be able to clear 2 characters.
This is kind of crazy, right? Like you can challenge with another character, move some more, so you can actually take out 2 characters by doing. This is really showcasing the use and the power of this dual ink Mother Gothel card.
Someone get Baker in the building.
Someone get Baker in the building. Get Baker to Baker has
to be screaming, losing his mind right now. Ruby Amethyst is still in the game.
It's still in the game, and it's anyone's game to play for. Like I said, after removing a lot of Marius' key cards, Christoph still has this absolutely huge board, and the only answer we keep saying it is at least this John Silver is available as a singer for Heads Held High, and then an Under the Sea can be hard cast still. But as soon as like the 3rd Lumiere comes out, it kind of starts to get a little bit crazy as well. I think Marius just needs to start clearing the board as soon as possible. And Christoph, we have to remember, I was also just keep questing. He's currently now on 13 lore.
Yeah, and when we started this, we were in game 2, and Marius has already previously won game 1, meaning if Christoph wins this game, it's going to go into game 3, and unfortunately for Christoph, if he wins, he is not going to be on the play, he's going to be on the draw, which is going to make it a little bit more tricky.
Indeed, yep. And it's just a scoop. Yeah, I think Marius is, I have to say, this is something that we talk about a lot, and it's very, very important for players to realize. Value the clock. Value the time left. There was about 23 minutes left on that game. I think Marius realizing, okay, I'm going to be on the play in game 3. This game really isn't going my way. My only out was that kind of Under the Sea Heads Held High clear. So honestly, I think this is actually very smart for Marius to recognize that, say, you know, I want at least 20 minutes to play my last game out.
Yes.
I'm on the play. I'm feeling confident. Let's do it.
Yeah, because I believe there was like just over 20 minutes going in, and we know these Sapphire decks, but like particularly these controlling Sapphire Emerald decks, they're going to take a bit of time to set up their scene. They're going to want to play their 1-drop. He's going to want to play his Basil. He hit that turn 2 ramp, yes. He's going to want to be hitting all of those key points to be able to build his board, to be able to carry out something like the Heads Held High Under the Sea, establish those big high characters. We saw Basil, we saw John Silver, we saw Hades, and we're going to get into it. We're going to bring you game 3 already.
Yeah, the thing about these decks is exactly what you mentioned, Kim. The reason why the clock is so important for these control decks is like they're not like Amber Steel aggro decks. They're not like decks, not even like mid-range decks, right, that can just like quest pretty well throughout the game. They can't really turn on the gas. Their win condition is build up their big characters, ramp to them, make sure they don't get disrupted, then do your like sort of board clear combo with an Under the Sea, a Heads Held High, maybe a couple of your welcomes, and then slowly keep control of the game, but you're slowly questing towards victory. So these decks definitely need to utilize as much time as they have available to them to win their games.
Yeah, and both players here are going to be wanting to have the win. Players at the end of these 4 rounds of Swiss this morning, we're going to be cutting into top 32, so every game win this morning matters.
Indeed it does. I'm super excited to get into game 3. There's a little over 20 minutes remaining on the clock. But as you said, Kim, it's going to be Marius on the play on Emerald Sapphire. So Christoph now starting on a draw, will be feeling maybe a little less confident, but let's hope this time at least they hit a 2-drop, right?
Yeah, and perhaps like Marius, his build, I'm really admiring it. He's playing that Olaf friendly snowman. And cards like that being really utilized with the Under the Sea combo. I see an Under the Sea in his opening hand as well, but it doesn't seem like he's playing that Baymax shift, which he could have been used with if he was able to establish a T-bow on board and maybe shift the Baymax, which we've seen earlier being done. Shift the Baymax on the 1-drop. That Olaf could have been shifted on top of by the Baymax to sing Under the Sea. But unfortunately, a lot of the Glimmers and Christoph's decks have such high strength, and teaming up with characters, the other character cards like that Lumiere to give all of his other characters a +1 strength really does a number on his opponent not being able to use Under the Sea.
Yeah, Christoph here deciding what to ink. It's between a Palace Guard, also has a 1-cost Milan. Gonna opt to ink a Maui Half Shark. We can see that second star to the right in the opening hand. Not really what you want to see. That might cost him and brick him in a little bit later into the game. Marius, we did see ink a Tipo. Unfortunately, was not able to establish a 1-drop. But again, like we keep saying, if you see a Tipo inked, it's very likely that there's another form of ramp available to Marius here.
Yeah, and I believe I did see a Sail the Razorite Sea in his hand. Quite possibly, yes, what we're going to see come out here, he will be able to draw a card. He could possibly, if he drew into a 1-drop, could ink an additional card, and he would be able to use that ink to play that 1-drop.
Yeah, we'll see. It's not always the best, but sometimes it's good. For example, the Clarabelle makes a lot of sense, right? That's the type of 1-drop you would like to establish, because then you're setting up your shift line. Sometimes it's tricky. Sometimes you'd rather just keep, if you have access to another 1-drop, okay, this will just be my very easy ink for the next turn. But on Christoph's side, it's going to be establishing a power line. This is the 3-2 Singer for Glimmer from Ruby. Very, very nice to see Singer within Ruby, I have to say. Really nice mechanic we saw within the recent Fable set.
Yeah, and I have to talk about this Max Goof in his hand as well, because he is also a Singer, meaning the turn after this Max Goof is played, so next turn, Christoph could play this Max Goof, and then the turn after that, if all of his characters survive, we could see second star to the right being sung that early on, which is huge.
It's a big reason why you play these Singer cards. Of course, they combo pretty well with the likes of B King Undisputed, but exactly, if you have your 1-cost card, your Singer 4 Powerline, and your Singer 5 Max Goof, suddenly on turn 4, you'll be singing second star to the right.
And I've talked a lot about this just in theory, but I haven't actually gotten the chance
to put
it to test, because how consistent is it? And are you willing to risk it for the biscuits?
I think it might be happening here. I think it might be happening indeed. We did see the Kida established for Marius. I think the big problem with this play, while it's quite good, is, well, okay, actually, for this particular line, this was huge.
This is
Using the B King Undisputed, singing with the power line is able to remove the Clarabelle. The problem would have been if that Clarabelle was left on the board, Marius could have shifted on turn 4 with 5 ink, and then Christoph doesn't want to sing second star to the right when there's a Clarabelle on the board, right?
No, that's going to give his opponent the chance to draw just as many cards as he has, which is not great. We could see a You're Welcome coming in here to fool Christoph's plans of being able to sing second star to the right, or even, and perhaps, Mother Knows Best and bounce one of these characters back to hand?
Could be, but I think right now Marius would much rather try to establish some more characters, I reckon. So we will see that Scar again, 4-cost inkable, 4-2 with Ward. Whenever one of your characters challenges a damaged character, you may draw a card. And Kim, I'm feeling this. I think we are going to see the play we've been talking about since the start here. The second star to the right sung with all 3 of these characters.
I am beyond excited. I've theorized this so much. Oh my gosh! And could we see it happen? Max Goof, Powerline, and who knew the Palace Guard could all sing together? Will we see it? Being able to sing this early on, Christoph could draw 5 cards. Whatever he gets out of these 5 cards, he could ink an additional card and be able to use 4 ink to play whatever's in his hand.
I think it's very tricky, though, because Christoph's also thinking, okay, this Kita is exerted, but it is going to be the second star to the right, sung by Powerline, Max Goof, and the Palace Guard. Christoph going to be able to draw 5 additional cards. This is possibly one of the earliest times I've ever seen second star to the right played by a player, sung by all of these characters. But exactly what you said, it's a big reason why you play this lineup of Glimmers.
Yeah, and we did see him draw into that Mother Gothel, and the Dumbo could definitely establish either of those on the board, or even if he really wanted that Genie Wish Fulfilled is in hand, we'll be able to ink a card, we'll be able to get up to 4, could use that 4 ink in his inkwell to play this Genie Wish Fulfilled, and sure, why not? You didn't draw enough cards off second star to the right. You could draw an additional card.
We do love cards in Disney Lorcana TCG. Let's see what the first ink will be. Again, I think that is the play that kind of had to be made. I do think a part of Christoph's like, this Kita is exerted. I could just simply challenge into it. So, you know, if there was a way that it could have been taken out, maybe Christoph would have preferred that, because now you kind of allow Marius to get at least 2 uses out of that Kita exert ability, right?
Yeah, and both the Kita and Scar having Ward here is going to be a bit tricky, but having those song cards like B King Undisputed, you don't have to choose them. Your opponent chooses. That bypasses the Ward ability completely.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very, very good note, Kim, within this matchup. So if all of these Ward characters are going to stay on the board, such as the Scar, such as the Kita, a couple more B-Kings can be the perfect answer that Christoph needs here.
Yeah, and we also have this Bell in hand, which would be able to move damage.
It would be able to move damage,
However, both of these characters are ward. Won't be able to be targeted by your opponent.
Yes, indeed. Very, very, very curious to see what Marius is going to set up here. Again, currently on 6 ink, can ink to 7, and we know how important that 7 ink is for these Emerald Sapphire players. They have the options of Basil, have the options of Hades, and of course, that all-important Clarabelle light on her hooves.
Yeah, and if you're Marius here, you're going to want to play that Clarabelle. You just saw your opponent do second star to the right and a Genie Wish Fulfilled, meaning that turn, they didn't just draw 5 cards.
6 cards.
They drew 6 cards. And the card at the start of their turn.
Yep.
They drew 7 cards that turn.
Yeah, kind of crazy, and I do agree with you. I think if there is a possibility to just play a Clarabelle here, it might be exactly what Christoph wants to see.
Yeah, but
Marius, rather.
Yeah, but just having 2 cards in hand, I believe, if one is going to have to be inkable and the other one is going to have to be Clarabelle. But if he didn't have it, that's okay, because he has Kita on the board. He's going to be able to use Kita's ability, exert her, turn her sideways, look at the top 2 cards of his deck, be able to ink one. Okay, it goes in exerted. He's not going to be able to use it, but he'll know what he is going to draw next time.
That's actually very, very valuable. Yeah, I think Kita, you tried to compare it to some of the other cards we've had, such as How Far I'll Go, which was a very, very good card. How Far I'll Go allowed you to basically do a very similar effect. Instead it goes into your hand rather than the top of your deck. You used to have Grammatala, where you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, you can put 1 into your hand and 1 at the bottom. This Kita, a little bit different, but I think that's a very, very, very great point that you make, Kim, is the value of knowing what the top card of my deck is, because I do not want to break myself. I do not want to have to draw an uninkable when I really, really need an inkable.
Okay, this the heads held high is going to help because you're targeting your opponent's characters, meaning this Palace Guard is no more because he was an illusion. And when it's targeted, bye-bye. And then we're going to see a challenge come in from Scar.
Yeah, challenge comes in from Scar. Only takes 1 damage back because, of course, that Max Goof did have -3 strength from the heads held high. So it looks like Marius maybe didn't have the best turn there. Maybe didn't have a great answer. Good follow-up card on that 7 ink. But this still not the worst. Was able to clear 2 of Christoph's characters. But we do see on Christoph's side of the board, this is a Maui Half Shark. I do believe it's only 4 ink at the moment, but this card could be coming out to play very, very soon.
Yeah, but Marius knowing that previously his opponent in the previous game, when we saw it, did a second star 1 turn into another second star to the right. And Marius being able to at least clear some of the characters on the board for his opponent does stop him drawing even more cards. But we saw a second star to the right being sung so early on. Christoph already has so many cards in his hand to play with.
I love what Christoph might be able to do here. I saw him, he was having a quick look at the Lumiere. Could opt to play the Lumiere down onto the board. That means the Genie could cleanly challenge into the Kida and then allows the Power Line to take out the Scar. Because right now, Christoph could clear off Marius's board by double challenging, but would in turn lose the Genie and the Power Line. But I think the Lumiere just helps out with a few of the breakpoints here, right?
Yeah, because Christoph here going to be on 5 ink. Not gonna choose the Lumiere. Going to play the Elsa. Didn't need to exert anything anyway if he could, because both character cards were exerted. But in this instance, I really like this play because it meant Christoph was able to clear both glimmers off Marius's board, meaning he kept 2 characters on his board and got rid of the 2 characters on his opponent's board.
And was also able to quest, which I think is really, really important. And this board kind of sets up a very nice potential Dumbo, honestly. There's 2 evasives on the board. Dumbo could be a very, very nice follow-up card to this. So, yeah, playing the Elsa, you're establishing a pretty good body. How often are you going to be able to utilize the effect now when your board isn't as wide, right? If they start to play cards like Basil, like Hades, you know, Elsa is kind of at its best in the early game, and then as it gets towards the late game, you kind of need the support from the big board, especially the later the game goes on against this Emerald Sapphire player. They're not really going to have small characters. They're primarily going to have quite well-statted big characters.
Yeah, and I really like the use of Dumbo after you've established evasives on the board. Being able to use Dumbo early on, not really great, because you're not able to establish evasives like the Genie and the Elsa until you have 4 or 5 ink. But being able to play the Dumbo after you've established like these 2 evasives on board, meaning you're going to be able to use Dumbo's ability and exert them, gain a lore, and also draw a card.
Indeed, yeah. A few different options available again. Could opt to play the Dumbo and just simply draw 2 cards. Could also just ink and play a Maui Half Shark. So very curious to see what's going to be done here. It looks like Dumbo is played. And yeah, this is exactly what we talked about. And huge props to Christoph for recognizing this play. Interestingly enough, actually, isn't going to use the Dumbo effect to draw some additional cards, rather valuing the Lumiere over this, which, honestly, I really like this play. And do you want to know why?
Why? Tell the Illumineers.
It is actually so important because we've talked about it last game as well. Illumineers, I keep mentioning this word, breakpoints. It changes the strength of the Genie and the Elsa to being above 2. These are now 3 strength, so if a simple Under the Sea is cast, the cards can no longer be removed.
Yeah, I love getting to see these kinds of games and these kinds of decks that nobody's expecting, and just trying to think what the players are thinking. Because I thought, oh, maybe he will trigger the Dumbo ability on the Elsa first and hoping to draw a Bee King Undisputed perhaps, because then he could sing it with the Genie.
Yeah.
But he's already ahead in board state and board control. He didn't need to do that, and I really admire Christoph for deciding, nah, I'll take my time. I will quest first.
I think it shows a sign of a great player, honestly. And I also think that line that you pointed out is also very, very interesting. I think the difference is and the Bee King Undisputed was found. You've kind of spoken it into existence, Kim.
It's like I summoned it, like our Lumineers here are summoning their glimmers to the board.
Absolutely amazing. Bee King Undisputed, sung by Elsa, 5th Spirit, and the Scar is banished and sent to the discard. The reason why I think they valued the Bee King originally a little bit less is because this Scar with its 4 cost, the only song that could really be able to be sung is the You're Welcome, right?
Yes.
So if it was maybe a little bit of a bigger character like a Hades, a Clarabelle, would have really liked to see the Bee King. But like playing this Lumiere before, I cannot understate. It was very important. I think a lot of players would have just used the Dumbo effect. So I'm thoroughly impressed by Christoph's play so far.
Yeah, but being able to establish this Maui half shark on the board before he sings Bee King Undisputed meant he was going to be able to gain that additional lore. Yes, Marius playing that Basil, gonna want to bounce that Maui half shark back to the board because he knows how dangerous that is. Every time Christoph plays an action with that shark in play, he's gonna gain a lore.
It's looking like this might be Christoph's game to take right now. I can't see the Shift Mulan right now. Yeah, I think this is what's going to happen. Yeah, sure. I'm just going to simply play out my Maui Half Shark again. And Maui Half Shark, we have to mention, like, again, we said it all weekend, like, Ruby is a little bit underrepresented within this event. However, the Half Shark is kind of difficult for Emerald Sapphire to deal with. The only real ways you can disrupt it is by bouncing it with Basil. Mother Knows Best, you also have the You're Welcome. But if you Heads Held High Under the Sea, it's not enough. It's 7 strength. You're only going to be able to get it down to a total of 4 strength. So it's still a very, very sticky body for Emerald Sapphire to deal with.
Yes, and Christoph going to be using Dumbo's ability first. He's going to be paying the 1. He's going to be gaining a lore and drawing a card. Going to trigger it on the Elsa as well. Did draw into another Elsa, which could potentially be used to clear off this Basil next turn if Mario just decides not to quest it with it. And then he does have another Lumiere in hand, meaning even the Genie alone, if he plays this other Lumiere, would be a 4-4, meaning that even if he's able to play the Elsa next turn and establish another Lumiere to the board, he could exert this Basil and challenge with the Genie alone.
I mean, he could challenge with the Elsa. Why
could challenge with the Elsa as well. Why get rid of your Genie who has 2 lore? Challenge with the Elsa.
Especially this Elsa that already has 4 damage, right? That's like the maximum value that you can get. This Elsa now is basically a 2-1 or rather a 3-1 with the Lumiere buff. Suddenly you're going to just have this 4-1 that can very cleanly take out a Basil. That sounds quite good indeed.
Yeah, but there's also a Accomplished Mystic in hand. Could move 3 of that damage off the Elsa onto the Basil. Doesn't even need to challenge to put the extra Lumiere in play because that means that the Basil would already have 3 damage and just needs 1 more.
Yeah, I still think I prefer the Lumiere Elsa play. You know, moving the 3 damage, sure, it might be nice, but it's not enough to cleanly be able to take out this Basil.
And being able to establish another Lumiere in play, meaning that all of your cards can't be hit by the Under the Sea.
Wow, very interesting here. But again, we actually see the use of this Olaf being able to target the Genie, play Under the Sea, and it means that a couple of cards are going to be swept to the bottom of Christoph's deck.
Yeah, not your typical card that you see in a lot of these Emerald Sapphire lists. And I really love Marcus's decision to play this in the deck because players definitely not going to expect it. And I've talked a lot about coming into tournaments like these with spicy decks like these because your opponent isn't going to know how to play around these moves.
This is a very, very cool play I think Christoph could make here. Could play the Elsa 5th Spirit, exert the Olaf, challenge in with the Maui Half Shark, get the Bee King back, sing the Bee King with either the Dumbo or the Elsa and completely take out the Basil. I think right now that is the most optimal play that Christoph can make and I'm very curious to see if they can recognize that.
Yes, I don't know if he has a Mother Gothel in hand. I believe the 3rd card in his hand may be a Mother Gothel. If he's able to establish the Mother Gothel here and then play the Elsa and exert a character card, he would be able to move the damage with the Mother Gothel. But you know what? He doesn't even need to do that because he has an Elsa, the 5th Spirit, and being able to use this Maui Half Shark to challenge the Olaf,
I think that's just Marius.
Bring back an item. He's going to sing Bee King Undisputed, and Marius deciding, I can't come back from this. Christoph's going to be able to quest to 20.
Absolutely insane. As we've been saying the whole time, I'm sure Baker is extremely giddy backstage.
Get Baker in the
I'd love
booth.
to pass it to an interview with Baker if possible.
Just to see him screaming.
Just to see him saying, we've made it to day 2. And I have to say, the pilot was absolutely insane. They played it perfectly. And I really liked the build as well. Like the whole idea of singing the second star to the right, super, super early, worked out really, really well. We saw the power of Maui Half Shark. It was a super, super powerful card, especially pre-rotation in sets 1 to 8. We saw it a lot in like the European Championship last year, and it just shows you, even though Ruby isn't played that much within this fabled meta, Maui Half Shark is still an incredibly powerful card within these Ruby decks.
Yeah, and like I have to say, like I know Baker was upset. Ruby Amethyst is not widely played a lot. There wasn't a lot represented here this weekend, but it's not gone. It's still playable. If you're able to establish a 1-drop, you're able to establish that power line and then the max goof, and then turn 4, singing the second star to the right to draw 5 cards.
Pretty good.
Absolutely insane.
It's pretty
and
good.
I just want to commend that player. He brought so much spice. But before we bring you round 10, we are going to bring you to a short little break while we get set up to bring you the next round of this Swiss before we go into top 32. Because at the end of these rounds of Swiss, we are going to be cutting all the way into top 32.
Yep, we'll see you very, very soon, Lumineers. Hello, Lumineers. Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. We are shortly going to be bringing you round 10 of this fantastic event. I am joined by the wonderful, the amazing Rebecca Quests.
I'm so happy to be here. What a day, what a day. I'm so happy to be here in the booth with you, Kawa. That round 9, what a match.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, we saw a Ruby Amethyst player take the win.
Take the win.
As we kept saying, Baker must be absolutely like giddy
Jumping
backstage.
up and down.
Oh, yeah.
Jumping up and down.
Big time, yeah. So that deck was absolutely amazing, and it was just really cool to see like Maui Half Shark back in action again, a card that was extremely powerful in the pre-rotation meta, and it really shows you know, if you can kind of make a Ruby deck work, this card is still an absolute staple for sure.
Absolutely. We do have some fun matches lined up for you
excited.
coming into round 10. I can't wait to get into it. I know that we have an Amber Emerald deck that we're going to be looking at, and there have been a lot of those decks out there that I've seen players have. I feel like it's doing really well. I'm going to be very interested to see some meta breakdown. I know we're going to have that for you all. Everyone's probably wondering. They are working on getting that for day 2 so that we can take a look at the breakdown of the players who have made it to day 2 and see what that conversion rate is like.
Yes.
What do you think about Amber Emerald right now into this tournament?
Honestly, I think it was a very, very strong bring. The percentage was, I believe it was the 5th deck, the 5th most represented deck. And I did expect that, but I also expected the decks to be kind of within that range to kind of perform the best, because sometimes a lot of the top players or the decks that are played the most, maybe you haven't prepped enough against Amber Emerald, so maybe it can take you by surprise, if that makes sense. So I'm really excited to see it in action once again, and I think overall the deck's going to perform extremely well. Very curious to see, as you mentioned, the conversion rates from day 1 to day 2, but then also that I'm very curious to see, once we get to top 32, how many Amber Emerald make it in there.
Of course. I know that we're going to see some Blurple, that Sapphire Amethyst deck. We know that was
plenty of that
very
around.
well represented. But again, it's that conversion rate that's going to be really, really interesting, because just because it's the most represented deck in the room doesn't mean that it is going to be the deck that makes that top cut.
100%, yeah. And we will be going into feature match 1 very, very shortly for you guys. I'm excited. You mentioned it's Amber Emerald, but you know the player quite well, right?
Yes. So Melissa Ilner is one of the players that we're going to be taking a look at in feature match 1. She is a fantastic player, and she made it to day 2, and we do know that she won round 9 this morning. So she is we got a lot of hungry players in this room, and they are focused, they are determined. There is a lot on the line here today. If you make that top 32 cut, you get an invite to the European Continental Championship. So there's 3 rounds left this morning of Swiss. Melissa, I know, is just, she is raring and ready to go. So I can't wait to watch this deck in action.
She plays the deck very well. I actually had the pleasure of watching her play when I went over to America to cast some tournaments as well. So I'm very, very, very excited to see her play. I believe she was on stream yesterday at one stage as well, and her game was done so fast. So I was like, is the game over? She was like, yeah, I won. It was easy,
yeah.
So yeah, very experienced player on this deck. So I am very, very excited to see how well she can perform here.
Yeah, you know what's fun too about Melissa, and I know this is not just her, this is so many players in the room are huge Disney fans, right? So that is how Melissa actually got into the game. And I've had conversations with so many players that is how they got into Disney Lorcana. So Warwick Dungy is our second player over here on that Sapphire Emerald deck. We have our players now getting ready to jump into the game, looking at altering their opening hand. Of course, it's still closed deck lists right now, so they do not know what each other is playing. But what do you feel, how do you feel this matchup is going to go between that Emerald Amber deck and Sapphire Emerald?
I think Amber Emerald can come out of the gate swinging,
so strong,
very, very fast, make a very, very wide board. Maybe Warwick is going to be looking for something like a 1-cost card into a Tipo, into a Shift Baymax Under the Sea. But I think overall, Under the Sea is going to be the key card that is needed. Of course, Shift Clarabelle can help out a little bit, but if Melissa's going to be emptying her hand quite fast, maybe the Shift Clarabelle's not even going to be that good in the end, right?
Yeah, that's the thing with Amber Emerald, is it can go so fast. It can build a wide board and really get underneath this Sapphire Emerald deck. It does look like Warwick is on the play here, inking a Clarabelle and playing a Clarabelle, that shift target, that 1-2, and off to the races we go.
I actually have to say as well in this particular matchup, if Melissa is running the Emerald Chromacon, this one-cost Clarabelle is one of the few cards within the meta. I think people often forget about the ability of this Clarabelle, right? You can actually, when it comes into play, you can pay 2 ink to banish chosen item.
Yes, yeah, and that could actually come into play here if she is on Chromacon or if she's on Scrump. I'm not sure what Melissa's deck list is made of. I know there's a couple different variations. And we have that Tipo Growing Sun coming out of at all-important Ramp on turn 2.
Ramp on turn 2 is extremely important within these Emerald Sapphire decks. It leads you into establishing quite a nice 4-cost card, maybe even a 3-cost Clarabelle Contented Wallflower. Therefore, there are multiple shift targets for the 7-cost Clarabelle Light on Our Hooves.
Yeah, that Lilo Escape Artist is that glittery version.
It
we
looks
have
gorgeous.
2 characters coming down here on turn 2. We have Lady and this Merryweather.
Yes, I believe Merryweather gives a little bit of a strength buff. But again, it's just a super, super, super solid card. You can go very, very wide with this Amber Emerald deck. We are going to see, okay, this might be one of my favorite plays. I do this all the time when I play Emerald Sapphire. So what we've just seen is Warwick already ramped on turn 2, but is able to play a Sail the Azurite Sea double ink to get to 5 total ink, and also play a Clarabelle Contented Wallflower. So as I mentioned, you have these 2 shift targets now, but suddenly you've ramped twice. So even if there's something like a John Silver follow-up against something like Amber Emerald, it's going to be very, very strong here.
Yep, having those shift targets, and that means that if one Clarabelle goes, he still has the other one there for that shift. Oh, Ursula coming down, getting rid of that Under the Sea. Ursula Deceiver, a fantastic card. When you play this 2-cost character, you get to look at your player's hand and discard a non-character card of your, or song card of your choice, and Under the Sea may go.
That was so crucial. I can't believe that, honestly.
Oh, and there's that shift Clarabelle. We were 1 turn away from him being able to play that. That would have decimated Melissa's side of the board.
Absolutely crazy. I think it's like I have to say props to Melissa for kind of recognizing, okay,
heads up play.
Getting into the shift line play. If the exact 2 cards in hand are these, I need to establish the Ursula to potentially get rid of that Under the Sea removal card.
So instrumental here to keeping her board control. She has such a wide board. I know we've talked about this across the stream, that now that Be Prepared is out of the picture, you can see these boards getting really wide, staying there, setting up. She hasn't quested at all yet, still sitting at 0, but she doesn't have to worry about that Under the Sea now as well. So she is sitting pretty, playing out that Lilo from her discard.
Indeed, yeah. Now, I did see one of the cards picked up by Warwick. It's going to be a Shift Baymax, Universal Shift Baymax. So that might help out with a little bit of challenging when it comes into tackling Melissa's board. But Melissa can go extremely, extremely wide here.
With that Tramp coming down, the 7 costs, but you play 1 less for each character that you have in play.
This is actually the 2 cost, but now this is the 7 cost. Yes,
excuse me.
Yes, it's the enchanted one. So this Tramp is the one that you're able to buff a character strength by however many characters you have on the board. But yes, this 7 cost dual ink Tramp, I have to say, in my opinion, is one of the best cards within this Amber Emerald deck. Super, super great. You're able to draw many, many cards, and you get to kind of fuel your discard. It synergizes really well with the Lilo Escape Artist too, right?
Melissa going through all these cards, figuring out what she wants to put into the discard.
Oh my God!
Why not?
Absolutely amazing. Let's play a free 2/6 that quest for 2. Why not, indeed? That's amazing.
That is incredible. Now we're questing. This game is swinging fast here for Melissa, going from 0 all the way to 6.
Okay, so what is picked up here? I can see another Shift Clarabelle.
Again, that giant robot is in his hand as well.
Yep. Yeah, I do believe like if somehow Warwick had another shift line available and an Under the Sea, yes, would be able to clear Melissa's board, but only has access to the shift line currently. Warwick is really going to need to start digging for another copy of Under the Sea. And the interesting thing here is Warwick does feel like they need to challenge because Melissa's representing a lot of lore on the board, but all Melissa has to do in response is, okay, I can quest a little bit, but as long as I take out this Baymax, or maybe alone just take out the 3-cost Clarabelle, then singing Under the Sea is no longer possible, and I can just keep questing with the rest of my characters to win the game.
Interesting. We have that Shift Clarabelle going into the Inkwell on Warwick's side. I do see that one card that he has left in hand is the John Silver, Alien Pirate. So him valuing...
Yeah, valuing the card because it's pretty good against a lot of these aggressive decks with that reckless ability. But I think, honestly, at this stage, Melissa's board is so wide, and she is doing a fantastic job keeping up the pressure for Warwick. Warwick really needs to deal with this big board. And as I said, I think Melissa... Yes, I think this is a fantastic play by her here.
We need a top deck Under the Sea on Warwick's side, I think. Is there any other way he can get out of this right now?
I don't think so. And this is the thing. It's a huge play by Melissa, recognizing we do need to take out the 3-cost Clarabelle, because if it's not taken out, then the top deck Under the Sea could be utilized. But right now, even if Warwick finds it, it can't be played.
Can't be played.
Yep. Super, super interesting here. I do actually have to give a shout out though to Warwick. He's a very, very good player. We did see him at the recent Cardiff CCQ last weekend, was also featured on stream. So 2 very, very strong players here. But Warwick decides to scoop, say, yeah, I cannot come back from this game.
I cannot. Warwick was on the play this game, so Melissa able to take the win on the draw, which is huge for her.
Huge, yes.
And it's going to go to game 2, I think, especially because, of course, these rounds are timed. Warwick said, let's call this a game and get into game 2 so I have as much time as possible to come back from this.
Definitely, yeah. And I think that's very, very important for time management. Usually, sometimes it's a little less important in the aggro matchups, but it's more important to recognize, yep, I just cannot win this game. Like, even playing out an extra 5-10 minutes, that could be time that you actually need in your other games, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, and I've talked to players where if they've done that, oh, maybe I can come back just 1 or 2 more turns, and then they weren't able to, but then they lost that time and weren't able to, have the time that they needed to get the win in the end. Now that the players know what each other is playing, especially for Warwick, what do you think he's looking for into his first opening line of play?
I believe that what Warwick's going to be looking for is that Under the Sea as early as possible. But again, Melissa has the answer in the form of the Ursula Deceiver. So again, I really have to say, I've been thoroughly impressed by Melissa throughout that entire game, recognizing the perfect turn to play the Ursula, but then also towards the end, not letting Warwick play to their outs. If he was able to find that Under the Sea, that was the only way they were coming back from the game. So Melissa, clearly an extremely experienced pilot of Amber Emerald.
Yep, players opening their altering hands now for game 2. Melissa putting back just 2.
Okay.
I didn't see how many Warwick altered in his opening hand, but I know that he's
looking for ramp.
Looking for that ramp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually ramp is the most important thing. But as you mentioned, yes, now that he knows this is an Amber Emerald matchup, could really be aggressively altering for the Universal Shift Baymax alongside an Under the Sea, but it's also so tricky knowing that Melissa has that disruption available too.
Yeah, and on these decks, the Sapphire decks with that ramp, so important. It's really spending those first few turns setting up for your larger characters and cards that you want to bring out, which leaves so much room for Melissa to just come underneath that deck. And it's, not a great matchup, I think, here for Warwick. So he's going to have to work hard to keep Melissa on the back foot.
Basically, yeah. He needs to have the perfect cards available. And it's not even so similar to the Amber Steel matchup against Emerald Sapphire. What ends up happening is they don't have access to disruption tools like this 2-cost Ursula, so it's a very, very different game. But a huge shout out, this Pluto coming down with the good boy ability. You can exert him to pay 1 less for the next character you play this turn. And honestly, I've been thoroughly impressed. I've seen a lot of players messing around with this Pluto, and he's really, really impressed me.
I love Pluto. He is an uninkable card, so you do have to be a little careful there with balancing your uninkable cards with your inkable cards, but a really fantastic ability. And I'm going to be so interested here to see, what do we bring down, Melissa? We're going to exert 1 to play a Lady.
Lady comes down.
That Lewis, we haven't seen him come and play yet, but
haven't seen Lewis. I think Lewis is very good in some other matchups for sure, so it makes sense to put into the Inkwell. Going to play the other uninkable Lady here, and very, very smart here from Melissa, valuing protecting that Pluto, does not want to exert it because Warwick could have used their Clarabelle and their Bobby to challenge in and banish that Pluto.
Yes, Pluto, of course, having 0 strength, and so Warwick could have safely taken out Pluto and kept his characters on the board. And so a very, very good call there from Melissa to keep him ready. And to, I mean, I think it's when do I turn my cards sideways for her. It's I don't have to quest every turn. I can set up and choose the right moment. And that's what we saw last game from her.
Indeed, yeah. And we see the Pleakley come down here. Very, very nice from Warwick. Pleakley is a card that's not played in every Emerald Sapphire deck, but it works quite well. The more one-cost cards you place, we've seen the Bobby, we've seen the Clarabelle, and it's just another tool to ramp quite efficiently. So I'd be very, very curious. We can see that Warwick has 1 card left in hand. If that's something like a John Silver, that could give Melissa a little bit of trouble next turn.
Yeah, Pleakley also a 3/4 character, so
good
really great stat line. And you know, he put Bobby Zimmerowski into his Inkwell, so not only do you get your ramp, but it's like I would much rather have a 3/4 character on the board than this little guy. So yeah, really great stat lines there, and he's. I love
He's a
Pleakley.
fun guy. Pleakley's a very fun character.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we do see this 2-cost tramp come down. It actually costs 1 because there is a lady on the board currently.
Exerting our Pluto to get that ability, it looks like. So, are we doing tramp?
It's
we
my! I'm telling you, this card is the centerpiece of these Amber Emerald decks. It's so strong.
So normally it would cost 7, but there was 4 characters on board, and using Pluto's ability, so she only had to pay 2 ink to put this tramp out on the board.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, and this card is just so strong at filtering for like the perfect cards that you need to kind of close out the game, right? For example, if you're in like a mirror match, you need something like an Under the Sea to answer their board, or maybe you need that little bit of gas. I mean, we just saw, right? Maybe playing tramp into finding another tramp, into finding, and then suddenly you're playing these 2/6s just for free because you have so many characters on the board.
This is a fun game to watch for everyone joining us. We're here at the DLC in Bologna. This is round 10, and we are in game 2. Melissa took game 1, and Warwick now playing that Vision of the Future. You get to look through 5 cards, and he only has 1 card in hand, so I know he is really looking for some answers to Melissa's side of the board here. What do you think he's looking for?
It's a couple of different things. I did see John Silver was one of the options available, but unfortunately currently only at 4 ink, so even if they ink the card in hand, does not have enough ink available to play the John Silver. Maybe something like a Shift Clarabelle could be okay here. Could ink for 5 Shift Clarabelle, use that to take out one of Melissa's opposing characters, and then the Pleakley could also challenge. Unfortunately, it's the Donald Duck. Not really what Warwick wants to see here, but at the same time, maybe Warwick wants to play this and say, you know what, I'm maybe recognizing, again, my only out is Under the Sea. I need as many cards as possible to try and find it.
Yeah. What do you think, though, about... So his ability here is that each player will get to draw a card, which is feeding Melissa more characters.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's puts Warwick in the best position to be giving her more characters.
Yes, it's very tricky. Okay, the Ursula comes down. It's not...
he has a Hades in hand.
Hades in hand, indeed, yeah. The thing about the Donald Duck, you actually make a very, very fantastic point, because a lot of the time this Donald Duck's really weird when you're against such an aggressive deck, because, like you said, you don't want to give them more cards, more characters to play around with, but sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures, and you really need to just find that Under the Sea yourself, because as the board gets wider and wider, all of these characters, they are still only 2 strength or less. So as long as you find the Under the Sea, at least it deals with the current characters on board.
Yep. Warwick has 6 ink right now, so hopefully he will get an inkable card there. He can maybe play the Hades. If he does, what's the target here?
Very, very, very good question. What is the target indeed? Probably something that quests for 2. I'm going to suspect it's this tramp. It's just a 2/6. It's so big. And then that means that they still have the option to use like the Donald and the Pleakley to take out the 2-cost tramp and that 1-cost lady.
Yeah, heads held high going into the Inkwell, and we are playing that Hades, and like you said, you were exactly right. It's that tramp saying, sorry, you can go into the Inkwell. Yeah, the other amazing thing here is Melissa is still sitting, she was on just 3 ink, and that tramp made it her 4th ink.
Yep.
This deck is doing a lot on very limited resources.
For sure, yeah. I've seen some games of Emerald Amber where they kind of sit at 4 ink, and sometimes they just go, like, they just keep replaying Lilo, keep applying the pressure, and sometimes they can close out games like that. And the biggest reason why is because of these 7-cost tramps. They get reduced so much that you don't need that much ink. Usually this deck it might even cap out at 4 or 5 ink, and that's all you need.
Yes, yes.
Yep. So on Melissa's side right now, we do see, I believe that was a Lady Miss Park Avenue, I want to say. Oh, actually, it could be another 7-cost tramp,
I think it might be that 7-cost tramp. We are replaying Lilo from the discard. She might do that.
Yeah, so...
Is it that tramp?
It could be. It is the tramp in hand, so
she could use
ink.
the 2 ink.
Yes.
If she uses Pluto's ability.
Use Pluto, exactly. Yes,
okay,
yes.
it's a Bobby Zimmerowski, so it must not be that tramp. Then.
And another very key card picked up here from Melissa, the Go-Go Tamago Darting Dynamo with the Stop Whining Woman Up ability.
She played that Bobby Zimmerowski, and then tramp coming down again. MVP of this Amber Emerald deck,
100%.
truly.
Yeah. And we also get to see, we've seen the Pluto in action so much this game, right? Pluto putting in some work right here.
Pluto has been here since turn 1, and I think that one of the reasons is that Melissa has turned him sideways at key moments, and so he's been able to stay on the board. I know that Warwick was wanting to get rid of some of those higher lore characters, and questing again here, Melissa just with a huge lore lead.
Yeah, so Warwick triggering the Donald Duck ability.
Another
can get to another Hades in hand. Yeah, the cards that Warwick's kind of looking for, of course, we want the Under the Sea, but maybe something like a Vision of the Future could be the card to find the Under the Sea. But right now, might only have the option to just play another Hades Infernal Schemer, and Melissa is very, very quickly building up that lore advantage. It's currently 13-1. She's representing a total of, let's have a quick, 9. Oh
lore
my
is
God.
on board. I was just counting, and that, I mean, this is game here unless Warwick can do something. Of course, he does have some characters like that Pleakley and Hades who could take some characters off the board, but he's thinking, what is the right move here?
I think if there is another Hades available, it sounds a little bit crazy, but you know what card it might be? It might be this Lilo. Oh, it's an enchanted Hades as well. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, great. I cannot tell you how many players I've talked to that are just incredibly happy to see that Hades Infernal Schemer getting the enchanted treatment. It's a card that has been a fan favorite since the first chapter, and I think we are all very happy to see it come back into the game with that fabulous alternate art.
Yes, so, yes, I was going to say, I think a card that, it seems a little bit weird, but Hades could also potentially send a Lilo to the Inkwell, and the reason why you would want to do that is that turns off Lilo's ability to keep returning from the discard pile. However, I think in this situation, it made sense to get rid of the 7-cost tramp, because in this particular situation, Warwick left the Lilo on board, so there's no risk of like it being in the discard and kind of being replayed right now, if that makes sense.
It does. It does feel like a shift in the game here, though. What do you think now, Melissa?
Oh, Go Tamago gaining 2 lore off of its on-play ability. That means Melissa's going to go up to a total of, I believe,
18?
like 18, 17, 18?
Yep,
18,
she will be at 18 here. She does have Go representing 1, so even if Warwick is able to take care of Bobby and...
And a daisy.
And a daisy.
Oh my God! It still looks like it's under the sea or bust here right now.
This is under the sea.
Yeah.
And
2 cards drawn. I think one was a vision. I might be wrong. I think one card is a vision of the future.
Yes, you're right. There, we're playing that. We get to look for 5 cards. Do we find under the sea here? This is the moment for Warwick.
5. It's just okay. Sail. So Sail could be played to draw another card.
We could look at one more.
Woo.
He is looking what is in his hand.
He is digging very deep right now.
Which Sapphire's great at doing that. Sapphire can dig through your deck so well, filter through those cards, help you find the answer. But Under the Sea is the answer that he needs right now.
Indeed, yes. I wonder if there's any other card draw options as well as Sail the Azurite Sea in the hand. It looks like it will. It's another vision. Absolutely huge.
Yes.
You were under the sea. He got it. He got it. No way.
Okay.
Whew.
Wow.
Oh my God, what a tense situation. Found the card that he needed.
Melissa probably knows it. I can see the look on her face. She's like, he found it. Going through 10 cards. 10 cards down in his deck. Found that Under the Sea. We had only seen one so far this game. So this is going to be a nice little turning point here. It looks like Warwick is doing some questing. No, we're singing.
Yes.
We're singing.
Under the Sea
All
with
of
the
them.
Clarabelle and the Hades. Yeah, this is very important as well because, like I mentioned, sending Lilo to the Inkwell, putting Lilo at the bottom of the deck also turns that ability off from the discard pile. However, Melissa does have a very important out here. All she needs to do right now to just win the game on the spot is top deck another Go-Go.
Go-Go would do it.
Yep.
Go-Go would be the go-ahead card. She has 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, Warwick still has a mountain to climb. Currently only on 1 lore to 18. Wants to make this board as wide as possible. Let's see what Melissa can do here.
Wow. Being able to pull another vision off the vision was huge.
Huge, absolutely huge. Yep.
We are finally getting in some questing here. He's been sitting at 0, going up to 6. Melissa at 18 lore. She has her own Under the Sea.
Wait, is there a Go-Go in the discard pile? If there's a Go-Go, I did just see that the 5-cost Lady Miss Park Avenue was picked up. So if that's played at least next turn, right? At least next turn, I'm not too sure. I think one might have been sent to the discard. There is one.
Yep, there is one.
Oh my word.
Oh,
so just going to have a look through the different 1 and 2 cost card options. I'm going to have a quick count of Warwick's lore here because that's very important. I don't believe there's enough lore represented on the board to represent game at the moment. There's 9 on board, would bring him up to a total of 15. So there's 1 out here for Warwick, I think. There's only 1 out, and that card, in my opinion, is Bend to My Will to discard.
Yes.
To discard the Go-Go. I think that might literally be it.
The only answer.
Yep. Because if not, Warwick would have to somehow like bounce at least this Pleakley and this Hades to remove the cards that have damage on them.
I really think as much as that Donald deck has helped Warwick, I think it has also helped Melissa being able to play that Lady Miss Park Avenue. That was huge, bringing that Go-Go back. And we're counting up our ink here.
Yeah, I can't see much else besides the Bend to My Will. I'm not even sure if it's played in the deck because I know there are a couple of Emerald Sapphire decks that aren't playing it, right? It's usually 1 copy.
One copy.
I mean, we also didn't get a lot of a close look at the Vision of the Futures. It could have been bottomed with the Vision, right?
Yes. We have Bobby Zimmerski looking. That's another Under the Sea, which will not help here against this lady.
Yeah, just has to discard that Donald's duck. We got the Under the Sea when we don't need it at the moment.
We don't need it. Yeah, he needed it earlier, but oh man.
I don't know what else can be. I mean, some crazy stuff like sing your welcome on both the Pleakley and the Hades, and then also try to remove the Lady. Okay.
Okay. So he brought that Hades back, but he doesn't.
Can't do anything about the Pleakley, right?
That's
the game.
Oh, that is game, and that is match. Melissa taking the win there with that fabulous play of Amber Emerald, that Tramp MVP of that deck. That was a fabulous match. Congratulations to Melissa. Well played by Warwick. I mean, he was looking for the answers, but he couldn't find them.
Yeah, what a fantastic game. And yeah, again, huge props to Warwick as well. Really searched the deck, tried to find the answers. But Melissa also played to her outs, played extremely, extremely well. I'm really looking forward to see if she makes it into top 32. She's absolutely crushing it at the moment. And I do know very shortly we should also be going to a feature match 2 as well, where there's another extremely strong female player, Atlantis Ray, excuse me. I'm not too sure. I know last weekend they were on their Amethyst Sapphire deck. Blurple played extremely well in the Cardiff CCQ, but could also be on the Emerald Amethyst deck because I know they're a big fan of that deck too.
Okay, now Emerald Amethyst is a deck that it was not hugely, represented, but it is here, and I think that deck has surprised a lot of people with how well it's doing. And so speaking of what's in the room, we do finally have that meta breakdown for you. I'm so excited to see what we have here on day 2. So let's go over to Baker and Kim, who are gonna give us that breakdown.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the beautiful Bologna, Italy. I'm joined by the wonderful Kim. And Kim, what a game that was. I must admit, I missed game one. The Infinity event has started across the hall, so I had to wander over and have a look, see what sort of decks were doing. I was meeting some of the community, got back here, managed to catch game two, and wow, it's so great to see Melissa taking a 2-0 there. What a fantastic run from her. This is someone that I know quite well. She's a wonderful person, a wonderful part of the community, and quite frankly, one of the best players in the trading card game. So super happy to see Melissa do well there. How are you doing, Kim? Are you having a good day too?
I'm doing fantastic, and I'm so excited for Melissa. Not to mention, she's not from Europe. She traveled all the way from over overseas here, and just fair play to her. Like, doing so amazing. Did super well last week, I believe, in Stockholm. She got top 32.
Absolutely.
And just bringing that dog's deck, the underdog deck, and she's doing it for the Lady in the Tramp.
And hey, like, she's been like, she was going to be playing Lady in the Tramp whether it was good or not. I know Melissa is a huge Lady in the Tramp fan. She's a huge Disney fan in general. I'm always seeing her post pictures at various Disney events, and she's always trying to collect all the merchandise, whether it's Lorcana or Disney. So she's a wonderful person. So great to see her performing well. Again, very good. Like, this is not a one-off. Melissa has been performing extremely well since the inception of the Lorcana trading card game. And it's great as well because just around the corner, we've got another wonderful lady playing Lorcana. We've got the lovely Atlantis, or Atlantine is her gamer tag, also performing really, really well. We absolutely love to see it, but I'm sure that you guys at home are thinking, hey, we had the day one meta breakdown. We know what the breakdown was for the entirety of the room. What does it look like in day two? You obviously needed those 18 points to progress into day two, going into 4 more rounds of Swiss before the top cut. So this is not top cut. This is day two overall, 285 Illumineers. And Kim, I want to get your first reactions and impressions to this meta breakdown.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. All Illumineers here this weekend who competing in 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday. They're going to have to play 4 more rounds today in a total.
Long weekend.
And it is such a long day. Fair play to everyone. They're performing amazing, and the sportsmanship out there on the floor is absolutely phenomenal. Amethyst Sapphire still on top. Are you surprised, Baker? I'm not surprised.
I'm flabbergasted, quite frankly. That's a lie. I am not at all. Once again, as was the pattern with day one, the overall metagame, Amethyst Sapphire, affectionately known as Blurple to the Lorcana community, almost twice as many as the second place deck list, which, again, we're seeing a pattern here, Amber Steel.
Yes, Amber Steel, still represented as the second most common deck here. Emerald Sapphire taking that 3rd spot. Amethyst Steel, we seeing quite a few of that, and there's that underdog deck, the 5th most represented in the room. I'm super excited to see it, and I know Melissa is. You've got so many of those shiny enchanted cards. You have to play your blinging.
There's a lot of pretty ladies and tramps out there, but
yes,
hey, dogs seem to be like quite a wise meta pick. It has a good matchup into Blurple. Again, players like Melissa performing really well with it. Zach Bivens was also on that deck, and we know that he's a man that likes to stay 2 steps ahead of the meta. And again, various big names. I think Zan as well might have been on. I'll have to double check that, but a lot of big names in the room playing that dog deck. So not a huge surprise to see it the 5th most represented deck. Also, Emerald Steel with 6 players. I feel like I have to give a shout out. We've done this a couple of times this weekend, but to Steve, otherwise known as Lorcana Decklist, who won the London Content Creator Set Championship recently with an Emerald Steel tempo list. Obviously, Emerald Steel in the past has been a discard deck, which I absolutely despise, but now it's playing a much fairer game, in my opinion. It's very battle-oriented, challenge-oriented, a very tempo list. We saw LD's deck playing that Max Goof, like putting a spotlight on some cards from the new set Fabled, and it seems like some players have the same sort of idea, with 6 making it to day 2. Let's look a little further, Kim.
Yes, Amethyst Emerald coming in. 3 players left. We saw previously David, round 1. Unfortunately, he did lose. But we really saw the power of that dual ink Cusco being able to. It's like a common. I talked about this to Kawa, and I was like, it's a bit of a combination of Under the Sea and You're Welcome, being able to get rid of the opposing character card on the board, sending that Glimmer back into the deck, drawing a Glimmer back into the card, but pairing up with other cards like Clarabelle, giving your opponent more cards. giving your opponent more cards in their hand, teaming up with those cards like Clarabelle, and then you can draw just as many cards as your opponent.
Exactly, and when you're on triple bend to my will, like we saw Justice playing in the final match yesterday, it doesn't really matter if you're giving your opponent a bunch of cards. Amethyst Chromacon, sure, draw. You're welcome, sure, draw. Even the Kuzco, which has an extra ability after you bounce a character to the, back to the bottom of the deck, they get to draw a card. But again, if you're playing triple bends, sure, draw as much as you want. You ain't keeping them, mate. So it's really cool to see Emerald Amethyst well represented. But the in combination that I'm very excited that we have, was it 2 or 3?
There was 2.
There was 2.
And
so
I know
2 brave soldiers out there did bring that Ruby Amethyst in combination. And Kim, I know you got to cast the last match. Tell me about it. I want to hear.
I did, and it was absolutely phenomenal. Ruby Amethyst, it's not gone.
No,
it's not gone. And if you, I don't believe you caught it, but if you've seen the immense power of this deck, is amazing, phenomenal against a deck, and I believe they were against Emerald Sapphire.
Okay.
So you got to be scared of the heads held high under the sea. But playing cards like this power line, this Max Goof, I'll lay the groundwork. I'm gonna set the scene of what happened.
I want to
Turn
feel
1. Palace Guard was played.
I see it.
Turn 2, Powerline. Turn 3, Max Goof. Meaning turn 4, we saw a Sing Together second star to the right. Meaning they drew not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 cards. But being able to Sing Together the second star to the right meant they were able to ink an additional card. So not only did they draw 5 cards off second star to the right, they played Genie Wish Fulfilled, meaning they drew 6 cards.
That is pretty incredible. And again, Ruby having a bit of an identity crisis lately, turning into singers, but it seems that some players are cracking the code. Again, I did build the singer variant of Ruby Amethyst. I, of course, had to take it for a test run. Didn't do so well against Rebecca's Amber Steel deck yesterday, but I've had a few games of it. Like, I can see it's similar to decks we've talked about before, like Sapphire Steel, Emerald Amethyst, and even Ruby Steel, where sure, there's a deck there. Like you can see some really interesting lines, and absolutely, if it high rolls and quote unquote does the thing, it's very good. It just doesn't seem to have the consistency and the regular power level of these things like Blurple, Amethyst Sapphire, and of course Emerald Sapphire as well. But some Illumineers saying no. I think there's potential here, especially if you're looking to counter a specific meta. So that sounds amazing. And don't forget those singers. Like the Max Goof is a 4/3. The power line is a 3/2. This is like 3/2s maybe a little low in willpower. But the 3 strength, you're probably trading or whatever card comes into you. The Max Goof hitting for 4 is very relevant for cards like Daisy and Tiana, if you can then like pay the tax and things like that. So I am so excited. I will be interested to see if the other Ruby Amethyst, how the other Ruby Amethyst player did. But I would be so happy to see at least one red-purple player in top 32. I guarantee you I will immediately be rooting for them. Friends be banished. I'm rooting for the red-purple.
It was absolutely phenomenal. And not to forget, when you're coming into a room, you know there's a lot of Emerald. You know there's a lot of Under the Sea. And that is kind of the only wide board clear we have. Teaming up with these Ruby cards like Lumiere, at one point in the game, there was 2 Lumieres on the board, meaning this Genie, which is a 2/4, had 2 extra strength because Lumiere, if you don't know at home, gives 1 extra strength to all your other characters on board. Meaning this Genie, at one point in the game, was a 4/4. There was a Niago on the board, which is a 4/6, was a 6/6.
And not to mention, if you've got double Lumiere on board, they're both boosting each other, so they stay out of that under the sea range. Of course, you're probably going to cry if you see a heads held high, but still, like, you make them need that many more pieces of the puzzle, right? Just the undersea isn't necessarily enough. Again, as you say, Genies are a prime target to be swept under the deck. So I think this is a really nice meta breakdown against some Sapphire Steel decks making it through, so to day 2 as well. So I can't wait to see the top cut. We've got a couple more rounds to go. Let us know in chat what you want to see in top cut. We're keeping an eye on the chat. We've got production here keeping an eye on chat. Let us know, like, what would you like to see featured if it makes it through to top cut. But yeah, it's been a super exciting weekend of Disney Lorcana. We've got plenty more action. We're going to throw it back to the casters, who I'm sure have got lots to say. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to be going into feature match 2 very, very shortly. I believe this is going to be Atlantis Ray that I was speaking about previously. Again, curious to see if they're going to be on Blurple, or we did just see the meta game breakdown. I believe it was 3 Emerald Amethyst. I think at this stage, if it's the 3, I might know all of the players who are on it. So if Atlantis is on this deck, I know it was Justice from the UK. It was David from the UK, and it might also be Atlantis. But as we can see, she is on her Blurple deck, her Sapphire Amethyst deck from the Cardiff CCQ that she brought last weekend.
And it looks like that Sapphire Amethyst deck is doing her very well. 7-2 record here going into round 10. On the other side, we have Killian Michael Bohm on another Amber Emerald deck. Now, this matchup, I don't know, can the Amber Emerald deck get underneath the Blurple deck the same way it did that we saw in the last match against Emerald, the Emerald Sapphire deck?
Yes. It's a great question. I think the matchup is very different, in my opinion. A card we've just been discussing is the Emerald Chromacon. I think that's really going to help out against the Blurple deck. However, this Sapphire Amethyst deck has a lot of answers to the Chroma Dogs deck, as it's known, in the form of like Into the Unknown, Hades, Elsa. But some of the more important cards, in my opinion, is, of course, the 8-cost Elsa Spirit of Winter. As you get into the late game, that can be used to kind of freeze the board, if you will, freeze a couple of characters, stop them from readying at the start of Killian's turn. But also, I know a card that Atlantis is very, very fond of is They Never Come Back.
They Never Come Back. That's a great card. You can bounce 2 characters back to hand, and it's an action card. And it's one that doesn't see a whole lot of play, but it's a really great addition to this deck, I think.
Yeah, so the card is, it's actually you stop 2 characters from readying at the start of your opponent's turn. No worries at all. It's you also draw a card, which is very, very important. Not only that, it's very good against the aggro decks, but also something to keep in mind. It's not going to be very relevant within this matchup, but it also works against illusions, right?
Yes. Which is not, of course, in this deck, but a great card to have, because when you're in a room of 2,000 players,
there's a lot of Blurple mirrors and stuff, right?
Yes, you want to be ready to face everything. And I know that the players, especially at this level, are doing so much play testing, so much testing against these different decks. But this matchup is going to be really fun to see how it plays out. Is it that Chroma Dogs, like you said?
Let's see. As you've been saying, there's so many different versions of this Amber Emerald deck, and starting us off strong with a Daisy Duck Donald's Date right here for Killian.
I love Daisy. This has been a favorite card, I know, of Amber players everywhere since she came out in the Shimmering Skies set. Develop your brain going into the Inkwell for Atlantis and playing a Rafiki.
Yes, Rafiki. There's a little bit of a debate over what 1-cost cards are best to play within Blurple. You've got like the Rafiki, you've got the Royal Guard, you've also got Basil. Basil, in my opinion, is an absolute staple, should always be in Blurple decks. But the decision between Rafiki and Royal Guard, to me, it's quite interesting. In my opinion, I think if you play a lot of these draw effects, such as Finders Keepers, we see the Dumbo out of the hand, that's also a draw effect. But if you have something like a second star to the right and you have a Royal Guard, suddenly your Royal Guard could have Challenger +5 and swing into something very, very large. So, but honestly, I like to see a little bit of a split. I think the Rafiki is also extremely strong because you guarantee that you have that Challenger +3.
Yes, I'm a Rafiki believer. I would choose Rafiki over the Royal Guard, but I see the value of both, and I think a split can be very, very good.
Yep, for sure.
And we did see, of course, that Daisy Duck's trigger, when she quests, your opponent gets to look at the top card of your deck, and if it is not a character, it goes to the bottom of your deck. But Atlantis getting a Dumbo, which I'm sure she said, thank you very much. I will take that Dumbo in hand.
Indeed, yeah. Now, we do know that these Amber Emerald decks can have an explosive start, come onto the board very, very, very strong. And right now, against this Daisy Duck, if there's a potential Hypnotic Strength, you would be able to take it out. However, it's not really what Sapphire Amethyst wants to do. Right, it's turn 2, you want to be ramping. You want to be playing Sail, you want to be playing Tipo. And I do believe I saw a Sail, the Azurite Sea, in the hand of Atlantis. However, maybe in this deck, You could also opt to do some other things, but we could see Sail, and we could even see another 1-drop established if there's one available to play. And a Rafiki has just been picked up.
Of Sail. That's really great. I do unfortunately see a couple of really high-cost uninkable cards in her hand. There's an Elsa and second star to the right. That's some 2 big uninkable cards to have here at the beginning of the game. Those are cards that you want to see later. And she looks like she has that Basil and Rafiki in hand.
So that's actually a fantastic point that you bring up, Rebecca, because while establishing another 1-drop here is very, very important, if your hand is quite heavy on uninkables, you might have to say, you know what, I can't play these 1-drops and just save them as ink. But Atlantis here is going to value the Rafiki, which I definitely respect. But it's a very, very valid point, because right now we can see the Genie, we can see the second star and the Elsa. If a couple more uninkables are drawn, it could start to get a little bit rough for her.
Yeah, I think with the Sapphire Amethyst deck, you want to get to the high ink as quickly as possible. Once you get into the later game for this deck, it has such the most powerful decks in Disney Lorcana TCG.
Indeed, yes. So Killian, there's a few different options available. Currently sitting on 2 ink. There is an Under the Sea in the discard, so something like a Shift Lady isn't going to do too much right now, won't be getting anything back, is going to decide to play the Clarabelle Contented Wallflower here instead. And this is another example. Like, there's so many variations. Like, this, if this Clarabelle's in the deck, to me, I assume that the Shift Clarabelle's in it, right?
And I'm wondering if he may have that Shift Clarabelle in hand even, so establishing that Clarabelle now to make sure that he can keep his hand full. Atlantis is sitting over there with a lot of cards. Of course, Amethyst, Sapphire loves to draw cards, and so if he can get that Shift Clarabelle down, that would be huge for him.
Yeah, Monstro is the card that has just been drawn for Atlantis, making its way into the inkwell. 4 ink available, Genie, Wish Fulfilled, Atlantis able to draw an additional card. It was another Monstro, wow. It's kind of, again, if the hand is a little bit full of uninkables, might have to ink a couple of these Monstros, and you might kind of want to keep them towards the late game, right? It's very, very tricky.
She does also, I think I saw an Into the Unknown.
I believe so, yes, I believe so, yeah. That can be very crucial. I think, honestly, especially if we do see something like a Shift Clarabelle, I'm then curious to see if Killian will recognize, okay, if I Shift Clarabelle, do I exert this? Do I keep this safe?
Yeah.
In the case of this current board, there are 2 Rafikis on board, so that could challenge you into an exerted Shift to Clarabelle. But this 7-cost Tramp Street Smart Dog comes down, and yeah, this is like the perfect filtering tool, able to build up quite a wide board. And this Sapphire Amethyst deck, unlike Emerald Sapphire, does not have access to this Under the Sea board wipe. So Killian's goal right now is to make the board as wide as possible.
In the Sapphire Amethyst deck, because we don't have Under the Sea, I know that we have Monstro that can do a lot of work, but between now and the point when she could get Monstro out, what is she looking for?
Yeah, a couple of different options. Kind of in the mid-game, Elsa's probably the best thing. Even if Killian decides to quest with everything, at least Elsa's just an extra rush character. Few other different things. You could have like Hypnotic Strength to buff up some other characters. It's actually why the Basil is so important as well, because that allows you to buff up a lot of your other evasive cards. Killian just showing Atlantis the cards there, opting to discard with the Tramp effect. But yeah, in this mid-game, it definitely gets tricky. Also, cards like Belle, the Accomplished Mystic, can be quite good. But that's also kind of tricky to utilize against Amber Emerald, because a lot of the characters have such low strength. So you're not going to have enough damage being put onto your own characters to manipulate with Belle. From what I can see, there is an Into the Unknown. There's another Monstro. A couple of options. And of course, we still have that second star in the Elsa, yes.
That does feel bad. Oh, there's that Belle, which playing her without using her ability does feel kind of bad, but she does have now a 4/4 character on board, so, and those Rafiki. So when Killian does decide to turn some of these cards sideways to quest, she has some really great characters here to do some challenges.
100%, yes. This Belle is going to be very great into this Daisy Duck Donald's Day, can cleanly make the challenge there. This is actually kind of an interesting example. A card that's not included within these Sapphire Amethyst decks is the Madame Mim Tiny Adversary, but you can see, like, at least in this board state, it's rare that you have so many 1-drops, but giving something Challenger +1, as we saw in a lot of the Amethyst Steel builds, is really important to change a lot of these cards that have 3 strength to give them 4 strength to take out cards like this Daisy Duck.
Now, that was an improvise that was just played. That is a 1-cost action. And you give a character extra strength and you draw a card. So I don't think he was too worried about the extra strength that he just gave his lady. But getting an extra card there to dig for some more answers, I guess. I feel like Killian is wanting to quest, but he knows that Atlantis is keeping him in check with her board over there.
Indeed, yeah. And I do think it's actually important, the specific card chosen with the improvise. Usually it doesn't matter, but for this lady, I believe if it has 3 strength or more, it gets an extra lower. So if Killian does decide to quest, it would be pretty relevant. But right now it's only on 1 strength, and Killian would have to play 2 additional characters to trigger the ability to get it to 3. So I'm not sure if that's possible unless there's a lot of 1-cost. But a card I do want to talk about in here, there's some 1-cost Rhinos. So people might be wondering, that's quite interesting. Why is this card in the deck? Well, first of all, of course, it does combo with Under the Sea if that's being played, which usually Under the Sea combos very well with the 7-cost Tramp. But even outside of Under the Sea, I think people really underestimate this card. This card, again, it's all about break points in Disney Lorcana TCG, in my opinion. If you can change something, for example, I believe the Bell was targeted here.
Correct.
Suddenly, if this Daisy is exerted, then Bell can't can't challenge into it, right?
Yes, and of course with Rhino, it's until your next turn,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Then that's very important. Not all cards are like that. Sometimes it's just for this turn, but anytime a card ability says until your next turn, I love it.
Yes, but now I think we could see a sing together of second star to the right.
And straight on till morning, straight on to 5 cards.
Very, very nicely done. I was going to try and hopefully find a few more answers. I do believe one of them picked up looks like there's another Elsa, there's a Manamim Elephant, and they never come back. That's going to be pretty crucial as we get into the late game, as Killian starts to quest a little bit more. You basically freeze these exerted characters so they can't ready and start questing the next turn. But Elsa comes down, is able to exert this lady, which means the Rafiki can freely challenge into it. And now Atlantis is building up her board of her own right now.
Yeah, one thing with the Amber Emerald deck is you want to be questing. It doesn't have a lot of high-strength characters to do challenges. And so if we get to that point where Atlantis has a really wide board and is representing a lot of lore, hopefully Killian can find that Under the Sea. I don't know. What is he going to look for?
I think, again, I'm not even 100% sure that it's in the deck, but I'm very much assuming if the Rhino's in there, it would kind of make a lot of sense that what am I saying? One of the first cards we saw discarded was Under the Sea.
Yes,
My apologies. Yes. But yes, right now, this current board, Under the Sea, would be pretty good. It deals with everything except the Bell. So if there is a way to try and draw some additional cards to find that would be exactly what Killian is looking for. Plays this Tramp. Actually, this Tramp is like the one card we did mention, there's not a lot of high-strength characters to challenge back into, but this Tramp is one of the cards that does allow some of your characters to make some decent challenges indeed.
And we do see Killian challenging, get rid of that Bell. Both Rafikis now off the board, and Atlantis is drawing a Bell off of that Daisy Duck trigger.
Indeed, yeah. Atlantis, a lot of her board has been lost. However, we do have this 5-cost Elsa on board. I believe there's 5 ink available. We could 6 ink. Yes. Okay. So even without even inking, we could see a potential shift Elsa Spirit of Winter come down to start freezing even more characters.
I would love to see that. I love a shift Elsa, honestly.
And yeah, it's really funny because as we're getting to that 7 ink, that 8 ink, Atlantis, I think, especially after singing something like Second Star to the Right, would have really loved to have an additional Monstro in hand, right? And then say, okay, I'm going to just start to clear this board off.
Yes, that Monstro would be nice. We're still not quite up to the ink amount that we'd need to play it, but
I'm also not sure how many copies of it that's been run. We did see 2 go into the inkwell. I believe it's usually 2 to 3 copies, so there could only be 1 left in the deck. But I'm curious to see, this is a very, very interesting turn for Atlantis. Plenty of cards in hand, many different options available. So rather than doing the Shift Elsa line, I think could just take her time, make a few challenges, establish more characters. And right now, I do believe there's a second Bell in hand. So Bell could utilize this damage counter, put it onto something like the Rhino, the Bobby. I think this would be a very, very good play.
Yeah, she had picked up that Bell from the Daisy trigger on Killian's turn, so she definitely could do that. I feel like she does have some nice answers in here that she could play.
Yeah,
oh,
decides to play
Genie.
Genie instead. Very interesting, yeah. There's some stuff, for example, like the 2 damage could have been moved to the Daisy. Genie could have challenged the Daisy. But at the same time, Atlantis kind of wants to leave these Daisy on the board for the moment because they're going to just keep giving her additional cards as they quest.
Now, playing that Sail the Azurite Sea, and she picked up another Into the Unknown. That's actually really great.
It's really, really, really good here. It's the tricky
two
thing about...
Elsas. She has
two
two
Elsas,
big Elsas
absolutely
in hand.
huge here, yeah. 2 Elsas and 2 they never come back, so... In the next couple of turns, I think we're going to see a lot of these freeze effects happening, essentially. Going to prevent a lot of Killian's cards from readying at the start of his turn. So, you know, and there it is. They never come back. This card, I have to say, I've been just making sure that Killian understands what the card does because it's not a card that's commonly played in a lot of these decks. But I've tested with this card quite a lot, and I've been genuinely thoroughly impressed.
Using that Genie to sing Into the Unknown, and Daisy goes into the unknown of Killian's Inkwell.
Yes, so passing back over to Killian here, the Rhino and Clarabelle Contented Wallflower have been left to the wayside, signifying that they cannot ready at the start of his turn. Many different options available. Very, very curious. Again, I mean... The thing with Under the Sea now is there's no 7-cost tramp remaining on the board. So while all of the characters on Atlantis' side of the board still have 2 strength or less, there's not enough Singer power on the board for Killian right now.
Yep, and that Daisy trigger found a Develop Your Brain for Atlantis, so that went onto the bottom of her deck. What's interesting with this Amber Emerald deck is you kind of want to quest early in the game to get really far ahead, and Killian... He's at 9, but not as explosive of a start that you maybe would want to see from this deck. And I feel like that is working to Atlantis' favor because now we're getting into this late game stage where she has a lot of ink and a lot of cards available to her to play.
It's a great point, yeah. And it's kind of, I think, just like all of these different variations we've been talking about, right? Like some of the 1 costs, like some of the Amber Emerald decks are playing like Cursed Merfolk, right? Much more aggressive cards in terms of lore representation. Whereas a lot of the 1 costs here, they're just like, they're bobbies, they're rhinos, they just kind of quest for 1. Of course, Daisy is a very, very nice card to see. So, and we also haven't seen that all-important card we've been talking about, not even sure if it's in Killian's deck, that Emerald Chromicon. I think that card could really be helping him out right now if it was on the board.
I think you are exactly right. When you have the Emerald Chromicon, is that a 4 of always when you're playing that?
No, I don't think so, because if you draw multiple copies of that, it's not too great, and you never really want to have... If you can get 2 out on the board, sure, you're probably... I mean, if you have 1 on the board, you're probably doing all right already. So usually I want to see you see about 2 copies, maybe maximum 3 in these decks. The Shift Elsa, Spirit of Winter coming down here, though. Really, really nice. Able to exert that Lady Miss Park Avenue and also continue to freeze this Clarabelle Contented Wallflower. And Elsa going to make the challenge and banish that Daisy Duck Donald's date to the discard pile.
And then we're also going to take out a Rhino with the other Genie. Atlantis doing a lot of work there with that Elsa. And Into the Unknown on Tramp, cleaning up Killian's side of the board. Now left with just 2 glimmers on. And of course, they were both frozen. So at the start of his next turn, he can't do anything.
He can't do anything at all. And those cards are going to remain exerted, meaning if Atlantis really, really wants to, next turn, they could just use the Elsa Spirit of Winter to essentially trade off that Lady Miss Park Avenue. So I'm very curious to see what options Killian has available to them. But you made a fantastic point. Yes, this deck did not have so much of an explosive start as we've seen from other Amber Emerald decks. And what usually happens against a lot of these Sapphire Amethyst Blurple decks is the later the game goes, the harder it is to win. That they just keep getting so much value, multiple Elsas, multiple second stars, Hades, Monstro, all of these cards. The later the game goes, the better the chance they have of winning.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure Atlantis is in there like, let's keep this going. Let's keep rolling. Keep building up my Inkwell. She still has another Elsa Spirit of Winter in her hand and a Hades.
She has lots of time here as well. Lots and lots of time. Like 40 minutes left on the clock. Yes, this is still game 1. However, I think, okay. Ursula comes down. Is there an Into the Unknown? There's not.
Not a song. So, of course, that lady family dog that came down, you can play another character for 2 or less for free. Playing that Ursula Deceiver and getting to snipe get a good song card, but nothing for Ursula to take.
What's actually very interesting is I think Ursula's gotten even better against Sapphire Amethyst because usually it used to be Into the Unknown, but sometimes you can get rid of like a key second star to the right at certain times for sure. Okay, so we had the They Never Come Back played, and the Hades comes down to take out that lady family dog. Super, super big board from Atlantis, and now it's time to turn on the gas. Let's start questing. It's going to be a total of 7 lore gained, I believe, bringing Atlantis all the way up to 9 lore. It's going to be 9 apiece now.
Yes, it is. This is a shift here, I think, in the game. Atlantis is going to start questing, and Killian right now does not have the answers for those characters and for challenges. Of course, both genies are evasive.
Yeah, there's not many evasive characters within Killian's deck, unfortunately. Only real answers to these genies is probably trying to get to the Under the Sea. There is enough ink available if a card was inked, but it's maybe a little too late. If you do that at this stage, you're still just the Elsa and the Hades are going to stay on the board too.
I think maybe I saw a go-go in his hand.
Okay, go-go is something.
I mean, that's
right?
something.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's what I saw.
Go-go's the type of card, though, honestly, where it can really surprise players if they're not aware of it. For example, we saw an amazing play last weekend. I really do want to highlight this because I think for this specific matchup, it's very, very important. There was a player who was on about 17, 18 lore. If they get the go-go, they're about to win. The Blurple player had an Elsa on their board with 4 damage. Here's the go-go. This is a perfect example.
Challenging with that Clarabelle Contented Flower into Elsa to take that damage up to 5, and then playing the go-go to gain 5 lore,
Huge
going
play.
up to 14 over here on Killian's side of the board.
Yeah, a couple more of those go-go's, and that's exactly what you want to see. Yeah, the point I was making there, sorry. No. That was a great thing to point out for sure. Yeah, basically the only way they could win is they top deck a go-go. The Elsa has damage. What the Blurple player did was so impressive in my opinion. They played Into the Unknown on their own Elsa so that there was no damage character on the card. And what do they draw? They draw go-go and they lose the game. It's plays like that I want to see, right? So even this is actually very interesting because, of course, Killian does want to keep questing, does want to keep progressing their win condition. But now, if Atlantis recognizes, okay, I don't know if I want to leave this Elsa on the board with 5 damage, they could just challenge in with the Elsa so that 5 damage is completely gone, right? There's no fear of go-go anymore right now.
Man, that go-go came in for Killian at the right moment. There is a story on board for Killian right now. It is Atlantis' hand, and she needs to answer this board.
Indeed, yeah. Lots of different things have to be done here. I'm not too sure how many cards are available in the hand of Atlantis. Probably a few different options. But I don't believe, have we seen the second Elsa, Spirit of Winter? I don't think so. So that will really help out, I think, here. So that's the potential option. Yes, makes this challenge exactly what I said. Values 5 damage on this Elsa is a lot in case another go-go comes down. That's a lot of damage indeed.
Lot of lore. Taking a look through the discard pile.
I think that's pretty interesting. Taking a look through the discard, probably seeing if there is another Lady Miss Park Avenue. Are there any go-go's in there that can give you that extended reach to end the game right here, right now?
Yeah, and I know that new players playing Disney Lorcana TCG may not know this, but your discard pile that's public information.
Yes, correct.
So your opponent can look through your discard at any time and can be really helpful to see, if I know most players are usually playing this many copies of this card, you can look through the discard, kind of get an idea of what might be left in their
Correct,
deck.
yeah, how many have been used. I mean, it's you do have to guesstimate because some cards can be inked, but if you've got a good memory, you can remember if those cards have been inked for sure. This might be the egg cost, Elsa.
Yeah,
I have a feeling it is.
It has to be. Yep, it is that Spirit of Winter coming down. Atlantis thinking, which 2 characters do I want to freeze here?
It's kind of tricky because, like, I think one might be the Clarabelle in case the Clarabelle shift comes down potentially. One could be the go-go. I'm not even sure how many like effects there are right now where, like, say, for example, go-go could be bounced back to hand and then replay. I know there's some odd stuff like family fishing pole and stuff not really played in these decks at the moment, but it's really, really interesting. And exactly what Atlantis was doing earlier, it's like as soon as this go-go goes into the discard pile, if there is another Lady Miss Park Avenue, then it just comes back into the hand, right? So it's kind of like, it's not bouncing exactly, but it's like going in this triangle from the hand to the board to the discard back into the hand, right?
Okay, so she is choosing that Go-Go Tamago as well as one of the Clarabelle Contented Wallflowers. There is still another Clarabelle left, so if he finds that shift, still could be played and used for something.
Yeah, could be used, yes, to get extra cards, but maybe what's even valued more is like that extra lore. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think questing is what Killian wants to be doing right now, putting on the pressure.
We can't forget, though, as well, Atlantis on 13 lore herself. So, like, this is one thing I will say I'm actually quite guilty of at some stages. I really like to play decks like Emerald Sapphire, where I'm so focused on controlling the board, making sure I'm in control of the game, when I sometimes need to recognize, oh, I'm like a couple of quests away from winning. I should turn on the gas myself. As long as my opponent doesn't have the reach to end the game, I'll just win the next turn, right? So it's pivotal moments like that that are really, really important. I think sometimes players can get super focused on the board state, making sure I can make correct challenges, correct trades, and you kind of say, oh, maybe I just quest and next turn I win, right?
And that is the case here for Atlantis, who has 9 lore on board.
Yep. And a lot of these characters are very difficult to interact with.
And that is game. That is game,
right?
Killian did not have the answer there, and Atlantis had so much lore on the board. She has taken game 1 in this match. What did you think of that?
That was absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Super, super interesting. And the most interesting thing about that is just, again, kind of exploring a different version of Amber Emerald. It has a lot of similarities to the other decks. Maybe doesn't have so much of those high lore characters in the early game, but I was really impressed by something like the inclusion of a Rhino in that deck.
Yes.
It actually did a lot of work, in my opinion.
It really did. I think one of the things that I loved seeing there was with Atlantis and her deck. I feel like she was just so intentional about every move that she made, every decision that she made, and it felt slow at first for her, but every decision that she made got her into that late game, so she had access to those cards, to those Elsa, Spirit of Winter, and all those micro decisions that led up to her winning that first game.
100%, yeah, and I think that the They Never Come Back was also very, very important. I think that's the card that I've seen a lot of Blurple players including. I don't know if it's specifically for the Amber Emerald matchup, but it also helps against something like Amber Steel or any of these aggressive decks. This card is a little bit underrated, in my opinion, and it's proved to be quite effective, as we saw in this game.
Yeah, it'll be really, really interesting to see some of these deck lists.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And, of course, right now we're still in the Swiss rounds. We are in the middle of round 10 here at Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. If you're just joining us, we have, after this, 2 more rounds of Swiss, and then we're going into a top 32. Once we get there, it will be open deck lists for the players.
Indeed, yeah. So players will usually have about 5 minutes to look over each other's deck lists, and it's a very different game, in my opinion. Once you kind of know, okay, they've got 3 copies of exactly what you said about like kind of checking the discard pile and saying, oh, well, most versions of these decks play 2 copies, but then when it's open deck list, you see all of the information, right? And it's even, I think once you get to that stage as well, a lot of the spicier tech cards, they start to become a little bit less valuable. So those cards are really great in the Swiss rounds when it's closed deck lists, and then as you move to open deck lists, players say, oh, they're running this. I need to be very aware of this so it doesn't catch me off guard.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, going into game 2, of course, now these players know. They know what decks each other are playing. They don't know the specifics, of course, but especially for Warwick, losing game 1, what is he looking to do in game 2?
Game 2, let's see. I think they need to have a little bit of a stronger start. Wants to really come out of the gate running. Do you know what it was? I think they did a decent job. The biggest issue was, I think Atlantis just answered with a very strong hand herself. the double Rafikis, we have to remember, that's not very common to see within Blurple.
It was kind of a standoff there at the beginning of the game. Warwick had a lot of characters. He could have been questing for a lot, but the moment he turned anything sideways, he knew that he was going to lose those characters. Those glimmers were going to be gone because of those Rafikis.
Yeah, because and the Rafikis were absolutely phenomenal in my opinion. And we talked about, the hand was looking a little bit rough at the start. There was the 10 cost uninkable second star to the right, the Elsa. Monstro, yeah. And I was like, okay, maybe can we afford to play these Rafikis? But I think it was definitely the correct decision in the end, for sure.
Yeah, and I think a player like Atlantis, when you're playing at this level, it's all those repetitions, right?
Yes.
They're the repetitions of the game. They know these decks inside and out, the cards, they know the matchups. And she knew those Rafikis were important to get out there on the board. She really valued having those challengers there.
Definitely. Okay, well, we do have an interview coming your way very, very soon. So I think it's actually right now. So let's pass it over to the interview booth.
Benvenuti, Illuminatori, welcome back. Myself and Baker are joined here by Melissa. We got to watch the end of your game. Absolutely phenomenal. But I had to mention, you flew all the way out here from the States. Is this your first DLC here in Europe?
So it's my first European DLC. It's technically my second European event because I played in the Stockholm CCQ with Nordic Realm last week.
Absolutely phenomenal. I'm bringing that under the dog deck. We saw it quite represented. The Sea Dog deck. You definitely prepared for a lot of Emerald Sapphire. Did you prepare much for the mirror? Did you expect much of that to come in? Because I really want to know if you faced any mirrors yesterday, because there was a long day of Swiss, and it was a long day, and I'd love to know if you prepared a lot for that, and if you had much of that yesterday. Did you face it?
So I actually faced the mirror 3 times yesterday. It was, I think, it was either the last 3 rounds or 3 of the 4 last rounds. Luckily, I was able to 2-0 the mirror all 3 times, which was awesome. I don't know that I expected to play a lot of the mirror, but I definitely practiced and kind of made sure I understood my lines so that I was prepared for it.
So why dogs? Walk us through it. Like, talk to me like I've never played Lorcana. Okay, maybe that's a bit far, but like, why was dogs such a popular deck? Again, there were people like Zach Bivens and other big names in the room that were also on that list. Explain to us why that was the choice for today.
So I have 2 answers, and I'm going to start with the fun answer.
Funny first. Okay, let's do it.
Lady and the Tramp is my favorite character.
I was saying that the whole time.
I think you've known because we talked about it.
Melissa was going to play these cards whether they were good or not. Just thankfully they're very good.
I've played them when they were bad, and my friends have said, why are you playing a bad deck? Wait until it's a good deck. And luckily the time has come that it is a good deck. But for real, what made me decide to take it is early in the meta, in like local events, a US CCQ and other stuff, I played Amethyst Steel. And I went 6-3, 6-3, and 5-3 in 9-round, 9-round, 8-round, respectively, which is a great record. Like, I was very happy with that. But it was 1 win shy of getting me to the top 6 teams, which can be quite frustrating. And the matchups on that deck that I kept losing to was either Emerald Sapphire or Amethyst Sapphire. So I kind of sat back, took a look, and said, 1, I'm playing in Europe, and I don't know these players as well. Like, historically, we've had similar metas, but they're not always the same. And 2 is, how do I tackle these 2 decks that were beating me on a different deck? And I decided the best way that I could do that was with, it's kind of an aggro deck because it goes very quick, but it's also like a combo deck and has control aspects with Singing Under the Sea and other stuff. So I spent probably 2 weeks playing, tweaking, perfecting. I brought it to Stockholm where I top 32'd. I lost in top 32 to Sapphire Amethyst, which was myself a little frustrating because it's a matchup that I felt confident into, but it's Lorcana. We can't win everything. And I was happy with my performance, so I changed some cards, and here we are.
So we just saw you facing off against Emerald Sapphire, which you just said is one of the matchups that you like maybe are not as keen on. What went right for you in that match, in your opinion?
So I think there's 2 things. Given that we're both Emerald decks, we both have access to Under the Sea. Technically, we both have access to Ursula 2 as well, to take opponents' songs. Now, not every Emerald Sapphire deck is playing Ursula 2 because they're trying to play Tipo or Sail and kind of ramp and get ahead of you. So me having Ursula means I have the ability to basically steal their song. And I know that by the time they're ready to shift Clarabelle, they either have both Clarabelle and Under the Sea, or they have the Under the Sea and are looking for that shift target. It could be Baymax also. They need 8 in some capacity. So in game 1, I was able on my turn 3 to go Lady 3 into Ursula 2, look at his hand, he had the shift and the Under the Sea, so I took that, put him in a position where now he has to draw into another one and challenge my board, and I'm very wide. And I think 1 or 2 turns later, he had a shift Baymax, and I think it was the 2/3 Clarabelle. I just got rid of the 2/3 Clarabelle because then he only had a singer of Baymax on board, which is not enough to sing Under the Sea, and he was only at 6 ink. So I put myself in a position where I say, I quest out, answer me. So that was game 1. And in game 2, he did eventually find the Under the Sea, but at that point, I was so close to the end, and he had ramped me to 5 ink, and I had Lady 5 in my hand. So I knew that I could play a 4/4 that he has to answer and return the go-go to my hand. Yes, right. So I'm in a position where I tell him, dump my hand, and I have a 2-quester on the board, because maybe you're playing Ben to my will, I don't know. Or on the flip side, get rid of my body, and I'm going to go for 2 and win. So that's what happened.
Asking more questions than they have answers for. Last thing I want to ask you before I throw it back to Kim is just because of what you just said about Ursula. Are players getting greedy with their songs? Are they holding their strengths? Are they holding are they not respecting Ursula the way they would pre-rotation in your experience this weekend?
I do think people are a little bit more, I'm going to hold it. A couple teammates of mine have played Amber Steel and other Emerald decks and have said to me that if you spend a turn to play Ursula, so let's say I go 1-drop into Ursula, that means I'm not going 1-drop, 1-drop, which means that I am not as easily able to get to my Tramp 7. So sometimes they like that because it's kind of slowing down that particular game plan. Now, granted, I can get greedy and play that Pluto good dog.
I noticed that. That was pretty spicy. I like that. But hey, it makes sense watching you pilot it yesterday.
Right. So it enables me to then play Lady Ursula on my turn 2, which is huge for me. It enables shift lines. It enables me to steal their song and have presence on the board. So yes, they take it. And if they keep it and they lose it, that's kind of on them. And I'm just going to keep playing my game.
Absolutely phenomenal. And I want to congratulate you for getting this far. I know you traveled a long way to get here, and it's your first European DLC. And so thank you for coming out here, and we wish you, I know we all wish you the best of luck, and I know how excited Rebecca is to have you doing so well, because you're on her fantasy team, and she's so excited for you.
She told me yesterday, she found me, it was either after round 2 or 3, and she goes, I have to tell you something. I'm like, what's up? She goes, first of all, hello. I said, hi, it's good to see you. She goes, second of all, you're on my team, so you have to keep doing well. And she was thrilled. So
I will admit, and I'm not just saying this, she did snipe you from me. You were on my short list.
You were also on my list.
You're a popular choice, Lizard Kitty, Melissa. Like, you're super established. I do want to ask one more thing, actually, because I think it's important. Do you have a message for the women in the community, whether they are, maybe they've just discovered Lorcana as like their first card game, they're huge Disney fans, maybe they're interested, but maybe they're a little bit intimidated to walk into a space like this? Like, any messaging that you can give to like our females watching at home, like that may, motivate them to like get into the game?
I think that's a great question, and I know you and I did a video a long time ago about that, so I love to talk about this. The first thing is, don't be afraid. Like, I used to get very intimidated playing in a tournament. There's a lot of, especially in the United States, like very aggressive and bullish, for lack of better words, people who say like, you're a female, you're the +1 of somebody who's better at the game. Like, I'm just going to win the game. And you basically have to tone that out and just ignore it. You need to remember that it's 2 equals sitting at a table playing a game that's supposed to be fun. And if you feel empowered that you want to play it at a competitive level, just look at it that way and keep trying. Like, the people who recognize you for performing well don't care that you're a female. They respect you for being a good player. And it takes time to establish that. I mean, Lorcana's my first TCG. Like, I didn't think I would be on stream in a feature match in Europe. That certainly was not on my bucket list. But like
you've put in the work.
You put in the work. Like I have a great support system in my
friends,
my boyfriend,
like,
my teammates. Like there's a lot of people who are empowering me and helping me build the decks and test the decks that I know my lines, and find your support system and just work with them to get better. And don't be afraid to reach out. Like I'm on social media, I'm on all the platforms. I'm happy to talk to people, point you in the right direction.
Love that. Any final thank you, shout outs, anything you'd like to say?
One, thank you to the casters. I've heard you're putting on a great show. So
we try.
Always happy to hear that. Happy for my team and all my friends, and thanks for being here.
Absolutely phenomenal. I feel inspired already. A big passion of mine, trying to empower and inspire more women to come into not just the trading card game space, but the Disney Lorcana TCG. And I'm passionate about that. I know you're very passionate about that. And just sitting here with you, absolutely amazing.
And just around the corner, we've got Atlantis also on a fantastic run as well.
Our other feature match, we had Atlantis, who's on my team. Rebecca was able to get you on her team, and I'm so happy we were able to have some amazing female players in the spotlight this weekend. We're going to bring you round 11 very, very shortly. Don't go away. Go boil the kettle, have a cup of tea, and we'll see you real soon.
Welcome back to Bologna, but where is my... That was quick.
I was summoned across the great illuminary. Had to be here to bring you guys round 11.
The interviewer is quite far away. That was so speedy. I'm impressed. Welcome back, everybody, to Bologna. We have got the next round coming up extremely quickly. I am Joe Curley, and I'm joined by Kim. Kim, how are you enjoying your day so far?
It has been absolutely splendid.
Yeah, me too.
Yes, absolutely splendid. I think I used the word magical yesterday.
Yep.
And it is so magical. In fact, we are already bringing you feature match 1.
Let's go.
Here at round 11, we're straight into it. I'm super excited.
Yeah, I've been roaming the top tables, Kim, when I've been on my break the last round. And there's quite a bit of Emerald Steel up in the mixer still. But look at that. You're very excited, Kim. Why are you so excited?
This is okay. In our top cut today, to our 4 rounds of Swiss this morning, there has been 2 Ruby Amethyst decks. I know Baker's super excited. I previously got to cast the other Ruby Amethyst deck with Kawa.
Yep.
And this, I believe, is the second Ruby Amethyst. And there's 2 that made it into today.
Yeah, I didn't have that on my bingo card. I didn't expect to see it, but we've got Dries from Belgium up against Bartosz from Poland. So Belgium versus Poland. Mm-hmm. And we've got Diablo down on the board for Dries. And for Bartosz, it's the Basil. It's going to be Madam Mim into the ink. No ramp, of course, in a Amethyst Ruby deck, but Lumiere as a nice option on turn 2. This Diablo now with a 1 strength stat line. Really nice synergy there, protecting it from the challenge from Basil. Of course, now if Basil was to challenge, it would be a trade.
Yes, it would be indeed. And these Lumieres, we've seen it previously, and I love the use of this Lumiere. Knowing you're playing against a lot of Emerald decks, they're running under the sea. Mm-hmm. But cards like this Lumiere, if you have multiple of them on the board, it makes cards like your Genie, which is a 2/4, be a 3/4. Can't be targeted by Under the Sea unless your opponent has that heads held high Under the Sea combo.
Yeah, we actually saw Lumiere creeping into the metagame in set 8, Reign of Jafar, giving your Peter Pan Shadow Finder that extra bit of strength, for example. But here, really, that Under the Sea protection. Of course, previously it protected you from Brawl as well, like your Genie is out the range of Brawl. In Core Constructed, that's not relevant, but the Under the Sea protection, huge. Tipo for Bartosz on turn 2. Inking your welcome, Kim, that's always a sign that your hand is maybe heavy on uninkables. Maybe you don't have the Clarabelle shift line, because you really don't want to ink your welcome. Or perhaps, of course, there could be a second Maleficent Monstrous Dragon into the Inkwell for Dries. Not a card you see all that often, Kim. It's a 9-cost character with no ramp in the deck. It's going to be difficult to get to that. But the fact it's inkable goes a long way. Of course, that is the Set Champs promo card. You get 1 for participation, and if you come in the top 8, you get an enchanted promo Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. So get down to your local stores for the Set Champs season, which started this very weekend, Kim.
Yeah, and that card was reprinted this set. And another card that has been reprinted was Cusco Wanted Llama. Yep. And I love Emperor's New Groove. And Cusco Wanted Llama, when this character challenges and is banished, you may draw a card.
Yeah, it just is banished. But
when
look at that.
It's banished, yeah,
the
in a
Basil
challenge.
shift, the Floodborn Basil comes through. Not a card you see every day.
No.
Tipo is going to take out the Diablo, but Dries will draw for the Diablo. But this Basil shift, it's a 6 cost, and whenever you ink, you may pay 1 ink to discard a card from your opponent's hand, but it is only able to be activated once per turn, I do believe. But shifting cards in Emerald Sapphire is really nice, helping you sing Under the Sea, Heads Held High. Cusco's going to take out T-Po.
Yeah, I was even thinking myself for Bartos here. He could have shifted if he had the Baymax on top of the Basil to sing under this and early Under the Sea to be able to clear the board. But I like this Basil even more.
It's really interesting. I saw Zan, Syed, and his good friend Jeremy playing this Basil in their Emerald Sapphire decks on the first opening weekend of the Fabled meta. And Bartosz clearly liking it as well. In comes Lewis. It's going to give Reckless to the Lumiere. Kim, is it Lewis or is it Louis? Because I never quite know. I thought it was Louis.
I feel like he's Louis. You know, he plays a trumpet. He's a musical jazzy fellow. I believe it's Louis. But he does enter play exerted, meaning Drace could have the opportunity to challenge here. But and the Lumiere being given Reckless is going to have to challenge unless he has a song to sing.
Yep. Dumbo down on the board. And that Lumiere, nice synergy with the Cusco as well as that Diablo that we saw earlier on. So the Lumiere looking like a really solid turn 2 play. A lot of the turn 2 cards in Disney Lorcana at the moment, outside of T-Po and Sail, can feel a little bit underwhelming. Calhoun, I think, is a standout. But this Lumiere, we don't see Ruby represented too much. It's the least represented ink color in this tournament. But Lumiere, a really interesting way to have a turn 2 play. It's going to be Elsa into ink, Elsa on the board.
Yeah, it's going to exert the Basil. We're going to challenge into that Louis. And that Lumiere, once again, giving that Elsa the extra strength to be able to challenge and banish that Louis.
Yeah, really nicely done. Driss challenging with the Lumiere, and Bartosz now having their Basil traded out with the Dumbo and the Lumiere. This suggests that Driss fancies their chances in the long game. They're not just questing, they're actually challenging and slowing down Bartosz's game plan.
Yeah, just really showing the power. Amethyst Ruby is not out. It's still playable. And he's really showing how he can control the board. And we know how controlling these Emerald Sapphire decks can be. But Ruby Amethyst, it's still here. It's still being played.
And one weakness that Bartosz's deck might have is up against B-King Undisputed. You've got no T-Po left on the board, but there's no B-King. But there is 2 Elsas and a Cusco to take out the Donald Duck. Cusco, when banished, will draw a card.
Yeah, and even using cards, because you know the Amethyst, they're going to draw so many cards. But even, it also has the ability for the moving damage ability. So many possibilities in this deck. And I just have to commend these players for just bringing something different to the format here today.
Most certainly, we do see Clarabelle light on her hooves, drawing Bartosz 2 cards. Driss now going to ink the Madam Mim. In comes a Sisu and a Lumiere, but Driss with no cards left in hand, which isn't ideal. But when you're up against a Clarabelle, that is a necessary evil, trying to play around that Clarabelle. The fact that Bartosz was able to get 2 cards off of Clarabelle is significant. And the other thing is, even when Clarabelle's not drawing you cards, it's still a 5-6 stat line quest for 2. Big card off the top for Driss. The Genie's a great find, Kim.
Absolutely. Genie Wish Fulfilled, going to draw him a card. I also loved how Driss was able to play enough characters on the board here. And we had a 5-cost Elsa, we had 3-cost Sisu, and a 2-cost Lumiere. Meaning, if that top deck was even a second star to the right, he would have been able to sing it and draw himself 5 cards. But I like him being able to empty his hand, meaning that his opponent is not going to be able to draw cards off Clarabelle at the end of his turn.
It's so nice to see players from Belgium and Poland represented here, both with big Disney Lorcana communities. Of course, there is going to be a Disney Lorcana challenge in Belgium in Season 2, and there's a big Polish community. I played in a tournament in Poland before, and there is many extremely passionate players from the Polish community. And Bartosz Dragon, what a great name that is.
What a great name. I want to be Sir Dragon.
Yeah.
Mr. Dragon? Oh my gosh. And he's up against Maleficent Dragon. We've seen it go into the inkwell earlier.
The Basil comes down. The Clarabelle's inked. And Driss has to discard the 1 card in hand. And that Maui Half Shark has been discarded. Basil putting in so much work, the disguised detective, showing exactly why they have made the cut in this deck list.
Yeah, absolutely huge. But this Belle Accomplished Mystic's going to come in, going to move the damage of the Elsa onto one of the Clarabelles. Can he challenge to get rid of one of these Clarabelles? No cards in hand, unfortunately. Was top decked a Bell. Wasn't able to maybe top deck a second star to the right, or maybe Finders Keepers or something he's looking for to help him draw cards. But so many more cards on the board for Drace here. But facing two Clarabelles?
This was a big decision from Driss, deciding to quest instead of challenging the Clarabelle. Bartosz now plays an improvise, so pays 1 to give strength to Basil and draws a card. Good way of dealing with illusions. Hades comes through and Bell sent into the Inkwell.
Yeah, and
triple quest.
Yes. And already going up to 6 lore. 6 lore to 10. Neither player is out of it yet. But this Genie and Elsa and Sisu being evasive, meaning the only way Bartosz can really clear them is going to be under the sea.
Yeah, and this top deck for Driss. This is what Bartosz's deck is doing with the Clarabelle. Driss is incentivized to keep few cards in hand, and that's why the Basil is in the list. You can see Bartosz actually jumped up to 12 lore. There was a bit of a delay there on the lore tracker, but just so everyone's following, it is 10 lore to 12. Bartosz can quest for 6 this turn, getting up to 18. They are 2 lore away from victory. In comes the Develop Your Brain. Bartosz's deck list, Kim, really, really fascinating. We're seeing Develop Your Brains, Improvise, Basils.
Yes.
It will be fascinating to see what they've cut from these sort of standard versions of the deck to fit this. Another Develop Your Brain. I got to say, Kim, the Improvise and Develop Your Brain, 2 of my favorite cards in this deck. You just get to cycle through, find your good cards, put a teapot on the bottom maybe with the Develop. There's a sail. Bartosz just continuing to look for the good stuff.
Yeah, Bartosz really here trying to find an answer to these evasive cards. Perhaps maybe he's looking for You're Welcome. Maybe we're looking for an Under the Sea. But choosing, maybe didn't find it, but says, I'm already ahead on lore. He's
Big
going to quest up
Kim.
to 18.
Driss needs something which impacts the board immediately. Be Prepared would do the job, but of course it's not in core constructed anymore. Is that a scoop?
Is that a scoop? It's a scoop. We're going to be going into game 2. Drace this time going to be on the play. Unfortunately, Bartosz really just was able to take control back of that game and just take the board. 2 Clarabelles and a Hades and a Basil for the win.
Absolutely. Really, really impressive. That Basil had such a big impact.
Yes.
Just the Genie was the top card off the deck. The Genie came down, Maui Half Shark was the card found. Of course, you're never going to ink the Half Shark, but leaving 1 card in hand in that situation is exactly why Basil is in the deck. Okay, you've got the Shift line early on in the game. That can contest against the aggro decks like Amber Steel, but in the late game, the Basil becomes so powerful. Often those Emeralds, when you're playing against Emerald Sapphire, your opponent, you're just going to have like 1 card in hand, and that Basil takes full advantage in that moment. It was huge. And Kim, I've got to say, I'm not too surprised to see that this is a tricky matchup for Ruby Amethyst. When you're playing an Amethyst deck, Clarabelle is usually a tricky matchup, and particularly when your opponent is ramping and you're not, it's going to be a really tough game to get a foothold in. And really, they just ran away with it. Ruby Amethyst just couldn't quite secure enough of a foothold in that game, and it honestly was quite comfortable in the end for Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah, unfortunately, we know Amethyst has the ability, a lot of abilities to draw a lot of cards. We saw the Cusco, he was banished. He got to draw a card. Unfortunately, he just didn't have any cards in hand. He was top decking a lot of the time. Unfortunately, just didn't have the answers to be able to deal with these high strength, high willpower characters like the Clarabelle and the Hades that were on his opponent's board.
Yeah, so for game 2, it will be interesting to see if Ruby Amethyst can get that foothold in the early game. I think these Emerald Sapphire decks, so often you get yourself into a really winning or losing position within those first 4 to 5 turns. And for Driss, it's just going to be about trying to survive the early game, get into a late game state where they can try and outvalue Bartosz. I would imagine it's going to be an uphill battle though for Driss, but they are going to be going first in this game number 2.
Yep, it's just going to help him immensely. Being on the play and not the draw, it's going to be huge. If he has a 1-drop in his, he knows that the Sapphire Emeralds player is going to be one to be hitting turn 2 ramp, whether that be Tipo or whether that be Sail. And whether they play Sail instead of Tipo, they're not going to be able to establish a character on the board. So Drace here really is going to be trying to race Bartosz.
Yep. It's going to be Driss going first. It's going to be the Hypnotic Strength into the ink.
Yeah, and unfortunately no 1-drop character for Driss to play here to establish a board.
And we did see the game one, Driss did win the die roll. They went first in the previous game, but Bartosz was still able to win comfortably on the draw. Driss draws the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, which you would imagine would be inked. I see that 6-cost uninkable evasive Goofy in hand for Driss. That's going to have to be played at some point, of course, unless it's discarded. Cusco comes through. Not an epic Cusco, though,
Not
Kim.
an epic Cusco, but it is nonetheless Cusco. Wanted Llama coming into play.
Cusco, one of those cards that does have an epic. What's your favorite epic card from the set?
Oh, it's going to have to be Aurora.
I knew it.
I love Aurora. And not to mention the artist for that card is here this weekend with us.
Jean
and she is
here
so wonderful.
From France. It's going to be T-Po.
We're going to hit that turn 2 ramp. Unfortunately, not a 1-drop here for Bartosz either.
I'm going to challenge you, Kim. Do you know the flavor text of T-Po?
I do indeed.
Go on then.
Mom, look, I'm still growing.
Nice. There was one tournament where I think I said that phrase like 7 times.
I think it has to be done. He's a growing son. He's the growing son, and you know what? He's still growing.
Yeah, and maybe even growing into a Baymax at some point down the line. Having said that, maybe those Basils, because you've got the 1-cost Basil, the 6-cost Floodborn Basil in Bartosz's list. Maybe it's the Baymax, for example, which you have to remove from the deck in order to fit those cards. And people watching say, well, why not just play like more than 60 cards? Why not play 70 cards, Kim?
Because you lose the consistency.
Right. You want to find your ramp on 2.
You want to find your ramp on 2.
You want to find your Clarabelle.
You want to find your Clarabelle. You want to get your 1-drop. You're going to want to hit your ramp on 2. You're going to have all the key parts you need to lay out your deck to play the really key combos like a Heads Held High Under the Sea. And if you play more cards, well, you can if you want to be a bit spicy.
Yep.
But you're going to lose that bit of consistency and that bit of momentum to keep you in play. And we're going to see this Lumiere come back, going to be able to give the Cusco 1 extra strength. So right now, this Cusco's a 2-2. Could challenge this T-Po next turn. If Bartosz chooses to quest, and ideally, he's not going to want to quest. He's going to want to keep that T-Po safe, whether he has a shift Baymax in the future coming down, or maybe he'll have another Basil or a Clarabelle shift between a Clarabelle and a T-Po. They could sing an early Under the Sea.
Yeah, and that Lumiere, though, might make things a little bit awkward for Under the Sea. Basil into the ink for 3. It's going to be the Clarabelle. This is the main line we see these Emerald Sapphire players taking often on turn 4, is that double Clarabelle play. Now, even if Driss has a way of removing one of these Clarabelles, the other is surely going to remain intact, meaning that there is the opportunity to shift. Finders Keepers into the ink. For 4, it's going to be Genie.
Yeah.
Now, another thing that's worth mentioning about this T-Po for Bartosz, leaving it ready, is when I'm playing against Ruby Amethyst and I saw a Half Shark, I'm anticipating some copies of B King Undisputed as well.
Yeah, and the
so
key
you
thing,
definitely want to play around that.
Yeah, the key thing for Bartosz to realize here is that he knows his opponent is running Ruby. B King Undisputed is such a vital card in getting your opponent to get rid of cards, and Bartosz isn't going to want to leave a single character alone on the board, so he has options to choose if B King Undisputed comes down.
Big improvise play. The improvise, such a good card at dealing with illusions, but it also just has so many use cases. Suddenly this T-Po being given an extra strength and can take a really nice trade into Cusco, and it was a trade because of that very powerful rare 2-cost Lumiere. Improvise and Lumiere both putting in big work for these players.
Yeah, and also it also lets him draw a card.
Yep.
So maybe if he's searching for his Clarabelle shift, if he didn't have it to play next turn, maybe he found it. But we're also going to see Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman, and I've been loving the use of this card alongside Clarabelle, because not only you get to draw a card, but your opponent gets to draw a card, meaning at the end of your turn, if our 7-class shift Clarabelle is there, that you can draw just as many cards as your opponent has.
It's also great when you miss the Clarabelle, isn't it? Because it just helps you keep refilling your hand. A lot of the time, these Emerald Sapphire decks feel like if you miss Clarabelle, you lose the game. But Donald just gives you not only more cards in hand, but also extra opportunities, therefore, to find the Clarabelle. In comes Dumbo. We did see Genie questing for 2. With 1 ink open, Driss could have used that Dumbo ability if they sequence differently to draw a card, but Driss says they value that 1 extra lore more than the 1 extra card in hand. The Perfect Gentleman trigger is going to come through at the start of the turn.
Yeah, I do like the play to play the Dumbo and then not trigger the Genie, because he knows he needs to get ahead. He needs to try and get ahead of lore here, because his opponent is not far off from singing Under the Sea.
Yeah, and also when you are staring down 2 Clarabelle shift targets, that one extra card in hand is also potentially an extra card in hand for Bartosz if they play the Clarabelle. So I like the decision from Driss, taking that one extra lore with the Genie instead of taking the one extra card in hand and less lore.
Yeah, but we do see another Dumbo in Drace's hand. He would be able to play that next turn, and he could trigger his own Dumbo ability on the Dumbo and have 2 Dumbos on the board. But that's not the only thing. That would mean 3 evasive characters, and those Dumbos on the board with the Lumiere would be 4 strength. So his opponent would need a heads held high in order to effectively clear them under the sea.
Yeah, that's a really interesting breakpoint, isn't it? That Lumiere giving Dumbo 4 strength, I can imagine, is really strong in Amethyst mirrors. The Dumbo just being able to take out a Genie, for example. And while Lumiere is, of course, a 2-cost character, it's nice on turn 2. It's also a really nice surprise play, similar to that Madam Mim in Amethyst that gives your other characters Challenger 1. You just play it down at the late game, and suddenly your Dumbo becomes a 4-strength character and can catch your opponent off guard. So I'm loving the inclusion of Lumiere. I would say it's a slightly better version than the Madam Mim 2-cost, the Skater Mim, as the community like to call it. Just because it's giving you that under the sea protection, right? The Madam Mim is giving you Challenger 1 in your turn, whereas Lumiere is giving you 1 extra strength in your turn and in your opponent's turn, which is a little bit better.
Yeah, and even if we see Shift Clarabelle coming in here, potentially, we could see Shift Clarabelle coming in. We've seen that uninkable Rush Evasive Goofy in Drace's hand could be used to potentially, if Clarabelle is played, even if Under the Sea is sang, if that Clarabelle is turned sideways, if that Clarabelle is exerted to quest or to sing, that Goofy could come down and take it out.
Yeah, and we have got a judge call ongoing, so we'll be back with the action very soon, and we'll do our best to keep you updated. Kim, I asked you your favourite epic of the set.
What's your favourite epic?
Beaking Undisputed.
Oh,
it's got to be. I've got the play set.
It's beautiful.
Emily Abadira, the artist of that card, is a friend of mine from the UK, and yeah, it's a card that means a lot to me. So I got the play set of the Bee King. But I want to know, what's your favourite Enchanted of the set while we're waiting for the game to get back underway? Let us know in the chat, what is your favourite Enchanted card from Fabled? Okay,
I think it would have to be Hades, Infernal Schemer. A card I've loved since set 1, and I'm so glad we have it back. And it's, the foiling and the art on the card is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I saw actually over on some of the top tables a very well-known player in the community with an Enchanted Hades on the table. I can't reveal who it is because I want to make sure I'm not giving up any unfair information to their potential final round opponent. But yeah, that Hades looks so nice on the table. But we are going to be going back into the game right now. And that judge call has been cleared up, and we can see it's now back on over to Driss. So we saw the Basil come down for Bartosz. 6 ink was spent. So it was Basil coming down. No characters questing for Bartosz. Now it's back on over to Driss, who quested. Was it a quest with the Dumbo? I think it was a quest with Genie, and then a Dumbo trigger, probably on the Dumbo.
Yeah, and we're going to play the other Dumbo, Ninth Wonder of the Universe.
No draw from Driss from the Perfect Gentleman.
Yeah, because it is a May trigger, so you don't have to do it. Because maybe anticipating, 4, 5, 6. So Bartosz is on 6 ink. Could potentially ink a card here, and if he has Bend to My Will, we could see it being played. No, doesn't have it, but it's going to be that 7-cost Basil. And when this is played, he's going to be able to bounce an opposing character back to the player's hand. And it's going to be the Genie going back to his hand.
Really, really fascinating. We'll see Basil questing for 2. So it's going to be a 4 lore to 2 game, still in favour of Driss, but of course the Clarabelles and the Donald Duck still ready to go. But Bartosz really valuing this Perfect Gentleman. And this is what we talked about, Kim. When you miss Clarabelle, the Donald Duck can do some really heavy lifting in these lists. With it being 4 cost and being in a ramp deck, it fits in the curve really nicely. But Driss, with 2 Dumbos and a Lumiere, that is a lot of ink being spent. It's going to be the Goofy.
Yeah, it's the Goofy that we talked about. And this Goofy, I've been loving this Goofy, kind of replacing Maui Hero to All in a slight way. But he's also evasive with the 5 strength and the 5 willpower, meaning he's able to come down, he's able to get rid of that Basil.
And that's going to be double Dumbo
Was
singing
it a Sing Together Pirate's Life? I never thought I would hear Dumbo and Dumbo sing together Pirate's Life.
Well, that is the beauty of Disney Lorcana TCG. Just leaving that Lumiere ready and waiting and protected, of course, ready characters can't be challenged, and Driss just leaving that Lumiere ready. That's something we're seeing quite often as well with the Madam Mim skater, Kim. But Bartosz now, Basil is back. Don't forget that 7-cost Basil is up at the top as well. Now, inking improvise and paying 1 to force Driss to discard a card. When Basil quests, Driss must now discard a card at random. Only 2 cards left in the hand. Remember, Driss turning down the opportunity to draw off this perfect gentleman, and Bartosz maybe spotting an opportunity to try and whittle the hand down from Driss entirely.
Yeah, I believe there's a Genie, Wish Fulfilled, and a Hypnotic Strength in hand. But will be able to use the Dumbo's ability to pay 1. He's going to gain a lore and draw a card. Madam Mim Elephant, the other elephant that has been widely in the room this weekend, could be used to bounce a character back to play.
Dumbo suddenly able to remove a Basil thanks to the help of Lumiere. Dumbo is on fire right there with that challenge thanks to Lumiere.
Yeah, he's doing Quest with Goofy. Could potentially, and I would love to see it, Madam Mim Elephant coming in, could bounce that Goofy back to hand, would remove all the damage. Oh, but we did see him draw a B-King Undisputed. But no, we're going to see the Madam Mim Elephant come in and bouncing Goofy back to hand. He had 4 damage on it, meaning the Goofy survives. He can play that next turn.
It's almost like healing up your Goofy as well, isn't it? All those damage counters removed. We do see Driss Inc. Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman will trigger before each player draws a card. Hades comes through. Dumbo deals with Driss's Dumbo.
Yeah,
John Silver inked, and of course, I think they're activating the Basil Disguise Detective ability, forcing Driss to discard a card, paying 1 ink to do so.
Yeah, Bartosz, really interesting decision here from Bartosz choosing not to quest, because he knows his opponent bounced that Goofy back to hand. If he chose to quest, turn any of his characters sideways, that Goofy could have came in and cleared any single one of them.
In comes Dumbo as well as the Genie this turn. The Madam Mim Elephant's going to quest for 1. Driss is at 12. Bartosz trailing at 2. Driss is 8 lore away. Bartosz still 18 away. But the board is starting to swing in Bartosz's favour. It's going to be a tight finish to this game. Driss really becoming the aggressor in this one as Clarabelle comes through for Bartosz. 2 cards in hand right now for Driss.
Yeah, I believe there's no card. Is there any cards left in Bartosz's hand?
I don't
this
think
Clarabelle, meaning he would be able to draw 2 cards at the end of his turn.
Yeah.
But there's an 2 evasive characters on board, meaning even with this Lumiere, even Under the Sea wouldn't be able to clear any of them.
And we are seeing Bartosz take the challenges, respecting the lore potential of Driss, even though that Madam Mim Elephant only quests for 1. Driss reminding that Madam Mim Elephant actually at 4 strength because of its fiery friend Lumiere.
Yeah, I like this play now, knowing that your opponent has that Goofy, that rush evasive, it will be able to come in, could be able to deal with either this Hades or the Basil, but both have 4 damage. Even a Bell could be able to move perhaps damage off the Basil onto the other one. But no, we're going to see Sisu, Daring Visitor, come in. It's going to be able to banish the Clarabelle.
Clarabelle, 1 cost has been dealt with, and in comes Goofy. Goofy with rush and evasive, and it's 6 strength thanks to Lumiere. It is going to deal with that Basil. Driss is still 8 lore away, and Bartosz again just leaving that Donald Duck ready. Does not want Goofy to be able to take it out. But that is going to be a quest with Genie, with Dumbo as well. 15 lore to 4. Can Bartosz find that combo of heads held high and Under the Sea? Driss will draw for the Perfect Gentleman on this occasion.
Yeah. And will Bartosz have... Because even if he's able to have the Under the Sea, with this Lumiere still in play, all of the characters, only Sisu would be hit by the Under the Sea.
Yep.
All the characters really showing the power of Lumiere in this Ruby Amethyst deck against these decks with Under the Sea, because Under the Sea is only going to hit them if they're 2 strength or less.
Bartosz starts things off with a Sail. The Azurite Sea draws a card. Love to see players making those decisions where if they know they're going to play Sail at some point in the turn, you may as well do it to begin with as you get that little bit of extra information. Maybe the card you draw off Sail changes the way you want to play this. Donald Duck into the ink. Did not trigger Basil, of course, because it was removed. Hades then comes through and Genie into the ink. So Driss valuing to remove in the last turn that Basil, just keeping their hand protected from the discard of Bartosz.
Yeah. Does stop his opponent having story on board. Drache here is only going to quest for 4, meaning he can still get to 19.
Maybe a white rose could seal the deal. Not a card we expect to see, though, Kim, in Ruby and Amethyst, but we certainly do know that Pirate's Life is in the deck. Bartosz saw it earlier on with that double Dumbo singing a Pirate's Life, but it doesn't look like Driss has access to it. But there is still the opportunity to draw some cards with Dumbo.
Yeah.
3 to be precise, with 3 evasives on the board. The Dumbo and Goofy synergy, as well as the synergy with Sisu. All eyes on the card. Is it a Pirate's Life?
Is it a Pirate's Life? It would seal the deal. No, but was that a second star to the right? Even if he had a second star to the right and was able to ink a card to play this second star to the right, because then he could sing it with the Goofy. But I'm unsure if that was actually in his hand.
Bartosz quests for 10, Kim, and they only need 9. So if Driss isn't able to win this turn, they need to start taking some challenges. They take another Dumbo. Can they find a Pirate's Life? It's a half shot.
It's a half shot.
Could that do the trick as well?
Could do the trick.
The half shot could come down, and if there's an action which could be played, that could be 1 extra lore. Driss doing now the maths on Bartosz's side of the board. You could take a risky decision here and take another Dumbo trigger with the Goofy. The problem is then, Kim, if you do that and you don't find what you need, suddenly your Goofy cannot challenge. And instead, Driss takes the trade with Clarabelle, which is only possible thanks to that Lumiere, which is still sat ready and waiting. This was played on turn 2, and it's put in so much work. Rafiki inked.
Yeah, we know Maui Half Shark is in hand. Could we potentially here see Maui Half Shark being played? That's going to cost him 6. Then he'll have 3 ink left to play. No, we're not going to see that at all. It's going to be Maleficent Monstrous Dragon coming in. We're going to banish that Hades Infernal Schemer.
What a play.
What a play.
The Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman is triggered and both players decide to draw. It's 17 lore to 11. Bartosz no longer able to quest for victory, even with a double shift on Basil and Clarabelle, which is, of course, something Driss had to be careful of. That would have added 2 extra lore to their total. So Bartosz could have quested here for 6 if they had exactly Basil and Clarabelle shift. So Driss really heads up decision to play around that potential outcome.
Yeah, and this Sisu being evasive, meaning Bartosz isn't even going to be able to challenge into the Sisu or the Dumbo, meaning he's going to need a way to get rid of this Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. Otherwise, Drache is going to be able to quest. But even getting rid of this Monstrous Maleficent Monstrous Dragon is going to mean that his opponent is going to get to 19. And even 1 Pirate's Life is going to seal the deal.
29 minutes left on the clock here in round number 9. Remember, these players looking to book their place into that top 32 cut. You need to get to 10 wins. That is the target for these players. 12 rounds of Swiss total. 10 wins is the target.
And it's the 7-cost Basil coming into play, meaning Bartosz is going to be able to bounce one of the opposing characters back and chooses to bounce the Dumbo. Maybe he has another way to get rid of this Maleficent Monstrous Dragon.
Basil's going to quest. Clarabelle's going to quest. Bartosz creeps ever closer, closing the gap. It's now 17 lore to 13. Can Driss seal the deal with the Maleficent and the Sisu? Can Bartosz stop them?
It could. Does he have enough? Does he have it? He has the You're Welcome. He's going to be able to get rid of that Maleficent Monstrous Dragon. Is going to be shuffled back into the deck, and he's going to be able to. His opponent's going to be able to draw 2 cards.
And 2 cards is good news for that Maui Half Shark. Sisu will be able to quest up to 18. So Driss just needs. We already know there's a Half Shark in hand. Just a Half Shark and 2 actions, which of course you need enough ink to play it, or 1 copy of a Pirate's Life. Do they have either of those things?
Yeah, and does the You're Welcome what did the You're Welcome, which he was able to draw 2 cards, would that have given him the Pirate's Life? Because 1 quest off the Sisu and a Pirate's Life would get him up to 20 lore.
And Bartosz's side of the board is questing for 6 as well. So if Driss can't win themselves this turn, they have to take some more challenges. It looks like it might be the 6 ink for the Goofy, so Driss cannot win this turn, and instead they have to ensure that Bartosz is unable to do anything. Donald Duck, the perfect gentleman, finally going down. This Lumiere and the Donald Duck finally leaving the board very deep into this game number 2. Bartosz's board now only questing for 4, Kim. However,
if that Shift Basil or the Shift Clarabelle comes in, meaning he could quest for 5 to win.
So does Driss play around that potential outcome? Maybe just going to challenge the Basil with the Sisu. That will do the job. Now if Shift Clarabelle comes through, it's not going to be enough. So Driss is still safe and sound for now. Basil plus Clarabelle Shift would be 4 lore for Bartosz. It's back on over to us.
Back
There's
on over to us. Hello.
Judge Call. And I'm sure we'll be jumping back in with the action as soon as we possibly can.
Yeah.
What a game it's been.
What a game
so
indeed. And
far.
at the minute, it's neck and neck.
It is.
Either player could quest to win.
Now, Kim, I asked you your favourite epic, your favourite enchanted, but what is your favourite iconic card of this set? Because I think we have the same one, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
Should we say it on 3?
On 3? 3, 2, 1.
Minnie Mouse.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a princess.
It's a princess.
It's in Amber. I love Amber.
I love Amber. Especially Amber, Sapphire.
Yeah.
And there was 4 Amber Sapphires in the event today.
That's brilliant.
Not the top cut today, but
I also
but
did see a Sapphire Steel deck still in the mix on the top tables as well, which is quite a pleasant surprise.
I did see that as well.
It's really interesting.
Some made it top cut.
We had sort of the 4 main decks. We have maybe the underdog deck, quite literally, of the tournament, that Amber Emerald deck. That's quite represented, but I'm really pleasantly surprised. We've got Emerald Sapphire, Ruby Amethyst, Sapphire Steel, all still in the tournament, and I don't think many people expected to see quite as much deck variety. Okay, Sapphire Amethyst is about a third of the overall metagame in this tournament, but that also means that that is a deck which has a big target on its back. Players know that they need to bring a deck which can beat the Sapphire and Amethyst deck. I spoke to Zan Syed yesterday about his Amber and Emerald deck, and I said, what kind of version are you playing and why? And he said, well, I'm playing the Chromacon because I need the Emerald Chromacon to beat Sapphire Amethyst when I'm going second. And he said it's as simple as that. I expect to see lots of Sapphire Amethyst, so I will be teching my deck against that matchup in particular. The other dynamic with that, Kim, is if you're playing Sapphire Amethyst, do you tech for the mirrors and then potentially be worse into the other matchups, or do you accept that maybe the mirror you're not going to have the best matchup and try and do well elsewhere? And that also creates an interesting dynamic where you've got 2 sets of Blurple players. You've got the players who tech for the mirror and win the mirrors, and then the players who tech for everything else but lose the mirrors. So if the Sapphire Amethyst players pair into each other, the player that's taking for the mirror does well, and that's actually better news for the rest of the players in the tournament. So the Sapphire Amethyst players might be actually causing each other some issues, potentially.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, especially because it was the most represented deck yesterday, it's still the most represented deck in the room. And definitely we've seen the power of Sapphire Amethyst the last few days. But and
jumping back in,
jumping
Kim.
back into it, we're ready to go.
It's on Driss's turn. Remember, they played 6 ink for this evasive Goofy. It took out the Basil, denying Bartosz's potential shift line to win the game. It's going to be 4 ink exerted for the Dumbo. Madam Mim Elephant was inked, and in comes Lumiere. So Driss passes play back on over to Bartosz, who is 5 lore away from victory. It's a nail biter, 17 lore to 15.
Yeah, because even a Shift Clarabelle here and questing with both characters won't even give Bartosz the 5 lore he needs to win. But he's not going to have it. It's going to be a John Silver Alien Pirate and the 1-cost Clarabelle coming in.
Yeah, giving Reckless to that Lumiere means it can't quest next turn. and must challenge if able. This is the Basil discarding the half shark, and look at the facial expression from Driss. Not too happy.
No.
That shark combined with an action card might have been a win condition, but actually, look, there's another shark in hand.
There's another shark in hand.
So maybe Driss doesn't mind too much.
Maybe he doesn't mind, but maybe he's just fooling his opponent.
But remember, this Dumbo, we could see the Dumbo ability. The judge decision there was something about the use of your welcome.
Yeah, I believe they only drew 1 card off your welcome, and it should have been 2 cards.
Okay, so that was
fixed.
Big shout out to our judge team working tirelessly here in the background. We couldn't do these tournaments without them. Dumbo, of course, could be triggering that ability, drawing a card. Could also do the same with Goofy. Find a Pirate's Life, or just find one action that you can play with the half shark. So much ink available, right? You pay 2 ink for the Dumbo and the Goofy trigger.
Yeah, being able to...
Here we see...
We're going to be paying 1. You're
Be King Undisputed or Pirate's Life would be enough here, Kim.
Yeah, a Pirate's Life would definitely have sealed the deal, would have brought him up to 20, and he would be able to take this game. If he didn't draw it, could potentially use the Goofy to be able to... Maybe a more riskier play, maybe going to try and dig a little deeper, trying to find the Pirate's Life to use Dumbo's ability on the Goofy.
What's it going to be for Driss? I didn't see what they drew. Are we going to see a Maleficent Monstrous Dragon? We are. So Driss, again, can't win yet this turn. And they're just trying to deny the victory here from Bartosz. Bartosz is bored, questing for 2 right now. Lumiere can't remove the Clarabelle. Clarabelle stands tall. Driss doesn't look too happy. Sisu takes out Clarabelle. They're still in the game. This game is not over. It's 18 lore apiece, but a shift Clarabelle will seal the deal for Bartosz if they can find it.
Will we see? Oh, we're gonna draw a card. Is it the shift Clarabelle? Otherwise, Bartosz is only going to get to 19, and it isn't. He didn't have it. Ruby Amethyst is going to take the game to win, meaning we're going to game 3.
What a nail biter that was, Kim. I had so much fun watching that.
I had so much fun. Where's Baker? I hope he's seeing this Ruby Amethyst deck in action. 2 of them made it into our games this morning.
Yep.
2 in the top cut of this of all the players we cut to today. I believe we had around 200 and something.
Sure.
2 Ruby Amethyst decks made it.
Baker's very happy.
Ruby Amethyst is still here.
Baker's just coming fist bumping in the background there, which we love to see. He's a very happy man, and who can blame him? Driss is also going to be happy. However, Kim, we've seen Driss go 1 win and 1 loss while they've been going first. However, here is where the real challenge begins, because Driss now with their Ruby Amethyst deck, without any ramp on 2, has to try and win while being potentially 1 jump behind with the ramp of that Sapphire deck. What is going to be the game plan for Driss? Maybe just try and control the early game, get a foothold, get some B King Undisputed through perhaps. Maybe like a Sisu on 3, a Genie on 4, and then some singing of B King Undisputed, but it's going to be tricky, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it will be. But
doable.
But he really wants to hit that 2-drop Lumiere, I believe.
Okay.
Being able, turn 2, being able to hit that Lumiere stops his opponent. If they have an early shift, being able to sing Under the Sea, it takes a lot of those cards out of the firing line for Under the Sea to be able to get rid of under the deck.
Yeah, and of course the other thing which Driss might be able to hope for in this tricky matchup. Look, we know this Emerald Sapphire deck, it's really strong, but the biggest weakness, arguably, of this deck is its consistency. And occasionally, if you don't find the Clarabelle, if you don't find the ramp on 2, you don't find the perfect gentleman, the deck can be significantly less impressive. Again, I mentioned in the last game, those first 4 to 5 turns are so crucial with this Emerald Sapphire deck, and it's going to be fascinating to see how this one kicks off. Game number 3 in the round 11, the penultimate round of Swiss here in the Disney Lorcana Challenge. Bologna, whoever loses this will surely not be making top cut, and whoever wins will be just 1 round away. Clarabelle onto the board for Bartosz.
Yeah, I believe Bartosz also does have that turn 2 ramp. I see a T-bow in hand, but Dresh is also going to have that turn 1 Rafiki. Tell us about this Rafiki. Do you like this Rafiki?
Is on the prowl looking for some hyenas, but I don't think there's any around. Just a good way of controlling the early game. Is there that turn 2 ramp? That is the all-important play for Bartosz. There it is. Mom, I think I'm still growing.
Oh, that was great. That was great impression.
Thank you. I try.
Yeah, that was great. Really interesting here to see what Bartosz is going to ink, because he can ink an uninkable card, but what does he have in hand? He already inked a Clarabelle, Contented Wallflower. I believe he had another one in hand. Could he have inked it? But being able to set up 2 Clarabelles, meaning his opponent, if they get rid of one Clarabelle, the other Clarabelle is still there to be able to enable a shift later further on down the line.
Finders keepers into the ink for Driss. Will we see that turn 2 Lumiere that you talked about, Kim, or is it going to be a Cuzco? Perhaps even the option of going double Diablo Obedient Raven. I like the look of the double Diablo, I gotta say.
I do like the double Diablo as well.
Not very good against Under the Sea, though.
Not very good against Under the Sea. However, if he did choose to play double Diablo here and then perhaps a Lumiere next turn, being able to challenge those Diablos and take out some of Bartosz's characters if they were quested with last game would help him draw more cards as well.
Clarabelle comes through. Now, one really interesting decision then is if Driss had 1 card left in hand, could Bartosz have played this Clarabelle? And the answer is yes. Bartosz might have just had to sequence it slightly differently. They might have had to have inked first and then played Clarabelle. And that was probably part of the thought process that Driss was going through in their previous turn when deciding whether or not to play double Diablo or just the single Cuzco. In comes Basil.
Yeah, develop your brain going into the inkwell. Both the Clarabelle and the Basils now, well, both Clarabelles and 1 Basil on the board, helping Bartosz if he draws that all-important shift line.
But this is the difficulty. Look, Driss is at 2 ink and Bartosz is at 4. That 1 jump ahead, 3 ink now for Driss, 4 for Bartosz. Because of that Tipo play, you're always just playing a little bit of catch-up. That's the power of Amethyst. We are now going to see a Diablo inked, a Diablo played. Certainly not the most impressive turn 3 play for Driss.
No, unfortunately, not the kind of game you not the kind of turn you want to see. Maybe, and it would have been nice to line this Diablo up with the likes of a Lumiere or perhaps even another Cusco Wanted Llama.
Yep, it's going to be back on over to Bartosz. It's their 4th turn, but they can go to 5 ink thanks to that Tipo.
Yeah, if he has the all-important Clarabelle light on her hooves, he would be able to shift it on either of these Clarabelles in play.
And Tipo is still growing. Look at him go. Basil supporting up Tipo. A 3-strength Tipo deals with Cusco. And in comes Basil for shift 4, inking your welcome, and then paying 1 ink, I believe, to force Driss to discard a card. This Basil is performing exceptionally well. What's fascinating here, Kim, is we actually see the 1-cost character quest to give the support and then shifting. So Bartosz valuing that support from the Basil instead of that 1 extra lore from the Disguised Detective Floodborn. Lovely sequencing.
It was really nice. And the Cusco Wanted Llama being banished here helped Driss draw a card, and he did draw that Lumiere. But it would have been nice to see that previous turn, because then his Cusco Wanted Llama would have had an extra strength to be able to, for that Tipo to trade with it.
It is a fascinating game. Driss at 3 ink. Bartosz is at 5. Of course, Driss can go up to 4 ink. This is their 4th turn. Bartosz, the player who went first, 1 lore apiece. Driss inks the dragon. Lumiere's available, Kim, but a little bit awkward if you don't have another 2-cost character to pair with it. Are we going to see Driss go for it? Perhaps could find something nice off the Diablo.
Yeah, you're going to play the Lumiere over the Dumbo or the Genie, which, okay, that's fair, because it stops if you play any more characters. If Bartosz doesn't hit the Under the Sea this turn, if this Lumiere is able to stay on the board, next turn, if Driss is able to perhaps play an Elsa or play any of his other characters like Genie, like Dumbo, that Lumiere is going to be able to give them 1 extra strength.
Rebecca said something great to me yesterday, which is often the player in Disney Lorcana who spends more ink will win the game. And if Rebecca's hypothesis there is true, Bartosz is surely in the ascendancy. Driss on their 3rd turn spending just 1 ink, and on their 4th turn spending just 2. Meanwhile, Bartosz is just spending ink like nobody's business, as Clarabelle is going to quest. This so far was a significantly slower turn, though, from Bartosz, playing improvisers and not developing any characters onto the board. Is this that window of opportunity for Driss to claw their way back into this one? This was that crucial turn to shift the Clarabelle, start drawing cards, find the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, but no card draw available for Bartosz, and they need to find some very quickly, or Driss could claw their way back into this one and get a foothold in this game.
Yeah, double improvise there for Bartosz. I mean, maybe he's trying to draw into that shift line Clarabelle.
Into the inkwell goes a Pirate's Life. It's going to be 5 ink. We did see, 4 ink for Dumbo. We did see that Elsa previously discarded by Driss thanks to that Basil. Now, Bartosz is at 6 ink. 2 cards in hand. There's the Basil bouncing back Dumbo. But Bartosz, no cards in hand, Kim. And if they don't find a Clarabelle soon, they're not going to have much card draw at all because Driss could start dumping their hand as well.
Yeah, very... I like Basil, absolutely great. You were able to get rid of that Dumbo because even a top deck of it Under the Sea, now he would be able to sing it between the Basil and one of the other characters on board. Lumiere, they're going to take the challenge, going to get rid of that Clarabelle. But now, will we see a Genie? No, we're going to see the Belle, Accomplished Mystic, come in. She's going to move that damage off the Lumiere onto the T-Bow. We're going to get rid of the T-Bow.
Big top deck, Kim. Big top deck. What was it? It's the Perfect Gentleman. Not quite Clarabelle, but arguably the second best thing you could find in this position. You need to start finding some cards to draw. However, the Perfect Gentleman is not safe from Elsa. It's going to be Dumbo discarded by the Undercover Detective. Driss going to draw for turn. If they have Elsa, you can exert the Donald and Belle can take it out. It's going to be Genie, though.
Yeah, this Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman coming in. Now next turn, Bartosz will be able to draw 2 cards, maybe hoping to get that Clarabelle shift.
Okay, and now the Donald Duck trigger is going to go through. Both players may draw, both players do. And then Bartosz is going to draw for turn. The Perfect Gentleman, just what Bartosz needed, some kind of way of refilling their hand at this moment in time. And I'm sure that Driss is wishing that they didn't have to discard the Elsa. Because, again, the Basil just put in so much work. How about another Basil, says Bartosz.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. He was able to get rid of that Genie back to hand. But he could just replay that Genie again.
Yep, and Bartosz is 9 lore ahead. It's 10 lore to 1. Genie comes through for Driss. 3 ink still available. It's going to be Sisu trading for Clarabelle. Are we going to see an ink from Driss and a second Genie, perhaps?
Yeah, losing Clarabelle. Contented Wallflower. But Bartosz has enough ink.
Play.
He did what Sapphire needs to do, and he ramped up, and he has 7 ink. If he was able to find the Clarabelle, he could just pay the 7 ink and play it. But Basil, the Undercover Detective, is going to quest, and Driss is going to have to discard a card from hand, and that Genie wish fulfilled is going to be discarded.
Kim, there was a Donald Duck trigger, Perfect Gentleman, missed by Driss. I didn't catch if Bartosz drew for the Donald Duck, but it is a May. Driss did not draw a card, and the Genie was the last card left in hand, and the Basil takes full advantage of that. And this is the beauty of that Donald Duck Gentleman top deck earlier on. Suddenly Bartosz with an abundance of resources and finds a second, and suddenly there is story on board for Bartosz.
Yeah, it's 14 lore for Bartosz, just 1 lore on the board for Driss. Bartosz really showing the control game, even not finding that Clarabelle shift, but another Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman.
Driss takes some challenges, plays a Pirate's Life. That is keeping Bartosz far away from that magical 20th story star. Bartosz draws for turn. Not sure if that Donald Duck trigger was found. Remember, it is a May. Your welcome is going to be... So Tipo was played for 2. Your welcome was then played onto Tipo. So Bartosz is going to draw 2 cards. Again,
yes,
remember
no
that Donald
card.
Duck, a May trigger. Yeah. So neither player has to draw. And it's not something, for example, the judge at the table can point out to the players. It is a May trigger. And therefore, the judge is not able to interfere with that.
Yeah, and 2 characters on the board for Bartosz. He is going to quest up to 16, meaning next turn, if both these characters stay in play, he's going to be able to quest a 20.
Lumiere comes through off the top for Driss, not the best.
not the best, but between both of these characters, they will be able to challenge. And yes, they're going to be able to get rid of the Basil, meaning just a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman left in play. This time, Drace does choose to use both players drew off Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman.
Yeah, the Lumiere did keep Driss in the game just about, but it's 4 Law to 16. Bartosz with an abundance of cards in hand. Driss with just 1. Could we see another Basil perhaps? It's Hades! Lumiere goes down, and Donald Duck and Hades on the board. Surely going to be able to seal the deal for Bartosz on the very next turn. They are 2 Law away. Driss needs a miracle. Can they find one? No!
No, he's not. Bartosz is going to take the win. Unfortunate for our Ruby Amethyst player. He's going to lose out that win.
Yeah, and I think the crucial game in that one, Kim, that game number 1, Ruby Amethyst going first on the play, but the Emerald Sapphire player, Bartosz, able to break serve, and Poland and Bartosz move through into the final round. Of course, not Poland themselves, but Bartosz representing Poland. I'm sure the Polish community is rooting for them. Big shout out to Driss from Belgium. What a great run that was in the tournament. It is technically possible that you could sneak in to the top 32 with 9 wins, but most likely that is going to be the end of their tournament run. But of course, even if that's the case, you're still going to play the last round just in case and try and secure that top 64 for the Simba. Is the Simba playing mat? The top
64, the Simba promo card, I believe. Yeah, and it's absolutely stunning. Yep. We also got a mat with it on. The Simba mat. I like the Mulan mat, and they're foiled, and they're on the prize wall, and they're beautiful.
And also this Elsa pin on the prize wall as well is an absolute beauty.
Yeah, but regardless, both players should be so proud of themselves.
Absolutely.
Especially our Ruby Amethyst player. Just 2 of them left, but we still have 1 more round. It's not top 32 yet. All players still have a chance to make top 32, but even top 64 for that Simba promo card.
Yeah, it's a different format we've got, isn't it, for Disney Lorcana Challenges this year. If you compare it to last season, I think there was 9, maybe 10 rounds of Swiss, and it was two-game format, whereas now it's best of 3 and 12 rounds of Swiss. Previously, we cut to top 64, now it's top 32, but significantly more rounds of Disney Lorcana are required, but we are going to be going on to feature match number 2, jumping in with game number 2. So game 1 has already happened from this best of 3. We've got Emerald Steel, another player from Belgium, and we've got Amber Emerald. We will let you guys know exactly who is ahead on this one, but we
should be getting straight into game 2 here.
It is Alessandro from Italy and Hink, which I'll try and work on my pronunciation on that one, not a name I'm familiar with, from Belgium. So Belgium doing really well in this Swiss. We know that the players from Italy are particularly strong. We saw an abundance of them doing so well at the World Championships, but Belgium is shining right now. Emerald Steel versus Amber Emeralds. And Emerald Steel winning game 1, which means Alessandro will be on the play in game number 2. I've got to say, I favour the Emerald Steel in this matchup on paper. Fire the Cannons, Calhouns.
Strengths, you got Strength of the Raging Fire, and we've seen a lot of these Amber Emerald dog stacks, these underdog stacks, and we know how fast they are. We seen Melissa yesterday. She managed to finish around in like 15 minutes. They're really fast, and this time it's going to be an advantage for Alessandro being on the play. We're not sure who was on the play last turn, but our Emerald Steel player taking the win first game, meaning this time Alessandro is going to be on the play, and we're going to ink a card, and it's going to be Bobby Zamorski, our favorite spray cheese kid, and it's a Bobby Zamorski into the inkwell for Hink.
Bobby's taking over.
And that Bobby's taking over. It's a spray, it's the Leaning Tower of cheese everywhere. And it's not. Oh, and it's really interesting here that Hink chose to not draw. I believe it's Hink. I apologize if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. To not use Bobby's ability to be able to draw a card and discard a card. But for our Amber Emerald player, it's important to note that he did use the Bobby's trigger to be able to draw a card, and he discards this Lilo Escape Artist, which at any point at the start of his game, before he draws a turn, he could choose to play this Lilo, but this Lilo would come into play exerted.
Yeah, and also Bobby being able to discard the Emerald Chromacon on the other side, extremely valuable. Not a card that you want many copies of in hand. I have seen a picture that someone took from the main event yesterday of their hand after a mulligan, where they had 3 Emerald Chromacons in their opening hand. And in situations like that, the Bobby is absolutely outstanding. But we also know, don't we, that the Bobby and Lilo combo is so strong on turn 1, Kim. We were casting together last week in Cardiff.
Yes.
And that was a play we saw multiple times, really put in a lot of work.
Yeah, and Amber Emerald, one of the most represented. It's among the top 5, I believe, for all the most decks represented here this morning. Emerald Steel, we've seen LD Steve take this to our Creator Step Chance, and it performed really well, being able to use cards like this Calhoun, these Bobbies filtering through the decks. But this Calhoun here would be able to, because it has resist, being able to challenge. But this Jim Deere bodyguard coming in, not going to be able to challenge that Bobby Zamorsky or the ladies.
That is absolutely fascinating to see Jim Deere in this deck. That is not something you see very often. The 0-4 bodyguard. I'm just trying to work out why there wasn't a damage counter there on the Bobby. There does seem to be some sort of discourse over that, but I'm sure we'll get that cleared up for you with whatever is happening. Alessandro seeming to go for a little walk, I imagine getting a bottle of water or something like this, staying refreshed. It's quite warm in the venue today.
Yeah, but Jim Deere, not a card we're seeing in Amber Emerald.
No.
We've seen a lot of this card being played in Amber Steel.
We even saw yesterday, a Sleepy, the 0-4 bodyguard, which is really, really fascinating. There is a judge call, so we'll be back with the action very, very soon, I'm sure. But a really, really fascinating matchup, Emerald Steel versus Amber and Emerald.
Yeah,
definitely not something you see that often.
No, I'm playing something like Jim Deere in an Amber Emerald deck. I'm really intrigued to find out more about this list. Not something I've seen a lot of Jim Deeres. We've seen a lot of bodyguards being played in the likes of Amber Steel to protect their characters. They've got a lot of low strength characters, but I like it. It makes a lot of sense. You're playing a lot of low strength characters. Something like a Jim Deere coming in has 4 willpower. Okay, it doesn't have a lot of strength, but can protect all your other characters from being challenged by the likes of Calhoun, because Calhoun only has 3 strength.
I'm really impressed by Jim Deere in this
having 4
format.
willpower.
Yeah.
Calhoun's not going to be able to take it out. And we've seen only Calhoun is left on the board. Bobby Zamorsky, not there anymore. And Calhoun's not going to be able to deal with this Jim Deere.
Yep. So Alessandro with 1 card in hand, I do believe, and 3 ink. I think this judge call might still be ongoing for now, so I'm sure we'll be jumping back in with the action very, very soon indeed. These, I've got to say, Kim, are 2 of the decks I'm most had my eye on coming in this weekend. Amber Emerald and Emerald Steel. And a lot of very strong players playing Amber Emerald this weekend. Zan Syed, for example, a Disney Lorcana Challenge winner playing that deck. Zach Bivens not playing Amethyst Steel. It was Zach Bivens actually who had 3 Chromacons in hand, now that I'm remembering. He had, after his mulligan, he showed me his hand, like a picture of what his hand looked like. 3 Emerald Chromacons, like 2 Floodborn Ladies, and he was like, it just wasn't my day.
Not ideal.
But he said he really believes in the deck. Zach Bivens, someone that's so synonymous really with playing Amethyst Steel. So really interesting to see if someone like Zach and Zan have that much faith in this deck. It shows you that it's got a lot of potential. It's going to be Gogo Tamago into the ink.
Yeah, and we do see that Louis in hand, which Louis would be able to come into play this turn, giving one of the characters reactors, but we're not going to see that at all. It's going to be a Fire the Cannons, giving 2 damage to Jim Deere, meaning the Calhoun will be able to challenge and take out Jim Deere, meaning that Hink here would be able to gain 2 lore.
Yeah, really nice combo. I love Fire the Cannons, but not something I've seen before. Fire the Cannons and Calhoun taking out a Jim Deere, but it definitely goes a long way. Now, there's 2 ladies on the board. Currently, there's 0-3s. But every time Alessandro plays a character card, they will get +1 strength. And if they get 3 strength, they will quest for 3. We're going to see the lady shift come through.
Yeah, and I do love this lady shift coming in, because it means that Alessandro will be able to return 2 character cards from his discard to his hand that cost 2 cost or less, I believe.
Yep, and that's got some nice synergy with the Bobby, of course, which just discarded the Lilo earlier on. Of course, Lilo nice in the discard, but it's not bad to have in hand either. Of course, if you're playing it from the discard, it's going to come in exerted, whereas if you play it from hand, it will come in ready. And you've also got the option of putting it into your inkwell. Lady's going to take out Calhoun. Calhoun.
Yeah, there's 2 Jim Deers and a Lilo in hand. Getting rid of one of these Calhouns was huge because if Alessandro chose to ink a card and play a Jim Deer here, both Calhouns being on the board meant that Hink would have been able to challenge and get rid of the Jim Deer already. But it's going to be the Louis, leaving the Lady reckless, meaning that Lady is going to have to challenge next turn.
Yeah, really nice play there from Hinnick. Calhoun also taking out the Lady, gaining some lore for their trouble. It is that 1-cost dual ink Lady. Also, there's an enchanted version of that Lady, and I believe also a promo as well from the previous set. It's a card I like a lot. The Lady and the Tramp on the board just as they should be.
Yes, they're together again.
They're facing the other way, but they're thinking about each other.
Yeah, they're looking away from each other, but secretly they're there together.
They're side-eyeing.
They're side-eyeing, yes. And we did see Alessandro previously had 2 Jim Deers and a Lilo in hand. What card is going to join them in his hand? It's going to be Tiana. And he's already on 3 ink.
Yeah.
We could see potentially the Tiana coming in here.
And
I do like this play more than playing a Jim Deer, but in bodyguard mode, because the Louis having 4 strength would be able to take out the Jim Deer.
We're going to see Lilo and Jim Deer as a combo. It seems like Tiana going to be waiting in the wings a little bit longer, of course, an uninkable card. And it is fascinating to see the synergy there between Jim Deer and the Tiana. Now, we do see a challenge come through, cleaning up the Louis. Of course, there was a reckless character. The Lady had to challenge, and it got 2 strength with 2 cards played. That's probably why Alessandro went for it. And this Louis is so good against Tiana. So Alessandro actually delaying this Tiana was so significant. Lila was reckless. It's going to be Daisy and Tiana. No cards left in hand for Alessandro. No quest either, which is what we often see when you play Tiana. You just delay everything because you will have a chance to quest. But these Louis come through! Louis on Tiana is absolutely devastating. This is now a reckless Tiana. They cannot quest and they must challenge if able.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to challenge into either of the Louis here on his opponent's board. This Tiana having 4 willpower, meaning either of these Louis is going to be able to take it out, because ideally here, Alessandro is going to want to quest with all of his characters and make Hink want to have to challenge in, and having -3 strength on both of those Louis would have meant he wouldn't have been able to get through that Jim Deer bodyguard.
You know, Kim, on our travel here to Italy, we had a bit of a flight delay, and I was playing a game similar to this. I had a Tiana, my opponent Robert had this Louis, and he just kept playing Louis after Louis onto my Tianas, and it's just so devastating. It's so frustrating to deal with, and I'm sure that Alessandro saw the second Louis and was like, okay, thank goodness for that, they're gone. But then the third comes through. Interesting to see them move the Tiana slightly out of the sleeve so they remember that it's reckless. That's
like
one
that.
I've not seen before.
I myself have not seen this before, especially because we know there's an enchanted version of the Tiana. And believe me, I wouldn't be taking it out because I want to protect my precious cards. They're so beautiful. But I like this tactic. Sometimes, you know, I turn it the opposite way around so I know or I remember maybe they have reckless. Did draw and improvise is going to be able to give Tiana +1 strength and draw a card. And then, well, I believe he went past, but then remember, Tiana has reckless, is going to have to challenge. Luckily, that Louis did have damage on it already.
Yeah, but the improvise was crucial there, Kim, because it gave Tiana that second bit of strength to take out the damaged Louis. We do see Lilo was also summoned from the discard onto the board, exerted by Alessandro. Of course, that is a card that you have to pay the ink for during the set stage before you draw a card. It's Go-Go and Doc. The hand refill comes through, and that could be a big moment in this one. Remember, this is game number 2. Hinnick is 1-0 up. Alessandro was going first in this second game.
Yeah, absolutely crazy plays, insane crazy plays. Gonna be able to quest here with Curse Merfolk. I believe he's gonna be going up to 8. Louis, having that 4 strength, is going to be able to take out this Jim Deer bodyguard. I believe there was a Tiana in hand. That Tiana will be able to come in. But that
card almost went missing.
Card almost fell off the table. But being able to play the Go-Go into a Doc to be able to have no cards in hand, didn't have to discard anything, but be able to draw 2 cards so that next turn he can play those 2 cards he was able to draw.
Merriweather, the card discarded off the Bobby. It's Tiana that comes through. Surely there's not a 4th Louis, says Alessandro. Of course, Doc refilling the hand. Hinnick with, I believe, 1 card left in hand after that. Maybe it's 2, though. Not sure. We'll get that checked for you. But Tramp is going to challenge the Cursed Merfolk. Of course, you have to discard a card, but there's nothing to discard. It's actually 2 cards already in hand for Hinnick, so 3 cards available now. Louis is able to sing Strength of a Raging Fire as well. Captain Hook for 1. 3 ink going to be spent.
Yeah, and then with 4 characters on board as well, this if it is Strength that's going to be played, it's going to be able to hit either the Tiana or the Jim Deere for 4. Ideally, we're going to hit the Tiana, right?
Yep.
Because the Tiana is going to be able to quest for 2.
And it really has been the Louis show, just disrupting a great stat line of 4-3, even being able to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. That's what's going to happen. Tartar Tiana.
Yeah, that restaurant owner didn't even get to quest. That Strength of the Raging Fire coming in, 4 characters on board meant exactly 4 damage needed to get rid of that Tiana.
Yep, and it's going to be a big challenge as well coming in. On the was that on the Tramp? 1 damage on 3 characters. I looked away for a moment. Yeah, it was Go-Go and Doc on the Tramp. And, of course, Louis with the 1 damage there already.
Yeah. No cards in hand for Alessandro, meaning he's going to have to decide whether or not he wants to play the Lilo. Yeah, the Lilo Escape Artist is still in the discard. So whether he's going to have to decide here whether or not he wants to play the Lilo before he draws a card for his turn.
Yeah, it's a big moment. And Alessandro just taking their time to look through the discard pile and make sure that everything is all as it should be. 4 ink available. This is that set stage where you have to decide now, before you draw a card, whether you are going to play the Lilo from the discard. They will. They draw. And it's at this moment only, after you've made the decision, that you find out if it was a good one or not. Go-Go comes through for 2. I'm sure Alessandro would rather have that Lilo on the board now than that 1 extra lore.
Yeah, but even having this Lilo on the board now meant playing the Lilo from the discard, Lilo's going to be coming in exerted. But Hink here has Captain Hooks, he has Louis. They would be able to challenge this Lilo. Even our Go-Go Tamago has 2 strength to be able to deal with our Lilo Escape Artist.
Each player, Kim, has 4 ink, and each player is in top deck mode. 0 cards in hand for Alessandro. Hinnick now with just 1 after they drew to start their turn. It's going to be the Emerald Chromicon item. That could be a game-changing moment, Kim. The Emerald Chromicon means that every time one of your characters is banished during your opponent's turn, you may return a character card to a player's hand. So, for example, you could bounce back one of your opponent's really expensive cards, or you could bounce back one of your own. So I'm a little bit surprised to see that the Doc actually quests here. Maybe leaving that Doc ready and waiting could have provided Hinnick with an opportunity to return that Doc to their hand to replay it. So that was definitely an interesting moment. There was the opportunity to quest with everything, leave the Doc ready and waiting.
Yeah, really interesting plays for both players. Absolutely crazy. We did hear information that Bruno did win that game, and we're ready to return to feature match 1.
Wow, I think the next round has started, so we're going to be wrapping that one up. Bruno taking that one, so we're going to be going back to feature match 1. And we'll keep you posted on exactly what is happening. What a fun game that was.
But we're going to turn you to a quick break. And as soon as we come back, we're going to bring you straight back into a game.
Let's go. Next round's up.
Hello, Illumineers. We're back. That was cut short, but our Emerald Steel player has won because we're ready to bring you into round 12. It's round 12.
So excited, Kim. Welcome, round 12, the final round of Swiss of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. After this round, it will be etched in the Illuminary. We will know our top 32 cut. The players that make it through to top 32 will instantly earn their invitation to the European Championships in 2026, and of course have the honor to keep playing more Lorcana and try and make their way even further, win some cool prizes, and potentially become the first DLC champion of Season 2. Kim, it's great to be in the booth here with you for the final round of Swiss.
I am beyond excited. And not only players trying to get into top 32, players who maybe don't have that chance to get into top 32 still have the possibility of getting top 64 to get their hands on the Simba promo card.
That is a pretty good consolation prize if you're not able to make it all the way. That Simba DLC promo, very cool. We're going to be altering 5 cards off the bat for Bastion, who does appear to be on Amethyst Steel, the deck that's been very popular in the room today. Again, it's fairly consistent. You get to play the game a lot of the time, and it can have some very decent matchups. So we've seen a few very talented pilots bring that a long way through the Swiss rounds. But I'm equally excited on the other side of the board, Kim. We have Conrad on Sapphire Steel. This is a fantastic in combination that I'm so glad that we are seeing represented at the top tables this deep into the tournament. I hope we see a Scar finally, King.
I'm so excited. Scar, one of the new legendary cards this set. Will we see some ally synergy? I'm so excited.
Allies, yeah. Well,
allies.
I mean, I'd love some villain synergy, but they are...
Scar is the villain.
Scar is a villain, so I'll take what I can get. I get a little peek of Bastion's hand here. I can see a Diablo, and I think that Genie Satisfied Dragon. We're going to be inking the Obedient Raven and playing another one. Just a super safe character to get down turn 1. Again, we are Amethyst Steel, so we're looking to boost our numbers for Strength of a Raging Fire. And you were right, Kim. We do seem to have that ally package with one Jasmine going into the Inkwell and another one coming down. Tell us a little bit about the shift option that could be followed.
Yes, our dual ink Jasmine shift option coming in. And when this character quests, you can draw up to 3.
You look at the top 3 cards
top
of your
3
deck.
cards, and if it's an ally card, you're going to be able to put it into your hand.
And shift 2, which is pretty cool. Bastion taking turn 2. We're a really solid Calhoun coming down. And worth mentioning, this 1-drop Jasmine gives a character resist 1 until the start of your next turn, which is not a bad on-play ability for a 1-cost character who's a shift target. We're going to ink that Satisfied Dragon. And down comes Mr. Smee, Steadfast Mate. A really nice addition. 2-cost inkable, 3/2, and gains evasive during your turn. Personally, I'm a Jafar Royal Vizier fan myself, but this Mr. Smee is an ally, which gives incredible synergy with the rest of what this deck wants to do.
Yeah, and Mr. Smee also an evasive on your turn, meaning cards like Genie or Elsa the Fifth Spirit. This Mr. Smee is going to be able to help, but it's going to be a Genie Satisfied Dragon for Bastion coming in, and that card also evasive on his turn.
Oh, this Genie, absolutely one of the strongest cards in our meta game right now. For just a cost of 3, Steel gets to play this card. 3/4 evasive during your turn. We're going to see the Jasmine taking out the Diablo, taking a little bit of pressure off. You've got to think we're going to be Pleaklying here, because there's no way you would want to leave this for food for the Calhoun. And indeed, we do see the Pleakly, who on play is forced to put one of your characters into your Inkwell face down and exerted. This is not optional. If Pleakly's the only card on the board, on your board, should I say, then you have to ink himself. But getting rid of that Jasmine, didn't have the shift, or clearly wasn't prioritizing that line. And this Pleakly 3/4 body is pretty good. This ability is kind of, it's a seesaw, right? Because inking your own characters, like, it's a -1 essentially, and it has to be a character on the board. So it is a bit of a tempo loss, but we gained a lore out of that Jasmine, and we're of course ramping ourselves. And again, if you're newer to the game, when we say ramp, we're just talking about putting extra ink into your Inkwell, something that Sapphire does very well.
Extremely really well. Sapphire definitely, we're well known for that ramping ability, and we know Sapphire has these high cost cards like Hades, Infernal Schemer. Infernal Schemer.
And here he is, Kim.
We
are finally king. We've got Hamlet Scar. That's not the real name. That's just my affectionate term for him. This character is super cool. +1 strength to all of your allies, meaning that Mr. Smee is able to trade very efficiently into the Satisfied Dragon. And of course, this Scar also will allow you to banish banish one of your allies and draw cards equal to the strength of that character, you then have to discard 2 cards. But hey, if we can boost an ally up to have a humongous amount of strength, maybe we're drawing 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe utilizing the support keyword to synergize there, then you can absolutely plus off of Scar. And it's going to be a Cannons and a Calhoun to get rid of the Pleakley.
Yeah, but who knew that Pleakley was such a good singer previously? That Pleakley sang Strength of the Raging Fire, and just a Scar versus a Dolores left on the board. This Dolores Madrigal, we've seen this card shine a lot last week in Cardiff CCQ when an opponent has an exerted card in board. When you play this character, you can draw a card. Such a great card, but ends 4-4 and quest for 2.
Look
a 3-3.
Look at that, Kim. We play the Lawrence, the jealous manservant, who is a 4-4 when he has no damage on him. Scar at the end of the turn, because he is exerted, is going to be able to banish that Lawrence, drawing ourselves 4 cards. We have to discard 2 now, but this, like, hey, Friends on the Other Side was a pretty good card. Anything that lets you draw 2 is pretty good. And again, we are crafting our hand, right, Kim?
Yes.
We're picking the most important pieces for the relevant match. Is that a dump truck?
Is that a dump truck?
Is that a dump truck in the discard pile?
What, a dump truck? A dump truck and
I'm
a
crashing
dump?
out, Kim.
What? What is going on? I can definitely see here why Conrad chose to discard the dock, because he has a Scar in play, meaning he doesn't need that card draw he's going to get off dock, being like, yeah, okay, I already have enough cards in hand. If this Scar is able to stay on the board, it's going to be huge card to draw tool.
Yeah, 100%. No immediate threat to this Scar with only a Dolores on board. Of course, there could have been a Jafar aspiring ruler or even a hypnotic strength to come down here, but at least Scar still would have made a trade. And even if you remove the Scar, he has still effectively drawn 2 cards, right? But I agree with you, Kim. You've got different packages you can lean into. If you're emptying your hand, then Doc's the way. If you want to start building up more of a control hand, then Scar, finally King, will serve you well.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Scar's not going to stay on the board for long. But that's okay, because we have another Scar, and joining Scar on the board is a hey.
This is a 1-cost 2/2 hey, and I'm going to be completely honest with you, Illumineers. I can't remember the sub name because I have never seen this played.
But not to mention, hey, we may not remember his sub name, but he is an ally character.
Indeed.
So he is going to synergize with that Scar.
Down comes the Dumbo from Bastion. No evasive characters quite yet, although we don't even have the ink to pay for it. We did play that dock, but if this Dumbo can survive a full round, maybe he can use the breaking record, should I say, ability himself to exert, draw 1, game 1.
Yeah, but Conrad here is on 6 ink. He's going to be able to ink to 7.
This
does
is
he have
Hades.
the Hades? He does. He has the Hades Infernal Schemer. That Dumbo's not going to be able to stay on the board for long. It's gone into the inkwell for Bastion.
And all of a sudden, Conrad's board is looking pretty formidable. We see Bastion coming down with the Royal Guard. And Kim, you mentioned the Dolores Madrigal. Prior, people were playing the Treasure Guardian and these illusion packages. But with the increase of popularity of cards like Heads Held High and people just teching all the more for these illusions, the Treasure Guardian not as safe an option along with the illusion package you need to run to benefit. So this Dolores Madrigal is instead doing the job. We are going to a judge call very quickly. Not sure what's going on there, but man, already this match is off to the races. We've seen a hey that I have no idea what the sub name is. I don't think I've ever seen play. The Scar finally King coming down super early courtesy of that Pleakley ramp and then immediately able to draw 2 cards. I think our Sapphire Steel player is already in a fantastic position. I am hyped for this game.
I'm so excited. And even our Amethyst Steel player was able to do a Strength of the Raging Fire, or was it fire? It was a fire. It was a fire, the cannons on the Scar, and then Dolores Madrigal took out Scar, finally King. But Scar didn't stay away for long because our Sapphire Steel player had another Scar to play, and I'm so excited to see this Scar finally King in action.
100%. I am a big fan of this Scar. I really want it to be top tier meta. And again, you've got to expect other cards to be in this deck, right? Like Vincenzo, who is a 2/8, does 3 damage to a chosen character on play, and Questful, not 1, not 2, but 3 lore, Kim. That's a whole lot of lore right there.
That's a whole lot of lore.
A really nice high end from the Sapphire Steel deck. Again, we would expect the Amethyst Steel deck to probably settle at around a 5 cost. Obviously, the Elsa's one of the best cards in the game at the moment. Bell Accomplished Mystic, also one of the best cards in the game at the moment, and that tends to be about it. Maybe the Ursula Voice Stealer. I doubt it, though. I would expect that maybe more in Blurple as opposed to Amethyst Steel. But the Amethyst Steel deck a lot lower to the ground. Definitely the more questing, aggressive deck, and things like Calhoun that can gain lore as well.
But we still have removal tools, just like that Hades Infernal Schemer in Sapphire Steel, which meaning on Sapphire doing that thing that Sapphire does so well, being able to get as much ink as quickly as possible, that Pleakley coming in, being able to send the Jasmine into the inkwell, meaning Conrad already on 7 ink. We talked about Vincenzo. Vincenzo's going into the inkwell, and it's going to be a Jasmine, and is that Alice Growing Girl?
That is Alice Growing Girl, who gives all of your characters support, which is a fantastic keyword to synergize with Scar Finally King. Quest with a character, add its strength to another character, and preferably an ally. So what was the strength of that Hey Hey? How many drawing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Scar has supported the Hey Hey, and we are drawing 8. Wait, are we still drawing?
8? Was that
9,
10?
It's because the Hades as well quested as well.
Because the Hades quest,
so it was a Hades quest
3?
and a Scar quest to boost up.
Was that 11 cards?
To be the biggest Hey Hey that you have ever seen, my guys. We're only discarding 2. Look at this game so far. Look at the hand.
I'm flabbergasted.
This Jasmine, of course, on board is another really good 5 cost. She gains evasive during your turn. She's a 3/7 quest for 2, and you may discard a card to give Challenger 3 to this Jasmine. Hitting for 6 is taking out the majority of bodies in the game. And again, that evasive keyword, we know how important that can be in our meta. And down comes the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary, the Skater Mim, Avril Mim, whatever you want to call her. She gives Challenger 1 to all of our other characters, meaning Calhoun can make a nice efficient trade into the King.
Yeah, and Bastion is going to gain that 2 lore off the Calhoun train. Alice Growing Girl, not a card we've seen being greatly utilized, a card I've wanted to make work since the start.
Well, this
Maybe
is it,
teaming up with Scar in this kind of deck is the way to do it.
You need to check out this deck list, Kim,
I need
clearly.
that. Conrad, teach me your way. Sapphire Steel, it's not dead.
Bastion, though, at 9 lore, has a White Rose on board and a fairly wide board of characters. Again, Strength for a Raging Fire is one of the best removal tools, well, one of the only removal tools in the deck for Amethyst Steel, when there's going to be other lore gain like the Giant Cobra. So Conrad, while seemingly in a very strong position with a lot of fantastic characters, Bastion is going to quest ahead, going all the way to 12 lore here. And again, you've got to start answering this board, and you've got to be scared of more White Roses, Giant Cobras, etc. But I think Bastion's hand is empty.
Yeah, but Conrad's hand definitely not empty.
Isn't.
We saw him draw so many cards off that Hey Hey, possibly. I honestly couldn't tell you. It was definitely more than 10.
Kim
it was more than 10 cards.
Flabbergasted.
I'm still flabbergasted.
By the amount of
we
cards.
talked about this Vincenzo coming in, and Eric told me this Vincenzo is a very popular Italian name.
Mate, yeah. I love it.
But meaning
Atlantis,
next turn,
mate, great film.
Next turn, Vincenzo's going to be able to quest for 3.
So despite Bastion putting himself in a very nice position lore-wise, Conrad potentially able to zoom ahead. We're going to play that Jasmine. She's going to give resist 1 to a character, and then that Hey Hey, which again, just a cheap character that you can put down and boost up. Alice is going to run into the Royal Guard. She was boosted by the Hades quest, I believe, courtesy of that support keyword. And then Jasmine finishing off the other character. And suddenly, Bastion left with a lone, tiny adversary, Madam Mim, on board, and 1 card in hand. He's just doing the finger maths. When you're counting lore, are you a tapper or a pointer or a conductor? I've seen all 3.
I think I'm more of a conductor.
I'm a conductor
when
as
I come from like show choirs and I'm like, let's go, we can do this, and I'm like 5, 6, 7, 8.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm a conductor myself. And you, Baker?
Oh, I'm exactly the same. Yeah. Again, the musical background, I like to conduct my maths around the board. But Bastion taking a moment here. There's actually 2 cards in his hand, so I guess he did have 1 in his hand before drawing. We are going to thinking about what he wanted to do there, because there was apps. Oh, and that's going to be it.
It's going to be game 1 going to Sapphire Steel. Conrad's going to take the win off game 1.
That was fantastic. It's so good to see the Scar Finally King putting in some work. Vincenzo is such a cool character, again doing 3 damage on play. It's extremely significant. A lot of characters that already fall into this range. The support keyword being utilized courtesy of Alice. Hey drew 10 cards there, Kim. That was amazing.
I loved every minute of it. Finally seeing Alice Growing Girl. I have loved the support keyword this set. Post rotations being utilized so much. We've seen it in Emerald Sapphire, that 1-cost Basil with the support ability.
So important.
And here it is. An Alice growing girl.
Support goated keyword, apparently. But we're hopefully... I want to see that again. I really want to see this Scar pop off. I want to see some supporting, raising a character like a Hey up to humongous strength. Just draw a 6 of your deck, mate. No problem there. That was a brilliant game. And again, you got to think the Hey just as a... Because it's a 1 cost. It's an ally. Yeah. And again, if you've already got an established board. But this is where the kind of the weakness of the deck, in a sense, right? Because you need to have that established wide board to be able to like bring these abilities online, because the Scar, you can he needs to be exerted, so he is a little bit slow, right? There's no way that I can think of to give him rush or turn him sideways any other way, so you need your Scar to survive the turn. 4 willpower is okay against the steel deck. You of course need to be scared of Strength for a Raging Fire, but again, we saw there Pleakley ramping us into Scar well before our Amethyst Steel player could really get his board wide enough, and the Strength of a Raging Fires we used on other things. A couple of 2-for-1s as well with Fire the Cannons and Calhoun. But we're going into game number 2. Bastion is going to be on the play, so he will alter first. Looks like 3 cards going back into the deck. He's going to draw back up to 7 and then shuffle those cards into the deck. I can already see, is that a Vincenzo? Yeah, I reckon that's probably going back into the deck. We're not quite ready to play a 7-cost character yet. 4 cards for Conrad.
Yeah, it looks like Conrad had that Scar already in his opening hand. Will we see it pop off again? Will we see a Hades, not a Hades, but a Hey come in and draw more than 10 cards?
Yo, prediction in chat. How many cards will Scar draw this game? I want to see it. I'm going to be. I can't see the chat now, but I always watch the stream back. I want to know
back. We'll see.
Who is going to have the right prediction, because I mean, we've been saying 10 cards. I think it
was more.
I think it might have even been more than 10 cards.
Definitely more than 10.
Well, let's try and think about it for the moment, right? So Hey is a 2/2. He did 3 courtesy of the Hey. Obviously, that brings us up to 5. The Scar, he's a 6, right? So 11?
He's a 6. Was it 11?
So I'm
11
guessing,
cards.
unless I missed something there, I'm pretty sure Scar's a 6/4.
Because I know he definitely drew 9 cards, and then I had to count. Maybe it was 12, because I believe he drew 9 and then counted the 3 extra from the Hades.
Here's the forceful
and so it could have
duelist.
been 11.
Coming down, fantastic turn 1 play, just a very powerful beat stick. This was the first Lorcana card I ever saw, Kim. Very sentimental one to me.
Yeah, Jasmine going into the Inkwell. But we're already setting up for the Hey. Maybe the Hey Scar combo. It's Hey.
Oh, it's
He's
a 5/4.
1 cost coming in, 2/3, just to deal with that Captain Hook.
Okay, so Scar's a 5/4, but what we didn't account for is the +1 strength that he gives to allies just for being on the board, bringing Hey up to a 3/2 to start with. So I think 11 is about right, and we did see that Hey as the turn 1 drop. Probably not a safe quest for Captain Hook here, although you could, right? You could quest, make the Hey challenge, and then get clap back with the Raja. But we know that these steel decks want to build a wide board for that Strength for a Raging Fire. So I like the decision to just hold there.
Yeah. A double Hey on the board now for Conrad. No turn 2 play this turn. Well, establishing another Hey on the board, maybe setting up for a future. But it's going to be the White Rose coming in for Bastion. And when he plays this card, he's going to gain a lore. Also going to be able to quest with this Raja, already taking a slight lead in lore advantage.
Yeah, not the best start from Conrad, just with the turn to Hey. You got to assume there is ramp in this deck in the form of Tipo and Saudi Azur at Sea. I don't think we saw it in game 1. We saw the Pleakley line taken instead. And we are once again going to see that Pleakley line ramping us up to 4. So that opens a 5-drop up for next turn. We cooking. Down comes the Genie. Yes,
we're cooking. With Sapphire doing what Sapphire does best, and that is ramping. In this form of Pleakley, we've seen it previously in other decks in the form of Tipo and Sail the Azurite Sea. But Bastion, 4 characters on board. Conrad with only a Pleakley and Hey on the board.
Yep, the scientific expert, a really solid body, could probably get a 2-for-1 from this board state. Will Bastion attempt to remove it if he has access to Strength for a Raging Fire?
Yeah, but Pleakley also has that keyword of being an additional ally. So he will be able to team up with Scar, because next turn, Conrad will be able to ink an additional card and we'll have 5 inks to play with.
Going on a couple of quests here, the White Rose and Raja, who is one of those illusions. I do wonder if Bastion maybe is playing a bit of a split. Maybe there's one or two Treasure Guardians in there to complement. We've seen the Royal Guard, we've seen the Raja. Giant Cobra's always making the cut. So I would guess maybe there could be one or two in the deck. We've seen like a 2-2 split before. Yes. If you're against these decks that have like Heads Held High or Hypnotic Strength or something, maybe you go for the Dolores line, but if they don't, then the Illusion line is perfectly reasonable. Inking Strength is absolutely not something that you want to do without thinking about it, but we're going to ink it. We're going to play Scar and sing Strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah, when you have another strength in hand and you're able to sing that with Pleakley, who knew he was such a great singer?
Yo, he karaoke night Pleakley when. But Scar finally king back onto the board. Like I said before, he is a little bit slow. You need him to survive the full turn. Can we play a character here and then sing Strength of a Raging Fire with the Genie? I haven't been able to get a decent look at Bastion's hand. We're going to go on a quest for 2. Amethyst still currently in the lead, but the Scar does live to become king. Can we benefit from a big draw this turn? It would probably take a lot, right? Because again, Scar's adding +1 strength to all our allies anyway. Maybe if we can play an Alice Growing Girl, give support to the Scar, and then he adds his strength to whatever we play. It's going to be the Genie Satisfied Dragon, inking a Pleakley, I think. Yes?
Yes, inking completely. Scar is going to quest, and he does have the choice at the end of his turn. If he is exerted, he can draw cards, but not going to do that. Wants to keep the Genie on the board, potentially setting up for later on to be able to do something like he did first game with the Hey, or maybe he's waiting for the Alice Growing Girl to come in because he knows he's going to need perhaps a Strength of the Raging Fire to be able to get rid of these evasive genies.
Or indeed just the fact that the Satisfied Dragon does have that evasive keyword during your turn, so it is a way to answer this genie, these genies. It's a 4/4 because the Scar is raising its strength, so I definitely prefer the decision to prioritize keeping this genie on board. I think you're losing far too much tempo. If you take it away there, you're letting Bastion quest all the way to 17 in theory. Down comes another Scar. If one king wasn't enough for you, here's another Scar is going to go on a quest for 2, and now we are going to decide to get rid of this Genie Satisfied Dragon. Makes a lot of sense. That's going to draw us a bunch of cards.
Yeah, I believe he's going to draw 5 cards because the Genie would have been boosted by 2 Scars, but still 2 Genies wish fulfilled on the board for Bastion. He is at 10 lore. If 2 Genies and this Palace Guard stay, meaning he could quest for 5, bringing him up to 15.
Kim, I'm going to be honest with you. I have not once in my life played a Sapphire Steel deck. I've watched a lot, but I have never played with it. It's never felt like my particular play style, but I am loving what I am seeing right now. It's got me itching to sleeve up some Scar Future Finally Kings of my own and try this out because this looks a lot of fun. And again, it's had a great run here today. Conrad on a 9-2-0 record. This is the final round of Swiss. If you are just joining us, round 12, whoever wins this match will proceed into our top 32, qualifying for the European Championships and get to keep playing and hopefully win tons more prizes.
Yeah, both of our players here on 9 wins is going to want to win this match to confidently secure their spot in top 32. But Bastion, he has 2 Genies on the board and a Palace Guard. Dolores Madrigal just coming in. That Scar was exerted, meaning that Dolores Madrigal trigger is going to be able to, he's going to be able to draw a card because the Scar is exerted.
The Yzma Conniving Chemist going to make our way into the Inkwell. Bastion doing the finger maths. Looks like a pointer to me.
But was able to quest with both Genies and the Palace Guard here, meaning Bastion is on 15. It's going to be interesting for Conrad here to see what he's going to be able to do. Because he's going to need to be able to get rid of...
We need to...
both of these Genies at least.
Don't forget Hades is an option. We're going into our 7 ink turn. So that could be a way that we try to stem the flow a little bit. And down indeed comes the infernal Schemer. Who's going to put that Genie into the... Oh, did he put it in the discard?
Did he put it in the discard? It should have. It should have been in the...
So that Hades absolutely should be putting the card into the Inkwell. But yeah, moving on, Bastion is going to follow up. He's questing up to 19, and down goes the White Rose. Thankfully, it did not matter. Thankfully, it did not matter. That would have been sad if it did. But yeah, Amethyst still already very much in the driving seat that game, getting to go first, getting to play out all these genies in a row. A bit of a slower start from our Sapphire Steel player again. Like, we managed to get the Scar going, but that turn 2, I just think was a little bit just not quite the ceiling that we're looking for.
It hurt. But this time,
that means we're getting a game 3.
We're getting a game 3, and this time, our Sapphire Steel player, Conrad, is going to be on the play, which gives him a little bit of an advantage against that Amethyst Steel deck. And I'm excited. I'm ready to see what happens. We didn't see Alice Growing Girl come out last game, but maybe we'll see her this time.
I was already excited backstage watching that Ruby Amethyst deck do a super good job in the last game. Melissa Dragons, I told you, I told you, but it was great to see it didn't get over the line, which is really sad. But I feel like I found my new horse, Kim. Can the Sapphire Steel deck make it through the top 32? If it is, it's going to be hard not to root for him. I am loving the way this deck is playing.
Yeah, me too. We've seen that Sapphire Steel and Ruby Amethyst, not the typical decks you're expecting to see here today, but both performing extremely well. If Conrad is able to win this game, and I want to see it happen. I want to see a Sapphire Steel in top 32.
Well, wants to see it. We know this is a very popular ink combination. A lot of very dedicated fans of Sapphire Steel that have actually moved away from the deck, saying, "I'm sorry, we're just not cooking like we used to." But Conrad said, "Hold my ramp. Let me show you how it's done."
Yeah, many people underestimating the power of this new Scar. Conrad really showing how it's done, showing us all that ally synergy and just how possible it might be. Even teaming up with all that support, all those support mechanics like Alice Growing Girl on none other than a Steel Hey Hey.
Love a Steel Hey Hey. I shout out to Ben from the Ravensburger team in the UK, who I know will be thriving seeing this Hey Hey put in work. But yes, Conrad will be on the play for this game 3. If you're just joining us, we're in round 12, the final round of Swiss of the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. It's been an amazing weekend of Lorcana, and we still have top 32 cut yet to come. Whoever wins this match will proceed. They will qualify for the European Championships. They will earn themselves that Elsa Icebreaker, and if they can get even further, maybe the Elsa playmat, maybe moving on to get the golden Mickey Mouse Brave Little Taylor, and potentially a trip all the way to the World Championship.
Yes, both players going to be wanting to take the win here. It is 1-1. We're going into game 3. Conrad here on the play, and it's going to be Jasmine coming down already, setting himself up for a possible Pleakley further on, or even.
We haven't seen it. Shift.
We haven't seen it. We haven't seen the shift. Maybe he's setting up for that turn 2 Jasmine shift.
I would love to see it. Bastion going to ink the Obedient Raven, and this is one of the best cards on the draw. Immediately fire the cannons, Mr. Smee. Straight at Jasmine and straight into the Inkwell with you, meaning we're not going to be shifting. We don't have a character to potentially be an early Pleakley target, but we are going to play the Steadfast Mate.
Yeah, we didn't see Jasmine shifting in the previous 2 games, and unfortunately turn 2, we're not going to see it here either. Trying to fire the cannon, such a powerful card.
It's great on the draw. We're going to ink that Diablo, and we've got another one, and very on theme, playing the Captain Hook, and then the cannons blasting from the Jolly Roger. This is Conrad on the play, felt really strong, but Bastion, a couple of fire the cannons, not always what you want to see in your opening hand, but it's paid off here in spades.
Okay, Pete, games referee, coming in here. Bastion, you fired the cannons on my first character. You fired the cannons on my second character. Here's a Pete to let me get some characters on the board and stop you firing your cannons.
Yeah, such a shame. Like, Conrad's got to feel pretty bad about that. Like, again, you want to build up this board. You want to potentially shift the Jasmine. You want to potentially Pleakley the Jasmine. You want that Mr. Smee to be a potential answer for the opposing genies, especially if you get the Scar down and you boost this Mr. Smee up to a 4-2 because he is an ally.
And unfortunately, no turn 3 Pleakley play, which helped Conrad earlier be able to ramp up to the all-important 7 ink, to be able to play Hades, those big removal tools, or even to get the 5.
Just skipping from 3
ink.
to 5, right?
Just getting from 3 to 5, so you play that all-important Scar. And just a Genie Satisfied Dragon on the board left for Bastion. The Pete is going to challenge, get rid of the Captain Hook. But we are going to see Pleakley come in now, send the Peak Games referee into the Inkwell. So Conrad now having 5 ink. Maybe next turn we can see the Scar come into play.
Does this version not play Sail or Tipo? Have you seen any?
I haven't seen any, but personally, I feel like I understand if it doesn't, because at least Pleakley lines up with that ally synergy.
Absolutely.
And because turn 2, ideally, he's going to want to hit Mr. Smee.
Absolutely.
We've seen it before, Mr.
Or
Smee.
shift into the Jasmine.
Or shift into the Jasmine. Jasmine. Absolutely. Because Pleakley coming in turn 3 to be able to ink either characters, your Jasmine or your Pleakley into
you can
the
double
ink
ink if you do it on the shifted Jasmine. That's pretty hot.
That is pretty amazing. And then being able to play your Scar once you have 5 ink and all the ally synergies and all the extra strength, it can be so powerful against these decks. But Bastion really playing the early control game, having 2 Fire the Cannons to be able to get rid of both Conrad's Jasmine and Mr. Smee. And now just a Genie Satisfied Dragon left.
Yep, either Bastion knows his opponent's deck or has played it in this event or has just learned very quickly over the course of this match just how important those low-cost characters on turns 1 and 2 can be, and had the perfect answer for them. And suddenly what seemed like it was like, again, on the play is such a good thing to be. Conrad, we saw him on the play game 1, a fantastic curve here. It's been slowed right down. We're going to see a hard summon of that Jasmine. She's a 4-cost Inkable, 2/5, quest for 1. She can shift for 2, didn't happen this time. And on quest, you look at the top 3 cards of your deck and you can put an ally into your hand. And of course, she's an ally herself.
Yes, she is, and it will definitely help Conrad be able to get more cards if Jasmine is able to quest. Ooh. However, Elsa, the 5th Spirit coming in for Bastion, meaning he's going to be able to exert this Jasmine, going to be able to challenge with the Elsa. Possibly we could even see a challenge from the Genie Satisfied Dragon, and that's all we're going to see, and this Jasmine is no more, not even going to be able to pull off her always planning ability.
Super good play from Bastion here. Again, those cannons changed absolutely everything about the trajectory of this deck and then this match, and then having the Elsa to come down, immediately remove that Jasmine, take away the potential for a +1, take away the potential for a double ramp if we had another Pleakley. And again, she's an ally. She can no, she's not. She's a hero. She's a hero.
She's
and a
hero princess, yes, but she kind of summons
allies.
She finds the allies out of the deck and just helps Conrad be able to build up a better board. However, Bastion has to be feeling a lot better about this game. Sapphire Seal, definitely not something he's going to be able to expect, but he learned pretty quickly from game 1 and game 2 how important that 1-drop character, that 2-drop character is. But finally, we're going to see Scar finally King come in for Conrad. The Pleakley now is going to have 1 extra strength.
Can Conrad get himself back into this game? Again, it's not exactly run away from him. Bastion only at 2 lore, but the wide board, White Rose obviously is a great singer. Elsa is an evasive character, and this Genie Satisfied Dragon, just such a solid card. 3/4 with evasive during your turn is very, very good. Pleakley is indeed going to take out that Genie very efficiently. +1 strength, courtesy of the Scar, finally King.
Yeah, and Bastion has a really interesting choice here to make, because we do see the Dolores Madrigal in hand. But we also see the Dumbo choosing to play the Dolores Madrigal because he knows there's a Pleakley in play. And he will be able to trigger her ability and draw a card. But drawing into another Genie Satisfied Dragon and still a Dumbo, the 9th Wonder of the Universe in hand, and also going to be able to be used to challenge into this Pleakley, and just the Scarf left on the board.
Another Genie Satisfied Dragon into the Inkwell, and a pass to Conrad. With only a couple of cards left in hand, but this Scar, finally King, has lived long enough that we could potentially get a trigger here. What does Conrad have? Honestly, like, losing the Jasmine was huge. Like, just the potential, not just a +1 card, right, but specifically an ally. We are going to play this Genie Satisfied Dragon. Last game, Conrad opted to leave it on the board because it was super important to try and answer the Genie Wish Fulfilled that were on the opposite board. This time round, will Conrad take the card draw? It's going to depend on how good his hand is, because he could draw 4 cards here and then discard 2. Opts not to do that, just to pass. Probably wants this Genie to answer the Elsa before being utilized, or even fearing the 9th Wonder of the Universe Dumbo, who's going to come right down. We're going to use the Breaking Records ability to exert that Elsa, draw 1, gain 1, and then playing a Captain Hook, the Forceful Duelist.
Yeah, Bastion building back up his board here. 4 characters here to play with. Dolores Madrigal could choose to quest with Dolores Madrigal, or does he keep Dolores in hopes that Conrad is going to quest with Scar, and then next turn between Dolores and Captain Hook perhaps he'll be able to challenge and take out the Scar.
Or even a third fire the cannons. I don't know how many Bastion is running. We know at least 2, but could be a third one in the list. Again, it's one of those cards that it's good exactly on turn 2. I'll rephrase that. It is optimal on turn 2. Sorry, I'll start again. Turn 1 on the draw. We got there in the end. Words are hard. Later on in the game, sure, it can have uses. We saw in game 1 Bastion using it to just do the extra damage needed before a Calhoun challenge to finish the job. It reminds me of something like Emerald Chromicon, right, which we saw a lot of players playing this weekend. You don't really want multiple, but you want to see it when it counts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but maybe Bastion doesn't even need to challenge. If he is able to draw a Strength of the Raging Fire, this Dolores or even the Dumbo could sing Strength of the Raging Fire. He is playing Tipo. There is a Tipo.
There is a Growing Sun. And is that, oh my goodness, Twin Fire. A 2-cost uninkable. You can do 2 damage to a character, and you can just choose to discard a card and do another 2 damage. This is remarkable.
Yeah, this time he is going to use Scar's ability, going to be able to banish the Genie and draw 4 cards for Genie's strength.
I think I
really helping him here.
I see a Scar finally king. I think I think there's a Floodborn Jasmine there. And if I'm not mistaken, a Vincenzo. It is going to be Vincenzo and Scar going into the discard pile and then just a pass back to Bastion. So Conrad not having quite the aggressive start he hoped for, but he's still very much in this game. Only a Dolores Madrigal on the opposing board, but it is going to be joined by the Genie, Wish Fulfilled, the What Comes Next ability. Going to draw a card, we're going to ink the Giant Cobra, and then we're going to play the Dock. Drastic times call for drastic measures as we discard our hand, which is non-existent, and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, Dolores going to sing none other than Strength of a Raging Fire on the Scar, because there's 4 characters in play. The 4 damage going onto the Scar, and Scar only has 4 willpower. Bastion, Conrad did such a great turn there, being able to clear Bastion's board, only leaving 1 card. Unfortunately, Bastion, a Genie into a Dock, was able to sing Strength of a Raging Fire on the Scar.
Definitely the combination of cards that Bastion wanted to see, and you saw a slight grimace from Conrad, like, oh no, I feel like this might be slipping away, but we're not there yet. Conrad is 9-2-0 in this event. I'm sure they've been in unoptimal positions in this tournament so far, but perhaps could work his way out of it. We're going to see Strength of a Raging Fire. Was that a hard cast?
That was a hard cast of Strength of the Raging Fire. Definitely just trying to utilize all of his characters. Bastion wants to gain the lead here in lore. Now we've gone up to 11. It's 11-0 to Bastion. And going back to Conrad, now he was able to draw a lot of cards previously from the Scar ability, but just a Jasmine and a Tipo left on board.
And if you are a newer Lorcana player, just to clarify, if we talk about hard casting a card, it's technically playing a song by paying its cost, as opposed to singing it by exerting one of our characters. So we often call it hard casting, as opposed to singing. This Jasmine is finally going to get the opportunity to go on a quest, just for 1, but we're going to look at the top 3 cards of the deck, and there's the Alice Growing Girl, but we don't have a Scar anymore. It was removed. We discarded the other one, discarded the Vincenzo as well, because we just weren't at the ink threshold yet to really benefit from it.
Yeah, but we'll be able to put one of the... We'll have to reveal it to his opponent, but we'll be able to put it into his hand and then put the others on the bottom of the deck in any order. Finally, we're getting to see the Jasmine ability Always Planning being used.
She is indeed a steady strategist. We're going to be taking a Dock.
Yeah, that's going to be taking a Dock.
That's a pretty good ally to get from Jasmine.
We may have lost our Scar for our card draw, but that Scar is not the only card draw tool used here today. We also have Dock, but it's going to be 3. Oh, and Conrad's going to hard cast a Strength of the Raging Fire, and then we're able to ink a Louis. We're going to play the Dock to be able to draw 2 cards. Tipo, Mom, look, I'm still growing. Is going to go into Dolores Madrigal.
Conrad saw Bastion's previous turn and said, that looked pretty good. I might do something similar myself. Singing Strength to get rid of a character, playing Dock to draw a couple of cards, and then Tipo quite happy to take a very efficient trade into Dolores Madrigal, who already had a couple of damage counters, but Conrad with just a lone Dock on the board, I think 3 cards in hand, and Bastion at 14 lore is going to be able to remove the Dock, but there's still a Genie, a Captain Hook, and a Raja. We're threatening to go to 18, but we have the Hades Infernal.
Schemer, who's going to put that card. Did it go into the inkwell this time? Yes, it did.
Yeah, it did go into the inkwell this time. Just 2 characters left on the board, meaning Bastion is going to be able to quest to 16 this turn.
Oh, playing off the top of the deck. Look at that, Dolores Madrigal. And you saw the body language from Conrad there. Just, are you kidding me? Followed by an Yzma. What on earth? That is one of the best sequence of cards, other than Doc. That is about the best sequence of cards that you possibly could have asked for. Conrad only at 1 lore at the moment, and you could see the frustration. We're going to quest up to 16.
Going to be able to quest up to 16. Even being able to get rid of both of these exerted characters here on the board.
Won't be enough.
Won't be enough.
We need a Hades or a Vincenzo.
We do. And it's not going to be enough, unfortunately, for Conrad. It's not Sapphire Steel's time. And our Amethyst Steel player is going to be able to take the win. I was rooting for Alice.
Chat, I'm cooked. I'm cooked, chat. I can't take it anymore. I'm getting too old for this. Commiserations to our Sapphire Steel player. Really unfortunate, in my opinion, in that game 3. And don't get me wrong, that's not to take anything away from our Amethyst Steel player. Again, they've had an incredible run throughout the event so far. Knew the lines, took the optimal turns, knew it was right to... I don't know if they kept cannons like on the draw. That would be interesting.
They had to fire the cannons into another fire the cannons. But you know what, Baker?
What's that?
The action's not over yet because we have a second feature match.
A second one? Oh,
a second feature match, and we're going to get straight into it.
I'm super glad, but yeah, again, that match was an absolute banger. Yeah, commiserations to our Sapphire Steel player, showcasing us a really spicy deck that has a really nice ceiling. Again, it's a lot of pieces that you've got to put together to make it work, but it doesn't seem that difficult to obtain. Again, completely ramping you into the Scar. You just need to sit it there for 1 turn, and then you can absolutely pop off. But congratulations to our Amethyst Steel player, who does now proceed to the top 32 of DLC Bologna, earns that qualification for the European Championship, and has the chance to show even more of what he's got. Are we going to the next game?
I thought we were going into the next game, but I guess
we were.
I guess we're still here. Well, I'm so happy for our Sapphire Steel player.
Here we go.
Oh, but it's going to be an Amber Steel mirror match.
Oh, goodness me. I know this is a deck that you've been playing an awful lot, Kim. How do you feel about the mirror match here?
I feel like you value the Shift Rhino a lot more in the mirror match. That resist 2 stops your opponent. If you're able to Shift Rhino turn 2, stops your opponent doing something similar we saw last turn, being able to fire the cannons on your rhinos.
Yeah, absolutely. This Rhino can be pretty tricky. Shifts for 2. Is a 4-3, and while he's got no damage on him, it gains resist 2, and you can do some really cheeky plays, right, where you maybe challenge into a 3-strength character. The resist 2 triggers, you only take 1 damage, so he loses the resist 2, and then you play the penny to heal that damage, and we start all over again. The power hamster is a force to be reckoned with. Here we go, game 1. Alejandro is going to ink the John Silver. This seems like a good mirror tech.
Yes, it does.
Yep.
John Silver, not a card I've personally used a lot in my Amber Steel deck, but being able to use this Aurora, and there it is already. First turn, fire the cannons on the Aurora, which I have loved this new Aurora card in particular, because being able to play this Aurora turn 1, and then you can bring out Tiana, the restaurant owner, for 2 ink when you quest with her. It makes Princess cost 1 less.
Yes, Flavio saving himself the struggle of seeing a Mulan played for free, which would have happened for Alejandro. That Aurora is a new card from Fable. We have the artist actually in the venue here today. I'm sure she's been signing many play sets of this princess. She's very good on quest. You can play a princess or a queen for 1 cost less. Instead, it's going to be the Daisy Duck coming down. But again, you've got to think the play draw disparity is very real here, Kim, because these decks really, they don't tend to do a lot of challenging. They want to just turn sideways. Some of them might be running Captain Hook or things like that specifically for the mirror. The Mulan is perfectly reasonable to challenge. And again, Flavio says, I enjoyed that turn so much, I'm going to do something very similar.
Yeah, and you have to be really careful here playing the Daisy Duck in the mirror. You know exactly that your opponent, being on a similar deck than you, is only going to really be running action cards like Fire the Cannon, Strength of the Raging Fire. And if you quest too much with your Daisy Duck, there's not a lot of card draw tools in this. You have your Mulan and you have your Duck. Questing too much with your Daisy Duck, you could potentially give your opponent the cards they need to beat you.
Yep, and if I'm not mistaken, Kim, typically you're only going to see Strength for a Raging Fire as non-character cards in this deck. Maybe Fire the Cannons we did obviously see on turn 1. Is there anything else I'm missing that you would expect to see in this deck that's not a character?
Not really. We're seeing a lot more of the Rhino. We're seeing a lot more of the Sven. Maybe people are cutting down more of the Sven to play more. I've seen a lot of people only maybe running 1 or 2 Fire the Cannons. Maybe we might see a 3. Maybe some people went up to 4. But maybe some...
I think you can kind of excuse a higher count of Fire the Cannons when you're playing Mulan, because if you draw it at the wrong time, you can always just filter it out of your hand. We're going to see the Troubadour coming down. There's a 2-cost 1/3 quest for 1, sing a 4, so can sing Strength for a Raging Fire and resist 1. This is a card that repopularized in Amber Steel, I think really courtesy of Sky, who's had a lot of success over in the United States with this in combination. You don't really want your 3-cost characters to sing Strength. Pete is fine. Pete will sing all day long. Other than that, you would prefer your 3-cost characters like Lady, etc. to be questing. And in the mirror, this potentially allows you to sing Strength before your opponent, which is huge.
Yeah, but the card that everyone wants to see come out in the game is Tiana, the restaurant owner.
I hate to see her come out if I'm against her.
In the mirror, it's quite tricky because you're Amber Steel in general, you run a lot of low-cost cards which have a lot of low strength, which isn't great. But we did see Flavio have the Rhino with 4 strength available, meaning if his opponent played a Tiana, he could potentially take it out if he did play the Toll or a Strength of the Raging Fire. Maybe if...
yeah, here it is. Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what we're going to see. He had 4 characters on board, meaning being able to establish this Troubadour last turn was huge because 100%. Our Troubadour is able to sing for 4, going to be able to sing the Strength of the Raging Fire, deal 4 to that Tiana. He's not letting his opponent get the 2 quests in.
No, absolutely. This Troubadour Strength combo is exactly what we want to see in this matchup in particular. We see Flavio. Is that an enchanted Tiana? Beautiful.
That is an enchanted Tiana. Will he just... You got rid of one of my Tianas. Will I just play another Tiana? Or will we perhaps see the Rhino come into play?
It was a very unique enchanted style for that particular set. I do believe it was Shimmering Skies. Or no, I actually think it's Azure Sea.
Yeah, but I believe it was. I believe it was.
I think it was Azure Sea. But yeah, really unique set of enchanted. Again, all kind of playing into the idea of maps and schematics for the inventors and stuff like that. So I quite like the enchanted from that set.
I do love this Rhino. Having Resist 2 is absolutely huge. It means cards like Fire the Cannons can't be used, and this Rhino is going to have Resist 2 on it as long as it has no damage. And another new card we got this set was Nala.
Oh, yes.
And when she has no damage, she also has Resist, but she has Resist 1, but she also has an additional lore, meaning next turn, if Alejandro is not able to get rid of this Nala, it's going to be able to quest for 3. This Tiana going to be able to quest for 2. This Fire the Cannons coming in is huge, meaning... Okay, Nala had Resist 1, meaning Fire the Cannons only going to be able to hit for 1, but it does stop Nala being able to quest for 3 next turn. So instead of being able to quest for 3, yes, you're going to be able to quest for 2, but you do stop your opponent...
You just slow them down.
You slow them down a bit,
You slow them down that little bit more. You remove the resist from Nala. Both these decks are all gas, no brakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, is that Doc coming in? Exactly the card that Flavio wanted to be able to see. He was able to put a card into the Inkwell and then play his Doc to be able to draw 2 cards. And that's a Sven and a Rhino. And I particularly love the Sven in this matchup. If you want to challenge a character and your opponent has a Tiana exerted, Sven doesn't have to be used on your own character's cards. It can be used on your opponent's character cards. So when Tiana is exerted, it's going to give -3 strength. But this Sven could come in, ready this Tiana, and Rhino could be utilized to take out some of these high questing cards, like this Daisy, perhaps.
Yeah, it was a trick that was used in previous, before rotation, to ready up the Diablo before you might be about to draw a bunch of cards. So, see it like old trick, but new format apparently. And yeah, readying up this Tiana is super good. We're going to pass over to Flavio, finds a Doc off the top of the deck.
Yeah, and he has another Rhino in hand. The one-drop Rhino, which would be able to -1 strength if he didn't want to challenge some other characters and not damage any of his cards. Just doing the maths, It's 10 lore to 12.
It's 9 lore on board for Alejandro, but of course also the option to shift the Rhino, which could make it 10. So Flavio needs to do some interaction here. I'm not seeing a Strength or a Raging Fire in hand, and that's exactly why Flavio is going to pay 2 for Doc, discard his hand, draw 2 cards. Did not find it, Kim.
No, did not find the Strength. Did find, however, another Sven, and I believe it was a Pluto bodyguard that was also found. But he's going to have to do something.
We can pay the tax.
We can pay the tax. He's going to have to do something to take care of Alejandro's board.
So Rhino goes into Tiana, I imagine. We will pay 3 ink to break through.
No, not going to go into Tiana. We're actually going to go into Daisy.
Going to go into Daisy instead. Super interesting. We're going to quest. Maybe that's just enough to be ahead in the race, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, in either case, both Tiana and Daisy quest for 2. Getting rid of one of them, meaning Alejandro here is only going to be able to quest to 19.
Actually,
just stop him.
Actually, I don't mind that. Again, all you needed to do was remove a little bit of lore and then race yourself up to 16.
Yes.
And now all of a sudden, Alejandro is in the position where Flavio just was and is forced to respond in some way. Do we have a darling deer? Yo, one day,
Do we have a darling deer?
I have been talking about this for so long. One day we're going to see a darling deer for game and I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people have been talking about this card, and I have to give a
And that's it.
That's it. That's it. Oh my God, Flavio is going to take the win. That's insane.
My heart can't take this.
If there was a Darling Deer in hand, that would have sealed the fate, and not a typical card you're going to see in a lot of these Amber Steel decks. But I do have to give a shout out to Kaznat Spabs, is her username, Karen. She was playing. She managed to make it into our top cut today. She was on Amber Steel, and it is the last round, so I think it's okay if I say because she was playing a spicy 2 of Darling Deer, and it helped her seal. It helped her get her 6 wins yesterday in the final round to be able to seal the deal.
Yo, people sleeping on Darling Deer. Like, no one plays around this card. I'm telling you. Maybe, kind of, sort of.
The amount of times I've played Amber Steel and I was 1 lore off, and I was just like, do you know what? And I was in top deck mode. If I had top decked a Darling Deer in that moment, I had the game. I would have had the game.
Jova. But that isn't it. We are going to be going over to game 2 in our backup feature match. And again, if you are only just joining us, welcome to Disney Lorcana Challenge. If you're just joining us, you've missed a lot, but it is not over yet. This is round 12, the final round of Swiss. The winner of this match will be proceeding into the top 32. They qualify for the European Championships. They could get to keep playing, earn more prizes, and potentially get their invitation to the first ever World Championship. The second ever.
The second World Championship. But this time, all 32 players that get into the top 32 top cut are gonna qualify to the EU Championship. And now we're going to see Flavio once again being on the draw. Will we see Alejandro play the 1-drop Aurora, and will we see Flavio do a Fire the Cannons once again?
Probably not something that Alejandro wants to see. We're going to ink, that was the Lady Family Dog, I do believe. And then the Rhino, 1/16th Wolf, 1/2, quest for 1, and on play you can choose a character to lose 1 strength for the rest of until the start of your next turn. Not relevant here, but going to establish that potential shift line. Flavio is going to bring in a Daisy Duck Donald's Date. Early aggression, inking a Pluto from Alejandro, and we're going to see that shift straight away, and we're off to the races.
Yes, already so far, Alejandro being on the play, having a slight advantage in the mirror, going to be already questing for 2.
You said, Kim, this Rhino is super important in the mirror match, and I imagine this is why, right? Like, you can just start questing straight away. You can answer the Daisy if and when it chooses to turn sideways, so a nice start.
Yeah, because ideally... but this is amazing coming in for Flavio, being able to play this penny. You can heal up to 2 damage, but not only that, if you can give resist 1, meaning... I know Rhino has resist 2, but that didn't matter. It has 4 strength.
He won't be
He would have been able to hit for 4, with this Daisy Duck having resist 1, meaning he's only going to be able to hit for 3 and not going to be able to clear it.
Yeah, this Daisy Duck did trigger the big prize, and a Tiana was added to Alejandro's hand before passing over. We're going to play the Mulan, draw a card, discard a dock, which says to me that we have multiple docks in hand, and once again, we're going to fire the cannons.
Yeah, fire the cannons to get rid of this penny, hoping maybe next turn, Rhino may be used to get rid of the Daisy Duck Donald's Date. Maybe hoping Flavio here will choose to quest once again with Flavio and give Alejandro another card to his hand.
Kim, I am losing my mind. This is such good Lorcana. I'm so happy to be back in season. I cannot say it enough. We're inking a Sven for Flavio.
It's going to be 2 ink. We're going to play Lilo, Escape Artist, coming in. Oh, Fire the Cannons coming in on that Mulan. Also stopping a potential Strength of the Raging Fire. Just Rhino left on the board. However, Rhino now this time having the ability to clear this Daisy Duck Donald's date.
Triggering the big prize. That's going to add the Pluto Guard Dog, a very good boy, into Alejandro's hand. And we are moving into that turn where he could potentially play it. Both players just looking to race here, but Alejandro with that Rhino can be more offensive, and I do expect we'll be taking out that Daisy. We're going to see Fire the Cannons to remove the Escape Artist, and indeed, the Rhino Power Hamster is going to roll in, crash the date. Sorry, Donald, but Daisy is out of here, and we're going to establish the Tiana, and now Alejandro seems to be in control, but the Lady Family Dog, the follow-up from Flavio, cheating in that Daisy Duck once again. She's never gone for long, is she, Kim?
No, never at all. And Alejandro really taking the lead here early on, but it's only 4 lore to 4. And Pluto Bodyguard coming in. This is wild. Tiana's going to be able to quest. Even if Flavio had a character with enough strength on board, wouldn't be able to get rid of this Tiana. This Pluto is in the way.
He's a very good boy.
A potential Strength of the Raging Fire this lady could sing, but Flavio will need to establish 2 characters on the board in order to be able to sing it on the Tiana.
We're going to play that Lilo, the Escape Artist. You may, in the ready, set, draw, in the set phase, you may choose if you want to pay 2 ink to bring her in exerted. Again, Amber Steel tends to run out of resources rather quickly, and even if you do refuel with Doc, you tend to just want to play those cards out again. So when you're going into a turn where you've got no hand and maybe 4 or 5 ink, it's great to have this Lilo. Keep bringing her back and say another one. Have an answer. Have an answer. Have an answer. This Rhino is a pretty efficient answer, to be honest, but really we want the Rhino to go into the Daisy. So creating some potentially awkward challenges for Alejandro, but he don't care. He's playing another Tiana, and once again, the Bold Knight drastic measures going to trigger. We're going to discard and draw 2.
Yeah, Alejandro really building up a wide board. Flavio, we saw the Strength of the Raging Fire in hand, but 2 Tianas on the board. Even if he's able to establish another character here on board, Strength is only going to be able to hit one of these characters. And we are going to see the Rhino go into the Lilo Escape Artist, meaning Flavio is going to have the opportunity to play this Lilo before turn, but he chooses not to. He wants to draw a card. Maybe he's able to establish the cards he has in the glimmers. Maybe he's able to summon 2 more glimmers, and then he would be perhaps able to sing with the Lady Family Dog, Strength of the Raging Fire.
Yeah, he does have
Tiana.
that strength in hand. I can't see the card on the far left. I would imagine the reason why we declined Lilo is because whatever card we have in hand, other than the strength, is costs more than 2. We don't want to ink the strength. We know how important it is. It was the Mulan off the top of the deck that turn. So being like, if all you were doing for turn was playing Lilo, I absolutely understand not bringing it back, right? Because, you know, strength isn't really even dealing with anything. We are indeed going to hard cast this Strength for Raging Fire, not singing it, putting some damage on the Pluto, and the Lady is going to finish the job. Of course, when Pluto takes damage, his strength does go back down to that 1-5, so Lady able to quite efficiently answer. And again, you don't want Lady challenging, but you got to do what you got to do when Alejandro is way out in the lead like this.
Yeah, and choosing not to do the Mulan trigger there, obviously valuing whatever card he has left in hand. I did think I got a little sneak peek of art, and it might be a Pluto Bodyguard of his own. But that Daisy Duck big prize is going to give Alejandro a big prize, and that's going to be our 1-drop Rhino coming into play.
Oh, a little discretion conversation going on here. Because we did 3 damage of Strength for a Raging Fire. And yeah, because the Lady challenged, and it should have had to pay the bill of the restaurant owner, Tiana. Yes, even I missed that for a moment.
Yes, I actually forgot that Tiana was exerted.
Apologies to the audience. Yes, this Tiana is exerted.
So unfortunately, Lady, had she gone into the Pluto, not going to be able to do anything because she was -3. Unfortunately, he didn't sing Strength of the Raging Fire.
No, we hard cast it.
We hard casted it, meaning he didn't have any ink available. Could have potentially sang with the Lady and dealt
it should have been sing with the but then the Daisy can't finish it.
He had no character left to challenge.
Yeah, we only played Mulan that turn, so there was no other way of doing it. So, yeah, we slipped there. Apologies to the audience. Flavio missed it too, and even Alejandro missed it until at least a turn after. So, just goes to show, keep an eye on these Tianas. Alejandro going to play another power hamster, and seemingly this game is his for the taking. Another Mulan coming down, the disguised soldier.
Yeah. I can think maybe Flavio is regretting his decision not to use the Mulan ability, but perhaps valuing the card he has left in hand. But how else? This board for Alejandro has gotten so wide, makes me miss something like grab your swords. Grab your swords into grab your swords, but unfortunately we don't have that, and Alejandro is going to be able to take the game to win, meaning we're going into a game 3.
It makes me miss a different board wipe, if I'm being completely honest with you. But hey, grab your swords. Pretty good. If we had that back,
talking steel. We're not.
It would be seeing play. I think Tinkerbell plus swords has been all the way since the first chapter. That's been a pretty strong combo. But yeah, huge congratulations to Alejandro. Going to take us to a game 3 there. But yeah, a moment of madness. We all missed that. Lady was not able to finish off the Pluto guard dog because you gotta pay the bill of the restaurant owner Tiana. So yeah, Alejandro taking game 2. We are getting a game 3. This will be the decider.
It's our final game. We have had 8 rounds yesterday. We had 4 rounds today. That's a total of 12 rounds of Swiss.
That's a whole lot of Lorcana.
It has been a long day. It was a long day yesterday. And we're not even into our top 32 today with a finals of best of 5. And at the end of the day, we're not going to have only 32 players qualified to the EU Continentals. We're going to have our first person in the world qualifying to the World Champion next year.
Yeah, for Season 2, and of course lots of prizes up for grabs as well. The Elsa Icebreaker. Some players, if you top 64, have already earned that Simba, which is absolutely beautiful. The Elsa playmat. Of course, we cannot forget the only 500 exist. The Mickey Mouse Brave Little Tailor. Or technically 501 exist, but there are 500 and then there's the 1 of 1. Which we know who won that.
We all know who won that.
Shout out to DKP.
Even just players making it into day 2 today, I believe, did receive about 1,000 tickets.
Wow.
We'll be able to buy themselves something juicy on the prize wall.
That's a whole lot of tickets. And the prize wall here with a lot on offer, various products. Of course, we've got the uncut sheets, playmats, plenty to choose from. But here we go, game 3. This will be the final game of Swiss in DLC Bologna. Before we proceed to top cut, Flavio is going to be on the play, so I think he's already altered. Oh, is this...
I believe we're just finishing the altering plays.
I thought that was alter 7 for a second.
Alejandro only altered 1 card.
Yo, when you see your opponent only throw about 1 card, that's pretty scary, not going to lie.
Especially when they're on the draw. Alejandro here is going to be on the draw. Only altering 1 hand has to make me think he's got a nice hand.
Yep.
Maybe he has a turn 1 play. Maybe he has a fire the cannons to come after Flavio's 1-drop. Will we see the Rhino? Or maybe we'll see, yes we will, we'll see Daisy Duck Donald's Date coming into play. But unfortunately, Fire the Cannons won't do anything to banish this Daisy.
It certainly won't. Would have been perfect for things like the opposing Rhino and plenty of characters that will fall to this Fire the Cannons. We saw that in the previous matchup that we were watching, Blue Steel versus Amethyst Steel. But Cannons not enough to remove this Donald's Date. We're going to Ink Pete, and down comes Aurora holding court. And do we have a response Cannons from Flavio? It doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it. We do have that Nala new card this set coming in when she has no damage. We've seen her put in work before in all the Amber Seals.
Sorry to cut you off, Kim, but that is absolutely huge. Daisy Duck going on a quest, triggering the big prize. We already said earlier on, Kim, that you should be expecting to hit a character a lot of the time. Not a lot of non-character cards in the deck. The strengths and the Fire the Cannons, and we do hit one of those strengths, which not only is denying us a card, but is getting rid of one of those strengths, putting it at the bottom of the deck. But Alejandro with double cannons to respond just to get rid of this Nala.
Yeah, definitely playing Amber Steel. Alejandro, playing Amber Steel himself, knows the power of this Nala. Didn't want to take any chances. But getting rid of the Nala wasn't enough. Flavio having another Nala and a Daisy Duck Donald's Date, meaning next turn he has the potential to quest for not 2, not 4, not 6, but 7 lore.
That is a whole lot of lore, Kim. Would take us all the way to 11. Maybe I'm not sure what Alejandro can do here, really. We could quest the Aurora and play a queen or a princess for cheaper. We are going to play out Lady and followed up with the Doc. I don't think we're getting a trigger of the drastic measures ability just yet. Alejandro favoring the cards in hand. Aurora is going to go on a quest. Maybe we play a Mulan for free here or another Aurora. No, just taking the lore.
No, just taking the lore. Flavio going to draw a card. There's 2 Docs in hand, and this is exactly what the play you want to see. A Lady into playing a free Doc. Going to discard the other Doc and going to draw 2 cards. A Tiana and a Mulan.
One good Doc deserves another. Drawing into Tiana and Mulan. We can ink that Mulan. Won't have any more plays to make other than just going on a whole bunch of questing. And just as you said, Kim, that is not 2, not 4, not 6, but 7 lore, taking us all the way up to 11.
Yeah, and the Daisy trigger, double Daisy trigger gonna happen, I believe. There was a Pete put into hand.
And a Pluto.
And a Pluto.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And was that another Pete off the top of the deck? No, it was a Daisy.
It was a Daisy, yeah. We're gonna be able to, he's gonna choose to ink a Pluto guard dog. Could have chose to play it, but Alejandro really going to be having to do something to deal with Flavio's board.
Flavio just seems so far ahead here, though. Again, that we speak to the on-the-play advantage. Alejandro did have the cannons, but wasn't able to answer the Daisy. We see Lady Family Dog is going to do her best bark, bark, bark of Strength for a Raging Fire. Remove that Daisy Duck. Then we're going to follow up with a, was that Fire the Cannons as well?
Fire the Cannons and then Dock.
Was it a challenge and a Fire the Cannons to get around the resist?
Yeah, Fire the Cannons first and then a challenge with the Dock.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Yo, Doc putting in work as a challenger. You love to see it. We're going to find a Rhino, 1/16 wolf off the top of the deck. Is this? I think we could play both these characters, but do we value the -1 strength here in any way? We are going to play the Rhino. We're going to reduce the cost, the strength of this P, and then pay 3 for the Tiana. Flavio just racing ahead, already at 11 lore, could potentially quest for 2, 4, 5 here, going up to 16. But Alejandro with a wide board. The Pete will only hit for 2 next turn, but that's enough to take out the Lady. You can combine the Lady and the Aurora and the Doc to remove the Daisy. So there are options here. We are going to go for the quest. I wondered if maybe,
go for the quest, yes.
I think there was a consideration there whether we wanted to wait one more turn where we could go on a quest with this Tiana to have her ability online. But Flavio saying, no, I am all gas, no brakes, yada mean.
Yeah, Flavio already having the advantage of lore here. Definitely just wants to get those quests in. Gonna bring him up to 16. If the Tiana is able to stay on the board along with perhaps the Lazy or the Daisy Duck, Flavio is going to take this game.
You need to remove 3 characters here. The Tiana and the Rhino aren't enough, but even if you just leave the Doc on the board, that will get us to 20. Just removing the Lady and the Daisy is not enough. Alejandro with a few cards in hand, 3 I believe. Do we have a strength? Do we have a cannons? Do we have something to intercept this board and stop Flavio from qualifying for top cuts?
It doesn't look very good here for Alejandro. We've seen previously he already used 3 Fire the Cannons, and a lot of these Amber Steel decks are only running 3. Could choose to challenge here with the Pete. We're going to ink. Oh, we're inking the Power Hamster.
Oh, I've not been able to get a decent look at Alejandro's hand. Very quick card hand shuffle there. We're toying with the idea of paying 3 ink for something.
Yeah, it's 16 lore to 3 on the board. Flavio currently has the lore lead, yeah. Pete, games referee, going to challenge the Lady Family Dog, being able to take that out, but still keeping a Daisy Duck and a Tiana on the board. We are going, we had to do it. We had to challenge that Daisy Duck.
Unless we had a strength for cannons, that was unavoidable, tripling into the Daisy, but it is not enough. Flavio at 16 lore. We do have the hard cast of strength for a Raging Fire. That's going to throw Tiana into the discard, and is this the space that Alejandro needs to go ahead? Flavio at 16 lore, threatening to go to 18. We have the Tiana. We're going to go on a couple of quests. Alejandro can answer the Rhino and the Doc. Can he answer the Tiana? Do we have another strength? We know that one was put at the bottom of the deck earlier, courtesy of Daisy Duck.
Because the only way Alejandro is going to get back into this game is if he had top deck to strength, or maybe he already had a strength in hand.
That body language says to me, Alejandro.
It's not looking great for Alejandro here. Has Flavio managed to gain enough lead? If this
Drawing a 2-quester there was huge, Kim. Absolutely huge. Because otherwise we'd potentially, you take out the 2 bodies, right?
Yes.
And then, even then, you still... No, because you'd cap him at 19 if this was just a quest for 1.
Yep.
So you'd have to answer the Rhino and the Doc. You'd still be able to quest with the Nala potentially taking us. You still need a couple more turns. So Alejandro needs things to really go his way for a couple of turns. We're going to play Penny. She's going to remove a damage counter from the Pete, who also gains resist 1. Challenge into that Doc. We're going to take out the Rhino. We have a Daisy Duck, and that's it. Flavio is going to make it to top cut and qualify for the European Championships. What a game, Kim!
That was intense. Absolutely intense. I can't believe it. My prediction coming into this weekend, I thought Amber Steel would do absolutely amazing, and that just goes to show it's not your typical Amber Steel. A lot of people going, Amber Steel's just going to quest, it's just going to do its thing. There's so many decisions players have to make, whether to turn their cards sideways, whether they're going to quest, when to turn them sideways, whether to quest, whether to challenge, whether to sing. You leave yourself open for so many possibilities. Unfortunately, it's just not going to go Alejandro's way, and it's going to be Flavio going into top 32.
What a game. I'm a mess. I need a good 10-hour nap. But we are very shortly going to be going into a Guess the Card section just while we fill some time before we get our top cut underway. But before we do that, let's show a lovely recap video of Bologna Day 1. It's been an amazing weekend. Let's do a recap of what we've seen so far.
Well, Illumineers, we are having an amazing day here in Bologna, Italy for Disney Lorcana Challenge. I'm here with these 2 lovely gentlemen. Thanks so much for joining me. We thought we'd have a little bit of fun. Are you up for it?
A pleasure. Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'm very, very excited. What are we doing?
We are going to play Guess That Card.
Okay, let's go.
It's going to be a little bit of a mystery. We're going to do a little showdown here. I'm going to have 2 cards for each of you. Face off, face off. How are you feeling?
I have played this game with Kim many times, and I have to say, I feel like I'm pretty good. But I do know Baker's card knowledge in general is probably unmatched. So, but I'll try to do my best to give you a good competition.
That is hyping it up. I feel like I have everything to lose and potentially nothing to gain here, but let's do it anyway.
Let's do it anyway. All right. I think we should do some little bit of this to see who goes first.
Scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors. Ready?
All right, okay, let's do it.
Let's
so
do
are
it.
we doing
on
it
shoot?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's go.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, he got me on the third one. Okay.
Let's
go. All
right. I'm going to mix them up here a little bit so I don't even know. I'm not going to pick. Fate will pick for me what card we have here for you.
So this is just Kawa guessing. I can't chime in. All right.
Kawa
I'll put this down a second.
Guessing. Okay. All right.
So I'm going to ask the questions. Yes or no questions.
Yes or no questions. Ready, set, go.
Is it emerald?
No.
Is it ruby?
No.
Is it steel?
No.
Is it amber?
No.
Is it sapphire?
No.
Oh my god. Is it...
Duel Links exist.
Is it a Duel Link card?
No.
Oh, you're really testing my knowledge right now. Is it amethyst?
Yes.
You're it's like, oh, I know the 6 inks. I do know the 6 inks. It's amethyst. Okay.
It's amethyst.
Is it inkable?
It is inkable.
Is it a common card?
No.
Is it rare?
No.
Is it legendary?
No.
Uncommon?
No.
What's happening? It has to be super rare then. Unless it's enchanted.
It is. It is an amethyst super rare.
Super rare. Okay. I'm going to say set 9 fabled.
Correct, sir.
Okay, it's fabled. Amethyst super rare. This is really testing my knowledge now. Amethyst Super Rare, is it 5? Is it a character card?
It is a character.
It's a character card. That would make sense because, I mean, we have had some actions in the past and some stuff. It's a character. It's Amethyst. It's super rare. Is it 5 cost?
No.
4 cost?
Correct.
4 cost. Quest for 2?
No.
You've got it? Oh, no.
Oh.
Quest for 1. Can we steal?
This is what we're gonna do. Is I'm gonna give you like 2 more questions, and if you can't guess it, we'll let Baker steal it.
Okay. Baker loves some Amethyst. Super rare. Fabled. I feel like I should definitely know this. I'm going to ask, is it 3 strength?
Yes.
Oh.
Baker just made a confused look. He doesn't know. Maybe he doesn't know.
No, I think he's baiting me. Do you not know now?
I don't think I do now.
Okay. It's Fable. So I'm going to say a card that, and this is not my answer.
Okay.
But I'm thinking of like Madam Mim Elephant, but that can't be because I don't believe that's Fabled.
Definitely isn't Fabled.
It's definitely not Fabled.
I was so confident I had it then.
What did you think it was?
Oh, I'll let you finish your question.
All right, one more question. One more question.
Style, mate,
This is your last question.
I'm trying to does super rares have got to be new cards, I believe, or they're legendary cards. They're legendary. They used to be legendary cards that are now super rare cards.
There were some cards that changed.
There were some like the Mulan and stuff like that.
It is a bit of a tricky one.
I'm gonna say I'm feeling a little bit lost, unfortunately. So Baker, I'll allow you your opportunity to chime in here.
I was so confident, but you said right 3 strength. It's got
correct.
Okay, because I was committed to Peter Pan Shadow, not so Nom. That's where I was as a 4-cost super rare Amethyst card.
Okay,
that was reprinted in Fable. Here's my question: is it a reprint?
To be fair, it is a reprint.
It is a reprint.
Yes. To be fair, we don't talk about this card.
I see.
Bruno.
Yeah.
It's the secret Bruno.
It's
That's
the secret
number
Bruno.
0, by the way.
Bruno Madrigal, undeterred uncle, evasive 3/3. Quest for 1.
That's why. That's the hardest card to guess the card.
So you would never ask a question like, "What's its number?" Because I don't think any of us
No,
know the numbers.
no
But
way.
if she'd have said 0,
We
then
would've
probably would have
got
got it straight away.
Yeah, definitely.
I was so convinced I had Peter Pan Shadow.
Oh, that was a good guess. Yes, that was a
Okay,
good guess.
Baker.
All right,
Go ahead. Let's see
if
All
I
right,
can do it this time.
Let's see here. I'm going to mix them up again. Let fate decide for you what we're going to guess. And it's going to be this lovely card. You got this one. You got it.
So whenever I'm ready?
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, can it be found in either ruby, amethyst, or steel? Just yes or no?
No.
No. Can it be found in amber?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got amber. Is it in Fabled?
Yes.
Is it a reprint?
Yes.
So we've got a amber reprint in Fabled. Is it a character card?
Yes.
Does it have a keyword?
Yes.
It does. So we've got an amber.
Great question. Does it have a keyword? That is a great question.
Are we cost 1 to 3?
No.
Are we cost 4 to 6?
No.
Are we cost 7?
Correct.
So cost 7. It's got a keyword. Does it have 4 strength and 7 willpower by any chance?
No.
Okay, so it's not TikTok. Is it a legendary?
No.
Super rare?
No.
Rare?
Yes.
Okay, we've got a rare amber. It's got a keyword. Is it a singer?
No.
Is it evasive?
No.
Does it have resist?
No.
Does it have reckless?
No.
Sorry, not reckless. That's a... Yeah, that reckless is a keyword. I'm running out of keywords. Does it have...
amber.
It's
right?
amber, so singers. Is it support?
No.
Is it... Oh, my
I'll give you
goodness.
hints for asking about keyword.
One of them missed. Keywords. Is it a bodyguard?
Bodyguard, yes.
Is it a male character?
Yes.
I know it. Can I steal?
It's a male
Can I
character.
steal?
Surely I get at least a couple of questions.
Yeah, two more questions. Two more questions.
Two more questions.
Two more
Okay,
questions.
so we've got an amber bodyguard reprint. It is cost 7. 7 cost bodyguard amber. Oh my goodness, there can't be that many. But my mind has gone completely blank.
This is so hard.
It is in Fable. Okay, so
It
I've
is
got 2
hard.
questions
It is.
before I have to have a guess.
Yeah, you're good.
So it's in Fabled. Is it a reprint?
You already asked that, yes.
Okay,
Yes, it is,
though. It's a reprint.
That doesn't count.
Oh, what's a 7-cost bodyguard, but it's in amber. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, the anxiety, the stress,
I was feeling,
the embarrassment. I quit. I'm done. I actually have completely lost it. It's an amber bodyguard. Does it have an ability beyond bodyguard?
Yes.
7 costs. I have one more question, and then Cal's going to steal it from me.
You'll be kicking yourself, man.
I bet I am going to be. Amber bodyguard reprint, 7 cost. Oh my God! Does it? Okay, so I've got 2 questions. Does it see typical? No,
you have
surely
one more
it doesn't
question left.
Okay,
One more
okay,
question.
Then I've got to make it count.
Yeah.
Is it a king, queen, prince, or princess?
No.
No.
Good question, though.
That is a good question, especially in amber. There are lots of those. Make your guess, and then I'm going to let Kawa steal it.
Okay, that is reasonable but unfair. I know the chat are roasting me at this point in time. 7 cost bodyguards, and I have to just take a guess. I can't ask any more questions. I don't think I asked if it was inkable or not. I'll just take us in the dark.
Yeah.
Trying to think of any character with bodyguard now. What? I can't even think of an amber card that has bodyguard in Feywild.
All right,
They
3,
have to make a cut here.
2, 1.
Mufasa.
Kawa. No, Kawa?
It is Pluto.
Oh my God.
Pluto, determined defender. A 3/8.
That is a very That's
bodyguard.
such a difficult card to get.
That is it.
Oh my God, the embarrassment.
I mean, you helped me with the other one as well, so it's like, I feel you, brother.
Questioning was good.
Oh, yeah. No, the keyword question, but then it's like,
that was a great
bodyguard's a
question,
keyword.
though.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
that was a great question. You asked good questions. Couldn't quite get there, but that was fun. Well, maybe we'll do this again later, a little later. Thanks for joining me for
Thank you
Guess
so
That
much.
Card. That was fun. Thanks, Lumineers. I hope you were playing along in chat as well, and we'll see you soon for more Disney Lorcana. Hello, Illumineers. We are here in the beautiful Bologna, Italy for Disney Lorcana Challenge, and we are joined now by Bastian, who just won in Game 3. Congratulations, but I did want to ask you about the first 2 games, and it went all the way to Game 3. Can you talk us through what happened in Game 1 and Game 2?
Yeah, so very first thing is that Sapphire Steel deck was not very represented I know that it was a good deck because that's the first deck I played in this set. I like trained a lot for it because I really liked everything you could do with the Scar and the allies, support and stuff. Like it does like very powerful moves. So I also knew that there were like there were moves where I could like get to. Sorry for my English.
That's okay.
Not let him draw because I know that Scar is like the heart of the deck.
Yes.
So if I manage to get rid of Scar, I know that it's manageable for me. And in the first 2 games, I believe I didn't see any strength of a Raging Fire. So that was like the most uncomfortable position for me. Because like Scar was not easy to reach, or I needed Elsa plus something, so like I would lose the board in that case. So it was very hard, and as I was surprised, like my mulligan was completely blind, of course, and maybe I didn't like look for the right cards in the first game, of course.
Sure.
Yeah.
And in game number 3, we saw towards the end, it was a pretty tight game, but you just managed to find the right cards at the right time. Cards like Dolores into Yzma, for example. Was there any moment in that game where you were just praying for the right card off the top, or were you feeling quite comfortable throughout in game 3?
I was not comfortable at all. Like, I built the deck around the fact that I wanted to draw as much as possible. That's why I have like lots of purple turn 4 that would draw, because I knew that like typical moments like that would come. So I would need to find draw, maybe sing more songs. And in purple steel especially, the draw brings the draw. Yeah. So I knew that Dolores could maybe bring a Dumbo or Genie or Yzma or even Doc. And that's the type of sequence I was looking for. So yeah, when I found Dolores and then Yzma and I had the perfect amount of ink, it was very good, and I knew he would struggle to get back from that.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, Rebecca, it's interesting, isn't it, that when I was watching and I was looking at Twitch chat and everyone's like, wow, he's found another card draw, but actually it's the deck building that you've done that's enabled you to do that.
Yeah, I spent like, well, as I said, I like played Sapphire Steel for the 2 first weeks of this set. I realized I was not super comfortable with the deck, and it could like some stability. So I went back to Purple Steel that I had played a lot in the past. Yeah. The deck has changed a lot, but I know it was the type of deck I would be comfortable with. And yes, like the idea was the best thing is Lorcana is you win if you draw. I feel like. So I wanted to draw as much as possible.
Yes, and you did. And you've done very well today so far. And also, you've had a pretty strong journey as a player with Disney Lorcana. I know you've been playing since the game first came out. Yeah. And last year in Bologna, you were at 65th. So right on the cusp. So how are you feeling going in the rest of the day?
Honestly, I came with... Well, the goal was to make the cut, so I think I did. It's like a smooth revenge on like the 65th place bubble.
Yep.
And I'm just super happy. It was my goal. So.
Do you have
like hours of training and stuff?
I was just going to ask about your training and your testing. Do you have a group of friends that you're testing with, against the decks out there?
Yeah, I would like to shout out my team.
Absolutely,
of course,
go ahead.
Team. I don't know if they watch the live, but because some of them are playing right now. But yeah, it's hours and hours and hours of training, of deck building, of exchanging about everything about the game, and pulling each other to the top. And so I'm super grateful to have them. And yeah.
That's wonderful. I mean, I know that we've talked to many players that say having a group of friends and other players that you can test with is so instrumental, getting in those repetitions and everything, and it's done very well for you today.
Last question from me. You're going into the top cut now. Is there any player out there that you would really like to play against? It's just an opportunity. Is there have you got a favorite Disney Lorcana player?
I do have a favorite Disney Lorcana player. I bumped into him yesterday, so I was very happy to see Harlan Sweet.
Ah, yes.
As I said, Blue Steel is
Blue Steel
a deck
player.
I played a lot, and Kiwi Birds is one of my favorites. So I think it did not make the cut, unfortunately. So I won't play against him. I think Thiago made the cut.
He was very close. When I last spoke with him, he was 1 win away, but I haven't. That was 2 rounds ago.
So maybe if Thiago made the cut, the lists of Purple Steel he won with were a big inspiration for my deck, of course.
Yeah.
So that would be a good match, I think. Even if the Purple Steel mirror is a bit of a strange matchup, but that would be cool.
That would be really fun. I would love to watch that match if it could happen, actually.
Yes, please.
Yes. I love the Amethyst Steel deck. I love that you brought it this weekend. Yeah. Good luck the rest of the day. And thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank you, guys.
And thank you again, Illumineers, for being here with us today. Stick around. We're going to have more Disney Lorcana for you. Illumineers, we are here in Bologna, Italy at the Disney Lorcana Challenge, where we now have our top 32 players. So exciting. This day has been incredible. But I just want to start off by saying I am joined by these two lovely ladies, Erica and Kim. This is the first time that the three of us have all sat down together this weekend. How has the experience been for you two this weekend so far? Kim, I'll start with you.
I've obviously described it as magical.
Yes?
I'm still going to describe it as magical. To describe how I'm feeling, I feel like a kid at Christmas.
Yes.
I feel like a kid at Christmas, and I still feel like I'm dreaming, and I don't want to wake up. I don't want to go home, and I want to stay in this realm, in the great illuminary forever.
Forever. Erica, it's been great having you over here on the team.
Thank you. I'm so excited because this is my first time in the international cast. And yes, It was a great experience, and yes, I'm so honored to be here.
Well,
Thank you.
I have enjoyed working with you both this weekend. Lots of fun stuff happening, and one of my favorite fun things that's happening is actually our Caster Fantasy Draft.
Ooh.
I hope everyone at home has been playing along. We have some updates for you, and wow, here we are with the standings. We have Team Erica with 66 points. Next would be Team Baker, 70. Kawa with 72. Spessy with 79. I'm sitting at 84 points, but Kim in the lead right now with 87 points.
Get in.
Wow, Kim.
Yes, that's incredible.
Yes, I think I need to take a minute. I need to
Soak it
talk.
in.
I need to talk about it because, in particular, I don't know. I haven't actually gotten the chance to check because I was obviously just casting a really super intense match with Baker. Both feature matches super intense. So I don't even know how if this has updated. I don't know if any of my players on my team have made it. But regardless, all of the players. Not even on our fantasy drafts, but all of the players here have done an absolutely phenomenal job.
Absolutely.
Regardless, we're going to have the top 32 coming extremely soon. And not this time, not 16 players, but 32 players are going to qualify to EU Continentals.
I love that they expanded those invites. So the European Continentals happening next year in 2026, and all of these top 32 players have now qualified, which I mean, that I know for these players is what I was talking to one of the top 32 players before we came in here, and he said, this was actually my goal for the whole season of Disney Lorcana Challenge, and now here we are, the very first Disney Lorcana Challenge, and he has accomplished his goal. So he said, what's next? And I said, well, go and win the championship then.
I'm so happy to see some Italian player in the top 32, like Federico. Federico is in my squad.
There you go. Yes.
Yes, I'm so happy, and yes, we'll be great.
I'm really excited to see Tiago making it into top 32, that Amethyst Steel player. I know a lot of people are rooting for him. We've been watching his journey with Disney Lorcana. It was great sitting down with him, chatting with him about his deck, about his journey, and now here he is in top 32. So really excited to see how his journey continues on today.
And seems to be really gunning for it. He said to you, job's not done.
Job's not done.
I quote, we've heard a lot of players in Lorcana say, job's not done. I'm really excited to watch him go through.
Absolutely.
Watch him go through top 32.
Yes, now in top 32 is a little bit changed now in the tournament structure. We are done with our Swiss rounds today, and now we are going to a single elimination bracket. These players are going to do best of 3, but now the time is increased to 70 minutes. So giving them a little bit more time in these games, in these all-important games. They are playing for some really fantastic prizes. So top 32, 70 minutes, best of 3. Once we get to top 8, though, it is untimed. And then, of course, that best of 5 in the finals.
Yeah, the finals. And at the end of today, we are going to have, 32 players qualified to the EU Continentals.
Yes.
But we will have one player qualifying to the Season 2 World Championship.
Directly. They get to go
so exciting.
directly
This is wonderful,
to Worlds, which is, I know that, I mean, talk about what is your next goal? Well, making it to championships is one thing, but going on to Disney Lorcana World Championship, that's where these players want to be. That's what they're testing for. That's what they're working towards. So knowing that they could secure that spot today, I know there's so much on the line. And then, of course, I do want to point out something that has been an addition to our lovely set here. And thank you to the crew who has put up this wonderful display of things. But our top 8 players today are playing for a golden Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Tailor, and we actually have one here on the set. I know many people have seen the video of this, and it doesn't do it justice seeing it on screen.
I'm in love with this Mickey Mouse.
It is gorgeous.
So
it
shiny.
is beautiful. I'm going to put that down very carefully. So that also is on the line today.
Yes, it is. And top 32, but before we get into top 8, when they can win themselves the Golden Mickey, we're going to have top 16. And top 16 are going to win themselves this stunning playmat.
Elsa playmat. Here, we'll hold it up.
Becca and Erica showing off this beautiful Elsa playmat. Top 16. Last year we had the Rapunzel one.
Yes.
This year we have the Elsa Ice Maker. And not only that, but she's on a pin. And players not even getting into top 32 are able to play in side events. And there's so many side events happening to get themselves the pin version of this mat.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And we have
this insane playmat, yes.
And there's 2 other foil mats that are on the prize wall. So there's Simba Pride Protector and also the Mulan Charging Ahead.
Yes.
But I have to say, this Elsa is just really beautiful. Yes. So all the art in Disney Lorcana is fantastic.
Yes.
But yes, top 16 will get that mat. Now, with these top 32 players, we don't yet have the meta breakdown for you, but we are working on that. But we did take a look at the day 2 meta, and maybe we could take a look at that again. I thought it was really, really interesting. Of course, we know that there was tons of Amethyst Sapphire in the room, but the one deck that I was surprised about, actually, the most surprised about, was that Amber Emerald deck. I think there was only about 120 in the entire room, but 33 made it into day 2.
Yeah, we saw Melissa playing this earlier, performing extremely well, came all the way over here from the States.
Yes.
Like yourself. I know you drafted her for your
I did.
fantasy team. And I'm super excited to see this under the dog deck, I've been calling it all weekend. Full of dogs do super well. But another 2 decks I want to point out to specifically, because I had the pleasure of casting alongside Baker to get to see a Ruby Amethyst and Sapphire Steel. Unfortunately, our Ruby Amethyst player previously on that I was able to cast, I believe, with Speci or Kawa, I don't recall, it's been a long day. But being able to watch these matches, especially for Baker, I was so excited. Ruby Amethyst is not gone. It's still here.
Yes.
But it's in a slightly different format. Being able to play these cards, like, you can still play your Maui Half Shark, another card that was reprinted this set, Bee King Undisputed.
I love Bee King Undisputed.
I love it. Yes. Another interesting deck is Amethyst Emerald, because I'm so impressive to Amethyst Emerald.
I think that not a lot of people were expecting to see that
No.
here, but Amethyst Emerald, I think, did really well. And Baker and I were talking about this earlier. I think that Amethyst Emerald is a fan favorite deck. A lot of people were playing that for so long, and now with set rotation, I think it's interesting to see that we have some players who maybe have found a build that can hold up in a big, large competitive tournament like the Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Yes.
So from here, it'll be interesting. Will we see that deck show up in more tournaments, in more CCQs? It will be interesting to see.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see what deck is going to come out on top.
Oh,
and going
yes.
forward, I know a lot of Illumineers out here watching this today, and going to play in Milwaukee in particular. That's not far.
No, it's about
That's
3
not
weeks.
far. It's about 3 weeks. I know you're excited for that,
I'm
and I
very
know
excited.
it's so exciting to get to share with all the Illumineers here, all of the decks. In particular, all of the Illumineers going to play in Milwaukee. And what deck are you going to bring? What deck is going to come out on top? And in particular, I know the most represented deck here this weekend was Sapphire Amethyst.
Yes.
Yeah, commonly known to a lot of Lumineers as Blurple.
Blurple.
But people,
Yes.
a lot of people out there are going to want to have the deck to beat that deck. And a lot of key cards in this deck, like the Elsa, like the Hades, we have the key cards up here for you at home to see. A lot of players going into Milwaukee, if Blurple, if Amethyst Sapphire is able to do it, is able to take the win, because it was the most represented in the room this weekend, could we see perhaps a deck like Amethyst Emerald come in to be able to take the win? You need the deck to beat the deck.
You need the deck that's going to be the deck that's going to be most represented in the room.
Exactly.
Now, I would love to hear from both of you. What deck do you think is going to make it to the finals? Or what deck do you want to see make it to the finals? Erica, let's start with you.
Oh, for me, one deck, probably it will be, for example, on Blurple, and I'm so in love with Emerald Sapphire.
Okay.
This is my favorite deck for this season, yes.
Yes, Emerald Sapphire is
I hope
great
for Emerald
deck.
Sapphire, yes.
Kim?
Previously, I know last week I had a different opinion.
Okay.
I too was on Emerald Sapphire because of that under the sea, heads held high under the sea combo. You're able to do a lot of board clear. recently, because I've been playing a lot of Amber Steel, and I've been rooting for Amber Steel. I just came out of an intense Amber Steel matchup, and I know there's definitely one Amber Steel, the second most represented deck here this weekend. So I'm hoping to see Amber Steel take the win. It took the win last year in Lille in our first European DLC.
That's right.
So I
Frank
hope
Karsten.
maybe we'll see it again. Rebecca, we want to hear your prediction.
Now, if you had asked me this question yesterday, I actually would have said Amber Steel, I think. But
that's interesting.
I think after watching the games this weekend, I am rooting and I'm hoping, and I think it can happen, an Amber Emerald deck. I think that one of the dog decks can make it to the top. I think it was, and when we looked at the meta breakdown, it was about 5th down in the decks represented in the room. Spessy and I were talking about this and saying that a deck that is less represented, though, maybe has a chance to kind of be a little bit of a wild card, a surprise. People aren't as prepared to play against it, and we have seen that deck do some incredible things, and there's some amazing players. So, of course, when we get that breakdown of the top 32, it'll be interesting to see how many players are actually on Amber Emerald that have made it to top 32. But I think that is the deck actually that I think could make it all the way to finals.
Yes, I'm really excited to see the complete breakdown for top 32. I talked about it a lot this weekend already, but you're coming into a big tournament. There's a lot of players. There's going to be a lot of decks. If you're able to bring something spicy, something people aren't expected, that underdog deck in particular, because I know you're rooting for it, it can just take opponents by surprise, because they're in practice, in preparation, they're playing a lot of test games against many key decks that they think they're going to face. Well, other decks, especially if they're playing some random cards, we've seen the Emerald Chromacon do a lot this weekend.
That can do a lot. The Emerald Chromacon, definitely a key card in that deck, and I think it's key, especially in the matchup against the Sapphire Amethyst. So that I think it's going to be.
So many players use Chromacon and different color, for example, amethyst, emerald, and
we did see some amethyst chromacons this weekend.
Yes,
that was fun in that amethyst emerald build. That was that last game that we saw yesterday in round 8 with 3 amethyst chromacons down on the board. It was incredible. But we are so excited to see how the rest of today plays out. We are going to have some fantastic matches for you. Tons of prizes on the line. The title of champion on the line, Golden Mickey's on the line. These players have a lot to play for, and we cannot wait to bring you more Disney Lorcana. We'll be back soon. Hello, Illumineers. Welcome back. I am here with the Joe Curley and the Kawa, who is actually our reigning champ for Guess That Card.
You're in trouble. I was going to say ciao. We're in Italy.
Well, ciao.
That's all I've got. There's not much
Bienvenuti.
I've got. Okay, very nice.
Welcome back. We are here in Bologna, Italy, of course, for the very first Disney Lorcana Challenge of Season 2. We've had some amazing matches going on, some amazing games, and we are so glad that you're all joining us here in Twitch chat, and we have a little fun. We're going to do Guess That Card.
Let's go.
We have Spessy here to face off with... You have to wait and see. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I have that in here. So the way we're gonna do this, Joe, is we'll let our reigning champ start. And it's 20 questions, yes or no, and ask the question, see if you can guess. And but your opponent is gonna have a chance to steal if they can guess it before. You can steal. So
when can I steal? Whenever I want.
Whenever you think you know, let us know, and then I'll give like a couple more questions to try to get it.
Usually, if you feel like you can steal, I get like 2 more questions, and then you have it.
All right.
All right.
Let's do it.
I'm ready.
We're gonna shuffle up here, picking this card at random, and we're gonna go.
That's some nice shuffling skills.
You know, the one-handed with a microphone
one-handed
in hand.
shuffle.
Okay, this is gonna be.
Okay.
This is gonna be something. Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Is it from Fabled?
No.
It's not from Fabled. Okay, we're switching it up. Is it Amber?
No.
Ruby?
No.
Amethyst? Oh, okay, I see how it is. It's a dual ink card.
Yes.
He's counting as well.
Counting.
This is good.
I'm
taking this seriously.
and Paula
This is
didn't
good.
keep track of counting the questions.
So I know it's Amethyst. Is it Sapphire as well?
Yes.
I think I know.
What? Okay, so I have 2 more questions.
There's only so many Ruby.
Ruby.
Oh, sorry. There's only so many
Amethyst,
Sapphire. There's only so many of those.
Okay, well, I think I know I know you're very fond of a specific Amethyst Sapphire card. You know what I'm thinking of, mate.
Yeah.
So I could take a wild guess of that exact one, and then if I get it wrong, I guess I could let you steal. Because if this is the specific card,
okay,
it would be pretty funny. Is it Sven?
No.
Oh.
So my thought process is there's a dual ink Elsa, there's a dual ink Anna. I'm trying to think if I think there's 2 Annas and there's maybe only 1 dual ink Elsa.
Oh my God.
So statistically speaking, I'm going with Anna.
Which one? Which one, sir?
So there's a 7 cost Floodborn uninkable.
Yes.
And there's a 4 cost. I'm going to go with
There's another one. There's a 6 cost inkable Anna.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Yeah,
there's
that's
3.
actually...
There's
yes,
3.
There's 3.
So Anna was a good guess.
Anna was a good choice.
I'm going to go with the rare, the 7 cost Floodborn.
No.
Oh.
Unfortunately,
4
no.
cost.
Yes.
Oh.
Is it the promo version?
It
is
the
promo
version.
Let's go.
This is Anna Icebreaker, the 4 cost dual ink, and it is the promo that you can get. A beautiful card. I love the art
Amazing.
on this one. Yes, so that was tricky. That was
a good one.
That was fun,
that
though.
Was a good
that
one.
was
That
really
was
fun.
fun. All
the
right.
statistics coming out to play there.
Know.
That was crazy.
After 5 questions, being able to narrow it down.
Yeah. I asked 5 questions.
Really,
I know it.
That
You
was
shouldn't
pretty
have
good.
told me it wasn't Ruby because I was going to guess Get Out.
All right, mixing these
All right,
up
go
again,
ahead.
mixing
I'm ready.
these up
I'm
again. And are you ready?
I was born ready, Rebecca.
Go.
Is it Be Prepared?
No.
Worth a try. Is it Emerald?
No.
Sapphire?
No.
Ruby?
No.
Amber?
No.
Emerald?
No.
Okay, so it's steel. I don't
Yes.
need to waste a question. No, that wasn't a question. That was a question.
That wasn't a question.
So
That
I know
wasn't
it's steel. Is it a character?
Yes.
Is it inkable?
Yes.
Does it cost more? Does it cost 5 or more?
No.
Does it cost 3 or less?
Yes.
Does it cost 1?
No.
Does it cost 2?
Yes.
So it's a 2 cost inkable steel card, character.
8 questions left. That's a lot.
Of course, the main card I'm thinking of that comes to mind immediately is Mr. Smee. There's a couple of Mr. Smees in steel that cost 2 as well, and they're both inkable.
You could ask the set.
I could. I'm not going to. Mainly because you told me to. Is it Mr. Smee?
No.
Is it Mr. Arrow?
No.
Is it... Does it quest for 1?
Inkable.
Yes.
Whoa.
That's a bad question.
5 questions left.
All right, 5 question less. Quest for 1, steel.
2 cost, inkable.
I don't think I want to ask... Is it from Fabled?
Yes.
Oh. We should know this. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Inkable?
4 questions left.
It's inkable. Quest for 1 is from Fable. It's not Smee. So steel 2 costs. It's questing for 1.
Correct.
So it's probably not amazing in the meta.
Maybe it has an ability.
Yeah, it probably does have a decent ability.
Maybe.
Does it see much competitive play in the tournament here today?
No.
I didn't think so.
Couple of
Does it have 1 willpower?
Yes.
I wasn't expecting that. Okay, so it's probably a
1 willpower.
It's 1 willpower. It's probably like a 3-1. I don't think there's any 4-1.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It has
1 strength.
No, so that's 1 strength.
Correct.
1 strength.
I'm so sorry.
That's
Yes.
fine. It's got 1 strength. So it's a 1-4 maybe a 1-3.
This is tricky.
This is so tricky.
Yep. This is tricky, yeah. So 2 cost inkable, 1/3 steel
Do you mind if I
card that
chime
quests
in
for
and help
1.
you with questions? I'm going to help with questions here.
Fabled.
We need double team.
Is it a reprint?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a good question.
That does help. That does help. That
Is
does
it
help.
reprint? Was it originally in sets 1 to 2? That's a really tricky question.
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
We've reversed
I'm
it.
trying to. You did reverse it.
First chapter of Rise of the Floodborn.
No, I don't
Rebecca,
think so.
you know, if you want, you can show us the card and we'll help you with that
Good,
question.
Yeah.
Someone in chat knows.
If somebody in chat does know.
Is it from
1? Huh.
I don't believe it's from sets 1 or 2.
Is it a common?
Yes.
Okay, it's a common.
That doesn't help,
That doesn't help. Man, this is tricky.
Does it have an ability?
Yes.
That doesn't help. We have like 2 questions left.
Does it have a keyword?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 1 question. We have 1 guess left. So we just have to guess.
Yeah.
1
Okay.
strength steel. Let's just think of any character. 1 strength
Quest for 1.
Yep, a
steel.
reprint in Fable.
It's probably like a 1. And it did have an ability?
Yes.
It has an ability. Quest for 1, 1/3, 2 cost inkable steel character in Fabled that is a
1/3?
reprint.
I feel like it might be like.
Okay. I mean, that doesn't help. That should help me, but 1/3
I feel like
doesn't
it might
help.
be something from.
I'm thinking of like Bolt from Reign of Jafar, but it's not, right? Like, you know, because that's a 1/3 with an ability.
It's a reprint.
All right. Shall I reveal?
Final answer. Let's lock something in.
How about this? I will tell you its ability.
Yeah.
And see if that helps
Yes,
you.
okay.
Is there a flavor text? Maybe you could give us the flavor text.
Yeah, I can give you the flavor text. Which would you like, the flavor text or the ability?
I think flavor text
Okay.
first.
He sets the standard for intrepid adventurers everywhere.
Sounds like Jim Hawkins.
No!
Good guess, though.
With the ability Stand Strong, when you play this character, chosen character gains Challenger +2 this turn.
Mickey Mouse.
Standard
Bearer.
Bearer.
Oh my god.
Is that Into the Inklands?
There's an epic card of this as
I
well.
think it's Inklands.
I'm pretty sure
either
it's Inklands.
It's either Inklands
Yes.
or it's Ursula's Return, I think.
Yes.
And in my defense, I actually saw this card being played in the Ruby Steel deck on stream yesterday.
Wait, I was actually wondering because I casted that match with you, and I'm like, it wasn't play. I'm like, I think it might have
was the
been in
Ruby
that
Steel
deck.
deck.
I think it was in that Ruby Steel deck. Yes. Well.
But it doesn't see much play, does it?
No, it doesn't see much play, which
Yeah.
was what the question was.
Yeah, exactly. That's
So,
true.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that was
That
fun.
was really
that
fun.
was
That was
fun.
tricky.
So much. That was very
You'll
tricky.
have to let us know in chat if you guessed the cards. So that
I don't think you did, chat.
I don't think you did. No, but that was great. Those are some hard cards, though. Thanks for playing.
Thank
Guess
you.
that card here in Bologna. We'll see you for more Disney Lorcana.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to first Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. And I'm here with Spacey.
Hello, Erica.
How are you, Spacey?
I'm very well. Ciao. How do we say welcome? Is it benvenute illuminatori?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Benvenuti illuminatori. Welcome to Lumineers. Yes.
Amazing. And we're here in Bologna, Italy. I'm enjoying the pasta so much that I spilled a little bit on my shirt, but
it's so delicious.
It's so good.
Yes.
It's so nice. And the top 32 is about to get underway.
We are ready. We are ready to the top 32.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's the business side of the tournament. Of course, it's already been a really long weekend. Right now in Bologna, I'm going to double check the time. It is almost 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Remember, these players have been playing since 9 a.m. yesterday. Probably didn't get that much sleep. We left the building at about 10 p.m. yesterday, so it's a long weekend of Disney Lorcana. But we're ready for feature match number 1 in the top 32.
And now we are ready with our 2 players, and I'm so curious about the deck.
Yeah, and there is one player I recognise there to the right from the UK, actually somebody I've played against in the past, so definitely excited to see them. We can see 2 Scrooge McDuck deck boxes, which is a really nice deck box.
Yeah.
But these players have already qualified for the European Championships.
Oh.
The prizes are now very much on the line. Of course, that top 16 prize is great, but we all know that top 8 prize is going to be that golden Mickey Mouse. We've got Hinnick from Belgium. We saw him on stream earlier. And James Molly to the right, also known as Mollers in the community on Amethyst Steel. So it's going to be Emerald and Steel going first. I would say, on average, that the Amethyst Steel player is probably favoured in this matchup.
Yes.
But the fact that Hinnick is going first, that's going to maybe even the playing field out a little bit. So it should be a very exciting, close contest in this top 32. The top cut's begun. We've now increased the round length to 70 minutes, and it will be a best of 3. Of course, the higher seed going first. Hinnick, the 3rd seed with Emerald Steel, is very impressive, Erica.
I'm so happy to see this deck because, yes, Steel Emerald, it's an incredible deck with an incredible strategies and an answer. Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we see the Mulan come through.
Mm-hmm.
And they will be discarding, of course, 1 card. This is an opportunity maybe to get rid of an uninkable, but instead it's going to be Prince Philip.
Prince Philip. Yes, this Prince Philip have word.
Yep. Nice solid card. It is an inkable though, so Hinnick clearly feeling comfortable with his hand in terms of uninkables. It's going to be James with the Diablo into the ink and Captain Hook contesting this Mulan on the board. Both players with a steel 1-drop to kick things off.
Yes. Bobby, no, not his Bobby. Another Mulan to draw and discard another card, of course.
I have a feeling, Erica, that we might be seeing that turn to fire the cannons. Calhoun is discarded.
Discard. Yes, of course.
And my favourite opening at the moment is, I think, what we're about to see. The fire the cannons on Captain Hook, which is slightly ironic, Captain Hook being on the receiving end of the cannons.
Yes, because Captain Hook is a problem in the board. Yeah.
And this is meaning now that James has no characters on the board. Hinnick with 2.
No.
So starting to get that early board
Another
advantage.
Diablo in the ink to play Calhoun. Oh.
Yeah, and Calhoun, a really good character to contest these Mulans. Of course, 3 strength, 2 willpower, but with resist 1, it will be able to challenge those Mulans and remain on the board and gain 2 lore, Erica.
It's amazing. I'm in love with Calhoun. Oh, Prince Philip is in Italian says Principe. Principe Filippo.
Principe
yes.
Filippo.
It's easy.
That is easy. I have a good teacher.
Thank you. Rafiki into the ink to play Genie. Genie is an incredible Genie because in the turn of the player is evasive.
Yep.
Yes.
Really good to deal with cards, potentially like Dumbo, of course. Both players are using steel.
Of course.
And we expect to see 4 copies of Strength of a Raging Fire in each player's decks.
Mm-hmm. And now?
So will we see any of these 3 cost characters singing Strength of a Raging Fire. That can be a really strong opening and an advantage for the player going first to get that Strength of a Raging Fire through first.
Oh, Strength on Kaloon, of course.
Yep, there it is.
Yes, because Hank have 3 characters on the board, and yes, this is a good choice. Okay.
And now that Calhoun's gone...
Quest with Mulan. Yes,
yeah, you wouldn't want that Calhoun challenging these Mulans. So now that it's gone, very interesting, though, that this Strength of a Raging Fire, it wasn't sung by Prince Philip, but rather just paying 3 ink for that, wanting to leave this Prince Philip ready and not allowing the Genie to get it. This is an incredibly interesting play, Erica, because as we see Arthur inked, Genie's going to sing Strength, but the ward of Prince Philip is so strong here.
And we saw Arthur into the ink to play Esma.
Yep.
Esma is a good card.
It's so interesting that Hinnick last turn paid the ink to play Strength. Prince Philip's now still ready. Pete comes through, 3 characters on the board. Strength of a Raging Fire will now be sung by Prince Philip.
Yes, of course. Esma is a problem.
This was an amazing play by Hinnick. The foresight to spend a whole turn using Strength, and no ink from Hinnick either, just happy to stay at 3 ink. That Pete Games referee upside down to show no actions can be played.
Genie, of course, now banish Prince Philip.
And there comes the Elsa. So James now is at 5 ink and Hinnick at 3. Despite Hinnick being the player going first, there is a big advantage in terms of ink for James, who has a dock in hand.
Another Prince Philip.
And it's going to be Pete also questing.
Yes. What do you think about this Prince Philip?
I love it. With the ward.
Okay. This is the first time that I see this Prince Philip.
Yep.
Okay.
There's the dock from James. Lilo is inked. It's a Fire the Cannons and a Rafiki that they find. So not the best couple of cards.
Rafiki.
You like Rafiki. Yesterday, what were you calling Rafiki?
Yes, I'm in love with Rafiki.
Rafiki.
With some.
Yeah.
And yes, James have a good board because Elsa is a good character and Rafiki have 3 of challenge. But in the other board, Prince Philip is a good character because have a word.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be Bobby. Played for 1, and Louis is discarded. Remember, still 3 ink and only 1 card in hand, I believe, right now for Hinnick. 2 maximum, but I think it's just 1. It's Go-Go.
Go-Go is here.
Yeah, and not even enough ink there to use the ability of Go-Go to gain 2 lore. And you can start to see why I figured this might be a tricky matchup for Hinnick as James with the Elsa, Erica.
Another Fire the Cannon on Bobby.
James is taking over this match. Hinnick is still at 3 ink. They need to find a dock, and they need to find it right now.
Another Calhoun. Okay, this is the time of James. Draw a card, prepare the ink, and...
Just leaves that 1 card in hand. I didn't catch what it is.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Quest with these evasive Elsas. Of course, Doc and Rafiki are ready and cannot be challenged. So they're safe from Calhoun. But we're seeing Hinnick now take an entire turn off to ink a Louis. Not even developing that card onto the board.
Okay. Ink quest with all characters. It's so interesting choice.
Yep. James has 2 cards in hand. One of them is a giant cobra.
For 4? Genie! Genie, he's here and draw a card.
And look at this. James is finding all the tools, the Genie and the Dock.
Oh, it's so aggressive.
Working together nicely. In comes Captain Hook just for good measure.
Okay.
Rafiki takes out Prince Philip. Of course, this Calhoun with resist. Elsa's could take it out, but it would require both.
Yes. James have a good board because Captain Hook is a free.
Hinnick with the Ursula. It's a dock in hand, and look at Hinnick's face like, I didn't want to see that.
For Ursula. Ink smile.
Yeah, big old smile, but it's James now with the Yzma with another dock. The 3 docks of dreams for James.
But did you see the James hand.
Oh my goodness. Is there another
one? I saw
one?
a Dumbo.
Okay, Dumbo's in the mix.
Dumbo, yes.
And James with so many characters on board. I think that might be story on board for James as Hinnick plays the Clarabelle, plays the Merfolk. James is going to ready, and they're going to quest for victory, Erica.
This is the perfect moment. Oh, go. So, it's so speed.
Yeah, so much speed, Erica. Whenever we seem to cast together, it's always fast-paced action. That was an absolute belter of a first game. James really showing us the power of Amethyst and Steel there. That extra little bit of card draw made all the difference, didn't it? The Genies finding the docks find the other docks. And for Emerald Steel, you're really relying on dock for your card draw. If you don't find it, maybe there's some Clarabelles in there. We saw the 3-cost Clarabelle. I don't think the Floodborn Clarabelle is in this deck. It's more aggressive. If you miss dock, you miss a lot of your card draw.
Yes. I saw an aggressive board for Jean.
Yep.
Yes, and yes. It was a beautiful, beautiful match.
It was. And what's been your favorite moment, Erica, of the weekend so far before we jump into game 2?
The double shift of Mulan.
The double shift of Mulan
Of course,
yesterday.
the double shift of Mulan is so insane.
It was such a good play.
Moment, yes.
If you didn't catch it, it was Ruby Amber playing yesterday. They had 2 cards in hand, and as it turned, and 10 ink, and as it turned out, it was 2 Mulans. They had the legendary Mulan on the board. It got shifted, and then they shifted another one onto the Floodborn, and suddenly you had, what was it, a 8 strength
Yes,
Mulan?
but today I saw 1 Ruby Amethyst.
Amazing.
Oh, I'm so in love.
Yeah. We're going to go on to game 2. James will again be going second on the draw, but they got the job done in the first one there. Hinnick will be going first.
This is the mulligan time.
Yeah.
This is the mulligan time. It's so important time. And now our player are ready.
Yeah, ready to go into game number 2. So Hinnick here, if you've got that dock in the opening hand, I'm pretty sure you're going to keep it.
And I want to remember to all Illumineers that for the top 60, we have our Elsa playmat.
Yes.
Oh.
And for the top...
Did you see the Elsa playmat?
Yeah, it's so beautiful.
Wow, so beautiful.
So being in the top 32, these players have already got the Elsa promo card, which is amazing. But you're playing here for that top 16 Elsa playmat, but of course, 2 games away from that golden Mickey Mouse. It's going to be Curse Merfolk down on the board on turn 1 for Hinnick, looking to go quickly.
And Jafar into the ink. Oh, to fire the cannon. Whoa.
Yeah, fire the cannons in both players' decks, doing the business and dealing with that Curse Merfolk for James.
Bobby, he's here.
Of course, Bobby, you draw a card, and then you're going to have to discard a card afterwards. Gets rid of an Inkable again, Hinnick. We saw them do that in the previous game, and then maybe not have an abundance of ink. They ended up at 3 ink for a very, very long time.
Yes. Prince Philip into the ink to play another Bobby. Yes, Bobby is a good card to find some answer, some option.
And help find your docks maybe as well.
Yes.
We see a lot of these Emerald Steel decks playing Emerald Chromicon. If you have too many of those in hand, it can be handy. And I love the double 1-drop on turn 2 from both players. James, though, with the Captain Hook and the Rafiki, very good cards to contest more aggressive decks with those challenger abilities. And these Bobbies don't really have much of a chance up against Rafiki and Captain Hook. Of course, Bobby has a great on-play effect, but as a result, its stats not as impressive.
Another
wow!
Captain Hook.
All the 1-drops.
And Fred.
Look at that. Turn 2 from Hinnick, not even inking. This is a player that got 3rd place in Swiss. They know what they're doing, but it's fascinating to see that decision not to ink on turn number 2. Strength of a Raging Fire will be inked, though. So that was their 3rd turn.
Oh, Chromicon.
There's the Chromicon.
Here.
And I think the Chromicon is the key
Chromicon,
to success for Hinnick. It's a very complicated card to play against, Erica.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. And now, the player talk.
James is going to draw. What have you seen, Erica? There's a Doc, there's a Genie. Is there an inkable card?
Yes,
I believe there's
and
a couple.
Elsa, and Elsa.
Yep. Now, this Emerald Chromicon you can see in the bottom left during your opponent's turn, so that's right now because it's Hinnick's Emerald Chromicon. Whenever James banishes one of Hinnick's characters, Hinnick will be able to return a card to a player's hand.
Yes.
And it's very, very important that James starts planning out his turn immediately. You can't just take a challenge and then be, surprised by the Chromicon. James needs to predict what will get bounced back. It's going to be the Captain Hook. We might see now Rafiki. Imagine if James was to, example, play like a Genie right now and then challenge. That would give Hinnick the opportunity to return the Genie to James's hand. So James has planned out his turn, planned out his challenges, and gets the Genie and Captain Hook back down onto the board.
It's so hard playing with the Chromicon and the upper board because, it's a good card.
Curse
with a stack, of course. Yes.
There's the Doc!
Oh! I saw another Fred.
Okay, another Fred.
Yes.
Captain Hook will challenge Rafiki and live to tell the tale. Fred is going to quest. Fred, of course, whenever banished in a challenge, gaining 2 lore. This Emerald Chromicon makes all the difference for this deck in this matchup. It looked like Hinnick's deck was just not very good in the first game up against this Amethyst Steel, but I think the Emerald Chromicon and the Doc are the 2 secret cards which we didn't see in game number 1, which can maybe make a difference in this second match.
Jean is challenging Captain Hook, and Captain Hook is banished.
Yeah, return to hand the Captain Hook. Now, just to let you guys know, of course, at the top cut in Disney Lorcana, TCG challenges, it is open deck list. So each player had the opportunity before the game started to look at their opponent's deck and see exactly how many copies of each card they are playing. And it's an entirely different skill, having to remember all of those things as we see Elsa rush in, exerting the Cursed Merfolk, banishing the Cursed Merfolk, and discarding the Genie. Really interesting to look at Hinnick's list. We've got it in front of us. One thing that catches the eye, there's actually 4 copies of the Emerald Chromicon. We're used to seeing 2, maybe 3, but Hinnick going with all 4, which really shows you how important this card is with their game plan. They have those Mulans, they have the Bobbies as well to discard them if they draw too many at once. Big turn, though, with Calhoun and Fred joining the party.
Oh, wow.
5 lore to 0.
Draw a card, and I saw Lilo. But, okay, with Elsa, challenge Fred.
Yeah, Fred's so interesting because you kind of just want to ignore it and say, okay, I won't challenge it, you'll never gain that extra lore, and then it just quests for 1 a turn. But if you do that for too long and don't respect the Fred is just going to continue to rack up the lore, and eventually you're going to have to challenge.
Captain Hook is here.
Yep, Genie and Hook for 4 ink for James. Ink's the Lilo. Play passes on over to Hinnick. It's 7 lore to 0 in favor of Hinnick.
Ink have 7 point of legend, 7 lore, and James is 0.
Yep, Doc comes through. That Emerald Chromicon synergizing so nicely with Doc being able to return it to hand.
Ursula, but James don't have a song.
James has that 1 card left in hand that we so often see with the best Steel players. It's that copy of Doc in hand, the Bold Knight. That Jurassic Measures ability is so strong and provides that all-important card draw. James is going to ready and draw a card. The Chromicon staring him down, Lilo in hand. So fascinating to see so many Lilos in the deck for James. How many Lilos are in the deck of James here, Erica?
2.
Okay, and we've seen actually both of them.
2 copy of Lilo.
So interesting.
Lilo, best explorer ever.
And there we see the Emerald Chromicon and Doc synergy yet again. We're often expecting to see
Doc!
The Emerald Chromicon bounce back one of James' characters, but instead Hinnick is using it to draw more cards of their own as Rafiki joins the party for James. But that dock is back in Hinnick's hand. They've got 5 ink available. It's 10 law to 1. James has got their first law on the board. Pete! No actions. He blows his whistle. And there's that dock again, which was bounced back thanks to the Emerald Chromacon.
Yes, Pete against Steel player is so incredible card to stop all the action.
Fire the cannons, going for the genie.
Yeah.
Calhoun finishing the job. That will be a trade, but Calhoun gaining 2 law for their troubles. It's going to be a quest for 3 with the Cursed Merfolk and the Ursa, and Hinnick is threatening to win very, very soon. The board is questing for 5, which means there is story on board, and James is going to have to remove at least one of these characters. Elsa exerts Doc.
Elsa, yes.
Captain Hook importantly takes Doc out. That means the Emerald Chromacon, of course, can't bounce the Doc back. So I love the ordering from James here to prioritize challenging Doc. Again, whenever you're playing against that Emerald Chromacon, it's you that has all the decisions to make.
Okay, with Rafiki, challenge Ursula.
Do we ever see Hinnick bounce back their own Cursed Merfolk here, as then they could replay it next turn ready? Instead, removing that Elsa. And then, of course, the Cursed Merfolk, when it's banished, can discard one of the cards in James's hand. Very, very fascinating game here. Captain Hook going to be bounced back to hand with the Chromacon, but it's replayed onto the board. Hinnick going to be drawing for turn. I don't believe there's any cards in hand right now.
Yes. Emerald Chromacon is insane card.
There's Go-Go! Oh! That's 2 law out of nowhere, and Go-Go on the board means that the Emerald Chromacon can bounce back this Go-Go. But Elsa was in hand. That's so fascinating because James takes the Rafiki challenge. I was expecting James to play the Elsa, exerting the Go-Go, removing the Go-Go from the board, and denying Hinnick being able to return that Go-Go to hand. I talked about the ordering there, and look at the smile from James, perhaps realizing what they've just done. There's a Go-Go in hand, and there's an Elsa with 2 damage. That's a scoop. Wow, and that is the power of the Emerald Chromacon, Erica. One tiny little error can cost you so much. I think James here had to play the Elsa, exerting the Go-Go, challenge the Go-Go, removing it from the board, and then it can't be bounced back into the hand. We saw him do the same play on the dock, but the Emerald Chromacon, it makes your opponent do all the thinking, and we will be going to game 3.
I'm so happy to see too many Emerald Chromacon because, I'm so happy because Emerald Chromacon have the place in this meta now.
It really does.
It's so fun.
It's really interesting that it turns these decks which aren't that quick at questing. We see it in the Amber Emerald deck as well. And I'm watching these decks and I'm thinking, okay, they need to start turning sideways. They need to be really quick. But the Emerald Chromacon allows you to have a quite low to the floor deck. You don't have much ink. You can win quite slowly. It's really, really fascinating to see these decks in action. It's very different to anything we've seen, I think, before in Disney Lorcana. It's not an aggro deck. Because it's quite slow. But it has a lot of the cards that we might expect to see in aggro decks. Things like Dock, Fire the Cannons, Strength of a Raging Fire, of course. Calhoun's are in there. Very, very fascinating to see.
And what is your prediction?
What's my prediction?
This round, this game,
I've got to say, it's the first time we're seeing James on the play. As the Amethyst Steel player, I imagine that James is the favorite for this one. However...
because it's on play, yes, of course.
However, Hinnick, with that Dock and Emerald Chromacon combo, could cause a bit of an upset yet. 4 cards were altered from Hinnick. James still got their hand. I'm not sure if they've mulliganed just yet. If they've taken their altar. I think they're keeping the hand. He's keeping, he said, if my lip reading is right. Yeah, James from the UK. So I actually played against James, Erica, in my first ever big Disney Lorcana tournament about a year and a half ago in Poland. I played against him in my first ever Top Cut game. So he's someone that I always like to see.
It's a beautiful story.
Yeah, my first ever game in a top cut was against James.
Yes.
James starting things off with this giant Cobra into the ink and the Diablo onto the board. It's going to be Heathcliff into the ink, which is a 4-cost card with Ward.
Yes.
And Mulan comes through.
Oh, Heathcliff. He's here in the ink.
Of course, still needing to discard a card. Will we see an uninkable? It's that Prince Philip again.
Yes.
Going into the discard. James going to draw for turn. Diablo.
Okay, Quest with Diablo. And gain 1 lore. And now, Bell into the ink to play Calhoun. Yes, this is a classic start.
Yeah, and I have to say, going back to this last game, while I think James might have made a bit of an error against that Chromicon towards the end, at least that's my analysis of it, I think they were in a very tight spot regardless. I think that Hinnick was in a really, really strong position with that Chromicon. But I'm sure James now, the sign of a good player is to put something like that behind you. Don't let that drag you down. Move on and fully focus. Mindset is so important at these tournaments. Being able to just move on, not let something sit on your mind for too long and just focus on what you can do moving forward.
Lewis going to the discard and another Lewis into the ink.
Yep. And there's no fire the cannons here. 1 ink still unused. As we go back on over to James, it's their 3rd turn. They can go up to 3 ink. Of course, in these steel battles, you're often looking for someone to have a 3-cost character and then sing Strength of a Raging Fire. But Ursula Deceiver on the Emerald side is always a threat. So James maybe consciously not keeping any song cards in hand. Perhaps it's just a coincidence.
For free, Genie. Genie with evasive.
Diablo's going to quest for
of
1.
Of course.
And it's back on over to the Emerald Steel player. This is game number 3. 44 minutes still left on the clock in this round. We're not going to need all that time, I think, Erica.
Another Lewis into the ink to play Pete. No action now.
Yeah, and favoring the Pete here over the other 3-cost character because this stops James singing Strength this turn.
Yes.
And maybe Hinnick, if they can get their Strength through first, it gives them a really good chance of dealing with this Genie. So I really like the Pete play here.
Yes.
Playing around a potential Strength of a Raging Fire from James.
James have 4 lore and yes, is on the play.
Yep. 3 ink for Hinnick. Going to be going for that Emerald Chromicon. There it is, Erica.
Chromicon is here. Oh, so hard.
And what I want to see from James now is perhaps learning from, as we see the Strength, there it is, going for the Calhoun.
Yes, of course.
The Genie wouldn't have been able to have been taken out.
Oh.
Bobby takes out Diablo. But what I want to see, Erica, from James now is they've got 43 minutes on the clock. Okay, the last game they were probably losing anyway, but they maybe didn't plan out their turn exactly, and they were sort of surprised by the Chromicon. So I would love to see James really slow the game down right now. You've got all the time in the world. The stakes could not be higher.
Yes.
This is your time to really, really play slowly and think through your decisions. I'm sure the chat is going to want James to play as quickly as possible because it's fun to watch. But the sign of a really strong player and an experienced player is when to play quickly and when to slow down. And I think right now is the time to slow down.
Yes. James must be aggressive in this moment because, yes, this is the... Oh, 4-4. Play Dumbo. Dumbo is a good evasive card. And at the moment, James have another evasive card is Genie.
Okay.
And Quest with Genie for 2.
Erica, this is such a crucial turn. James here has made a decision to go for a specific game plan against the Emerald Chromicon. The Emerald Chromicon, when your opponent, the owner of the Chromicon is at 19 lore, your opponent's forced to challenge you. However, a weakness of this card is if James can just get ahead here, they can just ignore all of Hinnick's characters. Double dock,
Dock.
And what I think James is going for here is they're going for a strategy where they just start questing. They try and get as much lore as possible, and then they never have to challenge, and the Chromacon then can't hurt them.
Another strength. Oh, on?
We'll have to see, though, if this strategy for James will work out.
Yes, on Genie.
Genie dealt with by the strength. This was such a crucial turn from James, but suddenly the board of Hinnick is looking really strong. A wide board of 5 different characters, each only questing for 1, but with docks down on the board and that Emerald Chromacon, if James takes any challenges, we might see a dock return to Hinnick's hand, and then they can just start refilling, drawing more cards, and going even wider.
Yes, I saw Elsa in the James hand, and this is a good characters for the moment, but Cobra, I saw, James have a good choice.
5 ink available again with that Emerald Chromacon. Really hoping to see James just slow themselves down. The pressure really is on them. That's what this Chromacon does. You can sit back and relax, and it makes your opponent, it just asks so many questions of your opponent. You have to plan that turn out from start to finish. How am I going to challenge? When am I going to play a card? When am I questing? And in exactly what order am I going to do this? You have to predict, okay, if I challenge here, what is my opponent going to bounce back to hand with that Emerald Chromacon?
Okay, yes. This is a hard moment to James.
Yeah, and James has to do so much maths here because what he might decide to do is he might just decide to double down on this game plan of just questing and ignoring Hinnick's board. But that could backfire if Hinnick is just able to equalize the board with cards like Strength and start questing themselves and applying some pressure. So it's a fascinating and extremely well-poised match of Disney Lorcana. Remember, these players are playing for the top 16, that Elsa playmat, and of course, one step closer to that golden Mickey, the serialized Mickey. Brave little Taylor. James, I'm loving this, Erica. This is exactly what I wanted to see. James is taking his time, and so they should. There is 39 minutes on the clock.
Because
this is it. This is what I want to see, Erica. Just looking at the discard, making all of those decisions and really assessing exactly what is going on right now.
Yes, because this is a top 32.
Yep.
This is an important moment for the player, for the game. And James take time, and it's so important.
Elsa will be inked. That's his first decision. He's going for the strategy. He's committing, Erica. And we see Calhoun Rafiki.
Okay.
I don't think James has any cards left in hand right now, Erica. And they are just questing right now and potentially threatening to get to 20 very soon. But what will Hinnick's response be? Can they equalize this board state? Can they take advantage of the vanish keyword on that giant Cobra with something like an improvise, perhaps? Fire the Cannons is in the deck. That's one way of dealing with it. In fact, I'm looking at the deck list. 4 Fire the Cannons, 3 Strength of a Raging Fire. The only way, 3 Fire the Cannons, 4 Strength. The only way to remove this giant Cobra with the vanish keyword.
Yes, Ink have only 2 cards in the hand. And, whoa.
So James is really trying to take advantage of the weakness of this Emerald Chromacon. Hinnick spent 3 ink to develop it, and currently it's done nothing. James has just said, okay, you can play your Chromacon. I'm just going to ignore everything you're doing, but Pete will be singing. And look at the reaction from James, leaning back in his chair slightly. They did not want to see that Strength of a Raging Fire. Down goes the Dumbo.
Oh, Dumbo. And another Jafar is in the ink board. Oh, Genie.
And now James with 3 characters, but look at that. Hinnick with 5 different characters will quest with those docks, or as they're called in, I suppose, French, Prof.
James is on top deck.
Here we go. Big moment, Erica. Obviously, James going to be looking for a dock, going to be looking for a Dolores, one of these kinds of cards that can draw you some cards.
Dolores is a good card for this moment.
And is James just doubling down? They absolutely will be. It's the big quest. It's going to be Calhoun challenging a dock. But now the Emerald Chromacon can trigger. Returning the other dock back to hand, not using it offensively. Now James plays the Yzma.
Here. Yes.
Great ordering from James, who is 5 lore away, and that is Story on board. They can quest for 5, and with that Calhoun in play, if Hinnick's not careful, Calhoun could also seal the deal. In comes the dock. In comes the Mulan. They have to discard a card.
Discard Captain Hook and
Prince Philip.
Play Prince Philip, yes.
No more cards left in hand right now for either player. All the cards are on the board. James can quest 4, 5. And of course, with that Calhoun, if the Calhoun takes a challenge, they could gain 6 lore next turn without playing anything else. So Hinnick has to remove. I would imagine they might remove the Calhoun and possibly the Rafiki. But the Yzma ability could be so good here, Erica.
No. I'm in love with Yzma ability because when you play Yzma, if exert Yzma, if you have fewer than 3 cards in your hand, draw until you have 3 cards in your hand. And this is a so great ability, yes.
Now, James can quest right now for 4. Giant Cobra off the top wouldn't actually do it because of the fact you need a card to discard. James might want to play the card. They might want to ink it and then use the Yzma ability. Maybe they want to quest. That Emerald Chromacon is still in play. Hinnick's side of the board, questing for 7.
Yes.
So not quite Story on board for Hinnick yet. They're threatening to get to 16. James also has to keep in the back of his mind at all times the go-go. You need to play around that a little bit. James might even just wonder, do I just quest with my Yzma? And do I just play my other character?
Yes.
We don't know what James has in hand. I didn't catch it. I'm sure someone in Twitch chat might have, though. Big shout out to everybody watching at home here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. This is the top 32. It's going to be an amazing afternoon.
The player that will win this game going to top 60, guys.
I am really enjoying this matchup. It's fascinating to watch. I love the way that James is playing it so far in this game 3, but it is so finely balanced. Now, in theory, I'm wondering if they could go like Ink, use the Yzma ability, and then Cobra, but even that wouldn't do it. So James, again, slowing down. I like to see this. Just taking their time.
Yes.
There's 33 minutes, and every decision is so crucial. We saw what happened
so crucial moment,
in Game 2 when you don't plan out your turn against the Emerald Chromacon. It can very, very quickly turn very, very bad. So James is being so methodical here, as they so should.
I can see the
quests. Just quests.
Oh.
Doesn't use the Yzma ability. Strength.
Oh.
Fascinating.
Yes.
Okay, so James goes for the strength on Jafar. Now the Chromacon can come through. We could have seen strength inked and Yzma drawing 3 cards, or we could have seen Yzma just drawing 2 cards, or just playing the strength and drawing 3. But James decides, rather than drawing 3 quests for 2 with Yzma, that's the key decision here. James decides, rather than drawing 3 cards right now, they would rather have 2 lore.
Duck to draw 2 cards. Oh, I saw a fire cannon in the ink hands.
Oh my goodness, well that is what is needed. Remember, open deck lists. The only way to get rid of this giant Cobra with Vanish is fire the cannons or strength. So I think that James is just banking on neither of those cards being found. Mulan can challenge and take out Rafiki. Prince Philip can challenge and take out Yzma, but that giant Cobra is a problem. That's why James has gone for this line. He is saying, if you don't find a fire the cannons or a strength of a raging fire, I will win. Look at James's face, though. There's the perfect response.
And now?
Curse Merfolk comes down, but James is 1 lore away. Hinnick has to still challenge and remove all of James's characters, and they're not going to be questing for much as a result. I really like the play from James, but imagine if James top decks another strength or top decks a fire the cannons. They passed the turn. They can't believe it.
This is the finish of the round.
They can't believe it.
Yes.
Prince Philip requests for 2 off the top.
Oh my God.
That is an amazing top deck as it quests for 2. And suddenly, James is facing Story on board. It was a strength of a Raging Fire that they found the previous turn. Now it's a dock. They could go dock, no trigger, hard cast strength to remove Merfolk, but it's not going to be enough.
Okay.
They find 2 more docks. Calhoun, Rafiki, they can't stop the board.
Oh.
What a reaction.
Whoa.
What a twist of the tail. James can't believe it. Unbelievable finish in this one. James thought they had it.
Result.
Look at the reactions from both players. This is why we play Disney Lorcana trading card game for moments like this. That was absolutely incredible.
I'm in love with reaction of Ink.
And this is the playmat that has just been won in that very moment.
Yes.
Not this exact playmat, but the same kind of playmat.
Yes, congratulations to Ink for this incredible result.
Yeah.
Ink is officially in the top 16.
Amazing.
Wow.
So, Erica, we need to talk a little bit more about exactly what just happened at the end of this game. James does what a lot of very good players will tell you to do, which is play to win. And James says, okay, if I quest with my whole board, I use the strength from hand, my opponent can only win if they find exactly fire the cannons or strength, which happened. But even then, I just need to draw a character that can quest for 1, and if it's not removed, it's game over. So James put themselves into a winning position, but the luck was not with them. But we've got more Disney Lorcana action right now in the top 32 as we have feature match number 2, Michele versus Alessandro. Erica, it's the battle of the Italians. And we've got an Italian caster.
I'm so sad to this, because Michele or Alessandro is out. It will out of the game. Yes, I'm so sad for this.
And Erica, both players playing Amber and Emerald.
It's a mirror match.
Do you know if these players are friends? Were they likely to prep together?
No, I don't know this player, but I know. Oh, sorry. I know Alessandro Danesi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amazing.
It's my friend. Yes, because it's a player of community in Rome.
Amazing.
Yes, and
it's going to be Pluto.
I know the Alessandro deck.
Yeah. Okay. So Michele starts things off with that Pluto. This is a card which I think not many people expected to be in the top 32 of a Disney Lorcana challenge, but it's a really interesting card in this Amber and Emerald deck.
Yes.
Of course, you can quest for 1, or you can exert the Pluto to pay 1 ink less for the next character you play. Ursula Inked. That is a very high up Inkwell. Okay, I'm not sure. There we go. Thank goodness for that, Erica. I wasn't quite ready to see the Ink and the Aurora the other way around.
But we have Aurora in the board. Yeah.
I think there was already many people in Twitch chat typing out in their disappointment, so thank goodness for that.
Lily.
Wow.
Another Lily and another Lily. Oh, my God.
So Lady is Lily in Italian, is that right?
Lily is an Italian,
so it's Lily, and what's Tramp called?
Tramp is Biagio.
So it's Lily and Biagio.
Lily and Biagio. And the name of the film is Lily e il Vagabondo.
And what does that mean?
Yes.
Lady and the Tramp?
Yes.
Amazing. So cool. But look at the Pluto value. Pluto just setting up this really wide board of triple
Ursula.
1-drop.
Ursula to see the player hand.
And there's not many cards to see. There's the Floodborn Lady, which is a shift 3, and there is a Merryweather as well. Of course, this Lady is very strong because when you play it, you can return 2 character cards of cost 2 or less from your discard to your hand.
What do you think about the dog deck?
It's fascinating.
Yes.
I think it's the underdog coming into the weekend, pun intended, but it's looking really good. It was actually my prediction to win the tournament. at the start of the weekend.
And for you, have a possibility to win the tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, of course.
I think it's just a deck which a lot of very good players have been saying very good things about in the last week or two. I expected it to be the 5th most represented deck, and it was. But it's done really, really well. Despite being the fifth most represented deck, as we can see, there's at least 2 of them have made the top cut, but I'm sure there's quite a few more out there. There's a lot of these decks on the top tables when I was roaming around earlier on.
Another Pluto.
Yeah, and it is an awkward hand, but
and
look at that.
Quest with all to gain.
Yeah, questing for 4, not
lore.
inking this turn. Alessandro knows exactly what is in Michele's hand. Now, what Michele is inviting Alessandro to do, saying, okay, you can challenge my characters. However, if you challenge my characters, you will put cards in my discard, and that allows me to return them to hand with my lady. So many cards in hand for Alessandro. Importantly, I see an Under the Sea in there. I also see a Tiana, so some nice Aurora and Tiana synergy for Alessandro. Looks like we might have slightly different interpretations of these decks.
Do you think that this is the moment, the right moment for Tiana?
Good question.
Yes.
Possibly not, but
yes, because I don't know.
The mirrors are tricky, right? Like, what do you, if you don't play Tiana, because she only costs 2 right now if you quest with Aurora, what would you actually play? Right now, Michele's board is only questing for 5, even though there's so many characters. I mean, 5 is still a lot, I have to say, but the problem is for Alessandro, if you challenge this Pluto, you're not gaining any lore yourself, and the Pluto is going to be coming back very quickly because of that lady shift. Alessandro, remember, knows exactly what is in Michele's hand. It's that 1-cost Merryweather and that 5-cost Floodborn lady.
I saw a hand that taken the rule.
We're using a pen instead to mark the hand. Alessandro just considering their options again. 70 minutes on the clock in this top cut, so all the time to spend and take things slow.
Draw and discard a card. And discard Lilo. Yeah.
Lilo into the discard. Of course, Lilo can be played from the discard at the start of your turn. You have to spend 2 ink to do so, and she will come into play exerted. And crucially, you have to make that decision during the set stage. It's ready, set. That's when you have to decide on Lilo, draw. So it's always very difficult to decide. I always forget about my Lilo in my discard, Erica. I've seen some players like Zan Syed yesterday actually turning their Lilo sideways in their discard so they don't forget. I also saw Zan actually yesterday putting a little counter on top of his deck. So before he draws to start the turn, reminds themselves to check for the Lilo. Improvise into the ink. Lady on the board.
So many lady on the board.
Yeah. 5 character cards in play from Michele. No characters in the discard, though, so the lady wouldn't do too much. A tramp right now could be a significant amount of lore. Merryweather comes through. It's going to give extra... Double Merryweather! Double Merryweather.
It's so...
So Merryweather is a 1-cost character, but when you play this character, you may pay, I believe it's an additional 1 ink to give +2 strength to one of your characters. So one of these... With the Pluto, what I think just happened here, I'm pretty sure a Pluto quested, a Pluto triggered its ability, so one of the Merryweathers was played for free, and then 1 ink was, maybe both, okay, there's only 2 ink. So both Plutos activated their ability, okay?
Okay.
So both Merryweathers cost 0. Michele has then paid 1 ink for each Merryweather and buffed up each lady. So these ladies quested for 3. Pluto's quested for 0. So Michele's gone from 11 lore up to 11 lore. Only 2 ink. I believe that's what happened, Erica. Please let me know in the chat if I'm mistaken.
No.
Let me know in the chat if I'm mistaken. That would make the most sense to me. The Pluto abilities and then the double Merryweather buff.
Oh.
It's going to be Tiana discarded from the Bobby.
Into the discard.
Yeah, Merryweather's such a fascinating card with these ladies, just being able to buff them up and get extra lore. But of course, Merryweather, very similar to the Merlin Crab, just giving extra strength. We know how strong it is. And speaking of strong, this is a 7-cost character, Erica, and it only costs 2 ink.
Yes.
The Tramp.
This is a hard decision
Street
to Alessandro.
Smart dog.
Go, Alessandro.
So Tramp draws 5 cards, but then Alessandro's going to have to still discard 5 as well. So the Tramp is a really good way of filtering the hand and finding exactly what you need. And that 7 cost is particularly significant, Erica, because it's really good at singing Under the Sea.
This is the... Oh, yes.
And this is why some people call this deck the Sea Dog deck. It's called the Sea Dog deck by some people in the community because it plays dogs and it plays under the sea. It's a good name.
Under the dog.
Yeah, Under the Dog. I like it.
Under the dog, yes.
So Alessandro just considering to challenge or not. Of course, they know 1 card in hand from Michele. They knew that there was a Merryweather. They knew there was a Floodborn Lady from this Ursula Deceiver that they played. They don't know one of the cards, but they are certain that Floodborn Lady is still in hand as long as their memory allows it. My memory's not very good, Erica. It's one of my biggest weaknesses as a player, remembering all these things. And when you're in the top cut in open deck lists, there's even more to remember because you've got to remember exactly what cards are in your opponent's deck, how many copies of each, what's been inked. It's an incredibly difficult skill. It's very easy to underestimate.
I saw an incredible fakes.
Yeah.
But, okay. Pluto into the discard. And now Alessandro have a difficult decision, but it's so hard moment to him.
Aurora is going to quest for 1. That means the next princess or queen will cost less, but there's nothing forthcoming. Both Plutos are down, but that means that the lady, if there is ink off the top found, and there is Aurora inked.
I saw another lady.
Yeah.
Lady and Lily.
Yeah. So Michele, that actually might have been the last card in hand, the lady. So I think I was mistaken in the previous about the cards in hand. It is only the 2 Plutos now for Michele. 2 cards in hand for Michele. They're both Pluto. Ladies are only questing for 1. Merryweather only questing for 1. So a total of 4 lore can be quested for, up to 15 right now. Michele might just want to wait here because if they can find a 1-cost character off the top, Erica, they play Pluto, lady gains 1 strength. They play another Pluto, lady gains 1 strength. If they can find that 3rd 1-cost character off the top of their deck, suddenly those ladies will quest for 3, and but Michele decides they're not going to go for that.
Quest with all characters.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot for a moment there, Erica, that this lady was shifted, so it could, of course, quest immediately up to 17.
Oh.
Are we going to see it? Under the sea. Amazing.
Under the sea.
It's not quite being prepared, but it's doing a good job. That was a low commitment under the sea from me.
Yes, but lady in the Michele board, quest for 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Under the sea does the business. But yeah, lady is still there. And that double Pluto still in Michele's hand. Also, Go-Go to Margot is often a card you're going to be seeing in these decks. Lady will be challenged by 3 of the characters from Alessandro. Hopefully we can get those character cards of Alessandro moved into the center, just like that. It's like magic.
Whoa.
Pluto, Pluto.
Pluto and and Alessandro.
I didn't catch the last card in Michele's hand just yet. But of course, these Plutos can quest up to 19. Tramp is going to sing another Under the Sea.
Under the Sea.
Bye-bye, Pluto. And it's a big quest here. The Lilo quests. The other character also questing. In comes a lady now. Only questing for 1. Michele still with that 1 card in hand. I wonder what it might be. Maybe it's another lady. Could be a shift lady up to 9. Alessandro closes the gap, Erica.
Yes. Quest for...
A lot.
Quest for 7, I think, yes.
Yeah, and now Alessandro has the story on board, Erica.
No, quest for 6, sorry.
10
yes,
lore on the board for Alessandro.
Yes, gain 11 lore.
And Alessandro only needs 9 to win, so Michele has to remove 3 lore from the board. That's a Lilo and another character. Michele showing the card in hand, which might suggest that is going to be it. The double under the sea was the difference.
Alessandro changed the situation. Now another Lilo. Oh.
Lady Quest up to 19, but it's not enough. Alessandro takes game number 1, Erica.
Oh, wow. A so incredible match.
Yeah, that double under the sea made all the difference. Really, really fascinating. I really loved the decision-making from both players. Like, I thought there was a moment where maybe the player that lost this one, Michele, might just not quest with the ladies, but of course they anticipated the under the sea.
Yes.
And it was very, very close indeed. I think just a couple of different top decks on either side being different could have changed things entirely. So we're going to go on to game number 2 in this mirror. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Game number 2 in this mirror. We're going to be seeing the same side of the coin, same side of the die roll for each players, with Michele going first. We didn't see much ink in the inkwell from either player, did we? Keeping low to the floor, playing lots of characters. And I'm really excited. I haven't really seen many Emerald Amber mirror matchups.
Yes. And do you believe that we will see so many mirror Amber Emerald?
I can't imagine there'll be that many.
Okay.
But if it does really well, then the better it does, the more mirrors we'll see. So it will be very interesting to see how this deck does as we go on throughout the top cut. We've seen some really amazing decks today, like Ruby Amethyst, like Sapphire Steel.
Yes.
We saw Amber Ruby yesterday. We saw Emerald Amethyst. So many unorthodox decks. Emerald Steel, we of course saw already.
I think that I will see.
Yes,
I think that I will see Amber Steel, for example.
Yep.
Yes.
Merriweather into the ink. It's Pluto on the board, and the ink is upside down again for Alessandro. What is happening?
This is Gianni Caro.
Gianni Caro.
Gianni.
Gianni Caro.
Gianni Caro. Yes.
Okay, the lady is in play, and the ink is above the lady. I already know that many people are pulling their hair out watching this. But I suppose as long as both players are aware of exactly what the inkwell is and exactly what it's not, there's no problems here. Turn 2 for Alessandro.
Yes.
Of course, ink can go up to 2.
Alessandro, take a moment, because take a time. It's so important have a time to think about the next step.
Yeah.
And yes, because this is so important. One of these 2 players going to the top 16 after this match. And
yeah.
Yes, and so it's so insane.
No, absolutely. The stakes are high. I remember playing for that Elsa player map. We're going to see Improvise Inked, Daisy Duck down on the board, and the Tramp giving that extra strength to Lady, now questing for 3 and turning on the heat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alessandro.
Thank you very much to our judge there at the table.
I don't understand the situation on the table that wide ink is on top.
Some players do like to do it that way around. But it's good for the viewers at home and for us casters to have it as we're used to seeing it.
Gogo Tomato into the ink for Michele, and play Tiana. Tiana is here, and this is the first. Yes, this is the first Tiana that Michele and Alessandro play. Yes.
Yeah, Tiana comes down. Really nice synergy with Tiana and Jim Deere, that 0-4 bodyguard. Of course, Tiana can be challenged if you pay, but you have to pay ink if you don't want to lose that strength. So often what players will do against Tiana, they'll develop something like a giant cobra, they'll wait a turn, and then they'll just pay the 3 ink and challenge Tiana. But with that Jim Deere in the way, you have to get through Jim Deere first, so it's not so simple in that situation. So I love the Jim Deere and the Tiana synergy. Alessandro, it's their 3rd turn. They're ready to go up to 3 ink.
It's a hard decision.
Yeah. Slow-paced game at the moment, but it's going to be exploding before we know it, I'm sure. Lady and the Tramp down on the board for Alessandro and for Michele. 3 amber cards. Alessandro, the player going second, but is in the lead 3-0. But that Tiana can start running away with things quite quickly, although it is a very tempting target for Under the Sea, of course.
Okay, 1 Lila into the ink for 1 Tiana. Yes.
Yep, Tiana comes through for Alessandro. We have to start thinking about the sing-together potential of each player's board. Tiana, Jim Deere, and Pluto, that 3-2-1 is, of course, a total of 6. On the other side,
yes,
Alessandro.
Quest for 1 with Tramp. And
Alessandro has Singer 7, Sing Together 7 available. So Under the Sea, not a threat for either player unless we see a Floodborn Lady or the Tramp shift from Alessandro. That could change things.
Did you see Under the Sea in the Alessandro
I haven't
hand?
seen it.
Okay.
It might be there, though. I'm not so sure. We see the Tramp come through for Michele.
Yes, because I can see the hand of Alessandro for the moment.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about Tramp here is you draw a bunch of cards, then you have to discard the same amount, but you're allowed to, of course, keep exactly what you want, filtering through your deck, finding the best cards that you possibly can. That's another reason to play that 60-card mark. The minimum amount of cards you can play in Disney Lorcana TCG is 60, and we see many of the top players sticking to that 60 mark because it gives you more consistency, and a card like Tramp just provides even more of that consistency.
And Quest for free.
Yeah, and now that Tiana is exerted, Erica, that's going to be a problem for Alessandro.
Yes, this is a strong problem for Alessandro, of course. Tiana is a good character, and this is a princess that changed the game in this meta.
Yep. And Michele with the Tramp down on the board, that 7-cost Tramp is a prime target to Sing Together Under the Sea. Whoever gets that Under the Sea through first might have the advantage.
I don't see Under the Sea in the Alessandro hand.
Good spotting.
It's sure.
They could potentially find it with their own Tramp. Alessandro, just in this position, you sort of have to say, okay, my opponent probably has Under the Sea in hand right now. I've got 2 options. Option 1 is I play around Under the Sea. Option 2 is if you decide that option 1 is not a real option and that you will always lose if you play around Under the Sea, is play to win and just say, okay, if my opponent, Michele, has Under the Sea in hand right now, I lose the game. So, therefore, I will play and hope that they don't have it. And if they don't have it, I might be able to get a win.
Okay.
Tramp comes through. 4 cards
Tramp
drawn.
is here.
4 must be discarded. It's Lilo.
Yes.
There's 1.
Trump is here to help Alessandro.
Jim Deere 2. 2 more cards to be discarded. It's Daisy Duck.
Daisy Duck into the discard. And Aurora into the discard.
Bobby
into the ink. And I think
it's the Tramp. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra strength. An abundance of characters were played this turn. So Lady actually able to take out the Jim Deere. The Tiana. Has it been forgot about here for just a second?
Yes.
Gonna Quest instead.
But it's normal because our player are so tired after 2 days of incredible and it's so important tournament. It's so normal.
Bobby comes through.
Yes.
Great sportsmanship on display there from Michele as well to just remind their opponent about that Tiana.
Trump
really big respect to Michele for great sportsmanship there. I think in theory you could argue, Erica, that once those challenges have been announced, that they have to go through, but Michele showing great sportsman-like conduct there. Really good to see on such a big stage. Michele doesn't seem like they have the under the sea just yet, but they're digging for it even deeper with these tramps. And really, this matchup, it does feel like, Erica, who can get the under the sea off first. And I talked about Alessandro, right? Like maybe in the last turn.
But I don't see under the sea.
Yeah. And that's it, right? Maybe in the last turn, Alessandro, they could have tried to play around under the sea, right?
Yes.
And probably lost anyway. That was the decision I think that Alessandro came to. And they just decided, okay, if you have under the sea, I'm going to lose. But maybe you don't.
What do you think about the situation of the game? Alessandro can win the match, or Michele have more probability to win?
I think whoever finds that under the sea first, Erica, is going to win.
Yes.
However, if neither player finds under the sea soon, Alessandro is in the lead in terms of lore. 7 lore to 3. Remember, Michele went first. Of course, Michele could quest very wide here, turning up the heat. Lady's going to quest for 2 as there is a tramp in play. So that is a quest for 7. 2 on tramp, 2 on lady. There it is!
Oh, we have under
top.
the sea!
Alessandro, out of nowhere, finds under the sea, and that is going to be absolutely devastating.
Yes, under the sea on the top of Alessandro deck. It's so incredible.
And Alessandro, they played to their outs. There's the immediate scoop. That's the game.
Woo!
Michele taken down 2-0 while being on the play.
We called under the sea to Alessandro hand, yes.
That was unbelievable. What a couple of matches of Disney Lorcana TCG. We are going to be heading on over to the interview with the winner from that first feature match.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. We have just finished an extremely tense top 32 game. We are joined by Bruno, piloting Emerald Steel all the way to the top 16. Incredible. You were 3rd in Swiss, which means you must have had a really good run over the last couple of days. You are now qualified for the European Championships, and you're still playing. You got more prizes to potentially win. How do you feel, just to start off? How do you feel?
Really, it's my second Lorcana challenge, and
second.
Second, sorry. Yeah. And I didn't think I can go too far, but I'm really happy. And this game in top 32 is wow. It's the best I've played.
Really?
Yes.
We're going to get into that in just a moment. I have to ask you first, though. You brought Emerald Steel. Not many players are on this deck these days. We've mentioned a couple of times from the UK. Lorcana Decklist Steven, he had some success with this deck at an event not long ago, but it's not a popular deck by any means. Why did you bring this deck today? How long have you been testing it? Give us the story of what led to you playing this deck today.
So, in first time, I like Ruby Amethyst
Good
deck.
Man.
So it's a little dead for now.
Yeah, kind of, unfortunately.
Yes, this color are not really well. The blurper is better. And I like to purple emerald purple. So it's not really good too for the moment. And purple and blue emerald. Yeah. I like the deck, but I've not this feeling like to play, and
it's not your play style.
Yes,
got it.
So I found a deck list, Emerald Steel, and I see Chromicon, Doc, and I like Bounce, like Mim.
Reminds us of the Ruby Amethyst days.
So I play Bounce, but with green.
So that was led you to your deck choice today. It's taking you all the way to 3rd place. Rebecca, cook for me.
I want to talk about this match because, like you said, it was, wow, a match. Game 1, not so great. Do you want to talk a little bit about how that went for you?
So the first game, I want to take... I see the deck list of my opponent. I see Purple Steel is bad matchup. So I got the play. I think, okay, it's possible, and my draw are really not good. I really need Doc and Chromicon in the matchup, so I didn't get one of... I get nothing, so I I control the opponent board, but it's not enough. He got Genie, Draw, Elsa. He cleaned my board, and I have nothing to play after.
Well, let's go now to game 3, because the way that game closed out was pretty incredible, and I know that there was some key moments there. I loved how you bounced back your own duck with the Chromacon. Talk about that.
So I see the field in my head. Oh, that's finished. So I thinking, and the only one I can bounce it's Doc. The rest is useless. So I take Doc, and I think maybe draw something. But I was far in low too. And when I play Doc, I see fire the cannon. I check my board, and I think, okay, now I can clean all. It's now or never. I clean all. And I'm with the opponent top deck. He say, okay, your turn. And now my last top deck, Philip, 2 lore.
Fantastic way to finish the game. Congratulations again on top 16. You, of course, got that invite. And top 16 also gets that beautiful Elsa play mat, which
I've been
is
trying to
really...
steal it all weekend,
I know, he really has.
You enjoy it, my friend.
You actually get to take it home. Congratulations.
You should be, man.
Is there anyone that you want to give a shout out to, your community back home?
Sorry, I didn't.
Oh, your shout outs. Is there anyone you want to say thank you to?
My team, Nexus team, we got created in January this year, January. So we don't have 1 year, and all of them are really good feeling. We play competitive, but not with bigger ambition. And now it's the first big top we do, and I'm really proud of me and my team.
I think you've done your team really proud.
Yes.
Before we let you go, I've just got one quick question. If you could change any cards in your current deck list now, is there anything? Are you happy with the 60, or is there something you wish you were playing more or less of?
The only card I consider to switch, it's maybe Jafar.
The Aspiring Ruler that gives Challenger.
But in some match, he get me good shots for good value trade with Kaloon. It's here for this, but into copy, it's arrive not really enough. But
not always at the right time.
Yes, but when it's go to the right time, it's really good. And maybe I got one Clarabelle cost 3.
Yep.
Maybe maybe have more for the draw.
So you'd maybe take out a Jafar or 2 and add in a Clarabelle or 2.
Maybe.
You got some more testing to do, but my friend, congratulations.
Yes.
You are qualified for the European Championships. You're still playing. Absolutely fantastic. We're going to be keeping an eye on your next matches because, again, Emerald Steel is a deck list that we didn't expect to see too much today. So
I love it, though.
Congratulations to you. We're going to be back with more Disney Lorcana Challenge very soon.
Lumineers, we are back with another interview for you from Bologna, Italy, where we're here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge. We just wrapped up top 32 feature match, and we are here with James. We wanted to have a conversation with him about this match because there were some interesting things that happened, and I think that our viewers would love to hear. I especially wanted to ask you, there was a moment in Game 3, of course we went to Game 3, where you were really thinking about that Yzma and what you wanted to do. Did you want to quest? Did you want to use her ability? Talk through what was going through your mind with this board state right there.
Yeah. So that turn, I had an empty hand, and I drew the strength of a Raging Fire for turn, and so that put me in a really weird position where because if I'd have drawn any character, I would have just played it, drawn 3 with the Yzma, and then put more stuff out, or then followed up with strength afterwards and dealt with whatever was on their board. So I really had to weigh up drawing 2 off the Yzma versus just questing out and putting myself to 19. I looked at his board quite a lot of times because he had Mulan, Doc, Bobby, Prince Philip, and then the Jafar. And so with the strength in hand, I knew I could clear anything except the Prince Philip. So I knew my target was going to always be Jafar to get rid of one of the 3 strength things. So the Philip was always going to take out the Yzma most likely. Looking at his discard from a prior turn, I knew he had 2 strengths there already. I knew he was on only 3 cannons from the deck check as well, so I knew he had very, very few outs off the top of the deck. So I thought about drawing 2 cards for the longest time, because having that strength really didn't matter as to what those 2 cards were. And I ended up deciding, okay, going to 19 puts me in a spot where I can then banish the Jafar. If he chooses to bounce with the Chromacon any of his stuff, it means he doesn't then have enough to clear everything on my board. And if he bounces something of mine, I can then play it readied. And it was especially never going to be the Cobra, because then I would have just won the following turn with the bounce. So it was always either going to be bounce the Rafiki and then have it standing, bounce the Yzma, have it standing, or he bounces one of his own things and he can't clear my board. So then it came to the point where, okay, if I do that, how many outs does he have? And yeah, it was a couple of strengths and 3 cannons. I knew he was, if he then bounced a Doc. And he'd not been through that much of his deck so far, because he'd only played 2 Docs, I think, by that point. So with such a huge amount of the deck left, I calculated that I think
the odds are in your favor.
The odds are in my favor. I'm pretty safe. Unfortunately, they were not. Unfortunately, he found the cannons, got rid of my Cobra, so then he got rid of my whole board. And then the following top deck, I was like, any creature, perfect. Another strength off the top. And then following that was the Doc, and so...
It's a double Doc, right? Or something like that?
Yeah, it looks like it was double Doc. It looks like a double Doc.
So I drew the Doc, and then... So my first thought was, do I just play the Doc and clear something? And then, no, he actually still had the win on board. He needed 5, and he was on 15. So, okay, I have to play the Doc. So ink the strength, play the Doc, drew 2 more Docs. It is what it is.
It was a very tense game today. Me and Rebecca sat here thinking, like, doing the maths ourselves and trying to work it out. I want to ask you, you brought Amethyst Steel. What led to that deck decision today? Have you been playing Amethyst Steel for a while? Why did you think it was the choice coming in today? Is it a consistency thing? Is it a power thing? Tell us the story.
So, actually, really early on, I picked up Blue Steel. I played Blue Steel for most of set 1 and 2, and then I picked up Blurple from set 2 onwards, all the way through to set 8. So
before it was the cool kid in class.
Yeah, and so I took Blurple to Lille. I was almost certainly the only Blurple player at Lille, so I have a lot of experience there. However, the matchup into the yellow-green deck is tragic. It is very bad, and I expected a lot of yellow-green, and Amber Steel's still very tricky, and I expected a lot of that as well. And even the good matchups, so like the blue mirror is like into blue-green, it's still very 50-50. And then also, what other deck is popular? Well, Pub Steel, what I was playing. That's favored. There's no doubt that it's favored, but it's still very winnable. There's still lots of opportunities to win. My team and I worked on therefore taking either Amber Steel and Purple Steel. All of them ended up taking Amber Steel. I was the only Purple Steel on the team, but we did work on it a huge amount together. There were some choices that a lot of people were making that we didn't really agree with. Like, we understood the need for the Palace Guard into like the Purple matchup to deal with level turn 1 Basils, but actually we found that Rafiki was more versatile, because sure, it's not going to trade that Basil, but you're actually going to have much better matchups into yellow, green, and Amber Steel, which we expected a lot more of. And then also a couple of Arthurs. I saw Tiago. I think he's in top cut as well.
Yeah, certainly is.
Yeah. I really like that tech for Blurple more than the White Rose. And so I put a couple of them in. And then in the 2 slot, a lot of people are on Raja. I prefer the Jafar. It gives more versatility for doing the Dumbo effect and also dealing with other Dumbos, because sometimes you do just miss the Genie on turn 3, or you miss your strength, and then they've drawn 7 cards and it's over. And then instead of the 3-cost Jafar, the one that gives Challenger. I picked a Lilo. I was playing that originally. I went from 2 to 3, and then I changed 1 to a Jafar, and then every time I played Jafar, I was like, no, back down to 2. And so there's a lot of little choices through the deck, which I was convinced, definitely the Rafikis, I was convinced by a friend to put that in. Shout out Dan. That was a really good choice and paid off really well over the course of the day.
What do you think of, I have to quickly add, what do you think of the Madam Mim Tiny Adversary? And I ask because you said you took some inspiration from Tiago's list, and Tiago quite famously gaslit myself and Zach Bivens and Wochuk into thinking it was a bad card, and then he's gone and topped playing the Madam Mim Adversary. He's put out an apology to the community. What do you think of that card? Did you test with it much?
So, 2 weeks ago, I didn't have a 4th Calhoun. I was always going to run 4 in this deck, but I put a Madam Mim in because I'd seen other people playing it. Turns out it was pretty good. As a result, I then cut it just to do testing around with other 2-drops, and I missed it. And so I added 1 in, and then I was like, oh, actually, this is really, really, really quite good. And so I put a second 1 in, and yeah, fantastic choice. It won me so many games, especially into Amber Steel this weekend.
So people need to believe in Madam Mim Tiny Adversary.
Absolutely.
Okay, Rebecca?
Well, talking about the people that you're testing with, it sounds like you've done a lot with your local community. Is there anyone that you want to say thank you to today?
Yeah, special thanks to Team 95. That's my team back in Kent. We test a lot. And yeah, I'm very happy with where both our decks ended up, and yeah.
Well, congratulations again. You are earning that invite to the European Championship.
Yeah, it's top 32.
Yeah, top 32. Oh, did you not know? Ah,
You
well,
are qualified.
Congratulations.
Look, a live reaction to being qualified. There you go.
Yeah, top 32 is going to the European Championship, so we will see you there. Absolutely. Congratulations. Thanks again, players, for joining us for another interview. We're going to have more Disney Lorcana for you coming up soon.
Oh, ready and sensing. Hello, everybody. Hey. Welcome back. We are going to be taking a look at the top 16 here in DLC Bologna. I'm Kawa, joined by the fabulous Erica.
Thank you.
And I am beyond excited to jump into these games.
Yes, me too. I'm so excited to be here with you, Kawa. This is the first time that I comment with you.
Yes, our very first time casting together. I'm super, super excited. And I have to say, guys, this is going to be an extremely important round for these players. So far, these are the top 16. We just had the top 32. So top 16 have earned this beautiful Elsa playmat, the exclusive Lorcana challenge, and the foiling on this is absolutely stunning.
Yes, and the players that will win the next game gain the Mickey Mouse.
The golden serialized Mickey Mouse. This is the prize that players have been chasing all last season, and now they're still up for grabs right here at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna. So it's a very, very, very important game for the players. A big prize on the line.
Yes, and after this match, we will know the name of the top 8.
Yes.
Oh, it's so insane.
I'm super excited, and I do believe once we get into the top 8, we'll also have some graphics for brackets so we can follow along to see all the players.
Yes.
And we are still working, I believe, on getting a full breakdown of the top 32 ink pairings, because I'm sure the viewers are very, very interested in finding out what the conversion rate was. So obviously we had a lot of players in day 1. We did see the data from day 2. And now I'm very curious to see what the case is going to be moving into the top 32. I will say, Erica, I've seen a lot of Amber Emerald.
I believe that. We will see a lot Amber Emerald. And yes, but I like this deck.
I love the deck.
But I have a question for you.
Yes.
What is your prediction for the win?
My prediction? I've been asked this a couple of times.
It's a hard question.
Yes, I've been asked this a couple of times over the weekend, and I think the safest answer has probably kind of been Sapphire Amethyst Blurple, right? Because there's so much. But I do think that I'm kind of changing my mind, right? And I'm not changing my mind based on the decks that we're seeing.
Of course.
But I've truly been very, very impressed by these Amber Emerald decks. I think they can tackle Blurple very, very well. I also love just how many different versions of these decks that exist.
Yes,
many different characters.
Many different versions, many different strategies.
Yes, 100%.
And it was incredible.
I saw you were casting with Speci last round, and we were talking a lot about that Emerald Chromicon, a very, very powerful item.
It's
and
one hard to card, Emerald Chromicon.
Yes. And one of the only items really being played in the meta. You know, previously we had many items, especially in Sapphire Popsicle. We had the Lucky Dime, the Fishbone Quill, and now it's very much just the Emerald Chromicon. Yes.
Yes, I'm so happy. And I will be to see on Blarpool and another luck that I love.
Yes.
Emerald Sapphire.
Emerald Sapphire,
yes,
of
I believe that
course.
Emerald Sapphire is a strange deck, and I believe that almost one of Emerald Sapphire going to top 8.
Yeah.
Top 4.
Most definitely.
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's a very difficult deck to play, to pilot. I think you have to be incredibly experienced.
Yes.
I think sometimes when it comes to consistency, right, you really want to be getting your shift Clarabelle to be drawing lots of cards while you're doing your ramp and getting lots of ink.
Yes.
So I also agree. I think, predictions for the top 8, I think a couple of Blurple, a couple of Sapphire Amethyst, a couple of Emerald Sapphire, and then also, I think, a couple of Amber Emeralds as well. I mean, we're seeing lots, and of course Amethyst Steel as well.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a super strong deck. We saw Tiago piloting it extremely well. So there's still lots to play for, but this is the game.
Yes.
That I think this is one of the most important games
This is
players will have for
game,
the whole tournament.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And what is your immersion before the Fable and after the rotation?
Yes,
because in my mind, change all things.
Yes. No, that's a great question. I was actually talking to a player on the floor, and they were telling me they loved to play Sapphire Amethyst Blurple in the previous sets, right? And
yes, of course.
A few people would play it, and it seemed to be, a pretty strong deck. But now all of a sudden, when you move to Fable, it's like the top deck. It's the most
now
represented
deck. Yes,
yeah. So
of course.
I actually think a lot of those players who've played it previously, maybe, they've already spent a lot of the time on the deck, have seen a lot of the lines. Obviously, a lot of things change, but they are very, very experienced, and I just I feel happy for them. Previously, Blurple's kind of been like a deck that's always been good, but maybe not as top as, let's say, Ruby Sapphire or like Ruby Amethyst. That used to be the very, very dominant ink pairing.
And did you play Ruby Sapphire before the rotation? Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Me too.
I really liked Ruby Sapphire. I tell you, so Kim loved Ruby Sapphire. It's actually
I met Kim for the first time when we played Ruby Sapphire.
Oh yeah,
during the tournament. Yes, in London.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Amazing. Yeah, I think.
And I fell in love with Kim.
Yeah. Kim is amazing. I do want to take a very quick opportunity to give a massive shout out to Kim. This is one of her first official broadcasts, as it is mine as well, on the Disney Lorcana channel. So I think Kim's energy, I have been having a quick look at the Twitch chat as well, and she's been getting a lot of love. People have been loving the energy she brings.
Yes, of course.
And that's what I love to see within Disney Lorcana TCG. It's all about energy, it's all about community, it's all about hyping up, because these are, as I keep saying, these are extremely important games. We're getting deeper and deeper. We're getting very, very close to crown our very first European Disney Lorcana Challenge champion here in Bologna. Yes.
It will be an important moment, because today we will have the first Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. And how do you feel about that?
I am beyond excited. It's been so long since we've had the challenge events. There's so many players out there, and I do believe that we are ready to go to feature match 1. So I'm super excited to see what we have in store here.
Yes, and we are the player.
Yeah, here are the players.
Yes.
I actually recognize one of these players on the left, a French player, I believe. Erica, I believe this player was present at the Content Creator Set Championship that we were at in London.
I do remember
this. In the Disney HQ. I remember them coming over to me, having a quick chat.
But I have bad memories.
no problem. This is Jean, and they are against Thomas. Thomas playing Emerald Sapphire.
Whoa.
And Jean on the classic Sapphire Amethyst, the Blurple. deck. And it is very, very important to point out the Blurple player here is on the draw. They'll be going second. And Thomas is on the play. So Thomas is really going to want to establish that shift Clarabelle line that we keep talking about. That's so important.
Yes. I'm so happy to be to see this incredible match with two of the most important deck of this meta.
100%. Yes. These are
this
like
is my favorite deck for this season.
Definitely, yeah. And like these are some of the most represented decks within this tournament. Obviously, Blurple being at the top, Emerald Sapphire, I believe, coming in at 3rd place for the most represented deck. Fist bump from the players. They're ready to begin. As we kept stating, it can't be overstated how important this match is for that all-important golden Mickey Mouse.
Yes. Okay.
Starting off here with a Diablo, 1-cost Diablo. Super, super, super solid card. You can quest with it.
It's a classical start.
It is indeed. So I do believe, actually, from what I've seen, the ink pairings are a little bit incorrect on the side of Thomas here. We'll get that switched up for you as soon as possible.
TikTok into the ink for Jin and play Rafiki. Rafiki is so good.
I'm a big fan of Rafiki.
Like a drop 1, of course.
I was speaking to Rebecca during one of our games and talking about Rafiki versus the Royal Guard, because Royal Guard is also a 1-2, and as you draw cards, you get Challenger +1.
For example, I love Rafiki in matchup with Basil.
Yes.
Yes, of
very,
course. The
very
combo
good.
Rafiki and Basil is so strong.
Being able to buff up the Rafiki, and I think Rafiki is actually a very, very nice card to have out here. It really prevents the Calhoun from questing. Rafiki with that Challenger +3 will be able to cleanly challenge and trade into this Calhoun if it becomes exerted. This is a Hypnotic Strength placed into the Inkwell for Jean here. And the hand, unfortunately, we keep talking about, it's so important. There is no turn 2 ramp, no Tipo, and no Sail the Azurite Sea, unfortunately.
Yes. And it will be a so hard game without a ramp.
Yes,
the turn 2. Yes.
So important in these
decks.
So
important.
So I'm curious, right? There is another Hypnotic Strength available in the hand for Jean here, so might just have to spend 2, play Hypnotic Strength just to simply draw a card to try and do something with their 2 ink here.
Yes.
And it's I'll explain why it's even worse, because when you spend this 2 ink, when you don't have the Tipo or if you don't have the Sail the Azurite Sea, these Sapphire Amethyst decks, they don't play many 3-cost cards, right? It's usually the 2 cost straight into the 4 cost, like Genies, like Yagos. I do see a very spicy card in the hand for Jean here. It's called Rider. Not too sure if many of the viewers are familiar with this card, but many French players have been testing this card in the CCQs last weekend. So Rider is simply a 4-cost inkable 3/4 that has evasive and it quests for 1. But this card has thoroughly impressed me. I really, really, really have to say. It's great at dealing with opposing Dumbos because it has 4 willpower, so if you make the challenge, it will still survive. And as you get into stuff like Genie and Elsa, the 3 strength breakpoint versus the 2 is incredibly important here. So I'm, but we keep saying it. Missing the turn 2 ramp is extremely rough here. And I'm very curious to see, I understand what's coming. So Jean has used the Rafiki to take out the Diablo. I'm wondering, why would you leave the Rafiki exerted? Because Calhoun now can challenge in. However, there's a strategy that Sapphire Amethyst players can do if they miss their turn 2 ramp, and that is play into the unknown on their own character.
Kida into the ink.
Kida
this is a different choice from the older deck that I saw Blurple.
Yes. Kida is a very essential card. I've seen Kida, I've seen Rider in a lot of these French decks. French players have loved playing these cards, but I do really want to point out that into the unknown on their own Rafiki to ramp a little bit later is very, very important.
Yes, Kida is so good to draw and to find card in the deck and to ramp, of course.
Yes, 100%, yes. So now Jean has a little bit of work to do. Is going to play that Rider, exactly what I was talking about. This card is so important at contesting the opposing Dumbo. It's a 3/4 versus a 3/3. Now, the one thing that could be a bit of an upset for Jean is if Thomas has a Strength of a Raging Fire in their hand. There are 4 characters on the board for Thomas, so does have the ability to sing with the Dumbo. Strength of a Raging Fire could potentially take out this Rider card.
Rider is a good evasive characters, and I saw a Dumbo in the Jean hands.
Oh, very, very interesting.
So
okay, yeah. And Dumbo very much is a must answer card a lot of the time, right? Dumbo comes down.
What do you think about Dumbo?
I think Dumbo is an incredible card. I think sometimes playing it on turn 4 is not always the answer, or rather when you have 4 ink.
Yes, of course.
I think it's good when, if you have like say 6 ink, play the Dumbo, you have a few evasive characters, and then you start to use the effect. I think that's the most effective time where you can use it for sure. And now
Dumbo is a so good card to draw a card with the older characters, evasive, and yes, and have a great body because it's a 3/3.
3/3.
Yes.
Exactly. I do want to point out there's a very, very quick update that we've got. So the name has been adjusted. This is actually Jean versus Jonas. And yes, they are indeed playing Amethyst Steel. This player also residing from Austria. So we have Austria versus France for this game. A Dumbo of their own, exactly what you talked about, Erica.
Yes.
You play the Dumbo, you have the 1 extra ink. You can use the Dumbo's ability to exert Rider, gain Allure, and draw a card.
Yes, to draw a card. It's so important to draw a card that is in this moment. And another ink for Jean.
I think this is actually very, very important, and it really highlights why this Rider card is so good. It's a 3/4 at the moment, but it means that the Dumbo, while it has 4 extra strength, wouldn't be able to challenge in and survive. However, we do see the Elsa 5th Spirit come in, and with the help of the Madame Mim, Skater is able to clear the board of Jean here.
Yes, yes. And now, Jean prepared the ink, throw the card.
Let's see what options they have available. Yeah, I think the Madame Mim tiny adversary on the Amethyst Steel side of the board, so important to give a lot of the characters some extra strength. So suddenly things that would be challenging for 3 can now challenge for 4. It's very, very important. Helps out against a lot of different cards. For example, here, it meant that the Elsa was able to challenge in and banish Jean's Dumbo.
Yes, Jeans have so many answers in the hand.
So Jean has a couple of different options. It's very, very difficult, yeah. So currently at 6 ink, does have the option to ink a card, could play out a Hades. Kind of an awkward hand, I'm not going to lie, has a Belle and Elsa double into the unknown. But there is a very, very interesting thing. We could see Belle come out
into
to take out the Dumbo.
Yes, to play Ade.
Hades, yes.
Hades.
Very,
yes, because
very
in
good
Italian
card.
It's
Ade. Ade. I love it.
Yes.
Ade. So,
Ade is the Italian name.
Yeah.
On Dumbo, of course, because Dumbo is a problem at this moment.
I think this is a very smart play from Jean, recognizing they want to use the Ades to take out the Dumbo, but they do also. This is fantastic, right? So they had the opportunity to play the Belle Accomplished Mystic, the 5-cost 4/4 that can move the damage counters. But because they chose to use Hades first here, Jonas has now established a Yzma, which is a 3/3. Belle still has 3 damage on her. So what can happen next is Jean can play the Belle, move the 3 damage from the Elsa
move the damage
onto the Yzma.
With Belle, of course. But it's another good characters of Blackpool deck.
Yeah, Belle is essential. It's super, super good. I think this really shows Jean's experience, recognizing that, that 3 damage on the Elsa is going to be very useful later on, and recognizing, they could have done that to take out the Dumbo, but would rather establish a Hades, and now this is the perfect situation for this Belle Accomplished Mystic to come out.
Of course. This is the Jean turn.
Yes.
And
I think for 5, we are going to see the Belle. It would make a lot of sense here.
Yes, I think it's Belle.
And right now we do see there's 1 card in the hand for Jonas. Instead is actually going to opt to use the Elsa to exert the Yzma.
Yes, because Yzma...
this makes a lot of sense.
Yzma is a good card to draw cards if the players don't have Dumbo in the board, of course.
Exactly, yeah, and that's a very, very good point because Jonas right now only has 1 card in hand, Jean will probably have to challenge with this Hades into the Yzma. I think I still like this line. It means that there's still 2 damage on the Elsa right now, which again can that the Bell can utilize that 2 damage a little bit later on. So this isn't too bad, but maybe opting to sing into the unknown with the Hades. And again, I want to point out, there's a big difference. Singing into the unknown with the Hades is much better than challenging, because right now, if the Hades challenged into the Yzma, it meant that the Calhoun could challenge back in, but it doesn't even matter. The cannons from Jonas is able to take out that Hades. So Jean very much trying to play around Jonas's board. But right now, Jonas had the perfect answer. A second Yzma has come down onto the board. And I'm very, very curious to see if Jean has a clean answer. Right now, the Elsa only has 2 damage on it, so Bell won't be able to be played and move a total of 3 damage counters over. And it's quite unfortunate that the exerted cards on Jonas' side of the board here all have 0 strength, so it's not like the Elsa can challenge first and then play Bell. So this might be a little bit of a tricky turn for Jean, but not sure of the options available in the hand at the moment, but there could be a few different things that they can do about this board.
This is not a good moment for Jean, because Jonas have 50 lore.
Yeah,
at the moment.
16 lore. Really needs to come back here. Elsa is the perfect answer right now. And again, having 3 damage left on this Elsa means that the Bell can really work in their favor. It feels like, Jonas just very, very quickly has crept up from 0 all the way to 16.
Of course.
They are very much the aggressor in this deck. They want to be the aggro player. They want to be playing as fast as possible, questing as fast as possible. And right now, there is the potential for Jonas to get up to a total of 18 lore. That leaves them in the range of many cards like Cobra, the Giant Cobra. You can discard a card, gain 2 lore instantly. There's cards like White Rose can come out here. So Jonas is still in a very, very, very comfortable position. And Jean only on 1 lore right now, has a huge mountain to climb. So I'm very curious to see what card is drawn.
Jean passed the turn.
And Elsa, that is absolutely huge for
this is
Jonas.
A good card in the good moment.
In the perfect moment, the Elsa having that 3 damage coming out. I don't know what Jean can do in this situation. I would need a big Elsa of their own, that Spirit of Winter, to answer. I can only see a Bell, a TikTok, and a Tipo in the hand. So unfortunately, it's looking like this might just be Jonas' game, and that's the scoop. That is the scoop indeed.
Okay. It's a good thing, yes.
I mean, I honestly have to say, I think one of the biggest reasons why Jean was pretty behind in that game is because, as we mentioned already, they missed that essential turn to ramp. No Tipo, no Sail. Of course, they did play the Into the Unknown to try and get themselves back into the game, ramp up a little bit, but I think on Jonas' side of the board, just had too much of a strong start. And very quickly, we were all so focused on the board state, trying to challenge, trying to keep up. And all throughout that game, Jonas is just questing very slowly. And very, very quickly got up to 14, 15, 16.
Yes.
And that is exactly what you need to do against Blurple. If you are playing an Amethyst Steel deck, the longer the game goes on, the more trouble you're going to have, right? You need to be questing as much as possible, because as the Blurple player, the Sapphire Amethyst player, gets up to 6, 7, 8 ink, they've got access to Hades, to Elsa, to Monstro. All of these big cards can cause lots of problems for the Amethyst Steel player.
Yes. I didn't see Elsa...
Spirit of Winter, the big 8-cost Elsa.
Yes. But I think so...
I would very much assume there's 1 to 2 copies in the deck. It's included in many
do you
play
the big
versions.
Elsa in your Blurple
I would play 1 or 2 copies for sure.
1 or 2 copies? It's okay to me, yes.
I think
no more copy, because it's so heavy characters.
And also because it's quite uninkable, right? I have seen some versions that they run 3. They really value the Elsa, but I think it's a very, very important card. It can help you stall out the game a little bit. So, I would be surprised.
Because it served the characters, yes, of course.
I would be surprised if it's not included, but I know there are many different versions of the Sapphire Amethyst deck that exist. So, I'm excited to get into Game 2 very, very shortly. And huge props to Jonas for taking the game, because honestly, a lot of the time you see Amethyst Steel face off against Blurple, and you know, if the Blurple player has the ramp on turn 2, they can get ahead so fast. They can go Tipo, Genie, Elsa, and start really challenging the Amethyst Steel player's board. So very, very well done by Jonas. Let's hope that Jean can find that all-important Tipo or sail the Azurite Sea this game.
Yes, and remember to all Illuminaires that follow the live that the players that will win this match gain to top 8.
Top 8, and they win the all-important prize of the golden Mickey Mouse.
Wow.
So important. It is one of those chase prize cards for our competitive players here at Disney Lorcana TCG. And I cannot wait to just see them handed out during the award ceremony. I'm so excited to crown our champion later on. So, of course, Jonas won the first game. That means that Jean will be starting off here. And I can even see a copy of One Jump Ahead in Jean's deck, which, you know, it was very unfortunate that they missed that ramp on turn 2, because usually most of these Amethyst Sapphire decks only play for Tipo and for Sail.
Yes, because when you have a Tipo on the board, you can sync with Tipo. Jump on the head, it's of course.
It's nearly like double ramp.
Yes, of
double
course.
Ramp, right? Yeah. We will see the same start here from Jonas, establishing that 1-cost Diablo, and unfortunately no 1-cost character here from Jean. Last game we did see that Rafiki come down, but unfortunately nothing available here. But we'll be very glad to see
into the ink, and Tipo is here.
Tipo, the growing boy. Very, very important
but
that this card is here.
Did you see the next ink?
Did they put the 1 jump ahead? Very, very interesting. I think it in my opinion, it kind of makes sense, because once you have done your ramp on turn 2 once, usually you don't really need the card again.
No, of course.
What Jean really wants to have as the follow-up here is that all-important 4-cost card. We've seen many of them. We can see, I do believe that the Kida is in the hand that we talked about a little bit earlier. Very interesting card, not in every Sapphire Amethyst deck. And I think Kida, being able to ramp you can control what comes off of the top of your deck, but also that ward ability is so strong. Protects it very well against the likes of Fire the Cannon, Strength of a Raging Fire. So I'm very, very curious to see if that's the card that's going to come down. And an Enchanted Dumbo as well in Jean's hand. Very, very nice.
An Enchanted Dumbo. Wow.
Many cards. This might be...
Yes. Do you play some Enchanted in your deck?
Oh, I am very scared to play Enchanteds in my deck. I'm very, very valuable. I know Kim loves to play some Enchanteds in her deck for sure.
I play Bell Enchanted in my Blurple deck. Yes, of course, because I think that Bell Enchanted is one of the most beautiful Enchanted of Fable.
Absolutely gorgeous. So we do see this Kida come down onto this board, this 4-cost inkable 3/3 that I mentioned. It has ward, so very well protected against the likes of Strength of Raging Fire.
This is a good choice for you.
I think it's a very good card. Yes, I think it's a very, very good card, and I think it was very interesting to see last weekend at the CCQs many French players experimenting with this card, and I've seen it to be very, very useful within these Blurple decks.
I mean, a great ability, Kida. Yes, of course.
100%. We see Jonas starting off strong, doing a little bit of questing with this Diablo and the Jafar. This Jafar, if the viewers are unfamiliar, is a 2-cost inkable 3/2, and it has evasive on Jonas's turn. Cards like this Jafar and the Genie Dragon combo very well with Dumbo because they grant the player evasive on their turn. So I love to see these cards in the deck. I think this Genie Dragon is an incredible card, especially versus Dumbo. It can challenge very, very well into it. And now we can see there's a couple of options available for Jean. I did see a Bell. I did see a Dumbo. And also the card that has just been drawn is, I do believe it's a second star to the right.
Yes.
So
and
very,
with the
very
ability
big
of
card.
Kida, Jean can choose one of the 2 cards that get in there.
In the inkwell, correct. Yes, one of them goes face down and exerted into the inkwell, and the other one will stay at the top of the deck.
Top of the deck, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
I love this ability because it means once you kind of start to get to 6, 7 inks, you look at the top 2 and say, oh, maybe there's a Hades.
Yes.
Leave Hades on the top, and then next turn...
You can control the deck. You can control the answer of your deck.
You control your draws, exactly. Yes. It's very, very important, and I really love to see this ability.
Yes, I'm in love with this card, but I don't find the position and the place for this card in my deck, for example. Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. I think it doesn't work in every build. I think it has to be included in a very specific version of Sapphire Amethyst. And I do believe the two cards that Jean is deciding between right now is I saw a Rider and a Hades. And Hades, exactly the perfect example we just said, could leave it on the top of the deck, put the Rider face down, exert it into the inkwell, but might be choosing to put the Hades down. The issue is, if Jean puts the Hades on top, might be saying, I've got quite a lot of uninkables in the hand, so needs to make sure they have enough ink here.
Okay.
I'm not too sure which card was actually chosen there, but we will be able to see next turn, of course, when the card is drawn.
Dumbo Enchanted is here. Oh, I'm in love with this art.
It is absolutely amazing. And, of course, a fantastic, fantastic card.
Yes.
So it's great that Dumbo has hit the board, establishing another 3/3 body that has evasive. And yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what
I'm so sad
Jonas is
because
going to do
Jean,
here.
for the moment, don't have another characters evasive.
Yes, correct. Yeah, so it's a little bit unfortunate right now, but I still think establishing Dumbo is not too bad. But as you mentioned, it's usually better to, once you have evasive on the board, then play the Dumbo and get to draw some cards.
Yes, to activate the available of Dumbo, of course.
100%. So a couple of different options.
Yes.
Go ahead. Yes.
I didn't see another evasive in the Jean hands.
No, I believe it is a Hades and a second star to the right.
Yes, of course.
Oh, a Dumbo of Jonas's own, and the strength of a Raging Fire coming out and taking out the Dumbo. The two-cost Jafar cleanly challenging into this Kita as well, and suddenly Jean is left with a lonely little Tipo.
Yes. It's so bad moment for Jean.
So I really, really like to see this. The Hades, the perfect answer to the Dumbo, and it's very, very important, Erica. We did see this Kita left the Rider on the top because Jean knew they would draw an inkable card. Draw an inkable, put it into the inkwell, and play the Hades.
Yes,
very,
of
very
course,
important
of
here.
Course.
So Jonas right now is facing a pretty big board. It was a little lonely Tipo, and now there's a big, strong god that is Hades Infernal
Another
Schemer.
Genie. I'm in love with this Genie because when you use this Genie in your turn, you are evasive.
Yes.
So great.
I just love the Genie as well because the stat line, the 3 strength and 4 willpower is very, very strong. Usually when you make a challenge, it's very likely that the Genie survives, only takes a little bit of damage and sticks around on the board. Now, I'm very curious to see. We saw a 1-cost card drawn for Jean. It is the Rafiki. We have Hades, that's 7, Tipo, that's 2, and Rafiki, that's 1. So in total, that's 10, and we have second star to the right. So that means next turn, as long as Jonas doesn't remove... the Elsa!
Elsa, of course, on Rafiki. On Rafiki is so good.
Elsa foiling Jean's plans here. Jean was very much hoping to be able to sing that second star to the right in their hand, but unfortunately, there's only 9 total singer available. I wonder what the card drawn is. It is Vision of the Future. Very, very
good
nice.
Thanks card.
It's a great card off the top of the deck because you get to look at 5 more and then choose another card.
Because give the possibility to find the first 5 cards of the deck.
Couple of options available here. I do see an Elsa Fifth Spirit, 2 copies of Into the Unknown. So I'm very, very curious to see what Jean's going to choose here. I think, in my opinion, it's going to be one of these character cards that can be played. So either the Elsa or the Genie, because Jean, we do know the second star to the right is in the hand. Really wants to be able to sing
Elsa
that. And
or Genie and one Into the Unknown.
Yes. It's between these cards, 100%. It's a tricky decision, but I do think that the character card is most likely to be taken because, again, once it comes down onto the board, there will be a total
of...
of...
card into the bottom.
Yes, all of the other 4 cards at the bottom of the deck, indeed. So this seems to be the Genie
for 4.
That comes out for 4, being able to replace itself and draw an additional card here for Jean. And we will shortly be passing over to Jonas's turn. Now, Jonas is very, very interesting. Compared to the first game,
Do you
is
know
only on
Jonas?
6... No, I don't know Jonas, but only on 6 lore here. The last game was a lot more aggressive with the questing, right? Questing very, very fast.
Yes.
And Jonas not really able to do that this game.
Yes, because the Amethyst Steel is so aggressive deck.
Yes, yes. A genie of Jonas's own here, able to draw a card, maybe looking for, I think the perfect card that could be drawn here is the potential Strength of a Raging Fire. Can sing that with either Elsa or Genie to be able to take out opposing Genie. Lots of questing.
With 4 characters.
Yeah, going up to a total of 10 lore for Jonas.
Yes.
And now finally, Jean has the ability to sing second star to the right. That being said, Jean has to take their time here because Jonas is representing a total of 6 lore on the board. If Jean can't take out any of Jonas's characters next turn, they will quest for 6 going from 10 up to 16. So Jean has to consider, okay, do I make some challenges or do I just go ahead and sing second star? But we will see that second star to the right being sung. 5 cards drawn here for Jean, and
it's a so incredible song.
Amazing song.
I believe that it's so incredible song.
Amazing song.
Yes. But yes, the cost is so heavy, and this is an inkable card. Yes.
I think
so sad.
That a great card has been drawn for Jean here. Is on 7 ink, is able to ink an additional card, has Elsa, but more importantly, has Monstro. The very, very powerful card can come down with Rush and has plenty of cards available in the hand here for Jean. Can start to choose and discard stuff to ready the Monstro challenge. Ready the Monstro challenge.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, because Monstro have a good, strong body.
Yes, very, very strong body.
With Rush is so incredible card.
And I think that's exactly what we're going to see here from Jean. It's a fantastic pickup for them. Exactly what they've needed right now.
Monstro is here.
Monstro comes down onto the board.
Yes.
We'll be able to take out everything that's exerted except the Elsa, of course, because Elsa does have that all-important evasive keyword.
Yes.
Yep. So we will see one of the genies dealt with.
Of course.
3 damage placed onto the Monstro.
Yes, and discard a card to
ready
prepare.
The Monstro.
Yes, to prepare Monster, of course.
Yes.
It's so good ability.
Super, super strong ability. I'm very curious, what is the name? Do you know the name of Monstro in Italian by chance?
Yes, Mostro.
Monstro.
Mostro, without N.
Oh, Mostro.
Mostro, yes, of course.
Fantastic, fantastic.
It's a similar name.
Yeah. Very, very cool. So yeah, we will see the Monstro take out both of these Genie dragons, and also Tipo making a little challenge into that Diablo. Of course, that will allow Jonas to draw an additional card.
This is a slow game.
Yes, it is a slower game. Definitely in favor of Jean right now. Yes, there is a big...
From this moment, yes, of course.
Yes, the Monstro is a huge swing in tempo right now for Jean. There is a big lore difference. There is 10 versus 0, but Jean has plenty of cards in hand, lots of time. Jonas isn't close to closing out the game right now. The Elsa has been given Challenger +2 by the Hypnotic Strength and is able to take out the opposing Genie. A giant Cobra coming down onto the board.
Whoa.
And the Jafar has been discarded, so that's 2 lore from the Cobra ability, 2 lore from the Genie, and suddenly Jonas is at 14 lore.
Yes, it's so aggressive card, Cobra.
Cobra, a fantastic card. It gives Jonas a lot of reach in this game, right? And it enables them to maybe win the game in a situation where they don't even have that many characters on the board. So Jean still has quite an uphill battle here. However, a card that we did see previously is that 8-cost Elsa Spirit of Winter. That's very much going to slow down Jonas
I think this is the perfect moment for Elsa.
Yes. I think Elsa will be very, very good here. The only thing to think about is this Genie on Jonas' side of the board might be a little bit of a problem because right now, Jean has no evasives. No evasives on the board. So has a few different options. One of those being the Into the Unknown. So Into the Unknown could still be sung here to take out the Genie potentially.
And for 5,
Elsa Spirit of Winter. Oh, sorry, 5th Spirit, of course. It comes has Rush, evasive, and is able to exert chosen opposing character.
Yes.
So the Cobra has now been turned sideways. It is available to be challenged by most likely Monstro, maybe. I mean, Monstro, of course, unfortunately will be banished, but maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's time for Monstro to go potentially.
For free, Yes. Into the unknown on Genie and Genie into the ink.
Yeah, Genie sent to the Inkwell, and we did see that challenge come through with the Monstro. So far, the only thing remaining on the board
and
for
quest
Jonas.
3. Yes.
Finally on the board, 3 lore for Jean, but Jonas still has the potential to win this game. 2 cards available in the hand. Elsa has 2 damage on her right now.
Yes.
I wonder what cards are in Jonas's hand.
Jonas take a time.
See. Yes, takes their time. Really figures out. I do think Jean has a good few cards left in her hand. I believe there's a TikTok. There is a 8-cost Elsa Spirit of Winter and also a Genie Wish Fulfilled. So that Elsa, I agree, is going to be very, very important to help close out this game.
Yes.
With the elephants.
TikTok is another good characters for me because this is another evasive characters and have a good body.
4/7, very strong, very, very strong indeed. So here we are going to see the Elsa 5th Spirit come down, exerting the Elsa. And is this a Strength of a Raging Fire? Oh, poor little Tipo! Strength of a Raging Fire.
Sorry, Tipo.
Sorry, Tipo. It's rarely used on something like Tipo.
You're so sweet, but now you are on the Discord.
I mean, listen, I think it maybe makes sense to just play it. You also get to play Doc here, which allows Jonas to draw 2 additional cards.
Yes.
Very, very strong team. Of course, we know Doc, the brave knight, very, 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 very strong card.
In this situation, Doc is always a good choice.
Indeed. So as you mentioned, a couple of different options. I still think these evasive characters from Jonas is still giving Jean a little bit of trouble.
Yes.
Can play the Elsa, does have the option to shift Elsa for 6 rather than paying 8 ink if they so desire. So a couple of different options available. Jean taking a very, very quick look at the discard, probably seeing, okay, how many Strength of a Raging Fires have been played, how many Giant Cobras have been played, because Jean really needs to stop Jonas from being able to get close to at least the 18 lore, because then as soon as 1 Giant Cobra is drawn, Cobra is played, discard a card, and the game is won.
This is a difficult choice for Jean.
Yes.
Because have so many answers to Jonas, and
It's difficult because sometimes...
What is your favorite?
It's tricky. I think it might be the turn to play Elsa now.
Yes, if you are in this situation.
Yes, and here we go. It is going to be the shift Elsa happening here for 6 ink, the Spirit of Winter. Elsa choosing 2 Elsas, which is a little bit funny here.
Oh, and that's a quest for free.
Yes, quest for 3. And Hades also questing for 2.
Of course.
And the Rafiki as well.
Yes.
A little Rafiki coming onto the board.
Rafiki is always
Always good. It's actually quite good here because it does allow, as soon as the Doc Bold Knight is exerted, if it goes on a little quest, Rafiki can do a nice little challenge and take out that Doc.
Yes, because it's so free challenger.
Yes. Very, very, very strong indeed. What is the card picked up? Dumbo.
Dumbo.
But Dumbo is played. However, Jean has essentially frozen the Elsas, so you cannot use the Dumbo ability here.
Yes.
This is crazy. I think this is a very, very good play from Jean. Not only did it deny Jonas from questing this turn, but the Dumbo pickup means Jonas can't gain some lore and can't draw some cards.
Yes. Jean read the ink and drew the card, and I see 2 Genie in the hand.
I can definitely see 1 Genie Wish Fulfilled for sure. 2 Genies, yes, you are correct.
2 Genie, yes.
Genie will be played. Try to gain an additional card. Look for some more answers.
1 card.
Tipo. Poor little Tipo is
not
back.
Best card.
No, Tipo's not really what you want to see here. But as you mentioned, there is another Genie Wish Fulfilled available. This Dumbo is going to be a problem, though, in my opinion, because right now Jean has no clear answer to these Elsa the 5th spirits on Jonas' side of the board. Yeah. So it's looking a little bit tricky right now. Between the Dumbo, the Elsas, and the Calhoun, that's going to be a total of 4 lore. They are on 15.
Another Genie, of course.
Another Genie. Is that a Hades? I think it was a Hades.
Hades, yes.
It's good for the next turn, but Jean has to survive until the next turn. We do see the Tipo. Oh, it wasn't. It was Vision. Vision of the future. Our mistake. And a couple of different cards picked up. Wow, this is very, very interesting. A second copy of Second Star to the right.
Wow.
Could be even sung here, potentially.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's the correct decision. It could be the card that's chosen if Jean can survive one more turn. So I'm going to take a quick look at Jonas's side of the board and figure out what can be done here by Jean. Calhoun alone cannot take out anything like a Hades or an Elsa. So if Hades or Elsa is the card to challenge into Doc here,
yes, of course,
what's going to happen is Calhoun would need some type of strength buff to actually be able to challenge and banish it. But if it gets that strength buff between the Calhoun, the double Elsa, and the Dumbo, that is enough lore to win the game. But even without that happening, as soon as these Elsas become ready, you use the Dumbo ability to exert the Elsa, pay 1 ink, draw a card, gain a lore, and out of those 2 cards that may be drawn, we could see a Giant Cobra, and that could just be the game won right there.
Yes, of course.
So it's a little bit unfortunate for Jean that it was the double Genie. This exact situation, there's not enough evasives on the board to be able to easily contest Jonas's, Elsa's right here.
And now?
Yeah, Jean.
Another card into the ink?
Yeah, Jean's still trying to think about what card they might need to take. There was three bells, three bell accomplished Mystic
I saw 3 bell
offered. And I'm curious. I think it was a bell that was taken. Very, very interested to see what it might be. But I don't even know if Jean can survive until the next turn. It's going to make the challenge with the Hades.
Yes. And with Elsa?
Elsa will be going on a quest, I believe. Going on a quest, gaining 3 lore, going up to 11. Jonas has a couple of opportunities to just seal the deal right now. Can draw up to 3 cards between these 2 Elsas and the Dumbo. Giant Cobras, and that's the game. Huge.
Whoa.
Congratulations to Jonas. Oh, my word. Absolutely fantastic. Jonas has earned himself a golden Mickey Mouse.
Yes.
Huge congratulations to him.
Congratulations, Jonas, to have won the first match of this round.
Absolutely amazing. And I have to give a huge shout out to Jean as well. Really fought hard to stay in that game. It looked like in the early game, Jonas was only questing for a little bit. Wasn't as aggressive as the first game, like we said. But that Dumbo really, really helped. I mean, in the end, it turned out there was just 2 Cobras in hand anyways. But yeah, it's a really tricky balance. The Blurple deck always wants to have as many evasive characters on the board as possible. But I have to say, throughout this entire tournament, I've been so impressed by Amethyst Steel versus Blurple. You know, we keep talking about the longer that these games go, the harder it is for Amethyst Steel to win. But with cards like Giant Cobra, they give that extra bit of reach to try and extend the game and close it out. So, yeah, very, very impressed. I have to say, like, coming into the weekend, we've been talking about this and saying, like, okay, is Amethyst Steel, like, really... I still don't think it's favored into Sapphire Amethyst, but it's done way better than I've anticipated. I've been thoroughly impressed, and we've seen a pilot like Jonas. We've also seen Tiago on the deck, who we had on the feature a little bit earlier in the Swiss. Fantastic players, fantastic pilots. They are masters of this deck.
Yes, I'm so happy to see Steel Amethyst in the top 60.
Yes.
Because, it's so good deck, and probably Jonas have some chance.
I'm sure Jonas is very, very happy right now.
Yes.
Winning the top 16 match. So he already has earned himself the Elsa playmat. However, now has secured that golden Mickey Mouse, the brave little tailor, serialized card. There's only 500 of them available. Now, just so you guys know, don't worry, we're not going to be taking a break. We'll be bringing you to feature match 2 very, very shortly. I do believe that game 1 has already been finished, but we will be going into game 2. So, yeah, bringing you as much action here as possible at the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. And Erica as well, I want to give a shout out to, if we have any Italian viewers watching the main English stream, they can also go and watch the Italian stream, right?
Yes, because we have on Disney Lorcana EU Challenge, the Italian stream with Silvia, Giulia, and yes, for me it's so hard because during the morning I've been in the Italian channel and in the afternoon
in the English channel.
Yeah.
I have Erica. You've been doing a fantastic
Thank
job.
you.
It's
Thank
been a
you. So
pleasure,
hard work
pleasure
to
to
me.
cast alongside you. But
Thank
yes,
you.
we will be
Thank you
going
so
straight
much.
into feature match 2 here. It's going to be game 2.
Yes.
And we see another Amethyst steal.
Oh.
I'm very, very impressed, I have to say.
Yes,
I think
I'm so happy to this.
I'm very, very curious to see, again, we talked about the conversion rates in all of the top 32. I'm curious to see what the amount of Amethyst steals that have made it into the top 32, because it seems to be performing extremely, extremely well.
Of course.
Now, in this matchup, we do have it facing off against Amber Steel. It's Marco versus Nick. Marco from Italy and Nick residing from Germany.
I'm so curious to see
Yes.
the Amber Steel because yes, this is one of the most strange deck of this season. Yes, I
it's so
this.
fast. It's extremely fast, right?
So
they quest very fast. They're very, very aggressive, and
Witiana is so
super powerful. But from what we've seen right now, Nick has taken the first game. They were on the play, of course. Now Marco losing game 1 will be on the play during the second game here, and going from Daisy Duck Donald's date into the Nala. It's a pretty decent start indeed. Now Captain Hook, very, very strong. Great challenger, +2, so it will be 3 strength to be able to potentially challenge into this Nala. But the Calhoun, I have to say, Calhoun, ever since it came out in set 6, that was the Azurite Sea set. It's a fantastic card. Being able to challenge and take something out, but also gain 2 lore after the challenge. It's a
so
super strong card.
Super
strong.
Because at the next turn with Kaloon, of course, it's so powerful.
Yeah, and usually like when you either quest to gain the lore or you challenge. But Calhoun is like a mixture of both, right? You challenge and you gain lore, so super powerful card.
Of course.
And just an amazing stat line as well.
Lady into the ink.
Lady, the family dog, as she's called. Very, very powerful card. Allows you to play a 2-cost card or less for free.
For free, of course. Lady in Italy is Lily.
Lily.
Yes.
I love that.
Yes.
Lily. I'm going to start calling her Lily. Lady. Oh. Very, very interesting to see this card. It is one of the 7 dwarves.
Quest with Daisy. The trigger of Daisy is here.
Yes. Daisy trigger is here. We did see the Captain Hook challenge in, deal 3 damage to it. And right now, Calhoun has, unfortunately, doesn't have a very good challenge in because this card that just came down on the board from the lady is a 0/4 bodyguard. So it's another version. I've seen a couple of different Amber Steel versions, but some of them do run a lot of these 2-cost bodyguard cards, such as the Prince, for example, which is a 2-cost uninkable 0/5. In this case, this is a 4-strength character. I believe if Nick had it available, they would have loved to play a Madam Mim tiny adversary. However,
Fire the Cannon.
Fire the Cannons comes through, an incredibly strong card.
And challenge with Captain Hook.
Yes.
Another problem in this moment is, of course, Nala.
Yes. Nala is a very, very strong card.
Very, very strong.
But luckily,
without damage is a very strong.
But luckily, it was exerted, and because the Fire the Cannons was able to help out with clearing out that bodyguard, the Calhoun is able to challenge into the Nala, takes no damage back, and also gains Nick 2 lore. So Nick, honestly, feeling very in control of this game right now because of that Fire the Cannons. It's all about these cards. It's the cannons, it's the Madam Mim tiny adversary to kind of be able to get around those a little bit annoying willpower breakpoints, right? A lot of things in Disney Lorcana in this meta challenge for 3. If you're able to get around and challenge for 4, it's very, very important.
Another Nala and Doc. Rhino into the Hink.
Yes. I do believe there was a Shift Rhino, a 4-cost Rhino picked up in the hand as well, alongside Mulan as well. Yes, the Shift Rhino, very, very strong indeed. But I have to say, if I'm making a very early prediction, I think Nick is in a very, very comfortable position right now. Has the Calhoun, has the Captain Hook, and as soon as they get up to the 5 ink, could even potentially start playing stuff like Elsa, right? Elsa to exert stuff, challenge into the Lady, challenge into the Daisy. But right now, I can see within Nick's hand, has 2 3-cost genies.
But I don't see Elsa in the
deck. No Elsa.
No.
That's a very, very good point. Yes. Right now, a couple of options. Could play 3-cost genie, that 3/4 card. Could also play the giant Cobra here.
And for 4? For
Strength of a Raging
Strength
Fire.
of the Raging Fire, of course, on Nala, because Nala is a really problem.
Yes. I actually really respect this play from Nick, because while they might be feeling a little bit in control after clearing out that bodyguard, Marco is still on 7 lore already. And if that Nala was left on the board, that would have been a total of 8 lore being able to be gained by Marco here, putting them all the way up to 15 lore potentially. So Strength of a Raging Fire, usually you don't want to just pay 3 ink. Calhoun just going on a very simple quest. I really like this, because Calhoun with that resist +1 means that any character with 2 strength or less won't be able to challenge in and clear it off very cleanly.
It's a hard decision to Marco.
Yes, another Rhino.
Yes, another Rhino, and I see the shift of Rhino. Little Rhino.
Little Rhino and Big
Into the
Rhino.
egg.
So first we see the Mulan come down. You can draw a card, discard a card. Wow. The Strength of a Raging Fire picked up. But now the problem is Marco has to choose. Do you keep the Rhino or do you keep the Strength of a Raging Fire?
The both cards are good.
Yes, both cards are very, very good within the situation. For example, Lady could sing it to take out the Calhoun, but I think the Strength of a Raging Fire is the card that will be discarded, because Marco just needs to keep questing, keep progressing that win condition. But never mind, it looks like the Rhino is actually the card that's been sent to the discard. Very, very interesting here.
Strength on Calhoun. Yes, because in this moment Marco have 4 characters in the board and Strength have. I give 4 damage.
I think I still respect this play because it allows Marco to keep on questing. It means you don't have to sing with the Lady. You would rather quest than sing in this situation. Does get a genie off of the Daisy trigger.
Into the hand, of course.
And right now, though, with both of these Captain Hooks still available on the board for Nick, will be able to easily clear off this Lily or Lady, and
Lily
also
or Lady is okay.
and also the Daisy Duck, or could choose to challenge and banish the Duck.
Captain Hook challenge Lady.
Yes, Captain Hook, the forceful duelist, a card from the first chapter. I know Baker's a very, very big fan of this card, and we had a very recent reprint within the Reign of Jafar set.
Genie into the ink. Play another Genie.
Genie into the ink to play an additional Genie. And here is this card. I have to say, this card has thoroughly impressed me this weekend during this event. Troubadour is the pickup. Troubadour has been drawn from Marco. But yes, I do want to focus on this.
It's a good singer character.
Very, very good singer character. Great with Strength of a Raging Fire. Yes, this Madam Mim, tiny adversary, being able to give all of Nick's characters +1 challenger, which is very, very, very important to get rid of cards like Troubadour, like Daisy Duck.
Genie and draw the card.
Genie, Wish Fulfilled, coming down, allowing Nick to get a few more options in hand. I still think Nick feels pretty comfortable, at least right now for Marco. There's no characters on the board that quest for 2, but does still really need to control this game as much as possible. And I think playing the Genie Wish Fulfilled really signifies they're looking for answers. They're looking for maybe more fire the cannons, more Strength of a Raging Fire, potentially finding that Elsa 5th Spirit to be able to exert something and then rush into be able to rush into one of Marco's characters here.
Cobra into the ink.
Cobra into the ink, but a second Madam Mim tiny adversary, buffing everything up with an additional challenger +2.
Yes.
Yes, Marco pointing out Genie has already been played, so cannot quest right now.
Yes, of course.
Correct.
Okay.
Pass the turn back. Let's see what card is drawn.
Okay.
A Tiana. Very, very big draw here for Marco.
Top deck.
Very, very strong top deck indeed.
Tiana is here.
I do think that these Madam Mims, though, are very much going to help out against the Tiana. Giving something an additional +2 challenger is very, very, very strong indeed.
Yes.
It nearly actually gets through the Tiana effect, because Tiana gives the challenging character -3, but with the Madame Mims, it's already a +2,
Yes,
so
of
Madame Mims
course,
is really,
of
really
course.
strong against this Tiana
Yes,
here.
I'm so happy to see Tiana in this meta, because finally Tiana have one place on the Ember Steel.
Yes, previously Tiana wasn't really played because Ruby had
No.
lots of answers like Brawl, the big C-suit, right?
Yes.
Okay, we do.
But now it is the moment of Tiana.
Yes. Now we do finally see that Elsa, 5th Spirit, is able to be played onto the board, exert the Troubadour, and can challenge in here. And with the buffs from both of these Madame Mim tiny adversaries, can challenge in 1. It has a total of 4 strength, gets around the resist +1, can fully clear off that Troubadour, and is also going to go on a quest with the rest of these characters here. So Nick getting onto the board right now, trying to catch up with Marco. Marco does have the ability to quest up to a total of 16 lore here, though.
Yes, because the deck of Nick must be aggro.
Yes.
Must be aggressive. Yes, of course.
Right now, it needs to try and catch up in that lore race. A lady has been top decked by Marco here. So Lady, the card in hand. I still think it's pretty strong. Could just quest with everything. Could play the Lady.
Yes.
Suddenly at 16, and then Lady can quest to 18. But Nick has an abundance of characters on the board right now.
Lady.
I think this will be pretty close, but honestly, I think Nick might be able to close this out. Has a total of 6 characters on the board right here.
Yes.
And between both of these Madame Mims, I think we'll be able to challenge into this Tiana quite easily here.
Yes, of course.
And also be able to quest for enough to at least be able to represent story on board next turn.
Yes. Nick ready the characters, ready the ink, and throw the card.
Trying to evaluate the situation.
It's an important moment
yes,
for Nick.
Very, very important moment. Needs to take his time, really think about what they're going to do here. I wonder what card. It's a Genie Wish Fulfilled.
Genie and draw the card.
Looking for an additional card, maybe looking for a Fire the Cannons to potentially deal with this Lady, Family Dog, maybe even the strength of a Raging Fire. But I'd love how Nick has left three ink available, so that when they challenge into the Tiana, they feel fine with just paying this Tiana tax, as it's known, will be able to freely challenge in here. For example, this Genie Dragon is a 3/4 right now.
Yes.
Will be able to simply, it will have 5 strength in total because of the challenger +2 from these Madame Mim tiny adversaries. Can make the challenge and just pay that 3 ink to cleanly take out the Tiana, which is exactly what they're going to do.
Challenge Tiana with Genie.
Very, very nice here.
Yes.
I believe if Nick doesn't have an answer like potentially Strength of a Raging Fire, again, the most that Marco can get up to here is 18. I mean, there's like a very, very, very surprise card. I don't think many Amber Steel players are playing it, but let's say, for example, Marco runs something like a Darling Deer, a card that's not played in many Amber Steel decks, but when you play it, it's a 5-cost inkable 4/4 that gives the character +2 lore. I think that would be probably the only answer, the only way that Marco can win the game from here.
Yes, probably yes is only answer.
But it is important that Nick also needs to try and calculate if they will have enough lore represented on the board to also win the game. I believe it will probably be enough here if the Captain Hook is able to take out the Mulan. Maybe we actually see one of these Madame Mims make the challenge, because that means that the Madame Mim survives, stays on the board, and then we'll be able to quest up for a little bit more here. And the Genies are really going to help Nick try to close this game out here.
Yes, Madame Mim.
Makes a challenge.
Mulan, of course.
Takes 2 damage back, means that it's still on the board. And between the Madame Mim and the Captain Hook, can quest for 2. So right now, between the 2 Genies and the rest of the characters on the board, that's going to be a total of 9 lore represented. This would have to be the Darling Deer. It's simply not. The Lady is quested. I think Marco might be extending the hand here. I don't know what else could happen here.
But Marco is at the top deck.
Yes, top deck, 18 lore. I don't know if there's any answers. The second Lady, and the hand is extended. Huge congratulations to Nick Pham, another winner of this Golden Mickey Mouse, the brave little tailor. This is an Amethyst Steel world, and we are living in it. I'm very, very happy.
Yes, Nick is in the top 8 of this incredible tournament. I'm so
I'm so happy to this.
Absolutely amazing. Huge congratulations to Nick, and also a huge congratulations to Jonas, two Amethyst Steel players making a name for themselves here at the DLC Bologna. We are now going to be throwing it over to an interview with the current world champion for
so
Disney Lorcana
amazing.
TCG, DKP. Take it away.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in the beautiful Bologna, Italy. We are at the moment in top 16 of our event, but we are joined by someone who you may recognize if you've been paying attention to the Lorcana competitive scene, the Disney Lorcana World Champion, DKP. How are you doing, buddy?
Yeah, hello guys. I'm really happy to be here. Yeah, everything is really fine. I have a lot of fun. The event is, yeah, it's like all DLCs. I traveled to the most, I think, so far, right? So
You're definitely up there, if not the most, yeah.
Yeah, and I enjoy every single one. So yeah, really happy to be here.
Love that. We're going to get into your run and what your deck you brought and everything in a moment. But yeah, you say you've had fun. Like, again, this is your first European DLC, I believe. Like, what's it been like meeting members of the community, friends that maybe you've only spoken to online? Can you speak to that experience a little bit?
I mean, I'm from Germany, so I've been always to a European.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, the first one of the season, right? So I'm seeing a lot of people that I haven't seen. Like, when was the last event? Like a few months ago, right?
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, so a while. So I haven't seen them in a while. So it's really nice to see them again. And yeah, now we are just catching up with each other, talking, you know, how it's been, and right. And also with the American guys, right? There are a lot of competitors from America, especially works competitors like Sailor, Ed, and so on. Like catching up with them, talking with them. It's really cool. Yeah.
And of course, you were here to play, though. The tournament maybe didn't go the way you wanted to, but can you talk about what deck you brought this weekend and why you brought that? Of course, this is the first Disney Lorcana Challenge that we've had since set rotation. What were you expecting, and how did the run go for you?
Yeah, so we as a community figured after a while out that probably the best deck was Sapphire Amethyst, right? Also called Blurple in the community because of blue and purple. And yeah, this was the most obvious deck to beat. And then we also had other decks like Emma Steel, the classic, right? Most of the time aggro. Although I also faced a Steel Song version that was really interesting with Circle of Life, new card, right? And a Mob Song, the 10-cost song that choose 3 targets and then deal 3 damage to them. So really cool. And yeah, Sapphire Emerald was also really popular, right? But for me, I try to be as consistent as possible because 12 rounds is a lot. And you can only lose 2 times, and then you still need a good tiebreak. So you need to go basically 10 wins, 2 loses. And that is really hard to achieve if your deck is just not consistent. I mean, there are so many different kind of decks in the top cut right now. So clearly you can make it with every deck, but still, I for myself want to give me the best chance. And I have a small story for that. And that is, so when I play some tournaments, I won some of them, right? And I got some cool pricing. So for example, this Enchanted Elsa. Yeah. So I always wanted her, but finally I won her at the tournament where they offered her. And the Into the Unknown Enchanted.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, at Words.
That's one of my favorite Enchanteds. The artwork is beautiful.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. And since I got that, I was like, maybe I should start an Elsa collection out of fun, right? Now I also got this one out of the gift set, I think, right?
That's the new Glimmer foil. There's the Elsa
Available
collections
now.
At retailers everywhere. It was just on Friday, actually, was when it was released. Yes. And you already have your hands on it.
A friend gave it to me. So
you have the playset, right?
Yes, of course.
Of course, naturally.
And then I was like, you know what? The new Enchanters look so phenomenal. I just got all of them, so...
And just to be clear, he does have the playsets of them all.
Yes.
We just thought it might be it'd be difficult to hold them all.
Gorgeous, so shiny. That's a beautiful collection, and yeah, I'm jealous. I'm jealous, Baker.
I would love a playset of those, especially. Have you got the Hades as well?
Hades,
Mate,
the Belle, the Dumbo. And second star to the right.
Absolutely. I've got to say the Hades is my favourite. Talking about your deck a little bit more, are you happy with the list? If you could go back to the beginning of the event, stick with the same ink combination, would you make, but if you could make some changes, would you, or are you happy with the 60?
Yeah, actually I would. So my beloved Elsa here, I would have cut her. She's really good. The effect is really good. Don't get me wrong. The issue is just, it's not really about like having more power in the end game. It's more like getting there. And I bricked on her a lot. Like I had her in my hand at the worst moment. Like I drew her off the top when I needed desperately an ink. And I'm like, oh no.
How many were you running in your deck this weekend?
One.
And it was one too many.
Yes, one too many. So next, like if I would have run it back, I would have definitely cut her out. Probably play more draw cards like Finance Keepers, which I also have in Enchanted.
That one I have, but I only have one. And I don't like mixing enchanted and different rarities. So if I'm going to run more than one Finders Keepers, it doesn't feel right.
You need to get the place set.
Exactly. Let me ask again just more about your run. Is there a particular game from the weekend that really stands out because like it was a tough moment, or just something that really stands out that you can tell us about?
Yeah, I have. My first loss was basically summarizing what sometimes can happen in this meta right now, and that is I got my opponent had the Clarabelle out, doubled your welcome me, so they drew a bunch of cards, and then used Bend to my will. That can happen. Doesn't happen all the time. I mean, that's super high roll. This can happen, and yeah, I couldn't do much against it, so I just accepted it. I was like, okay, sometimes that happens.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
And being here in the room with 2,000 players, you know, I think that we all kind of knew what decks we thought would be most represented. What are your thoughts on the meta right now post set rotation?
Yeah, so I think this meta right now gives a lot of people chances to reach a top card or win, because the decks are definitely less power than pre-rotation, obviously, right? We are missing a lot of cards. We don't have like Be Prepared, we don't have Whole New Word. Removal tools like Let's Storm on. So a lot of is missing, which gives a lot of people just the chance to do their strategy much better. On the other hand, the matches can also be feeling sometimes a little bit like sealed, I would say. Like if I had a lot of sealed experience now due to Worlds, right? And sometimes it's just feeling like you're only playing off the top earlier than before, because before we had a lot of draw. It took a while until you ran out of stuff and then play off the top, right? But now it just happens a little bit earlier, and that sometimes is just feeling weird coming from pre-rotation, in my opinion, from the power level just. But I think now this is the opportunity for the people, or like for players, to have a fresh start, just giving them the chance to perform really, really well with their new creations, right? And even though, of course, now we have an established meta somewhat, right? People can still take a lot in it. Like I've seen crazy things.
So have we. Some very crazy things this weekend.
A lot of wild things.
Yeah, even something like the big 9-cost Prince Philip, the who banishes
damaged characters.
Exactly. Yeah. It's crazy. Like suddenly you're feeling safe as Blurple player, Sapphire Amethyst player, and then this one comes down, and suddenly your entire board is gone. And that's just crazy.
Two questions in one for you, DKP. We know you love a bit of Lorcana. I'd like to ask, what's next for you? Where are we going to see you next? And I'd like to ask you to pick what you predict will take it home today. What in combination is winning?
Yeah, so I will be going to DLC Milwaukee. Definitely, that is in 3 weeks, I think.
3 weeks?
Yeah, so I would definitely be there. A bit more prepared than this time, definitely. And then I will, going with my team there, obviously. Afterwards, I also try to attend DLC Singapore, in Asia again, like DLC Beijing before. So that would be a nice trip, I hope. What was the second question?
What's taking it all? What deck is taking it all this weekend?
And what deck, I think, from the consistency standpoint, I would say Amethyst Sapphire, but I think probably Emirates Sapphire will maybe take it. They just high roll their way through and then.
Okay, so Blurple is like maybe your main pick, but Emerald Sapphire is your like rogue pick, like something that could come in and steal it all. Love that.
Love that. Love
DKP, before we let you go, it's always a pleasure to see you, my friend. Do you have any messages for the community, any thank yous, any shout outs? Please take the spotlight for a moment.
Okay. Yeah, so I really want to thank all of you who's always coming to me and just saying nice words, congratulating me, or just want a picture or something signed. I really appreciate it. And yeah, always makes me happy to see people just wanting like a picture of me or a signature or just being happy around me. So I'm really glad for that. And also shout out to my team, World Class Cards, all my friends who are always traveling with me and training with me. And also shout out to my girlfriend, Victoria, at home.
Thanks so much for joining us, DKP. It was wonderful to talk to our world champion, and we can't wait to see what you do next. Thanks for joining us, Illumineers. We're going to be back with more Disney Lorcana from beautiful Bologna.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Trading Card Game World Championship. We are so very close to the end of our event. We have established our 9th to 16th place, and unfortunately some of these wonderful players standing behind me do have flights to get home, so of course we don't want them missing those, but we wanted to take the time to appreciate them and showcase them here on the Disney Lorcana Bologna, Italy main stage. So I'm going to call out from 16th to 9th place the names of these wonderful Illumineers that have done a fantastic job over the weekend, and as I do, they're going to flex the playmat that they've won a little bit. So we're going to start off in 16th place, Marco Mauri. In 15th place, John Lottier. In 14th place, Marco Spirgoni. In 13th place, Daniela Stella. In 12th place, Thomas Angelma. In 11th place, Christian Piero. In 10th place, Alex Koch. And in 9th place, Luca Ray Baldi. Let's hear for these amazing, amazing Illumineers. They have done such an incredible job this weekend. Thank you all so much for your talent and your skills over the course of the weekend. We look forward to seeing you hopefully at the European Championships later on next year. Let's see those playmats. Flex them for the people at home. Hey! There we go. We've got more Disney Lorcana action coming up very soon. We'll see you then.
Congratulations to those top 16 players. This day has been full of excitement, and I think one of the exciting things for these players is this mat that they just won. It's so gorgeous. I'm Rebecca, and I am here with the lovely Kim. We get to cast a match together.
We get to cast a match together, bringing you Illumineers at home the top 8.
Top 8 match.
And what, Rebecca, do you want to let everyone know at home, the players going into this top 8, what they've already won?
Oh, okay. First of all, one of the most important things here for these players, I know, is all of our top 32 players earned an invite to the European Championship. I talked to some players, I said this earlier, who said, my goal for this season of Disney Lorcana Challenge is to make it to the European Championships, and these 32 players already have earned that invite. And then, of course, the top 16 with their playmat. And now what are they playing for in top 8?
What are they playing for?
What did they just get? What did they just get? Our top 8
got
players.
themselves the golden Mickey Mouse brave little Taylor. And then whoever wins this goes into top 4. They're going to get themselves a foil uncut sheet. What rarity, Rebecca?
Uncommon. This is the first for Disney Lorcana where players can earn an uncut sheet. And they do have some at the prize wall, but they're not foil. These players will get a foil uncut sheet. What an incredible prize. And then going to our top 2 players, they're going to get an entire playset or entire set of Fabled, including not just all the regular foil cards, but also the epic cards and also the enchanted cards, which the enchanteds for this set are just incredible. Lots of prizes on the line for our players, but what is that top prize that these players are playing for, Kim?
That top prize player at the end of today, the person in first is going to win themselves a ticket all the way to Season 2's World Championship.
Whoa.
I am beyond excited. I can't wait. Season
can't
2 kicking off already so strong, and I'm so excited to watch or be able to bring you guys here all the excitement, and I hope you feel how excited we are. And Rebecca, you've mentioned the enchanted cards.
Yes.
I haven't gotten the chance to ask you, do you have a favorite enchanted card this set?
From Fabled, I love the Ariel. I love the Ariel Treasure Collector. Ariel's one of my favorite characters. I actually have the other Ariel Sonic Warrior Enchanted in my collection, but I need this one. I need the Ariel from Fabled. It's gorgeous. What about you? What's your favorites?
I talked about this, I think, with Joe earlier, and he asked me, and it's going to have to be Hades Infernal Schemer. One of the cards reprinted this set, and I'm so happy he's back.
I think so many Disney Lorcana fans were so happy to see not only did he get that alternate art enchanted treatment, but just such a great card in this game. And of course, we're seeing Hades played in a lot of decks today. We're seeing them, and in fact, in this top 8 match, we're going to see some Hades Infernal Schemers. And we have our top 8 match ready for you. We have a Sapphire Amethyst deck that Lucas Marcellin is going to be facing off with Alessandro Danesi playing Amber Amber Emerald. This is going to be an exciting match, Kim.
Yes, for sure. Sapphire Amethyst, the most common deck represented here this weekend. And Rebecca, I know you were rooting for this underdog deck, this Amber Emerald. I'm excited to see these decks play up against each other.
Me too. And I have to say, though, of course, here in the top cut, our deck lists are open. And Lucas has some spice, Kim. There is some spice in this Amethyst Emerald deck, or Amethyst Sapphire deck, excuse me. So one of the things that I noticed was he has Magical Maneuvers, one copy of Magical Maneuvers. He also has one Dig a Little Deeper, which is fantastic. So there are some spicy cards in here.
Yeah, and to let all of you know at home, top 32 with this top 8 match. Well, they've competed. They've been able. These players have fought them. They've played so well. They played not 8 rounds yesterday of Swiss.
Another 4
this morning. And we're bringing you top 8. These players know these decks inside out. They're gonna be able to know themselves what lines they're gonna want to play. Our Blurple player here, Sapphire Amethyst, going to be wanting to hit that all-important turn 2 ramp. We've seen it a lot today, but playing into this Emerald deck, we know they have Under the Sea. They're going to be playing those dogs. Lucas really going to be needing to get up to that high ink threshold to be able to play the cards like Hades, all of his useful removal tools like Hades, the Basil to be able to bounce cards back to the hand for Alessandro can be utilized too, but not to mention the Under the Sea that this dog deck is going to have, possibly.
Yes. Now this dog deck does not have
Chromacon.
It doesn't have Emerald Chromacon, but obviously he didn't need it.
No.
He's here in the top 8. But Lucas, you know what else Lucas has in his deck? He has 2 copies of Ursula Voice Stealer. Now this is a new card, and he only has, like I said, 2 copies in it. 5 cost inkable character, 3/4 quest for 1, but a really interesting ability. Sing for me, sing for me. When you play this character, exert chosen opposing character, and then you can play a song that equals the cost of the character, equal or less than the exerted character's cost. You can play that for free. So it's like you're using your opponent's character to sing a song. It's really an interesting. So 2 copies of that in Lucas's deck. We have our players here shuffling up and cutting up. There's the handshake.
Here's the handshake. Both players already have winning themselves that golden Mickey Mouse brave little Taylor. It is a foil uncut sheet on the line, but players here going to be wanting to win themselves that all-important first place prize, the ticket to season 2 of Disney Lorcana Worlds.
Yes, there's so much on the line here, and I know that these players, the mental endurance that these players have to have, like we were just talking about earlier. 4 rounds this morning, they've been playing in the top cut, and now we have the players ready to get in there. Look at those cards, they are ready to go. Our Alessandro Danasi on player 1, Lucas Marcellin, player 2. We are into top 8. What do we see here?
I have to look at Alessandro's hand here. It's not your typical Amber Emerald deck. It's running princesses.
It does have princesses. We have Aurora holding court. We have a Tiana. This is fantastic. This is fun. I like this.
I like this. We get to cast some princesses.
We do. There are princesses here in top 8 of Disney Lorcana Challenge.
Yeah.
I didn't really catch what was in Lucas's hand.
Neither did I, but if Lucas did have any removal tools like that Into the Unknown to send cards into the inkwell, this Amber Emerald deck is playing that Ursula Deceiver. Could be used turn 2 to take that 3 cost inkable Into the Unknown, into the discard. Goodbye, into the unknown. Never to be known.
The unknown, never to be known again to your inkwell. Yes, that Ursula Deceiver, I think, could come in really instrumental. Playing it at just the right moment is going to be key. Not only that, but there's also second star to the right that is found in this the Blurple deck, as the fans live to call it, our Amethyst Sapphire. So that Ursula Deceiver could come in really handy to take those song cards out of Lucas's hand.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really excited to see this matchup take place. Now, we could possibly see a turn 1 Aurora holding court into a quest with Aurora and a turn 2 Tiana.
Yep, that would be great. princesses in the Amber Emerald deck. Not something that I expected to see. I would not have put that on my bingo card if I was making a bingo card for the Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna. I would not have put an Amber Emerald princess deck on my bingo card.
No, something we could possibly see here turn 1. I believe he also has that 1-cost Pluto in hand, which when you exert this character, you're going to be able to play 1 less.
Which is fantastic,
for any
actually.
character, not just a princess.
I love that because you have basically four one-drop characters that can reduce the cost of the next possible character that you can play. Lucas, starting us off. Oh, okay. We have Iago into the Inkwell, but no turn 1 from Lucas here.
Oh, extremely unfortunate. We could have possibly seen the Basil come in here. We know he's running some Basils.
Yep.
Especially being able to utilize that support ability later on, being able to establish that Basil so early on. This first, knowing that Lucas is on the play, could that possibly lose him
that
something?
Could make a difference.
He's going to hit that turn 2 ramp.
Yes.
It is Tipo growing sun. Do you know his flavor text, Rebecca?
Oh, tell me his flavor text.
Look, Mom, I'm still growing.
Excellent, excellent. We had Aurora go into to the board. We are exerting to quest for 1, and there is that Tiana coming down, like we said. Perfect play line there that we like to see, and gosh, yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see. Can Alessandro get ahead quickly in this? You know, the Sapphire Amethyst deck, it is can be a little bit slower at the beginning of the game. And if you have a deck that can really, really come out of the gate bursting, get a lot of lore to start and position yourself well, and maybe stop this Sapphire Amethyst deck from getting to that late game, that can really, really do you a lot of good.
Yep.
Dumbo coming down.
That elephant in the room that we've seen a lot this weekend. Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe.
He's breaking records.
Play. He's breaking records already.
Making history.
Making history. We've seen Dumbo being utilized in a lot of later games in these Amethyst Sapphire decks when you already have evasive characters established on board. And we talked about this already, that Ursula Deceiver being able to, for Alessandro to have a look at Lucas's hand. Now.
Yeah. No songs, but that does give Alessandro a lot of information of what to expect. I also want to go back just real quick. That's Tipo. Lucas decided to challenge Aurora with the Tipo, which I thought is really interesting, putting 1 damage counter there on that princess who is holding court.
Yeah, and this is where Lucas would have if he could have been able to establish that turn 1 Basil, being able to quest with Basil, giving Tipo that extra strength could have really helped him just be able to clear this Aurora.
He could have helped Tipo grow a little bit more.
Grow his little strength. He's still growing.
I love to see Tipo getting some support so he can challenge and take something out. But yeah, missing that 1-drop Basil, I think, is not doing Lucas any favors.
No,
but having that Dumbo, though, is really great. He does have 3 cards in hand right now, and Alessandro thinking what he wants to do now. He has that information of what was in Lucas's hand, and thinking here he has not yet inked for turn. What are we going to ink? What are we going to play?
Yeah, and we know these Sapphire decks, so well known for that ramping ability. And if you're new to Lorcana and you don't know what ramping is, it basically means you're going to get as much ink to play with in your inkwell as fast as possible.
Yes. There are 2 Bobby Zimaruskis, it looks like, in his hand. There is a Pluto, that lady family dog, which on play you can play another character to cost 2 or less for free. And I did not see that last card that he had in hand.
No, neither did I. But Bobby Zimaruski.
Lady going into the inkwell. And we do have a Bobby coming down. Alessandro, I think, wanting to filter through his deck, find some different cards, probably knowing what Lucas has in his hand, saying, I need to be prepared.
Yeah, and Bobby,
as the villain would say.
He really does. And we know a lot of these decks are going to play uninkable cards. Bobby Zimaruski, and I like the way Amber Steel has that Mulan to help filter through cards. Bobby Zimaruski, another one of those cards allowing its player to play it. You're going to be able to draw a card and discard one of those uninkable cards. Perhaps that's just clogging up your hand a little bit. Maybe you can draw into an inkable card that you need to be able to just get another card into the inkwell to play whatever glimmer you're holding, to be able to summon it into the Great Illuminary.
Summoning those glimmers with your magical ink, and they are doing that. And now Alessandro not questing with Tiana or Aurora, knowing that both well, Dumbo would be safe if he could challenge with Tipo and Dumbo into Tiana if he wanted to. He has enough ink that he could do that to get around Tiana's ability. There is Ursula coming down, exerting Ursula and challenging with the Dumbo.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this Ursula in play.
Yes.
We know Sapphire is so well known for getting up to such high numbers of ink. This 5 cost is nothing because we play other 5 costs in these Amethyst decks, like the Belle, like the Elsa, the 5th Spirit. But this Ursula Voice Stealer, when you play this character, you can exert chosen opposing character, and then you can play a song equal to or less than the exerted character's cost for free. But unfortunately, no songs.
No songs. Improvise. It looks like he gave the strength, I believe, to Tiana, and of course gets to draw a card for that 1 cost action of improvise. The other thing about Ursula that I think is great is he didn't actually use that ability of singing a song, but she has a great stat line, right? A 3/4 character is pretty good. And over on Alessandro's side, we did see him play another Bobby Zimmerowski. Oh, and we have another improvise.
Such a great, not even just for its strength ability, but because you get to draw a card. And that 1 cost, meaning he's going to be able to use it. And if he can ink another card, if he has another 1 drop, he could also play another card. But this Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, being evasive is going to be difficult for Alessandro to deal with. Now, Alessandro does have cards like possibly Mother Knows Best, perhaps Under the Sea. We know these Emerald decks are going to have them, but cards like this Improvise isn't really going to help him here because he's no evasive characters on the board to deal with this Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe.
Yeah, that Dumbo giving, of course, the ability, he has the ability in giving it to all your other characters that you can exert and pay 1 ink to draw a card and gain lore, which I love to both draw cards and gain lore. So Dumbo is popular for a reason, Kim.
Yes, and something Amethyst does extremely well is card draw.
Absolutely.
We've seen things like Second Star to the Right, and I do have to say, I get it. The Ursula Voice Stealer being able to establish a 5 cost character on the board. If Lucas is able to draw into perhaps Second Star to the Right, he will be able to sing it with this Ursula, and perhaps next turn this Belle, because Belle is also 5 cost.
Also 5 cost, inkable, and she is a 4/4, quest for 2, but one of the things that we all love is her ability to move damage, and we saw that happen, moving it to take care of that Aurora Holding Court. And I think that Alessandro, he played both Bobby Zimmerowski's, he played both of those improvised. I think he is looking for that tramp card, right? That is such a key.
Here it is, exactly like you were talking about.
That is that tramp card that we want to see. He's able to play it out. But of course, the cost is 7, but it is reduced for each character that you have in play. Really, really great card. MVP, I think, of the Emerald Amber ink pairing.
Yeah, we've seen it so much this weekend, being used, being able to draw cards and then discard. Unfortunately, you have to get rid of them. But you can draw the amount of cards that as characters that you have in play. Another great way to filter through your deck if you have uninkable cards that you're not able to maybe get into that inkwell to be able to play your higher cost characters.
Yep.
But another great card, and I have to, this Lilo Escape Artist, she's been putting in a lot of work this weekend, being able to be used by cards like this Bobby Zimmerowski, this Miss Mulan, and not to mention this Tramp, being able to send it into the discard like this instead of it being banished. And so next turn, Alessandro has the choice. He can just play this Lilo Escape Artist from the discard.
Yep, absolutely. She's a fun card, and also one that has a glimmer foil version.
Yes, she does.
I love it. She was in a collection set, last set. Oh, and we see that Elsa, 5th Spirit, coming down, of course, with Rush. And also you can exert a card on your opponent's side of the board, taking care of that Tramp.
Yeah, and we were just talking about Glimmer Foil, and the Elsa came in.
Yes.
We recently got a Glimmer Foil of the Elsa,
we
5th
did.
Spirit. I can't wait to see players be able to play some of them perhaps in the next Disney Lorcana challenge.
Yes. I think it was Kawa who was saying it, or maybe it was Fessy, that they think that Elsa 5th Spirit is one of the best cards in the game right now.
Mm-hmm.
She has Rush. She has Evasive. She has the ability to exert one of your opponent's characters. And she's just so good.
Yeah, and now we know these Amber Emerald decks move pretty fast. They're going to go for that aggro tactic. We've talked a lot about it. They're going to be moving fast, but it doesn't seem like Alessandro had that way out. He's going to choose to play the Lilo Escape Artist. I believe we see the Under the Sea in hand. However, there's not enough characters on the board for him to sing together, because that's, in these Emerald decks, that's the only way we really have to be able to clear a lot of these opposing boards.
Yep.
Is that 2 Under the Seas in hand, Rebecca?
It's 2 Under the Seas, 2 uninkable cards, high-cost uninkable cards. Alessandro, you can tell on his face, he is really thinking, what do I want to do here? We're going to challenge with both Bobby Zimmerskis into Bell, and we're going to play a Jim Deer.
We're going to play our Jim Deer. I do like this tactic. You're able to quest with Dear Tiana. Or did he challenge with the Tiana? I believe he quests. He's on 3 lore now, so he would have quested with the Tiana. All opposing characters are going to have -3 strength, which meaning, because none of these characters are more than 3 strength, they're not going to be able to challenge this Jim Deer. However, Lucas could pay the 3 cost to be able to deal with it. This Jim Deer bodyguard coming in at such a key moment, not something we've seen in typical Amber Emerald decks throughout the weekend, but I love it. A bodyguard action.
I love a bodyguard. I know a lot of people like this Jim Deer. We've seen him in a lot of decks. Over on Lucas's side, we do see that he used Dumbo's ability to pay 1 ink and exert to draw a card. I think that Lucas has 7 ink now. It's hard to tell with his sleeves. Rafiki going into the inkwell, and what are we going to play here, Lucas?
Yeah, and if he does have the 7 ink, we could see the Hades come in. But it's going to be
Basil.
Basil. Didn't have
Basil.
Oh, we didn't see it happen earlier. No Basil 1-drop, but he's coming in now and could really help him be able to support his other characters and help him clear the board. And that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yep, he used that ink to take care of that 3 reduction in strength and took out that Jim Deer bodyguard.
Yeah, but still the Tiana on the board. It is 8 lore to 3. Lucas still having the lead, but also he's kind of showing the board. He is having a lot of board control here.
There's a lot of board control. He has the lead in lore. He has control of the board, and we know that with this Sapphire Amethyst deck, that the more ink that he has, the more tools he has available to him. Especially as we get up to 6, 7, 8 ink, we have the Hades, we have the Big Elsa, we have the Monstro in this deck, so there are a lot of tools. And in fact, in this matchup, Monstro is fantastic because that Amber Emerald deck wants to flood the board, wants to get a lot of characters out, and if Lucas can get a Monstro on the board, then he can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, great card utilized in, as particularly these Sapphire Amethyst decks, because they're gaining so much ink, they're able to play the Monstro to the board, and especially utilized with cards like Second Star to the Right.
Yes.
I remember before, I believe it was last week in Cardiff CCQ, a Monstro and a Tipo together sang Second Star to the Right, but I have to feel for Alessandro here. There's 2 uninkables under the 2 uninkable Under the Seas in his hand. Top deck's a lady, gonna have to play the lady. Unfortunately, previously he had the Jim Deer in hand, had to play the Jim Deer. It's not looking great. Lucas really being able to control the board with this Amethyst Sapphire deck.
Yeah, Alessandro really on the back foot here, exerting now the Elsa and paying 1 ink to draw again. Unfortunately, Lucas is not, he's being a little secretive with his cards over here. We haven't been able to really see what he has in hand, but that Dumbo really putting in a lot of work, bringing down a Genie. Wish fulfilled, that 2/4 evasive character. He quests for 2, but also you get to draw a card.
Yes, you
do. And we've said Amethyst loves to draw cards, and Lucas is being able to draw tons of cards. A drawing again here from Sailing the Azurite Sea.
Yeah, and we really have to feel for Alessandro here. He's watching his opponent play cards like Genie Wish Fulfilled, Sail the Azurite Sea. He's going to draw so many cards. And unfortunately for Alessandro, he's stuck with 2 Under the Seas in his hand.
Yes, and
not enough characters on the board to sing that.
Not enough characters to sing it, and unfortunately, Alessandro also really doesn't have a lot of options in this deck for card draw. There is that Tramp, of course, that to help you filter through. There's the Bobby Zimmerskis, but there's not a lot of card draw, and being stuck with those 2 Under the Sea, I do not envy his position right now.
No, if he can perhaps even top deck our shiftable lady here being able to take 2 characters back from the discard.
Miss Park Avenue would come in handy. I think that actually that would be a fantastic top deck for Alessandro.
Yeah, but I don't know if it could even be enough with such an abundance of characters on the board for Lucas. I don't know how Alessandro is going to be able to deal with this big wide board. Unless he is able to perhaps shift that Miss Park Avenue, being able to take back cards, possibly ink additional cards. Like if he's able to take back perhaps a Jim Deere. We've seen the Bobby Zimmerowski spray cheese kid coming in. But these cards are also inkable, meaning he would be able to get more cards into the inkwell to help him possibly even establish more characters onto the board. I'd love to see for Alessandro. Just to be able to possibly sing together, but then you have character cards like Dumbo, and you have character cards like this Ursula, who have more than 2 strength, and you're not even going to be able to Under the Sea them, because unlike these Emerald Sapphire decks have heads held high, which pair up great with this Under the Sea to be able to reduce strength.
Unfortunately, that he doesn't have that available to him. And we do have a judge call going on right now. We'll find out what's going on and let you know. But the other thing that I was thinking about is that there's a lot of evasive characters, right? So you have the Dumbo, you have Elsa, you have Genie, and in that Amber Emerald deck, you don't really have a lot of answers for the evasive characters, but you do have Under the Sea, right?
You do have Under the Sea.
And Elsa and Genie both having that 2 strength, then Under the Sea would come in really handy, but him not having enough characters on board to sing it is a problem.
There is ways these Emerald decks can deal with these evasive cards, and perhaps maybe they're running their own evasive cards, but you also have cards like You're Welcome to be able to send them back. You're giving your opponent more cards in their hand.
But sometimes...
Not great.
Sometimes it's worth it.
Sometimes it's worth it. I didn't get a great look at this Amber Emerald deck. I'm not sure if he's running any Your Welcomes, but definitely a possible card he could be playing, could be utilized. There's also Mother Knows Best to be able to bounce them back to the hand. Unfortunately, yes, he's going to be able to play them again, but you do stop your opponent being able to quest with them next turn.
Yeah, really disrupting that tempo, right?
Yeah.
You want to stop your opponent from being able to keep those characters on board, but Alessandro just really on the back foot now with that Amber Emerald deck. And we were talking earlier about how we didn't expect to see a Princess Amber Emerald deck.
Yes.
But opening up with that Aurora Tiana was really great. He kind of got off to a good start, but and the opponent, the Sapphire Amethyst player, actually missing turn 1.
Yeah, missing turn 1.
But the tables have turned.
The tables have turned.
Because
at the beginning, I was a bit worried for our Amethyst Sapphire player. No turn 1, wasn't able to establish that early Basil to be able to give that Tipo perhaps. We saw the Tipo having to challenge into that Aurora holding court. If he had been able to play that turn 1 Basil, could have supported our growing boy, our Tipo, to be able to clear that Aurora holding court, but that didn't matter. We have tools like Bell, Accomplished Mystic, to be able to move damage, and being able to play the Basil this late in the game.
Yes.
Who cares? You can play it now. Yeah. I didn't have it first turn. I didn't have it now. If you're the Amethyst Sapphire player here at this moment, you know he has to sense that Alessandro's hand is a bit tricky.
Yes.
We know he has 2 uninkable cards, but our Blurple player here doesn't know that.
And even he knows, the only board wipe that is available is that Under the Sea, and he knows he doesn't have enough ink to play it, and he doesn't have the characters to sing it, so I think he feels really comfortable playing out those characters so that he can keep questing. I forget how much lore he had. Was he at 8? Lore, I believe. I can't remember.
He was definitely ahead on lore.
He was definitely ahead on lore.
We will try to bring you back to this compelling game as soon as possible, but he was ahead of lore. He had control of the board, and I can't. Yeah. I'm just in shock. I'm in anticipation. We know this Blurple deck is running Monstro, and we know against these fast aggro decks like Amber Emerald, this is Monstro's. Let's talk about Monstro for a minute.
Monstro's a great card.
He's a monster of a card.
He is.
Monstro, the monster, is such a great card for clearing so many of these, especially these aggro fast pacing Amber Emerald decks.
Yeah, and especially when they have low strength, right? So you have a lot of smaller characters maybe that quest for a lot, but they don't have a lot of strength. So then Monstro is able to challenge in with, because he has 8 willpower.
Yes.
And so he can do a lot of damage to clear a board. It's kind of, Monstro can act like a board wipe, right?
Yes, indeed. And then also, you have cards like Second Star to the Right. We know that Amethyst is great for drawing cards. Being able to do something like Second Star to the Right, draw 5 cards. If you have your Monstro in board and you have 5 cards in hand, that's like being able to discard and ready Monstro at least 5 times.
Yes, I've talked to multiple players who are on the Sapphire Amethyst build about that Second Star to the Right card, and they say, if you can play Second Star to the Right, you're winning the game.
Yes.
You know, so if you can get there, those 5 cards make all the difference.
Especially in these Amethyst Sapphire mirrors. And I'm sure we know Amethyst Sapphire was the most represented deck here this weekend.
Yeah, it was about a third of all 2,000, almost 2,000 players that we had here. Is about a third, maybe a little less than a third of the playing field.
Yeah, so we know both Amethyst Sapphire players are going to be running a lot of evasives. But it's so fascinating to me because it always feels like to me when I'm getting to cast these when I'm getting to cast these matches and getting to watch these games, it always feels like, who's going to do the Second Star to the Right first?
Who's going to get it first? Who's going to play
Who's going to have more cards in hand to be able to perhaps play their Monstro, be able to ready their Monstro and clear the opposing player's board?
Now, Kim, have you played the Sapphire Amethyst deck?
Yes.
Yes.
I have played all the decks.
I
have been practicing. I've been preparing. I've tried my best to learn all of the matchups, and I feel like the best way for myself that I love to learn the game is
by doing.
As I learn by playing, because in my heart I'm a competitive player. I played all of first season, and I'm still a child at Christmas.
You really are.
I'm just so excited.
Christmas.
I'm so excited. I'm like Anna in Frozen. The sky's awake, so I'm awake. So we have to play Lorcana, and I get to share with you, Illumineers at home, this Lorcana that our players are playing.
Okay, so when it comes to the Sapphire Amethyst deck, then what are some of your favorite cards to play in that deck?
Oh, I think we've talked about it a lot.
Okay.
And we've talked about how important this card has been, and I'm excited because she's a Glimmer card. And we recently got a set coming out. I believe she came out this week officially.
Yes, just
That's
Friday.
Elsa, the Fifth Spirit. The ability to be able to rush in there and exert the opposing player's characters on the board is, in my opinion, amazing.
It is amazing.
It's just bonkers.
Yeah,
I can't describe it, explain it. And being able to team up with cards like this Basil to be able to support them is absolutely amazing. But we're going to get back into it. We're already back into it. When we left off, Alessandro had such a tough hand. Okay, 2 Uninkables.
Yep.
2 Uninkable Under the Sea, and I believe we're going back over to his turn.
Yeah, and we will get an update for you on that judge call as soon as we can. Just to update everyone on where we are on the match, we have Lucas on that Sapphire Amethyst deck here at 13 lore in the lead, and we have Alessandro on Amber Emerald at 3 lore, and it is currently Alessandro's turn. And thinking here, we are going to go into Basil with the Lady.
Yeah.
She, of course, getting the extra strength, I think, when Ursula was played here.
Yeah, and I really like this Lady because you're able to play an additional card and she'll gain the strength and be able to challenge. But yes, we did find out that judge call, our Amethyst Sapphire player did see the top card of his deck, so that was resolved. Our judge, I have to commend our amazing judges here this weekend. They have been outstanding. They're working so hard, and that was resolved as it could be.
Yeah, shout out to all the judges in the Disney Lorcana TCG community. We could not do what we do here without an amazing, incredible judge team, and we have some really fine judges here at the feature tables and out with the players, just really representing the game well.
Yeah, mistakes like these happen. There's so much on the line. All these players trying to get their first place first place prize to win themselves a ticket to the World Championship.
Bell coming down, and Dumbo, who had 1 damage, going to move that damage to that lady to banish her to the inkwell. Another Dumbo, Kim.
It's the 9th wonder of the universe.
The 9th wonder of the universe, and it's like, it feels like the 9th card here on Lucas's board. Not quite. We don't have quite 9 characters out, but my goodness, this board is incredible. Lucas has got to be feeling good, and Alessandro said
and that's going to be game.
Is it.
Yeah.
Game 1 going to our Amethyst Sapphire player.
Yeah.
And I just really don't think that Alessandro was going to come out of that with those 2 Under the Sea in hand.
No.
There was just nothing I think that he could do.
No, I really have to feel for Alessandro here, especially knowing that he was going into this on the draw. But knowing your opponents didn't have that turn 1 play, Alessandro had to be thinking, oh, maybe I have a chance. They weren't able to play a card. But that board state, you guys.
Yes, that board state.
2 uninkable Under the Seas in hand. I feel for Alessandro. There's so much on the line. These players, it's been such a long day. I have to commend them. They're doing phenomenal. The judge call, I know a lot of people, we did bring it back to us. Yeah, he did get a warning. Deck was reshuffled. Not to worry, it was figured out. But Amethyst Sapphire taking the game 1 win, meaning we're going into game 2.
Game 2, and I think that for our Amber Emerald player, I think he wants to really find that tramp.
Yes.
I think that is, he found it a little late, and then of course our Sapphire Amethyst player able to take care of it very quickly. But I think he is going to be on the play.
Yes.
And I forget actually who was on the play in that first game.
It was our Sapphire Amethyst player.
Oh, that's right.
And he didn't have his turn.
And he didn't have turn.
He didn't have his turn 1.
So
but this time.
So then he lost on the draw, which is fine. I mean, not fine. You want to win, right? But you don't want to lose when you're on the play. Is what I'm trying to say, right?
And we want to see this Emerald deck doing what we know this Emerald it's been a long day, folks. I'm sorry.
Emerald.
This Emerald deck do what it's going to be doing. Alessandro here going to be having the advantage, going to be able to do the thing that this deck does, and that's be able to play so many characters to the board. I want to see it.
Maybe
he can do it.
Yes.
Will we be able to
the board
see
with those glimmers?
Yes. Will we be able to see him sing together this Under the Sea? And he has it in his hand, unfortunately. It's not going to be too great, but I believe players are altering his hand. So ultimately, he could choose to alter his hand here and maybe hope to draw into it. Oh, and he is going to do it. He's going to send. I believe he's only keeping 2 cards.
Keeping 2 cards here. Really an aggressive altering of his opening hand. I know that we've talked about this. I'm sure you've talked about it, but altering your opening hand really is one of the most key parts of Disney Lorcana TCG strategy.
Yeah, you're going to, especially, and we see it, and making this decision absolutely an amazing decision. We've seen it previously, turn 1 now. Alessandro maybe perhaps able to establish this Aurora holding court, meaning we could see another turn 2 Tiana restaurant owner play.
That would be excellent. Over on Lucas's side, again, I saw a Rafiki. Haven't seen much in his hand. Jim Deere is going into the inkwell. Aurora holding court, just like you said, Kim, coming down, which means Tiana, that restaurant owner, will not be far behind. Lucas, hopefully, he does have a turn 1. We saw that Rafiki in hand.
Yes, we did. And that Rafiki
Monstro
into the inkwell. Yes, we've talked about this card, but Rafiki having that rush ability, or he has a challenger ability, would be able to take out this Aurora holding court. But Alessandro's going to be able to use this Aurora already to do this exactly what we talked about, Rebecca. Play this Tiana turn 2.
Yeah, I think that turning Aurora sideways to get that Tiana out on turn 2 is really important. He knows that Rafiki probably going to take her out, but that's okay because we have that Tiana now. Sailing the Azurite Seas, Lucas is doing that all-important turn 2 ramp.
Yeah, and when you see a Tipo being inked turn 2, you've got to know that your Sapphire Amethyst player has another way to ramp this turn. And I really do like the use of sail over Tipo and things like this, because it means instead of your ink going in exerted, your ink goes in to the inkwell. You're just able to ink an additional card, meaning like in this instance, he was able to utilize the ink to its fullest potential, being able to play that Basil.
Yes. Basil, again, that's that practice detective, I believe. And he is a 2-1 with support.
Yes.
You know what's interesting is I don't know. I have to like put my thinking cap on if there was another character in previous metas that had support that we saw in these really highly competitive decks. But this support character has come in. He's in like every Sapphire Amethyst deck.
We've seen it being used probably occasionally, probably rarely, but since our rotation, this new meta, this new world, and
it's a whole new world.
I had the honor of casting with Baker earlier, and we got to see a Sapphire Steel deck using the Alice growing girl, and she has all to do with the support, and I'm loving this support. I love this support mechanic so much, and I'm so happy in our post-rotation meta it's being utilized to its fullest potential.
I love that so much. Support is great. It's really fun,
and it's so wholesome and it's so beautiful.
It is wholesome.
It's just our glimmers on the board supporting one another. Yes, okay, you're going to be challenging, but we're still supporting each other.
Yes, Alessandro is taking his time here, really thinking, what does he want to do? What does he want to ink? He does have that Ursula Deceiver, which could come down if he inks another card, and he could take a look at Lucas's hand, maybe pull a song card out of Lucas's hand. He has Into the Unknown that could be lurking around the corner, but let's see here. What else? We have that Gym Deer, it looks like, that Bodyguard in hand.
We also have
a tramp.
We could definitely see the Ursula Deceiver coming in here, knowing Lucas could have that 3-cost Into the Unknown. Alessandro going to be wanting to quest, ideally start to gain that bit of lore advantage. We could see Ursula Deceiver come into play, being able to look at Lucas's hand, giving Alessandro the opportunity to perhaps discard that Into the Unknown out of his hand. Would definitely save his Tiana from being sent into the unknown, or in this instance into the inkwell. But there's no songs in his hand.
No songs again. Poor Ursula, looking for a voice and unable to find it. Her shell necklace is empty.
Yeah, but he's going to be able to ink a card. I contemplated in my brain, if I was Alessandro right here, is it better to play the Gym Deer and quest with my Tiana and quest, or is it better to do the Ursula Deceiver? And I think taking the risk and going for the Ursula Deceiver, just in case they did have Into the Unknown, is, in my opinion, a much safer play. Because we know the previous game, Lucas was just able to gain board control so quickly. But the Dumbo,
Ninth wonder of the universe.
He's coming into play already.
He is back. We have another Tiana coming down on Alessandro's side. Now, this is fantastic. Of course, that second Tiana, she cannot be exerted this turn. But if he has both those Tianas facing sideways, Lucas would have to pay 6 ink in order to challenge Kim.
Yeah, but just even being able to establish another character on board, meaning that tramp that you were talking about, he would be able to play it for
3 ink right now.
Right now, such a reduced cost because he has 4 characters in play.
A Rafiki going into the inkwell on Lucas's side and playing that Ursula Voice Stealer and taking out the Ursula Deceiver with Dumbo.
Yeah.
Taking out a character now before he has to pay for.
Yeah. Because neither of these Tianas are exerted yet. So he doesn't have to pay a toll. Lucas is getting ready, setting himself up, starting to build up that board so that he has the opportunity to challenge these characters. He has the Basil on board. Lucas, we know Sapphire does a Sapphire thing. He's going to have loads. Sapphire does. He's going to ink a lot of cards. He's going to be able to pay the toll quite easily. This turn, he's going to be able to have 6 ink. He's going to be able to pay this toll. And he has this Basil in play, meaning he's going to be able to support his other characters, meaning he could easily take out these Tianas on board. But no, he's not going to be able to. There's 2 bodyguards.
2 bodyguards. 2 0-4 bodyguard Gym Deers have come down. He has 2 Tianas sideways. He's going to have to pay 6 ink if he wants to challenge those bodyguards. This is a board. I would not want to be sitting across from Alessandro right now with those Tianas and those bodyguards.
No, poor Lucas isn't even he's only going to be able to ink to 6, folks. not even going to be able to ink to 7 to be able to play Hades Infernal Schemer, and to do anything he has to get through those Gym Deers. But he can't challenge those Gym Deers right now because all of his characters are going to have not -3 strength, but there's 2 exerted Tianas, meaning he's going to have -6 strength.
Yeah, and because he, like you said, he can only ink right now to go up to 6, that means he could only do 1 challenge, and then all his ink would be expended. So what does Lucas do here? He is inking a Madam Mim elephant.
Yeah, a potential, even a potential, I know it's bonkers, I know it's wild, a potential double into the unknown would really help him out here, because both Tianas are exerted, meaning he could sing into the unknown, or even just double hard cast into the unknown on these Tianas would super help him here, and then he would have his characters still on the board being able to challenge into these Gym Deers and really clean up Alessandro's board, because right now, I'm a bit scared.
Okay, he did. He quested with Basil here. We gave the support to our Ursula voice stealer, and he exerted all 6 ink to challenge into one of those Gym Deer bodyguards.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it just had to be done.
Yes.
It just had to be done. You're going to have to start dealing with this board. Unfortunately, didn't have the cards he needed, but possibly next turn, perhaps we could see a Hades Infernal Schemer come down to be able to deal with at least one of these
At least one of these Tianas. Those Tianas are a problem. We have an improvise, and it looks like a lady, I think, in Alessandro's hand. Thinking here about what he wants to do. These players, of course, there's extended time. It's 70 minutes here excuse me. We are now in top 8, and I believe these times are unround. There's a timer up there, but they are untimed starting at top 8, Kim.
I'm not sure if it's top 8 or top 4. We will find out, and we will let you Lumineers at home know. But right now, 2 Tianas on the board. Did Aurora just challenge into that Basil?
Yes, she did. Aurora said, I am done holding court, and I am going to challenge that Basil, that support. Alessandro saying that support is doing too much for you. I can't have you doing that anymore.
Especially when you're not the person doing the supporting, you can see how dangerous this can be. This Basil being able to support the Ursula, who already has 3 attack, making it a 5 attack, and Lucas being able to he has ink available. He can just pay the Tiana toll. Why not?
Pay the Tiana toll. Tiana's restaurant is very expensive. Inking a Basil, and what do we have, Lucas?
What do we have? Is that 2 cards left in hand? What could we see here? Could it be the Hades Infernal Schemer?
It could be. And we are sending one of those restaurant owners into the inkwell.
Bye-bye. 1 Tiana down, 1 to go. Can Lucas do it? It is 11 lore to 2.
And then into the unknown. We were talking about that earlier, that would be the perfect card for Lucas to have. And now we have Rafiki and Ursula, voice stealer, going into that other Gym Deer bodyguard and really cleaning up Alessandro's side of the board there. Kim, that was a turn.
That was a turn. Such a phenomenal play there by Lucas, really showing he knows this deck inside out. Has to have known this deck inside out. He's made it to top 8. Both players really trying. Alessandro really going to want to be taking this win, where he's going to be wanting to go to a game 3. But Lucas being able, it doesn't matter. Alessandro had that lead on lore. It's 11 lore to 2. But no, we've seen Hades. We've seen Dumbo sang into the unknown on the Tiana.
Did you know that Dumbo was a great singer?
I did not know. I was under the impression that Dumbo couldn't speak. He was just a little baby.
Just a little baby elephant. That Into the Unknown, though, a fantastic card. Of course, a dual ink. I love the dual ink cards. And that Into the Unknown, such a key card in this Sapphire Amethyst deck.
Yes, and now we do know Alessandro is on 4, 5, 6, 7 ink. Even if he was able to ink a card and play it Under the Sea, it wouldn't do much here. You're only going to clear the Rafiki, because the Dumbo, the Ursula, and the Hades, they all have 3 strength.
Trying to see what that third card is in his hand. He has an Ursula.
He has a Gym Deer, and is that a Tramp? That's a Tramp.
Yes.
Yeah,
that is the Tramp Enterprising
Enterprising Dog.
That 1/3.
that 1/3, and I believe when you play this character, it gives strength to the other character.
Correct. When you play this character, chosen character gets +1 strength this turn for each other character you have in play. You also can pay 1 less if you have Lady in play, which he does have that Miss Park Avenue in play. But that 1/3 tramp character, I don't know that is the card that Alessandro runs right now with facing this Hades, Ursula, Dumbo, Rafiki on Lucas' side of the board.
No, and this Lady Miss Park Avenue does have 4 strength, 4 willpower. We could see a challenge into that Ursula, perhaps, or even the Rafiki being able to take them out, but then you're stuck with this evasive Dumbo. What is he going to do here? I haven't seen the Mother Knows Best. I haven't seen a You're Welcome. It's going to be really tricky for Alessandro, even though he's ahead on lore. We've seen it previously, unfortunately. 2 uninkable Under the Sea stuck in his hand game 1. And, I felt from game 1. I'm going to feel for him now.
Yeah, no, there are only 2 actions that Alessandro is running in his deck. He has the Improvise, which we have seen, and he does have Under the Sea, but no You're Welcome.
No You're Welcome.
No other actions, no other songs.
No, Alessandro really, he was on the play this game. He was able to play a lot of characters to the board. He was able to get an early advantage in lore. But unfortunately, Lucas just showing the power of this Amethyst Sapphire deck and just taking control of the board. It's going to be an Ursula Deceiver coming in, but unfortunately, Lucas has no cards in hand.
No cards in hand. Just adding another Glimmer on the board just to try to increase his board presence. He did take out that Rafiki with Lady Miss Park Avenue.
Yeah, just really, really tough plays here for Alessandro, because what is he going to do to be able to get rid of this Dumbo? It's not under the seeable.
It's under the seeable.
It's not under the seeable. No, it's not. It can't be sent under the deck.
Yes.
But does he want to establish perhaps this Jim Deere to protect his lady? Because Lucas could be able, if he top decks something that he can play, he can challenge into this lady to banish it with both the Ursula and the Hades. We're going to play the Jim Deere, not going to play it in bodyguard mode.
No, and I think that's okay, actually. Jim Deere is a bodyguard, didn't come down exerted, but Lady being a 4/4 character, Lucas, all his characters on board right now all have just 3 strength. That means he's going to have to use 2 characters to challenge into Lady. Of course, Hades will survive because he has that 6 willpower, but whether he challenges with the Ursula or the Dumbo, they would not survive the challenge. And so I think that Alessandro feels pretty safe to exert that Lady, because even if Lucas does challenge to take her out, he will have removed one of those characters from his side of the board, unless he plays Hypnotic Strength. Oh, and they're using just 1 character, that Ursula Voice Stealer, taking out that Lady Miss Park Avenue.
No, didn't even need to use both Hades and Ursula to take out Miss Park Avenue, showing the power of Hypnotic Strength, not only to give additional strength, but it also helps Lucas draw a card.
Yes, absolutely.
And then just a Jim Deere and an Ursula left on the board for Alessandro. 11 lore now to 5. Lucas slowly creeping back up.
There is that Tramp. Oh, he had 2 of those Tramp Enterprising Dogs. Played those, and
first Tramp being able to give additional strength, but then being able to play another Tramp, being able to give even more strength, because it gives just as much strength as characters in play. Being able to take out that Hades Infernal Schemer. Just a Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, left on the board. Lucas going to be able to gain a lore, pay the 1, gain a lore, and draw a card. Really showing how powerful this new card introduced to us this set is. This Iago, double Iago. We have to talk about this illusion card.
Let's talk about it. What is it, Kim?
Such a strong illusion character card here. Now, this illusion character has the vanish ability, which means if it's targeted by an action, it's gonna vanish. It's gonna vanish.
You know what's great? So Alessandro is running those improvised actions. Yes. He could actually choose to add. I choose Iago to give +1 strength now that Iago has been targeted.
Yeah, and that would just make them
an action, and they would vanish.
It would do the like in my brain when I'm playing illusions, or when I'm watching this, all in my brain, if you play an action on the illusion, in my brain, what my brain thinks of just the Iago illusion, what would happen? It will just go like a balloon. Pop, 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 pop.
I love it.
Yes, but unfortunately, No improvise in sight. It's going to be a gym. It's going to be just a Pluto coming into board.
That's a little good
Unfortunately
boy.
for Alessandro. 2 Iagos on the board, and they have 4 strength, 6 willpower. Oh, and bringing a genie wish fulfilled here. Lucas is going to draw an additional card, doing that thing we talked about that Amethyst does so well. Another genie wish fulfilled.
Yeah, not choosing to ink that Dumbo, thinking, he probably is thinking, I already have 1 Dumbo out on the board, and I would rather have this genie that quests for 2. So I'll go ahead and inking that Dumbo and developing a second genie. And this, he has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more on the board now. Going into next turn, he would be able to really start putting the pressure on.
Yeah, and not 1, not 2, but 3 evasive cards on the board for Lucas. Oh, I'm feeling for Alessandro again here. There's not much he's going to be able to do to clear these evasive cards. Yes, both the genie wish fulfilled are under the seeable.
And they are under the seeable, but not enough characters, not enough to play under the sea.
No,
even
not
if
enough
he
to
could
sing it.
To sing it, he couldn't sing it.
No, he could not sing it.
He does have enough ink that he could play it.
No, I believe he's only on 7.
Oh, he only has 7
So even if he top decked Under the Sea, he doesn't even have an inkable card in his hand. He's going to be able to ink and then hard pass Under the Sea.
I think I just saw that he has the Lilo Escape Artist in hand. So he does
have a Lilo Escape Artist? Okay, possibly. Now, we know Lucas has 5 characters on board. It's 12 lore to 9. Lucas next turn going to be able to quest for 2, 4, 6, 7. It's going to bring him up to 16. Alessandro, 12 lore on the board. But what are you going to be able to do to these evasive cards? Only top decking a Lilo Escape Artist?
Yes. Yeah, Lilo.
I'm feeling for him.
Yeah, and all these, both tramps have just 1 strength, and then both Jim Deere and Pluto 0 strength. So Alessandro is not in the position here to be doing any challenges, even if he could. And there is that Lilo Escape Artist that I was just saying was in his hand. He is playing it out and choosing here to quest. He was at 12. He's now going to go to 16. I think he's just saying, I just got to put the pressure on. I'm going to hit the gas. We're going to start to quest and say, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yes,
clear my board.
He,
Alessandro, unfortunately, doesn't have the answers to answer his opponent's board. But Alessandro now having story on board, meaning Lucas is going to be going to have to do what Alessandro couldn't do to Lucas's board, and Lucas is going to have to try and clear as many characters off this board as possible.
Which he's going to be able to do.
Oh,
quite
he's going to be
easily.
able to do. We've seen it. This Iagos has such a high strength. Either Iago can take out this Jim Deere here, both having 4 strength, that Jim Deere having 4 willpower. Iago going to be able to challenge, can take out Jim Deere. Either one of our genies could challenge and take out this Pluto. And a Dumbo and an Iago could take out either of these tramps.
Now,
and I have to say, if Lucas has a Hades Infernal Schemer in hand, he could also use it, but no,
deeper.
Dig a little deeper. Yeah, it's gonna come in. It's gonna be played. He's gonna be able to look through the top 7 cards of his deck, perhaps hoping to find even an Into the Unknown to be able to deal with more character cards. But we know Lucas has enough glimmers on board to be able to effectively deal with Alessandro's exerted cards on board, because he can effectively challenge in. I'm really intrigued to see Lucas really not wanting to show the camera his cards.
He really doesn't want us to see his cards.
Show us his cards at all. But perhaps looking for that Hades Infernal Schemer to play next turn to be able to deal with this Lilo once it quests. Because
Basil and a Rafiki coming down.
Yeah, because if Lucas can effectively deal with the Pluto and the Jim Deere and both tramps on board, leaving this Lilo, Alessandro going to be able to quest to 18, but going to need a way to deal with this Lilo. And by sending it into the Inkwell, stops Alessandro being able to play it from the discard at the start of the next turn.
Yeah, I think that's why Alessandro decided to quest with all of his characters, right? Is because he has that Lilo. He's at 16 right now. Next turn, he could possibly quest with 2 with that Lilo, even if Lucas took care of all of his other characters. I think probably Alessandro is hoping that there wasn't another Hades Infernal Schemer coming down, taking out Pluto now. So he did clear the board there, except for that little Lilo. And, you know, the other thing that this does is it stops Lucas from questing, right? So Alessandro said, I have game on board. Yes. I have story on board. That means that Lucas has to answer and cannot quest himself. Saves Alessandro for another turn. It is back to him. He is going to quest for 2.
Yeah, and Lucas having to challenge that turn, not being able to quest, meant this turn he was not able to get up to 20. This turn he's only going to be able to quest up to 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, meaning he's missing 2.
Missing 2. And Alessandro, I don't know what card he top decked on his turn, but he just quested with Lilo and did not play anything. So I don't know what that card is, but he did not play it.
He did not play it. He kept it in his hand. Was it another uninkable? Could it have been perhaps an uninkable Under the Sea?
I would not be surprised if it was.
Because well, this turn, Lucas is going to be able to quest. He's going to be able to get up to 18. If Lucas can establish even an Into the Unknown, if he can just play an Into the Unknown or even a Hades Infernal Schemer to get rid of this Lilo, meaning next turn, if Alessandro isn't able to deal with his entire board, he's going to be able to win.
There's that Hades.
That's the Hades
into the inkwell. Okay, now, if he does have that Under the Sea in his hand, I don't think it's going to do him any good because so many of Lucas's characters have such high strength. It really wouldn't hit not enough to keep him. Lucas, and he said
it was the Under the Sea.
Man, both game 1 and game 2, that uninkable 8-cost Under the Sea song is what kept Alessandro from getting ahead and taking that win, Kim.
Oh, I have to feel for Alessandro there. Game 1, 2 uninkable Under the Seas in his hand. This time, okay, he top decked Under the Sea. He needed the Under the Sea.
And he had 7 ink only.
But only on 7 ink, and he drew an inkable card. He could have inked it. He could have played it. But that Hades Infernal Schemer that he just played on the Lilo had 3 strength, meaning it wasn't Under the Seeable.
It was not Under the Seeable. That...
Sorry. I felt for him.
Kim.
Yeah.
But we do have a player now who is advancing to semifinals.
Yes.
He has earned that foil uncut sheet. How exciting has today been?
He's one step closer to getting into the grand final here today, where the winner is going to earn themselves a place in the Disney Lorcana World Championship for Season 2.
Yes.
We know how fabulous Season 1 was. We know how fabulous the World Championship was, and all the players playing here today wanting to earn their place for this season. A lot of players so hungry to play. They've enjoyed Season 1 so much. I know I've enjoyed Season 1 so much, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see what's happening. What player, most importantly, what deck is going to come out on top?
What deck is going to come out on top? I know that we talked about this earlier, but that Sapphire Amethyst deck making up about a third or so of the field. We are sure to see that Blurple deck, as we all love to call it now, in the semifinals, but will it make it?
Will it make it
to the finals?
Will we have another Sapphire Amethyst going forward now into top 4? We brought you a top 8 match, but an Amethyst Sapphire, the most represented deck here this weekend. I'm honestly not surprised to see it progress forward.
I do love, before we get to something fun, I do have to say, though, I loved seeing some spice, though, in that Sapphire Amethyst deck. That Ursula Voice Stealer. We didn't see magical maneuvers come in, but there was some spice in there.
Yeah. Especially being able to play against cards. There's a lot of 3-cost Amber cards in particular that Lady Family Dog, perhaps, meaning that if you had an Ursula Deceiver and you could exert the Lady Family Dog and you had an Into the Unknown, you'd be able to sing perhaps that song for free.
That would be beautiful.
That would
I
be
would love
beautiful.
that.
Do we have a 10-cost? Is there a 10-cost? I don't believe there's a. We have a. Well, do we have a 10-cost character, Glimmer? I believe it's Tekka. Mickey? Mickey! Oh my god, okay.
Right?
Completely hypothetical. universe.
Okay.
Could we potentially, sometime in the future, someone do it for me because I want to see it happen, please. Ursula, voice stealer coming in, gonna exert a 10 cost character card.
Yeah.
Could we see second
Kim is
star to
cooking.
the? Could we see
Kim
second?
is cooking
could
here.
we see second star to the right being sung for free? I saw it last week being sung by a Monstro and a Tipo. Could we see it being sung for free?
We could. It could happen.
Absolutely.
Somebody cook that up for us. But right now, speaking of spice,
Yes,
Kim,
spice. Okay, spice.
something that has been a little spicy this weekend has been a little friendly competition among the casters. We did a super fun fantasy draft. I had a stacked team, Kim.
Yeah, you had a stacked team. I had a stacked team.
You really
We
did.
all had stacked teams coming in.
Oh,
and I believe after that, because I believe Tiago being the only person being able to make it into top 32. None of my players made it, but is that 93 points I have right there?
That is 93 points. You beat me. I was so close, Kim.
You were so I bet you by 3 points.
I had 90 points. You beat me by just 3 points. Oh my goodness. Well, this was so fun, though. I just want to take a chance to talk about some of these players up here on the screen. That was so fun.
It was so fun. It was absolutely phenomenal. And just to shout out, not even these players, just all players. And if you played Fantasy Draft with us at home, let us know who was on your team. Who did you draft? Did you guys draft with us? And, yes.
Or
I apologize.
Or which caster's team were you cheering for?
Who were you cheering for, and were you on my team? And if not, why weren't you on my team? Because I wasn't. And I apologize to headphone users. I got very excited.
You
I'm
did.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I got very upset, Kim. I really wanted to win fantasy draft. I was so sure that I 3 points.
Yes.
3 points, Kim.
3 points. I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry.
But you know
I
what?
still love you.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Yes.
We beat all the boys. and Erica. But we beat Spessy.
We did it.
We beat Baker.
We
beat
Spessy and Kawa.
We beat Erica.
We got the boys.
We got them. Our
We got
fantasy
'em.
draft.
We got 'em. But top 8 is not finished. We have a second feature match to bring
we do. More Disney Lorcana play. I know that's what you're all here for in Twitch chat. You want to see games. You want to see these players play. So we do have a second featured match here for you in the top 8. Very exciting.
Yeah.
These players. I mean, let's just talk about this room. You saw some of those players that were part of our fantasy draft, but these players are so not just hungry, right? But they're so skilled.
They're so skilled.
They are out there with their teams.
Yeah.
They're out there with their communities, practicing, putting in the repetitions, and they know these decks inside and out.
Do.
Like
that
you were
is clear.
saying, very clear. And they are ready to play. They are so focused and ready to win that title of Disney Lorcana Challenge Bologna champion.
Yeah, they are locked in. They're laser focused. I learned that from JDZ. They're locked in. They're
Locked
ready.
in.
They know these decks inside out, and being able to take home season 2. At the end of the day, we're not going to have a player qualified. We're not going. We have 30. Sorry, I have to count myself down. We already have 32 players qualified to the EU Continental Championship. But at the end of today, we are going to have our first player qualified to the World Championship.
And here is our next featured match for you. We have an Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel matchup for you. Marco Mari here, our player 1 on the left against Nick Pham on the right. Nick Pham, who was 13th after Swiss rounds today, doing very well with the Amethyst Steel deck.
Yeah, and I believe this is, in fact, not an Amber Steel deck. I believe this is
Emerald
Steel deck.
Okay,
We'll fix that for you guys. Don't even worry.
That.
We'll fix that. We'll tell them to fix that for you guys.
All right, so player 1 on the playing down that cursed merfolk, and then answered with a daisy on the other side of the board. We have Emerald Steel. We have an Emerald Steel deck. So fun.
Yes, we do. And this is not an Amethyst Steel deck either, I believe. This isn't another Amber Emerald. We just seen it come in, not the underdog deck, I can call it. Yes, the underdog deck. Another one in top 8. Absolutely amazing.
You know, Emerald Steel, we've seen some of these matches today, yesterday and today with this Emerald Steel deck. And I am actually really excited to see that it has made it all the way here to top 8.
Yeah, we've seen a a good lot of Amber Emerald represented here this weekend. And this opening turn 1 Daisy Duck play, absolutely, so amazing. Being able to challenge already. Okay. I did not expect that, but I did not expect it, but I respect it.
I do. Yes. And having to, of course, Curse Merfolk, 0/1 character, so Daisy takes no damage. But the ability of Curse Merfolk is that when that character is challenged, you must discard a card. And so this player choosing to discard an Under the Sea, which is that 8-cost uninkable song, so he doesn't want to keep it in his hand anyway. Might as well use that to get rid of that Curse Merfolk so that this player cannot quest for 2.
Yeah, and right.
Double Daisy.
But being against the Calhoun on the board, that Calhoun is not under the seeable. We've talked about these cards having such high strength and not being able to be targeted by Under the Sea. But being able to establish 2 1-drops turn 2, that's 3 characters on the board. But no, not 3 characters on the board. Fire the cannons, and the Calhoun going to be used to banish that Daisy Duck Donald's date.
I love that so much. And of course, because that Calhoun did banish Daisy, we're going to gain that 2 lore from Calhoun's ability. Calhoun's such a great card in Steel. There are not many Steel decks, I think, that aren't playing Calhoun because her ability is just so good.
Yeah, and
she should have resist 1.
She has resist 1, so she doesn't get any damage for that Daisy Duck Donald's Day. And we know these Steel decks are running songs like Strength of the Raging Fire. Not many Steel removal songs left. We have Fire the Cannon, not even songs, but removal tools like Fire the Cannons, because that's an action, and Strength of the Raging Fire. And our Emerald Steel player is going to try and want to establish as many characters on the board as possible in order to be able to play or even sing Strength of the Raging Fire. But I've got to talk about this Louis Glimmer.
Louis great.
Yes, I love Louis. Being able to, he comes in exerted, but on play, being able to give an opposing character reckless, meaning his opponent, that character, isn't going to be able to quest. It's going to have to challenge.
Yeah, I do want to rewind just if anybody missed it, but Daisy did challenge Calhoun to banish her, and the reason why she's able to do that was because the Merryweather, when she came in, gave Daisy an extra 2 strength, so she was able to challenge with 3 strength into Calhoun, pass that resist, and take Calhoun off the board. And a Tiana coming down.
A Tiana restaurant owner coming down.
Amber Emerald players' side of the board.
Yeah, I've been loving this inclusion in these Amber Emerald decks, as when Tiana's exerted, I've said it before, you guys know it at home, when Tiana's exerted, all opposing characters are going to get -3 strength, meaning a lot of these characters, when Tiana's exerted, these characters are going to have -3 strength, meaning your opponent is going to either have to get rid of this Tiana first in some way, or pay that 3 ink toll to be able to challenge effectively.
Yep, and we had a Dock come down, which is what this deck wants to do, this Emerald Steel, to draw 2 cards. Drew into 2 Mulans, played 1.
Drew another Mulan, and then had to discard them along. Gonna play this Go-Go,
Tamago.
Perhaps hoping here to top deck into Strength of the Raging Fire, being able to have 4 characters on board, meaning if Marco is able to top deck a Strength of the Raging Fire, he would be able to either hard cast it or even sing with this Louis on the Tiana to be able to get rid of it, because we know once that Tiana is exerted...
Oh, he has no cards in hand.
He has no cards in hand.
I was worried for a second. I went, no
cards in hand. But if he did have cards in hand, and if it was that Strength of the Raging Fire, that Ursula Deceiver, such a great card to be used in these matchups. But what was that top deck?
I didn't see.
I
was trying to look.
No.
I was looking on the screen. I was like moving my head over as if I could change the angle of the screen. But this is a 2-dimensional object.
Just in case there's different perspective. We are trying to jump through the screen. I want to know what he has in hand. And it's such these decisions. These decisions by the players, it's so difficult when to know when to quest, when to sing, when to turn your characters sideways. Marco's not going to be able to challenge. None of Nick's characters are exerted. Going to choose to quest with the Go-Go Tamago. He had to play Go-Go, wasn't able to use Go-Go's ability. If he had enough ink previously, could have played Go-Go Tamago, could have used her ability. No whining, woman up, to be able to pay an additional cost and gain that lore.
Yeah, that is the best name of an ability in all of Disney Lorcana TCG.
It is one of my favorite. It is one of my favorites, of course. And I feel like why I know. Is that a Bobby Zimmerowski?
And a Emerald Chromacon right behind it. Emerald Chromacon could come in very handy for here. It might help him to be able to start turning cards sideways and say, if you want to banish my characters, go ahead, because then you'll have to bounce your characters back. Exerting here the Go-Go, the Mulan, and maybe Lewis, not sure.
No, perhaps he wants to keep this Lewis, because this Lewis has 4 strength. So being able to even, maybe perhaps going to keep this Louis, not going to quest, not going to exert it, because if Nick quests with the Tiana, next turn, Marco could choose to pay the toll and just challenge the Tiana restaurant owner. But of course, now, for Nick, he clearly sees his opponent. Okay, it's 7 lore to 2. You're Nick. You're watching your opponent have that lore
lead.
Lore lead, exactly. Thank you. That lore lead. But your opponent just played this Emerald Chromacon to the board. If Nick challenges any of these characters, Marco's going to have the option to bounce characters back to hand.
Yeah, and right now he actually can't even challenge Gogo Tamago because she is evasive, so the only character he could challenge is Mulan, that 2/1 character on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough decision here for Nick about what he's going to do. Does he have cards in his hand? Is that 2 cards in his hand?
Yes,
Does he have
that's
3 ink? 3 ink and 2 cards in his hand?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Players here discussing what's going to happen. Or both players thinking what's going to happen, because whoever wins this, okay, we're only on game 1, but whoever wins this top 8 match is going to find themselves in top 4.
Going to the semifinals, 1 step closer to that champion title, 1 step closer to that world's invite, prizes on the line, thinking through every possible line here of what he wants to do. Really not wanting to make a mistake, because you were saying, Kim, all of those little decisions, right? All of these decisions, and one small decision could make the difference between the game win or a game loss.
Yes, all of these micro decisions, we've talked a lot about them all weekend, but they're so vital. And these players know their decks inside out. They know when they're going to want to quest, when they're going to want to challenge. But having opposing evasive characters on board and you don't have an evasive character in play, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Yeah, and we are, I mean, if he had an Under the Sea in hand, does he have enough to sing it? He doesn't, though. No. He has an Aurora and another Merryweather, it looks like.
And he's
not
going to do anything. He's not going to do anything. He's just going
to pass.
Not a single quest, knowing,
not a quest
because this Louis on the board.
Prince Philip,
do you want to tell us about this?
Prince Philip with Ward, and he quests for 2. Prince Philip is fantastic.
Yeah, and this Emerald Chromacon in play is going to have our Amber Emerald player. They're going to be feeling a bit scared. There is not a lot of strength on these characters they have in play. Okay, I like this. Okay, Bobby Zimmerowski, Trey Cheese Kid coming in. We're going to be able to draw a card, discard a card. Is that the answer we need? Are we going to be able to find something we can use? Could it be even an Under the Sea? We could get rid of a lot of characters. No, it's not.
It was an Ursula Deceiver.
It was an Ursula Deceiver. And when you have an Ursula Deceiver, is it any good if your opponent has no cards in hand?
All right, and Mulan is going to be banished now, and so our player gets to choose from that Emerald Chromacon which character is going to bounce back. And we do apologize. The players' names on screen were incorrect, so we're going to get that corrected for you so we have those right names for you for these top 8 players.
Yes, but right now we have our Emerald Steel player versus our Amber Emerald player, and whoever wins this is going to be going on to the top 4, the semi-finals, but it's only game 1. And even though our Emerald Steel player has an advantage on lore, our Amber Emerald player here has a lot of characters on the board. Are they going to be able to do something to deal with his opponent's board? But that Emerald Chromacon in play, meaning if he decides to challenge, our Emerald Steel player is going to have the opportunity to bounce something back to hand.
Yeah. Now, the first time that happened when the Mulan got challenged and banished, he did decide to bounce back his own dock, right? Because now he can replay it again and draw 2 cards because he has no other cards in hand. So choosing to return that to hand to replay it. And now choosing to send back a Daisy to maybe we're still thinking about it.
These decisions are just so hard. Honestly, if I was either of these players right now, I'd be shaking. I'd be shaking in my boots, and I'd be so scared. But being able to bounce that dock back to hand is huge because we know that these Emerald Steel decks, these Steel in general, dock is such a huge card draw tool. Okay. Requesting with the Pluto. We're going to quest with the Pluto. Great. Tiana is exerted, meaning opponents, meaning this Emerald Steel player's Glimmers on board are going to have -3 strength. However, our Emerald Steel player has enough ink to be able to perhaps play their dock and pay the toll to be able to challenge Tiana with the Louis.
Yeah, being able to play that dock might be what he wants to do, but I did not see what he drew off the top of his deck for this turn. So there might be, is it another Prince Philip? I think it is another Prince Philip. So we are going to ink that, play the dock.
Yeah, we're going to ink our Prince Philip, and now we can pay the toll and challenge this Tiana with the Louis, and then we're going to be able to play our dock, and we're going to be able to draw 2 cards.
Another dock. He drew that strength. Strength of Raging Fire here. Tranquil as a forest, but a fire within. For Bruno, I believe here is our Emerald Steel player.
Oh, such a mighty play for our Emerald Steel player. Being able to play a dock, draw into another dock, more ways to draw cards. We've talked about it a lot. Yep. So not only Amethyst can draw cards, but we know this dock can help draw cards as well. We're going to choose to quest with our Prince Philip. Are we going to choose to keep... We're going to choose to keep our Strength of a Raging Fire perhaps for next turn to maybe get rid of another Tiana if our opponent plays it. Are we going to save it, or perhaps maybe next turn when we're able to sing with that Louis on the Daisy Duck Donald's date?
Yep. Yeah, inching his way up, Bruno choosing to quest, inching closer and closer to 20 lore. 13 lore for Bruno, who is on this Emerald Steel deck. Our Amber Emerald player is Enrico Mario.
Oh, this improvise coming in, being able to give 1 additional strength, but also going to allow Enrique O'Mara to draw an additional card. I believe now both names and ink colors on the board are now correct. Bruno previously coming 3rd, and our Amber Emerald player being 27th in seeding.
Improvise, of course, giving, it looks like he must have given that 2 strength from Improvise to Daisy.
Yeah, and it's going to also use Ursula Deceiver to be able to challenge this Louis. Yeah. I
missed who he gave the extra strength to with the...
I believe he gave it to the Ursula, so then he was able to challenge that Louis.
Thank you, yes.
Previously did have 1 damage on it. Improvise coming in, going to give that extra strength to Ursula Deceiver, going to be able to finish off that Louis, meaning... There's no 3-cost character left on board to be able to sing Strength of the Raging Fire. But of course, our Amber Emerald player doesn't know that. We're going to want to get rid of this Louis to stop a possible challenge into our Daisy Duck Donald stage, because 4 strength on the Louis, meaning it would have been able to cleanly challenge into that Daisy Duck Donald stage to get rid of it. But it's 13 lore, 2-4. Our Amber Emerald player here is going to want to try and quest now to catch up with our Emerald Steel player.
Yeah, I was wondering. I thought I saw that Go-Go come down or into Enrico's hand, and he did. He's choosing to play that Go-Go. I wonder why he didn't hold it maybe to play when he could trigger Gogo's ability. Of course, you can pay an additional 2 ink when you play her to gain lore equal to damage on an opposing character. But she is an evasive character, so able to quest safely, well, semi-safely. You only evasive character on Bruno's side of the board is that Gogo as well. It would be an even trade.
Yes, it would be. And I do like this play, even being able to establish another character on board, meaning if our Amber Emerald player has perhaps a tramp in hand, would be able to draw that amount of character cards in play. Yes, he's going to have to discard them, but maybe he's searching for another, maybe perhaps he's searching for that Under the Sea he could use to help him keep control in this game. And right now, our Amber Emerald player has so many characters on board. They're really starting to control this game, and that Go-Go Tamago coming into play, next turn could be used to evenly trade, like you said, with this other opposing Go-Go Tamago.
Yep. Bruno, of course, we did an interview with him earlier. He is our Emerald Steel player, and he came in third after our 12 rounds of Swiss. So he knows this Emerald Steel deck so well, has brought it here this weekend. Not a deck I think that a lot of people expected to see, but it has performed so well today, piloted so well today by this player. And now, though, how is he going to get out of this?
Yeah, and we previously seen our Amber Emerald player establish this Go-Go Tamago on board, hoping possibly to use it to deal with this other evasive Go-Go Tamago. However, we know there's a Strength of the Raging Fire in hand, which could be used to deal 3 damage.
Oh,
and that's what we're going to see.
Hard cast it. Yes.
Yes, we could have seen possibly a Fire the Cannons come in, but no, we're going to do Strength of the Raging Fire is going to come in, going to be able to deal 3 damage here. But what is he going to choose? I believe maybe it may go on the Go-Go Tamago.
That's
could
what
he choose
it looks like.
Could he choose to use it on the Daisy Duck Donald's date? But it looks like he was choosing to use it on Go-Go Tamago.
Tamago.
Go-Go Tamago.
He did, yes.
Yeah, he did. He's going to use it. He's going to say Go-Go Tamago away.
Go away, Go-Go. And passing it back now, or he's going to quest with that Go-Go inching up even closer now. He will be at 14.
Can safely quest with this Go-Go as well, knowing there's no opposing invasive characters on board. Now, if we see a potential Under the Sea, that could help him clear the board. However, only 5 characters on board, all costing such low strength. He's not even going to be able to sing together that Under the Sea to be able to deal with his opponent's board.
Yeah, and I don't know that he necessarily wants to right now, right? He's at 15 lore. He has 4 on the board. Next turn, he could go to 19 if Enrico Mario doesn't challenge anything. If Enrico decides to challenge, then we have that Emerald Chromacon in play, right? Which is really going to make him think about what he wants to challenge, what he doesn't. So, I feel like Bruno is... I'm going to be interested to talk to him, whether he wins or loses is, sometimes as viewers, we think, oh, this player seems like they're on the back foot. Yes. But then you talk to him and they go, no, I felt totally in control.
Yeah.
I felt good in that moment.
Yeah, and this Prince Philip having ward is huge.
Yes.
Okay? Our Amber Emerald player is not going to be able to target it for anything. He bounces back to hand because it has ward. Stops your opponent targeting this Prince Philip, meaning next turn, Bruno's going to be able to quest for 4, bringing him up to 19. And this Go-Go Tamago is evasive if Enrico Mara, our Amber Emerald player, isn't going to be able to deal with this evasive card. What's he going to do? He's not going to be able to stop Bruno here. Could we see Bruno, our Emerald Steel player, take the Game 1 win?
I think there's a lot of Emerald Steel fans who would love to see it. They would
think
love to see this.
Such an underrepresented deck here this weekend, but I believe that's that Tramp in play, which could be used to help our Amber Emerald player draw the cards he needs. Perhaps.
Enrico Mario really taking his time here, thinking through what he wants to do.
Yeah, did go to exert 2 ink, but then said, no, gonna rethink this play. Okay, I have 5 characters on board. You have a Prince Philip, you have a Duck, you have a Go-Go Tamago. I can deal with this Duck. He could cleanly challenge this Duck, but he would have to use at least 3 of his characters, whether that be a Merryweather, whether that be a Bobby, maybe that's going to be also an Aurora, but this Merryweather coming in.
Yep, and he is choosing Bobby Zimmerowski.
Going to give it 2 additional strength?
Yeah, no, it's 2 additional strength.
Yes.
I think he was using it as like a strength marker, but it was a little too confusing there since we're.
I was like, when
did
Bobby get 2 damage? That means he's in banish. But being able to establish this Merryweather and then being able to play this tramp,
that is big here.
Yeah. And this. Did he just pay 1 for that tramp?
He did, Kim.
Gonna be able to draw 6 cards. Okay, gonna be able to keep 1, but such a great way of being able to filter through the deck, maybe searching for just the card
Looking
he
for
needs.
he's got a Go-Go, an Ursula, I think that's a lady, a tramp, a Daisy, and I can't quite make out what that last card is. Maybe another tramp.
It's another Ursula Deceiver.
Oh,
But
it's Ursula Deceiver.
Yeah, just contemplating whether he decides to keep that card that he put on the table in his hand. He's going to have to discard 6. He was able to draw 6. He has 7 cards in his hand. He's going to have to choose to discard 6.
So
just
which
contemplating.
one card do you keep in this situation?
Which one card do you keep? I don't know. I'm so conflicted. But the one card on the table, but I really want to know what this one card is. But maybe he's choosing, okay, he's putting the cards he doesn't want to keep on the table. Is he going to keep this Go-Go Tamago in order to be able to get rid of this Go-Go Tamago, possibly the turn after next, being able to establish another evasive? But of course, if you can't deal with these characters on board already, for Bruno, he's going to be able to quest for 4, meaning that's going to bring him up to 19.
Enrico Maria has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore that he could quest with all of his characters if he wanted to and say, I'm not going to challenge, I'm not going to bounce any characters back with that Emerald Chromacon. And that would put him at 15, and Bruno would be in trouble. Because Bruno would not be able to win on his next turn, and that would present game from Enrico Maria.
Yeah, but even if we saw... even if we saw our Amber Emeralds player not being able to clear any of these opposing characters, if Bruno perhaps has another Go-Go Tamago in hand, he could play that, trigger its ability, gain that lore he needs to win this game. I'm so into it. I'm ready.
We are ready. To see what happens.
I'm ready to see what happens. Okay, he kept a Go-Go Tamago. He's still deciding what to discard.
Oh, okay, the other card in hand I think is a Daisy.
No, we're having a look again. We're going to decide what we're going to discard.
Yes.
This tramp, meaning, you can play it for 1.
Oh no, it's that. Okay, yes. Is it the tramp?
Is it another tramp? Could he play a tramp
that's what
for
you were
free?
saying.
No, but this tramp, he's going to be able to... He had 6 other cards in hand, meaning that he was able to draw 6 cards. Okay, he had 1 card left in hand, but he still has to discard 6 cards.
Yes.
He's only able to keep 1 card. Or if you're the Amber Emeralds player, what are you thinking here? Do you just concede to game 1 and go into game 2?
I don't know. It's not over right now.
It's not over right now. It's only game 1.
Yes.
These are best of 3 matches. A 2-game format is gone. We're in best of 3, and it is top 8. Okay, showing the cards we're going to discard. Okay, we decided to keep 1. Okay.
Did he keep the Go-Go?
Did he keep the Go-Go? I think he kept the Go-Go. I think that's possibly the choice here. It's so hard to tell because you're going to have to challenge into any of these characters right here. Okay, we're going to quest with the Daisy. That Daisy Duck trigger going to give our Emerald Steel player another Prince Philip into the hand. Going to challenge, but of course our Emerald Chromacon's still on the board, going to be able to bounce a card back to hand. And choosing to bounce his own card back to hand?
Yes. Choosing to bounce back that Go-Go Tamago. Questing with Prince Philip for 2 here, going up to 17.
Oh, it's
fire the cannon. Yes.
Oh, this is huge.
Oh, my goodness.
This is
that
humongous.
Fire the cannons, doing an additional 2 damage to Daisy Duck, and then playing that Go-Go for the win here in game 1. Now that game went we have the results of this entire match for you, of this featured game. It went to game 3,
It
Kim.
did go to game 3.
It did.
It did go to game 3 because we don't want to delay you from seeing top 4. We don't want to delay you from seeing the semi-finals, and we don't want to delay our players from playing their semi-finals. And Bruno did manage to win. He managed to win. It went to game 3, meaning it was 1-1, but our Emerald Steel player managed to take the win.
We have Emerald Steel in the semifinals of Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna. I did not think that was something that we were going to see. I was not expecting it, but Bruno masterfully piloting this Emerald Steel deck. I cannot wait to see it in semifinals along with the other match that we're going to see.
Yeah.
We're going to go to a break, Kim.
We're going to go to a quick break. I need to rest. I need to catch my breath.
Down.
Rebecca needs to catch her breath. We're ready to go. We're going to go to a quick break. Go boil the kettle. Go make yourself a cup of tea because we are going to be back for our live semi-finals. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Bologna, Italy. And I'm joined finally for the first time this event by the ultimate specimen, Joe Kearney. My man, it's so good to be back in the booth with you. How you doing, man?
Doing very well. Enjoyed that. Particularly enjoyed Kim's reaction to that Fire the Cannons Go-Go combination.
She is on fire this weekend, man. I think absolutely the star of the show. I was just having a quick look at the Twitch chat. It's great to see so many of you have come out to watch the highest tier of competitive Lorcana. But I don't know, I just got this vibe that the chat feels disappointed in me. Like I'm not giving enough energy. Like I need to be more positive, more passionate. So I'm going to make the effort to give you an extra 150% today. But we've got a very exciting semi-final match, Joe. I'm really looking forward to it. One player is going to earn their way to the World Championships as long as taking the title of DLC Bologna, Italy champion.
Yeah, we saw Ely from France do it last year, but we've got 4 players left in the tournament. The players are sat down and ready, and very soon, in fact right now, we're going to be watching the semi-final.
Yo, we're back. Becky back in the booth.
Let's go. I am beyond excited to be here. Very, very excited to see what our players here have in store. It has been a long weekend of Disney Lorcana TCG action. The local time here in Italy is 5 minutes past 8. The building this morning, what time was it? 8 a.m.?
We arrived at 8 a.m.
So it's about 12 hours these players have been here just today. Yesterday was about a 14-hour shift.
It really was. We've worked hard this weekend, but not as hard as these incredible players that have been going for 2 days, 12 rounds of Swiss, followed by top 32 cut. We have Lucas Marcelin from France on the blur pool, was the first seed going up against Nick Pham on Amethyst Steel, the 13th seed. This is bound to be a banger, Spessy.
It is. I mean, Nick Pham just sounds like the name of a good Disney Lorcana player, doesn't it?
It does. This speaks champion to me. Will he prove us right and go all of the way? Just to let you know at home, guys, we will only be showing one of the semi-final matches, but after we finish this one, we will proceed, of course, to our grand final best of 5 format. Have you missed best of 5, Spessy?
Best of 5 is so exciting. It's not something you get to see so often.
Sure, nope.
But one thing I love about best of 5 is the play-draw disparity is significantly reduced because each player has an opportunity to break serve that one extra time. And speaking of breaking serve, that's what Frank Carsten likes to call it. Nick will be on the play, and you have to think that Lucas, with that first seed playing Amethyst Sapphire, is the strong favourite to take down the tournament from here. Securing that first seed in Swiss is an incredibly impressive achievement, and the reward for doing that is the ability to start on the play in game number 1.
100%. And we had a little chat, me and Rebecca, with Ed Chu earlier on, DLC Fort Worth champion, North American champion, second place at Worlds. And we were talking about why he chose to bring Blurp. And he said, you want to see the Amethyst Steel deck. So on the play, you've got to think Lucas is favourite. But we are off to the races. A big old whale, a big boy Monstro going into the Inkwell. And we see the Rafiki Mystical Fighter starting us off.
It's the White Rose into the ink for Nick. And in comes the Palace Guard, of course, a illusion character with that vanish keyword. But a Tipo here for Lucas would make the numbers work out quite well for them. Might be a sail, or is it possible we see no ramp at all? The Tipo is there. Mom, I think I'm still growing. Still my favourite flavour text for now.
When are we casting Spessy as Tipo in the live animation Emperor's New Groove? That's what I want to hear. But yes, you always want to see that turn 2 ramp if you are a Sapphire deck. So great that Lucas starting off strong. And then going over to Nick, did he just ink and pass?
That is correct, Baker. No card played on turn 2. No quest either, with the Rafiki and Tipo threatening that 4 strength. So it's a slow start for Nick. On the other side, Lucas 1 jump ahead now thanks to that Tipo, and Dumbo is in the ink, and Dumbo is on the board.
This Dumbo has had a huge impact since its introduction. But not too long ago with Fabled, this incredible 4-cost character, 3/3 quest for 1, can exert and pay 1 ink to draw a card, and your other evasive characters get that same ability. We see Nick taking turn 3 and finally establishing another character, the Genie Satisfied Dragon, which is going to be very useful in this matchup for Dumbos. Maybe you can boost its strength and take out Genies. This is at least what you want to see on turn 3.
Yeah, and what a luxury for Lucas, being able to spend their entire turn paying 5 ink to draw 3 cards. But that's not all. 1 jump ahead. Well, actually now 2 jumps ahead, thanks to that Tipo on turn 2, and then singing 1 jump ahead. Isn't that fascinating, Baker, to see this card included? We know that players like 4 Tipos, they like 4 sails. Well, Lucas says, I want a 9th card, and I imagine there is just 1 copy of that 1 jump ahead in the deck list. We'll try and get that confirmed to you.
Yeah, you may well be right. Again, the Sapphire decks instantly feel 50% worse if you do not hit your turn 2 ramp. So it's really important to try and raise those odds, not to mention if we can do what Lucas just did there. And Turbo Ramp, you said it yourself, Spessy, 2 jumps ahead, singing with this T-Po, and suddenly we're at 6 ink and going into a 7 ink turn. We're going to double challenge and get rid of that Genie. Interesting quest there from Nick.
Yeah, very, very interesting decision. As we see Hades come through, that's going to deal with Genie, although it does go into the Inkwell, so Nick has a little bit more ink to work with. Palace Guard's still on the board, not doing much. How about another Genie, says Nick?
Yeah, Genie's not bad. Drawing a card, evasive 2-4, can be kind of slow, but we're able to extend a little more with the Diablo. Again, this is an Amethyst Steel deck. One of its best removal options is Strength of a Raging Fire, for which you want to build a nice wide board. The Blurple deck has a few rather large bodies. This Hades, again, even Genie with that 4 willpower, so you want to go as wide as you can.
Certainly do. That's really the role of Nick in this matchup, you would imagine. It's try to go underneath this Amethyst Sapphire deck. We know that the Sapphire Amethyst deck has so much control. Can Nick just quest aggressively? If they can't, Nick might just try and take on a different role in this matchup and go toe for toe with the Sapphire Amethyst players. We see Hypnotic Strength and Genie. It's going to be the Palace Guard vanishing Baker thanks to the Jafar's Hypnotic Strength.
Yes, don't forget that vanish keyword if targeted by an action. Immediately banished, and of course allowing a card draw on top of that.
Yeah, this Palace Guard, it looked good, didn't it, up against Rafiki, but the T-Po just stopped it from questing, and I do believe that Palace Guard, it might have gained 1 lore, but I'm not even sure if it did gain 1 at all. Lucas is in the lead at 3 lore. Nick is trailing at 1, but it is Nick's turn to play a card.
And you said, like, Nick may have to change his tactics to try and go toe-to-toe with Lucas. And that's kind of the, like, one of the positives about Amethyst Steel. It is quite an aggressive deck. They have high questers, but it does have the tools to be able to combat the board, as opposed to something like Amber Steel, which very rarely is making positive challenges.
Yep, Genie challenging Hades. I think I know what's coming, Baker.
It's the Bell Accomplished Mystic. 5-cost Inkable 4/4 quest for 2, and on play you can move not 1 but 2 but 3 damage counters from one character to another. So healing up our Genie and putting those on that infernal, as Kim would say, schemer.
Yes. 5 damage counters on the Hades is nice, but that 6 willpower means it is safe and sound, although I can see that 1-cost action in hand for Nick, and I have a feeling they're just trying to decide what to ink, and then we will be seeing that Fire the Cannons clean up Hades. There it is.
That's very good, yeah. The choice of what you ink literally can decide the game every single turn. I've spoken to people who said, yeah, I literally lost on turn 1 when I chose to ink this instead of this. So these are very pivotal decisions that these players are having to make. We're going to pass back over to Lucas, who's going to ready, set, draw, as is the tradition in Disney Lorcana. How many cards is he holding right now? I think it's 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4. What Nick's doing a good job of, as we see a second Genie for Lucas, is Nick really has to ensure that Lucas never gets a board state where they have 10 cost worth of characters.
Absolutely.
To get that sing together 10 second star to the right. There might not be any way of coming back for Nick in the long run if that happens.
This is fantastic. Another Hypnotic Strength. We're going to draw a card, and this time targeting our own Genie, meaning we're making a wonderful challenge into the opposing one, and we're living to tell the tale.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the body language of both players looking quite confident, but Nick leaning forward in his chair a little bit. Lucas, though, just looking so comfortable right now.
Yeah, you've got to think he feels like he's in the driving seat again. This is absolutely one of the matches you want to see as the Blurple player. You have the tools, but like you said, can Nick go under just by winning the game before Lucas can get to the point where he's just dominating with this very top-end deck that he's running? There's the Strength of a Raging Fire, sung by Bell.
Yeah, big moment. Getting rid of 1 Genie. Now Dumbo developed down on the board. Nick only with that 1 evasive character, only with 1 card in hand, although that Diablo might be able to start refilling the hand soon enough. Lucas now with the Genie on the board and an abundance of ink to work with.
do we potentially have an Elsa to remove this Dumbo? Because this can be a very annoying character, can not only benefit from the breaking records ability itself, but any other evasives. But here we see a hard summon for 8 of Elsa, Spirit of Winter, who is going to freeze 2 characters. They're going to be exerted and not ready at the start of the next turn. And this is what we were saying, Joe, when you get to the top end of Blurple, you just have so many high impact characters that are just going to stall Nick out and hopefully race ahead.
Genie also going to quest. There is now 12 cost worth of characters on Lucas's side of the board, which does mean that they might have the opportunity to sing second star to the right in the next turn. It's interesting, Baker, you were talking about Elsa. The 5th Spirit would have been great in that position, but Spirit of the Winter just slowing the game down for Nick. Meanwhile, questing for 3 and has a huge stat line as well.
Yeah, this Elsa, a reprint from the first chapter, a card I'm a big fan of. We got some really nice first chapter reprints. The Hades, John Silver suddenly seeing a lot of play in Emerald Sapphire. Nick going to exert 3 ink to play the Giant Cobra. Chooses not to discard a card to gain 2 lore. Instead going to pay another ink for the Palace Guard. Again, going wide. We know that if we draw strength, we want to be able to have an immediate impact.
Lucas, now time to play a card. Nick with no cards left in hand, by the way, although that Diablo on the board, wouldn't be too surprised to see Nick just challenge into this Elsa in the next turn if they need something good. Here comes the Ursula, the new 5-cost super rare. Going to exert the Giant Cobra and play into the unknown for free. Dumbo into the Inkwell. The spicy text from Lucas, this Ursula, the 1 jump ahead, is absolutely fascinating to see.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this Ursula. You can kind of think of it as just 5th Elsa's 5th Spirit. It's so important to have that ability to exert a opposing character to start to making some very good challenges, and Ursula will do that job for you. And as we saw just there, sings into the unknown for free. That is value as far as I'm concerned. We're going to see the Iago Giant Spectral Parrot coming down onto the board. Another illusion with that vanish keyword, if targeted by an action, will be removed. Strength of a Raging Fire, if you're singing that on Iago, I think Lucas is perfectly happy with that. It means you're not getting rid of Dumbos, you're not getting rid of Genies, etc. Are there any Fire the Cannons in Nick's deck to potentially punish this Iago? We're going to see him play a Genie.
Yeah, it does have 2 cards in hand thanks to that Diablo. It's going to be Captain Hook for 1 ink. Are we going to see the Cobra take out Elsa? I thought it might be time to sing Strength when I saw the Cobra being exerted. That is not the case here.
Just making a trade into the Elsa, which, hey, pretty good. You know, like, you want that Elsa off the board. Nick only at 4 lore, though, to Lucas's 7. It's still all to play for. Another Iago coming down, and I see these Genies just going on a double quest, and the Iago's going to join them.
Yeah, Nick holding 1 card in hand. I'm trying to work out what it might be that they only played the Captain Hook and nothing else in this previous turn. We'll find out soon enough. In comes Yzma.
I think it's an Elsa. But yeah, this Yzma coming down. The Conniving Chemist. She's become a bit of a staple in these Amethyst Steel decks as another way to draw extra resources. Of course, they've always played docks. We want to play out our hand and then refuel. But Yzma offering another opportunity to do that. We're going to double into the Ursula Voice Stealer with Captain Hook and that Palace Guard who actually lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, Palace Guard putting in some work. Now, if this Yzma can stick around, it might just provide Nick with enough card draw to claw their way back into this one. The big problem that they've got right now is those big, giant spectral parrots, evasives, 4/6 stat line. This Genie is absolutely terrified of Iago right now. I think Genie's worried they're going to steal the lamp.
Yeah, 100%. Iago is definitely doing the bidding of his master Jafar, and Genie is quaking in his boots, or at least should be. Again, this Iago, much better statted than you would expect for a character of this cost. Only 4 cost, having a 4/6 stat line with evasive. But of course, that vanish keyword is a little bit of a negative, so we're trying to balance it out. I really love the design of these illusions, Joe.
Yeah, definitely. And from a deck building perspective, Lucas seems to have at least a decent amount of Iagos, trying to pull up the deck list for you very, very soon. But I like the fact that if you're playing an Iago, why not play 2? Your opponent might have 1 illusion counter card in hand, but it's pretty unlikely that they have 2. It is open deck lists, of course, as well. So Lucas has all the information on exactly how many actions that can counter Iago are available, so you could argue that Iago is a card which actually becomes even more powerful in an open decklist format that we're currently in during this top cut.
Yeah, 100%. If you didn't know the opponent's deck list, you might be more inclined to go for something like a Genie or a Dumbo, another forecast. But if you know that there aren't a lot of punishes to this Iago, and hey, again, if they're playing strength on our Iago, I don't think we mind that too much. They're not targeting more important characters. So I think you're absolutely right, Joe. Open deck list absolutely makes Iago a more prime pick. We're going to go back into Lucas's turn. He draws a card. I believe we're playing right off the top of the deck at this point.
We are, and it's a really open game. I mean, look, Lucas is definitely in a very good position, but I think if you're Nick, there's a chance he might have taken this position at the start of the game. If Nick can come up with a big turn here, Lucas just passing one card in hand. They are ahead in terms of lore, but Nick suddenly, if they can get a nice turn, remove some Iagos, maybe sing Strength to deal with Genie, there might just be an opportunity for Nick to get back in this one. It would be such a huge win. Nick breaking serve is what they're trying to achieve, but Lucas still looking rather comfortable.
Yeah, this Yzma, I expect to be exerting this turn to add some gas to Nick's hand. He's going to come down with the Elsa 5th Spirit, which is not bad at all. It means we can at least answer this Genie, but let's start off by using the fear, the power, by drawing drawing up to 3 cards.
Yeah, and 3 cards are drawn. I love the ordering here. The Elsa has Rush, but you don't have to challenge as soon as the card is played. So Nick plays the Elsa, draws the cards, and then confirms that they want to take the double challenge. Really, really high-level play to just draw the cards first, get all the information that you have available, and then make the decision to take the double challenge.
I agree, mate. Again, if Nick would have drawn like a Cannons or something there where he wouldn't have had to have challenged with the Genie and could have got another 2 lore. So it just goes to show how important it is to sequence your cards correctly. Nick's going to throw down the Calhoun, that 2-cost uninkable 3/2, who gains 2 lore when banishing an opposing character. Unfortunately, these Iagos do have evasive, so Calhoun with no targets as it stands. This board is pretty good from Nick. He's gone pretty wide here.
Yeah, and I was just wondering with the lore, we were slightly off there on stream. It is 15 lore to 5. There was that quest for 4 in the previous turn. So Lucas is 5 lore away from victory. Nick at 5. The Elsa is a nice option here for Lucas. Into the unknown as well, dealing with that Yzma. But Nick now with so much ink to work with. Lucas, no cards in hand, and only 2 Iagos and an Elsa. It's not the most impressive board I've ever seen, Baker.
No, it's not that aggressive. At least we have answers to these evasive characters. Iago going to easily answer the Genie, and then the other one taking out that Elsa. So yeah, we have lost some of our quest pressure, but
look at that.
Yeah, look at that. Just absolutely tidying up the board. And even though Lucas is on a 2-turn clock, there's nothing currently standing in his way. This Calhoun can touch nothing on Lucas's side of the board.
Yeah, a lot of players here might have been tempted to just quest with the Iagos, try and close out the game. But Lucas just decides, nope, I'm going to take some challenges, I'm going to get some board presence, and I can start questing soon. But look at that. Yzma found the Doc. Doc finds 2 new cards. Is there a way of dealing with one of these Iagos with a action?
And Joe, just imagine, you just said some players may have been tempted to quest with the Iago, but Lucas tidying up the board, and if he hadn't done that, this Dumbo absolutely could have punished that turn because we got rid of a Genie and an Elsa. So Dumbo coming down, not able to immediately trigger. There's the Hades.
Off the top, the Hades deals with the Dumbo. That one might just seal the deal as Lucas is now 2 lore away from victory with 4 characters on the board. Nick needs a really good turn here or it will be over in game 1.
Yep, Lucas with Story on board, and Nick sees that Story star coming down. What can he do to intercept it? Just a little judge clarification going on here. Should there be, less damage on the Elsa because it went into the Palace Guard. So, just cleaning that up.
It's going to be Elsa for Nick. That's a good start, exerting the Hades. Double Calhoun, challenging Hades. That's a really good start there for Nick. gaining 2 lore for that second Calhoun challenge, but there's still 3 lore on the board for Lucas. They only need a little, and there's no response, I believe, from Nick that can stop Lucas questing to 20 next turn.
No, I think the writing is on the wall when you're going to see Nick start to pack them up. And game 1 goes to Lucas on the play, playing Blurple, following the script that you would expect as the Blurple player. Again, playing Blurple is one of the most powerful decks in the game. We know that at the moment. It gives you a lot of agency. Cards like Hades, Elsa, Genies, Elsa Spirit of Winter, and Amethyst Steel should be one of your better matchups. So Lucas doing really well here, but can Nick come back and take us to a game 3? Especially, we love a game 3.
We certainly do, and I've got to say, Lucas's resource management in this game was just outstanding. They finished the game, I think, they would have gotten to 21 lore, but no cards left in hand. They used every single resource available to them throughout this. On their 5 ink turn, their 4th turn, they played Finders Keepers. We saw them singing 1 jump ahead with Tipo to go 2 jumps ahead. It was just absolutely outstanding. We even saw the 5-cost Ursula super rare from Fabled coming through and putting in work. So seeing a lot of the tech cards have a big performance, but I think it's just a really good sign of a strong player. You don't need to win by a landslide. You just need to get that 20th lore. And Lucas just managed their resources so smoothly there. It was really good to see.
Buddy, I don't need to be miles ahead. I will happily crawl over the finish line as long as it gets me to game. But yeah, hats off to both these players. They've had a long weekend of Lorcana. 8 rounds of Swish yesterday, another 4 this morning. This is the semi-final. So both of these players clearly have played some wonderful games of Lorcana. You just saw Lucas there just doing some pile counting of his deck. You certainly don't want to go into game 2 and realize that you've lost a card from somewhere.
Sounds like the kind of thing I would do, Baker, if I'm honest. My only DLC that I've ever played at was in Seattle.
Right, yeah.
And just as I was submitting my deck list, I counted my deck and there was 59 cards. I had to add something different, and at the end of the day, I found a magic broom at the bottom of my bag.
Of all things that you could be missing from a deck, it's the magic broom. You don't want to lose your magic broom.
No, it's important to count the deck, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. You don't want to lose like a B-Prep in old format or a Maui Shark, something like that. That would be absolutely terrible. But yeah, hats off to our Blurple player. Again, first seed, absolutely for a reason. And very excited to see how the Amethyst Steel deck is going to... The play-draw disparity we know is very strong. I think as the Amethyst Steel player, we want to go wide very quickly, maybe triple 1-drop, because we know that Blurple can be... I don't want to say slow because I don't think that's accurate, but turn 2 is always a tad slower. Maybe he misses the 1-drop and we don't see that Rafiki or something. So maybe that's the space that the Amethyst Steel player needs to jump ahead.
Yeah, and we know that this is a tough matchup for Amethyst Steel, but on the play, it's arguably slightly favoured for Amethyst Steel.
I would agree.
It's going to be a close one. The thing is you're not just playing against Sapphire Amethyst. You are playing against the best Sapphire Amethyst player this weekend so far, that first seed.
Pretty good.
So you're up against a really, really strong player playing a really, really strong deck.
I have a question for you,
Sure.
Joe. We saw the Ursula Voice Stealer put in some work there. This is a card that I've seen debated quite a lot. I've spoke to some players that feel very differently about it. What are your opinions on it? Obviously, it served its purpose there. Do you think it's worth the inclusion? I know that you like to really, with your deck building, you want to make things as consistent as possible. So I'd love to get your thoughts on it.
Well, interestingly, I had a conversation with a young man who was playing this weekend with Sapphire Amethyst, and the 2 cards I said to him I would really like to see 1 copy of is this Ursula Voice Stealer and the 1-jump. 1-jump ahead, the maths difference on going from 8 ramp turn 2s, the 4 Tipo, the 4 Cell, to the 9th, it's actually a pretty significant percentage increase. It's around like 4%, that kind of ballpark.
And that adds up over the course of 12 rounds of Swiss.
It does. And the Ursula Voice Stealer, it's almost like a 5th Elsa. It's not the best. It's not as good as Elsa.
Nowhere near.
But against Tiana, for example, the main line you're looking to do as a Blurple player is you're looking to play Elsa, exert Tiana, and then sing into the unknown with Genie. If you don't have Elsa, but suddenly you have that Ursula Voice Stealer, it is just giving your deck that little bit of extra consistency. Probably you're not going to play 2 copies of it.
No, probably
maybe 2 at a push. But certainly I think that 1 extra card, particularly as it's an inkable
Absolutely.
is a really, really cool addition to see.
Yeah, it's super cool. I was always a big fan, again, as you say, I think 5th Elsa, because I have played Amethyst mirror matches where I was on the play, and if I missed Elsa, I just lost because they got to play their Elsa first, and suddenly it was like I was on the draw. Here we see our players gearing up for game 2. I believe we're in our... Oh, no, we're actually a couple of turns in, so let's give you a quick catch-up. We saw the Royal Guard coming, sorry, the Palace Guard coming down turn 1, followed by the Rafiki Mystical Fighter. So Lucas did find that one drop, which is very important to slow Nick down a bit, and then Calhoun coming down on turn 2 from Nick.
Yeah, Calhoun on turn 2 is obviously a very good play in general, but whenever I've played Amethyst Steel and I'm trying to be a little bit more speedy, I would rather have that double 1 drop on turn 2 that you mentioned, Baker. But Calhoun is really nice here, as it is probably not going to quest, it's just going to chill, and as soon as Lucas starts exerting their characters, Calhoun is ready and waiting to pounce. But again, this Calhoun could get hit by an Elsa or even an Ursula, and then Rafiki could just trade it out immediately.
But at least maybe that's diverting attention away from a different thing, right? Maybe a Dumbo or something like that. I do love this Genie Satisfied Dragon coming down on turn 3 again. So important in this matchup. Lucas does find that turn 2 ramp. We're going to sail into the Azurite Sea.
Yeah, sail comes through. Lucas able to ink one more card. Of course, thanks to the sail, the Azurite Sea. Germany versus France in this one. 2 of the biggest Disney Lorcana communities in Europe being represented. Now, it's actually interesting, Baker, that we see a double ink here. So this must be the 3rd turn, in fact, for Lucas. So ramp was missed on turn 2, because obviously we joined this one in a little bit late. So ramp was missed on turn 2. This is a turn 3 ramp play, which it sounds disastrous. You